You. I appreciate it, guys. Mike and Jeremy, great to be with you today, and excited to share some information. I think one of the things that I love doing is teaching and training, and I think I've always believed that the person that's the best trainer is the one who can take complex subjects and make them easy to understand. And that's what we try to do in our training programs. And I appreciate your recognizing that. And hopefully today we're going to take a subject that's sometimes a little complex and make it simple so that we all understand how it can affect our health.
Yeah. Yeah. I think, yeah. Well, I guess if you had to encapsulate the topic of what we're going to talk about under one umbrella, what would you say? Because I've read through.
Yeah, it's definitely under the indoor air quality discussion, and it's we're talking about how our houses become contaminated. We don't often think about air infiltration and moisture intrusion problems, but that's one of the most common ways that houses get contaminated indoors. And then because we don't deal with it correctly, we build little toxic soups that we live in. So yeah. I think if that helps kind of focus on what we're going to be talking about, that's the idea.
Yeah, I like it. And let's jump right in there. We've talked about this on the podcast before, but the construction, because that's kind of your background, construction background. Let's talk about some of the changes that you've seen in that construction industry that have either contributed to or possibly helped with, microbial growth indoors. But what have you seen?
Yeah, that's a great question. So I'm going to go back really old because I'm an old guy. But I can go back into the 70s, 60s, 70s, and 80s. And I remember when I was growing up, I grew up in Florida, and I grew up in the construction industry. My dad was a plumbing contractor, as you know. And so I grew up in the construction industry, started working over the summers. This was back before they actually had child labor laws. So when I was 13, 14, 15 years old, my dad told me, he said, I'm going to teach you the plumbing trade, son, and you may never use it, but you'll never go hungry. And he was exactly right. So I learned the construction trade. And back then we were building block houses, essentially, concrete masonry unit houses. And believe it or not, they didn't even have any insulation on the inside walls. They would put up furring strips and then drywall right over the top of it. So I remember in the 60s and 70s when they started insulating houses, so they were moving toward tightening them up. And as they began to tighten them up, and that's one of the big changes that's happened, they've gone from that now to houses like the one that I built for myself. As you know, that's a monolithic foam home, incredibly tight house. That difference has made a huge difference, not only in the way we live indoors, but the way we react to our indoor environments, because now we've really tightened them up. And that's why I addressed this subject so comprehensively, I guess, in my book, in Mold-Free Construction, because that's probably one of the biggest change. The other big change, of course, is the products that we're using. And it used to be we were using wood and concrete, and now we're using plastic. Almost everything is plastic and PVC and petroleum products and off-gassing stuff. And, completely different kind of view of homes today than it was certainly when I was growing up.
So, with that tightening up word, we tighten up our homes. I've thought about that wording. I think it's kind of funny, but yeah, we do. Yeah. We, like you said, the insulation is part of that tightening up, right?
That's
what
right.
You're saying. And then,
that's right.
And the
weather stripping,
weather stripping, the whole wrap that we do around the homes that came about. The Tyvek wrapping that they do. When did that start?
That started in the late 80s, early 90s. So this was all as a result of the Jimmy Carter days when we started. There was an oil embargo and everybody was concerned. I remember about getting gas and it being rationed,
Yeah, we waited for hours for gas.
Yeah, exactly. Get gas every other day, based on your license plate or whatever it was.
Yeah.
My point is that the Carter days is when they really started tightening things up. Weather stripping was hard to buy. I'll tell you a funny story, Jeremy. I don't know if you know what a jalousie window is, but when I was growing up, my house had jalousie windows. And what that was essentially strips of glass that are 4 inches wide, and they just kind of sit against each other. It's like almost like they're layered, almost like a cabana shutter.
Oh,
And
yeah,
so
yeah, I know exactly what you mean. Yeah.
yeah, so you open it up or you close it, and
Yeah.
there's this huge gap between each layer of glass.
Yeah.
Well, I remember at our house in the late 70s going through and putting weather stripping between every single one of those panes of glass.
Yeah.
Wow.
All the way around the house.
We did a
Well,
a church house in Kauai that had those windows around the entire church house.
Yeah,
Hawaii,
exactly. Yeah, which
So
was
they're still
great for
around.
ventilation, but
Yeah.
But yeah, well, and you know, isn't that how it goes? You know, as you see innovation, even still, I mean, they're innovating in the construction industry, you know, in the plumbing, in all the industries, there's innovation.
That's
And you
right.
always have to wait to see.
Well, the pendulum always swings too far.
Yeah,
You know?
yeah,
They want to fix a problem and it goes a little bit too far this time fixing that.
yeah,
yeah. But you don't see it for the, you know, you don't see it immediately. It might be a few 5-10 years down the line before you start to see the effects of maybe that
Yeah,
decision.
I think that's right, and it's I put it in the category of giving the absolute benefit of the doubt that the motivations are right for the changes that we make. It's
Yeah.
the unintended consequences. It's the
Yeah.
things we don't know are going to happen when we make this choice, and I think that's what happened then, because there was this conflict between conflicting interests, basically between energy savings and how is it affecting our indoor air quality, and there wasn't ever a consideration about both.
Yeah, so let's launch into that. Tell us about the unintended consequences. Yeah, because our homes are definitely much more energy efficient. I can attest to that. I live in an older home right now that was built in the 60s, and it feels drafty. You know, right now in the winter we're in the 30s, getting down into the 30s Fahrenheit, and you can feel the draftiness in certain parts of the home.
Mm-hmm.
So I'm not quite as tight as the newer homes, but yeah, what are those unintended consequences? Let's talk about those.
So I'll tell you one thing that's interesting, Jeremy, you may or not know, but there are some cities now, San Antonio is one of them, that requires that you do a blower door test when you build the house. After you finish the house, before they'll give you a certificate of occupancy to prove that you've constructed a very tight home. So it's becoming part of legislation across the country to build these really, really tight homes. And so there's good to it, and as long as it's balanced, as long as you understand exactly what you're doing, I think there's some real benefits to having a house that's really tightened up, where you don't have a lot of the air infiltration issues that are going to contaminate our indoor environments.
Yeah. So,
well, I was going to throw in just this is off the subject just a little bit, but along the same time that we started wrapping the houses tighter, like, you know, late 70s, early 80s, we also, maybe it was in the 70s, that huge switch to sheetrock or drywall as opposed to lap and plaster walls. Yeah. And then also particle wood or particle board, or, you know, pressed wood came along.
Yeah.
And I often think that stuff just led to all kinds of mold problems. You know, you put a drop of water on a piece of lumber, a good piece of lumber, that water just sits on it, right? You put a drop of water on sheet or on pressed wood or particle board, it immediately soaks in. Yeah. And so we've done some dumb things as well
with the building materials.
With the building materials and the changes with what we've done. Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah.
Would you agree with that, Doug?
No, absolutely. I think you're exactly right. I think obviously you're not going to build a house out of stainless steel. But the bottom line is, if you don't consider what kind of products that you're using and where you're using those products, absolutely, you're going to create some problems with them absorbing moisture where otherwise other products absolutely wouldn't. So, yeah, I think you're right.
Yeah. And so, you know, with air infiltration, that's kind of where we're going, air and moisture filtration, but with the tightening of the homes and minimizing the air infiltration from outside to the inside, because this is actually something I want to hear your thoughts on this. I want to hear the negative consequences of it, but because you do often hear, and I actually, in many cases out here in Utah where it's dry air, I've kind of, there are many cases when I think, yeah, we do need that fresh air to come in, and it kind of helps fresh moving air can often be a good remedy for, for some issues. So talk us through a little bit, because it sounds like you're saying air infiltration, generally we want to mitigate from coming inside. Talk about the consequences of that and what we need to do about it.
Sure, sure. Well, the air infiltration issues that we're talking about, I think, are a little bit different in the South than they are in the North. The different in dry climates versus high humidity climates where we are. But I guess what's common with all of that is that yes, fresh air is a really important addition to our having, I think, good air quality. You've got to dilute the contaminants. I know that's one of the things the EPA says the answer to indoor air quality pollution is dilution. And there's a lot of truth to that. I mean, if you take a glass of oil and you put it in the ocean, it's not going to have much of an effect. But you put a glass of oil in your sink, now you got a problem. So the idea of just the volume of air that you could bring in from the outside makes a big difference in terms of diluting the contaminants. But from an air infiltration issue, I think what we don't think about, Jeremy, are the things that you don't see that's coming in with that air on the airstream itself. And even if you're in the north and you're dealing with dry air, so you don't have a relative humidity problem, which we have in the south, when you're bringing air in from the outside, you're bringing in high relative humidity, much higher than you want indoors, 70, 80% in some cases. But besides that, what about the stuff that you can't see? The pollen, the mold spores, the microbes that are floating on whatever it is that's outside that's floating around in the air, those nanoparticles that you can't see. You see them in a shaft of light in the morning, when you're looking at your bedroom window. Well, all of that stuff is in the air outside as well. And so now what's happening is that, like a little magic carpet ride, it's riding on that stuff, and the microbes are riding with that stuff as it comes in through those cracks and crevices in the windows and the doors. And so that's what I think actually needs to be mitigated. And there are a couple of ways to do it. That doesn't necessarily mean that you have so tight a house that you have no air infiltration. That wouldn't be a smart idea. But the idea and the way we approach it, and I certainly did with my house when I built that, is to have a place where I am bringing fresh air in through a fresh air makeup, and now I'm controlling the air that comes into my house. So I'm still bringing air in from the outside, but in my case, and the way we train on this, and my thoughts are, I'm going to bring it in, but I'm such an indoor air quality geek that I'm going to make sure that it's cooled or heated and filtered and purified before it ever comes into the environment. And you can't do that if you're just allowing the cracks and crevices to bring that fresh air in.
I see.
Years ago, I was a maintenance manager for a pretty good sized company, and we had a big fancy computer controlled HVAC system for our plant. I think our plant was maybe 80,000 square feet or something. It was a big plant, but I could control, I think they call them the economizers. I could control the economizers and decide how much fresh air I wanted versus how much do you want to try to save on your electricity bill, Right. And I was always like, look, man, we all just seem way more productive if we get lots of fresh air in here. So it wasn't my money. So I didn't worry about the electricity bill. I just turned that thing up and got as much fresh air in that building as I could. And it paid off.
Especially a plant where you've got chemicals and
right,
all kinds of stuff like that.
Exactly. Yeah.
So it does kind of sound. Oh, go ahead.
I'm sorry. I was just going to share a concept with you. I'm talking about just kind of making it easier to understand. When your house is under negative pressure, if it's a vacuum and you're sucking air in through the cracks and crevices from the outside, one of the ways that you could mitigate that is by opening a window, right? Because all the air is then going to go through the path of least resistance. It's going to go through that window before it ever goes through a crack or crevice.
Yeah.
So that's the concept of fresh air makeup. If you can control fresh air coming into the HVAC system, like Mike just talked about, you're bringing air in from the outside, but you're controlling it. And because it's the path of least resistance, then it's going to lower the chance of it coming through those cracks and crevices.
Yeah.
Jeff and I were just down in California helping a lady out, remediating her home. She hadn't been able to live in this home for a couple of years.
Mhm.
And we treated it, and she said it's better, but it's still not quite right. And I didn't think it was. I left the day we treated it. I left and I thought, well, I don't think we got it, Jeff. I told Jeff, I don't think we've got it. Went back the next day, started to really look around because it was rainy the first day and kind of later on in the afternoon. So we really started looking around, and we had treated the crawl space, but I hadn't really looked at the crawl space that close.
Mhm.
But what I did the second day is she had two hatches that went into the crawl space from the inside of the house. One was in the master bedroom and one was by the front room. I took both of those covers off and just put clear plastic over the covers and taped them tight.
Mhm.
That plastic blew up like a balloon. I mean,
Yeah.
so it told me all of her crawl space air is ending up in that house. It was incredible.
Yeah. Yeah,
Yeah,
it's
so-
amazing.
Yeah, that the pressure, negative or positive air pressure on a home. So you talked about, obviously, if it's negative, that means it's kind of
It's a vacuum.
your inside is the vacuum, right? It's pulling in from the
Yeah,
outside.
right.
Your door's going to slam shut when you open it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Now, is there an ideal pressure you want on your home, and what is that?
There is. The ideal pressure would, and some of this depends on where you live in the country, but ideal is either balanced, where it's zero, or it's a little bit positive. And if you go into a hospital, almost all of their surgical centers in that hospital is under positive pressure. And the reason is because they want to blow the microbes out, believe it or not suck
Yeah.
them in.
Right.
Yeah.
So
Just all
positive
about
pressure.
the waiting room.
That's right. Yes. That's right. Where we're sitting waiting on our
Right.
sick patients. Yeah, I think a little bit under positive pressure is a good idea. That's not always easy to accomplish, and it's got to be done right from the beginning. But balanced is what my goal has always been, and that's what I did in my house, was to make sure that it was absolutely zero balanced. And so
Yeah.
then if it does go under negative pressure, when you turn on a bathroom fan, or you turn on the range hood, or you turn on the dryer, anything that's going to suck air out of the house, now it's pulling fresh air in through that fresh air makeup. So that's what I think, from my humble opinion, is what we really want, is just a balance of not negative or positive.
So, Doug, is it safe to give this advice to people who they don't want to spend a lot of money, but they want to know, is my house positive or negative pressure? If you turn off all of your appliances in your home, your HVAC, everything off, and just open your front door with everything else closed, that probably should not want to open farther, or probably should not want to close. Would that be accurate, you think?
I think that is accurate. Unfortunately, though, Mike, I think a lot of the times a negative pressure or positive pressure is as a result of the HVAC system.
Yeah.
And it actually running. And so if it's sized improperly, then it can put the house under negative pressure or under positive pressure, where if it were turned off, you might end up with just a balance, zero.
Right. Yeah.
So sometimes it's the biggest contributor, especially if it's sized improperly, the biggest contributor to creating that pressure differential.
So it's the size of the HVAC unit that contributes to the positive or negative pressure. Is it also the amount of returns versus supply registers? Does that play into it? So it's kind of an equation of those things combined.
Yes.
I can see how that could get kind of complex. I don't know how to, I wouldn't be the one you'd call to say, help me fix my pressure per se.
Come balance my house, Jared.
Come balance
Please, if
my
you
house.
could. Yeah.
But I can imagine it being complicated. Like, I need to figure out if you got the right size first. Yes. And then, okay, maybe you only have one return, and I don't know.
And where is the return located? And
Yeah.
It is a complicated process, but fortunately, there's a lot of science behind it. And unfortunately, a lot of HVAC guys don't know that this exists. But you probably remember in my book, what I did for my house was I hired a mechanical engineer, and it only cost me a couple of $100, but he ran what's called a manual J and a manual D. The manual J calculates the load calculation on exactly what size air conditioning system you need based on that house, that specific house sitting on that specific lot. That's the manual J. and then Emmanuel D designs the ductwork. So when you do that, now you're kind of in the commercial arena. They always do that for commercial environments.
Yeah.
They just don't typically do it for residential environments, but that's how you solve the problem that you're talking about. Retrofitting is not easy. If you have a house that's under positive pressure or under negative pressure, it can be done. It's just not easy. It's not nearly as easy as to do it from the start, which is another one of those unintended consequences. I saved a few $100 because I didn't hire a mechanical engineer. Now I got to deal with the consequences for the rest of my life, you know?
Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah, that makes sense. So let's
Hey,
move.
let me ask one more thing that keeps sticking out in my mind. On this house I talked about in California, it was a fairly modest, just a Rambler house, one level, but they had just a ginormous air conditioning unit on the outside.
Yeah.
Is that as big an issue as an undersized or oversized furnace itself, or how does that play in? Is it the furnace you're looking at, or is it the air conditioner, or both?
Yeah, it's actually the air conditioning, the sizing of the air conditioning system itself, I think is probably one of the most neglected areas addressing indoor air quality. And the way I think about it is this way. If it's oversized, an air conditioning system is primarily designed to dehumidify, to take moisture out of the air. That's what it's primarily designed to do. If it's oversized, then it's going to short cycle and it's not going to run long enough to get the moisture out of the air. So you got a moisture problem.
Yeah.
On the other side, if it's too small, it's going to run and run and run and run and run and never get the moisture out of the air. So you've got the same result, which is what you and I deal with all the time, mold. You've got the same problem on either side. If it's undersized or oversized, you're going to have a moisture problem.
Yeah.
So in that crawl space example that Mike gave, because that's technically not, a living space usually. And so, that's almost a whole nother deal, right? Because the HVAC system, if it's not plumbed, down into the HVAC or down into the crawl space, you've got the living space that, say you get that under a neutral or positive pressure, that crawl space could have its own dynamic in and of itself, right?
Absolutely. Yeah, absolutely. It's an artificial environment. Yeah, it's an artificial environment, Jeremy, almost like your attic, It's your attics are typically much hotter than it is outside, right? It's like your crawl space is much much wetter than it is outside. So it's an artificial environment that's creating problems. And now if that's not sealed off and isolated from the conditioned space, from the living space, then you're going to have all kinds of issues inside.
Yeah. I'm just thinking, is there any way, because, we've talked about this in the podcast, how often that moldy crawl space, causes issues inside the living space, right above it. I mean, it's just impossible to keep the mold and contaminants from coming up. Stack effect, or maybe it's pressure issues. I'm not sure what it always is, but is there any way to mitigate that, from pushing up into the house? And what do you suggest there?
Yeah. Well, absolutely. I think so. Here's a concept. I know you'll really like this. You'll grab onto this, but we always tell our guys when we're training them that, especially on the assessment side, if they're doing mold assessment, they need to go to a subdivision somewhere where they're building houses and look at those houses and the crawl spaces under construction and see how many holes there are in the floor. Holes for plumbing, holes for electrical, holes for the tub, And if you don't seal those up, what's going to happen? All that stuff in the crawl space is going to come up into the environment.
Yeah.
So yes, it's not an easy task retrofitting, but what we think in terms is you really only have two choices with a crawl space. You either isolate it from the conditioned space, which means sealing off that floor and subfloor in some way so that crawl space is truly outside air and not contaminating the inside, or you incorporate the crawl space with the living space and make it conditioned space so that now you've sealed it from the outside and it becomes part of the air that you breathe. And that's the concept of a conditioned crawl
Right.
space where, you've got the floor sealed, you've got the perimeter wall sealed, and now what you're doing is you're essentially air conditioning the crawl space.
Right.
Yeah. And the other thing I thought about was the vents in the crawl space. I think that's incredibly important. This house did not have vents that I'm talking about. We had them cut vents and then go back and treat the house one more time. And she's back in the house now. But that crawl space had no vents.
Well, and that's
Yeah.
something we talked about too, because here in Utah where we're dry, it really in most cases is a great idea just to get ventilation in that crawl space because it's
Yep,
dry
that's
air.
right. Yeah.
But we talked to some of our guys in the South, and they're like,
Well, that makes
No.
it worse. Yeah.
"That makes it worse. You're just inviting all this stupid air into the house."
Yeah.
So I know
Yeah.
some of that's regional, like you're saying, and probably
That's right.
situation specific. To
So what do you recommend down in your area, Doug, down in
Yeah.
Louisiana? Do you recommend
for crawl
vents?
space
Yeah.
vents or
Yeah, we highly recommend that it be completely a part of conditioned space, a part of the living environment, that you
Okay.
isolate it from the outside. Yeah, I think the problem is, like you said, in the South, you're dealing with 80+% relative humidity outside. You
Yeah.
can't get enough vents to get that
Right.
air exchange underneath the crawl
Right.
space. Even if it's on pilings, it's really hard to get the air moving underneath that crawl space and getting rid of the moisture. So what we always recommend is if you're going to have vents, which some people are not going to go the conditioned route, if you're going to have vents, then you need to figure out a way to isolate that floor, somehow seal it underneath so that you're not bringing those contaminants indoors.
Yeah.
I see. And sorry to go back to the sealing up the cracks and stuff in the subfloor and flooring between the crawl space and the living space, but is that not standard protocol for a construction a contractor, or is that something you need to request if you're building a home? Or
Well, I'm sure that's probably a regional thing as well. I'm sure there are probably some municipalities where they require that, like I said in San Antonio, where they're requiring blower door testing. That would be part of things that they would require as their local code. But that's one of the reasons why I wrote Mold-Free Construction, Jeremy, because I think a lot of things are different in different parts of the country. Some places they will allow things the way they wouldn't allow things in another part of the country. Short story, I built a house for a friend in Atlanta. I was actually living in Florida at the time, had a Florida license, had all my licenses in place. It was actually Rome, Georgia. It wasn't Atlanta. Went to Rome, Georgia. Was going to build this 3,000 square foot house for this guy. I went up there in a suit and tie, took all of my licenses and all my credentials, sat down with the guy that was going to approve the drawings. And he said, "You ever built before?" I said, "Yeah." He said, "Oh, okay, well, you can build this one." I said, "Don't you want to see my licenses?" And he said, "No, son, if you don't build a good house, you'll never build another one here." And so,
Interesting. Yeah.
yeah. So, different parts of the country do different things in regards to minimum standards.
Well, in different parts of the world also. I was just on a phone conversation with one of our licensees in Australia. And he said it's unbelievable in Australia what they get away with,
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah. So I want to just talk about a couple more things, Doug, while we have you. I know your time's precious, but we're talking about air infiltration. We haven't talked about water infiltration too much, but the air coming into our homes can bring in contaminants. If you do it right and filter it, that fresh air makeup can be a good thing. Mike talked about, commercial settings. It's pretty common practice. Am I not mistaken, in commercial facilities to have some kind of fresh air makeup coming in?
Yeah.
Yeah, it's required by code.
Yeah.
It's required.
Maybe let's talk about that for a second. Why is that? And then why is it different in residential, or why is there that difference there?
Yeah, that's a great question. And I'll tell you what, it's like a question of the ages. It used to be back in, again, going back to the 70s and 80s, one of the big changes that they made in regards to these energy concerns was that they lowered the amount of fresh air that was required to be brought into a building. Prior to the 70s, they actually had a standard for commercial buildings, how much had to be made. And there were suggestions at that point that maybe they should actually do that with residences. And then because of the energy crisis and on the commercial buildings, they lowered the amount of air that was required to bring into the outside. Then the discussion from an international building code standpoint was, well, do we even really need to address it on residences? And so it never really got addressed. And it's a little frustrating to me because even though now it's required on commercial, it's not required on residential. On commercial, the manual J, the manual D I was talking about, that's required, but it's not required on residential.
Interesting.
So I don't know all the politics. I hate to use that word, but I don't know all of what went into those kinds of decisions, but it's certainly not the way I think that houses should be built, because you can, again, mitigate a lot of problems by doing some pretty simple things.
Yeah. So you'd be a proponent of getting that more in the residential setting where you can get more fresh air in there, as long as you can filter it, right? Filter
Absolutely.
it. Make sure it's good.
Absolutely. Absolutely. Yeah. I think, of course, my view of this whole thing from my book and the standpoint of the construction side of the industry, my whole view of this is looking at the house holistically. It's a living, breathing organism, and you can do one thing and screw something else up. So what you need to do is you need to think in terms of, how does this whole thing work together as a system? And I think that's the really important steps that need to be taken when somebody is either building or retrofitting.
So let me I know this next question could be a whole nother podcast. In fact, we're planning a podcast.
I know where you're going with this already.
Okay.
Yeah. You're going ERV, HRV? Yeah.
ERV, HRV. What are your thoughts on that?
I'm a believer in certain situations. Again, I think it's kind of you have to look at the holistic view of that particular environment and find out whether or not that actually works. If you're retrofitting, they absolutely, I think, have a place. If you're wanting to go to a positive pressure environment, or you want to go to neutral pressure, those kinds of things really work. I think that, again, it's almost, I don't want to say case by case, but it's almost, that's kind of the way I view it. So in the HVAC industry, they call those appurtenances. They're things that you add on to the air conditioning system, just like a dehumidifier. I'm not a big believer in adding dehumidifiers to the HVAC system. I think if the house is designed properly and you have a manual J and a manual D run on the house and is sized properly, you should never need a dehumidifier. A dehumidifier is kind of a Band-Aid, and I kind of feel that way about ERVs. It's like, I can see a place for them, but it would be under certain conditions.
And we don't have anything but just a little bit of anecdotal experience with these. My personal opinion is I think you need to be careful with these things, because I think you can build up a mold load within the core of that thing.
Yeah,
absolutely.
Yeah, we have a house we're dealing with right now, and it's very moldy, or it feels moldy. We're picking up mold on tests, and there's no sign of it in there. And then we kind of dissected the ERV the other day, and it just felt awful. Awful in there.
Yeah.
And
once we opened it, once we opened it, I started getting physical symptoms. Like it was not good.
And so again, we're kind of on the beginning end of the journey. We've researched it quite a bit on the internet, but we haven't, all we have, like we said, is just a couple experiences with some customers. And so we're trying to figure out, but I like what you said. I mean, if you figure out the right, system and size for the house, maybe that's the better way to go than trying to get.
And every case is its own deal.
Yeah.
You can't.
Can I tell you a quick story about an interesting HVAC system that I saw? I'd never seen this before. I went out to an oil rig, BP oil rig, and it's about 6,000 square feet. And one air conditioning system cools the entire rig, 320 rooms, individual rooms. And at the end of every single duct run to that room, at the grill going into the room was a VAV to control the volume of air going into that room and the temperature. So every single room had its own thermostat. Now they had a computer running this thing that took up a whole room. But the point is that when somebody went into their room to sleep and they wanted it 65 degrees, they could have it 65 degrees and the person next to them have it at 72 degrees. So that particular appurtenance, that piece of equipment, you can imagine throughout that entire rig, every single one of those was unbelievably contaminated with mold problems because they all have a coil, they all have fins to direct the air, and it was just a massive cleanup job. And so you're exactly right. I think that's the kind of thing you're looking at. Now, in that environment, they didn't have a choice. They had to do that because of the way the thing was constructed and what they wanted to accomplish in terms of keeping the rooms separated. But my goodness, what a major problem, mold issue.
Yeah. So kind of our last question then, Doug, let's maybe talk. I know you're in the, you're the founder and CEO of Normie. You also have gotten into the air filtration industry, because obviously that fits really well with what you do with air quality. So maybe let's kind of conclude with talking about what can you do to mitigate your air quality infiltration issues. You could, I don't know if you want to mention air filtration or any other ideas you have for people that we haven't mentioned.
Yeah, I would. Thank you very much. I appreciate that. I'm going to put the chicken before the egg here. Actually, I got into the indoor air quality air purification equipment business prior to Normie. I got involved in that actually in 1996. And that's when I wrote my book, in the late 90s. And so I was actually selling and designing air purification and air filtration equipment before the turn of the century, as they say. And then Normie was created in 2004. And so it obviously only made sense as we were doing training on mold remediation for our guys. They would say, well, what kind of air purifiers should we use? And what kind of air filters should we use? Well, why is that important? And it was a really easy connection between Normie, which was the training and certifying agency, and Best Living Systems, which was our products company. And of course, full disclosure, I own both. But we do a lot of really cool stuff with air purification. We've got some really unique trademarked, patented technologies that nobody else in the country has. And what's cool about that, Jeremy, and I think what's really important to this discussion is that we were talking about mitigating air infiltration and moisture intrusion problems. They can't be 100% mitigated. I mean, I have air purification technologies in my house, obviously, and air filters, good filters. So every time you open the door and walk in from the outside to the inside, we're like Pigpen. We're bringing stuff in behind us. And so you're no matter what you do in terms of effectively dealing with air infiltration and moisture intrusion problems, you've still got the everyday contaminants that we're dealing with, the flecking off of our skin and odors that we get from cooking and all those sorts of things. So we're big believers in air purification and air filtration technologies, high-tech stuff, and that's what Best Living Systems is all about. And I appreciate your giving me an opportunity to talk about that because it's some pretty cool stuff. We just won a honorable mention innovative award from ASHRAE on some of our air purification technology. So it's a big deal. And of course, our members have opportunities to make those available to their clients where it seems to fit.
Yeah. We've began using some of your Best Living Systems products, and I'm a big fan. I think it's a great addition to what we do in our work, especially with,
one concept that we've always tried to share with our customers is after we're done, we want to make this home very inhospitable to mold. And that's kind of the idea there. Just arm your home.
Yeah.
That mold does not like to hang around in there.
Yeah.
Well, Mike, that's why we get along so well, man.
I know it. We're kindred spirits. We talked about that. Yeah.
I know. I've been saying for years, when we tell our remediators and our assessors to go out and do mold projects, it's not just about fixing the problem. It's about fixing the problem and then making sure you're creating an environment in which that problem is not going to come back.
Yeah.
And, that's way beyond just a hit and run kind of approach that a lot of these guys take.
We had a guy come to one of our conferences and he was speaking about how to get repeat customers. And we were like, no. We don't want repeat customers. We didn't do our job if we have a repeat customer, you know?
That's right. That's exactly right. We do it
Yeah.
right. We don't have to have them come back
Right.
to us.
Yeah.
Yeah, exactly.
So
We could do a whole nother podcast on some of the cool
Yeah, let's do
technologies.
in a while.
Yeah,
Yeah.
maybe if you want to come back again, Doug, we could do one even on the PCO technology, because again, we've mentioned it here and there, and I think it's kind of an exciting thing. And I guess I will say this is a caution I always have to make, because I do run into a lot of people who think that they have a legitimate mold issue in the home.
Mhm.
And they mistakenly believe if I put this device in my home, that's going to fix my mold issue. You know, you have, there's a couple step process. You got to really mitigate the mold, or do a really comprehensive sanitization protocol like we do.
Mhm.
And then that second step of putting in some air filtration devices, or some of this PCO, photocatalytic oxidation
Correct.
technology,
Yeah.
and some of the ionizers that you guys have come up with, and probes and things. I think it's a very, anyways, it's just a great way to, like you guys have said, to make the home inhospitable. If you'll come back, we'll have you tell us all about it. But for now, Doug, every guest we have on the show, as a token of gratitude, we let you kind of advertise for yourself. Maybe mention some websites, or if anyone listening wants to know more about Normie or Best Living Systems, how do they get in contact?
Well, thank you very much, guys. Love working with you, and look forward to many years of fixing people's unhealthy homes, which is
Yeah.
kind of
Right.
exciting to do. So
Yeah.
Normie, our simple website is www.normi.org. Normie.org. Very simple. We've got a great staff of people that can answer your questions if you email us or call us directly. That's pretty easy to do. Best Living Systems' new website is blsproducts.com. blsproducts.com. And we just put in place, in fact, introduced last week, a new affiliate program for guys who want to build a team of people to sell some of these products and represent that company, some of the neat stuff that we're doing there. But that's where it is, and we're just happy to help. Thank you for the opportunity to kind of blow our horn. We think we've got something that's unique and something that is definitely needed. We always say that we're all about helping people have cleaner, safer, and healthier environments. And I think when you look at these multifaceted problems and you've got a multi-strategic solution, you're on the right track. And that's what we're trying to do.
And let me just say in conclusion, because parts of the mold remediation and sanitization industry have a reputation as being quite closed-minded. I wouldn't say all of it, but it's been very refreshing getting to know you, Doug, because you do have kind of this expansive vision, and you're pushing innovation, I think, which is very much needed. There are so many gaps and holes in some of the current protocols out there that we're, and I wouldn't even say we have all the answers completely yet ourselves. We're all figuring it out, but it's been good to get to know someone like you, where you're
great. Yeah.
Where you're open-minded, you're pushing the innovation, trying to figure out, better ways each day to improve the mold remediation protocols out there. So hats off to you, and to many more years as we try and navigate this world and figure out how to make homes healthier. So thanks for your time.
Thanks, Jeremy. I think we got a big market out there. I always tell people the only people who need what we have to offer are people who breathe. And so I think
that is true.
I think we're going to have a big market for a very, very long time.
I agree.
Yeah.
Well, thanks, Doug.
Thanks for joining and for
you.
your expertise. I learned some good stuff today. I do need to learn more about HVACs, and that's something I should put on my to-do list. So thanks for your time, Doug.
Okay.
We'll be in touch.
We'll catch up down the road. All right. Thanks.
All right. Thank you.
So I have a friend of mine here, Barry Menken, who's been around for quite some time with the Normie organization. And I wanted to talk to you, Barry, about a few things that have recently happened, especially the NCRSI class, which I know you went to. So could you kind of just give us a quick overview as to who you are and where you're located and your company?
Absolutely, yeah. So again, my name's Barry Mankin. I'm with Four Corners Environmental out of Nashville, Tennessee, and we do, all things environmental as it relates to testing and inspections. And so we attended the most recent class down in Florida and had a wonderful experience. And I am already applying it to my business as we speak. So,
Well,
a lot of
excuse me, it sounds like you've changed your business model. Has it had that kind of an impact?
yeah. So we've had in the past, I don't know, maybe a couple years, the sensitized individuals have been a larger part of our clientele. At least they've taken some of that market share as it relates to the business side. But we've also gone after trying to get some exposure into these functional medicine clinics, and just to let them know, hey, we can build a bridge between what you're seeing with your patients and our patients, if you will, with my patient being the house. And so we just treat the house like a person, which is lockstep with what we were talking about in the class. And so getting that bridge built and being a little bit more detailed and more comprehensive through the class as far as definitions and protocols and that sort of thing was more beneficial for us for sure. But that's kind of how we've taken our clients, and now we have a better process to walk them through that's repeatable.
Well, it sounds like you've been dealing with the sensitized individual group for a while. I mean, it was like 5% of the population like 15 years ago, and now they're looking at up to almost 25% that could be affected as a sensitized individual. So from the NCRSI class that you took, did you get anything new out of it that's helping you move forward with this group?
Yeah, I'll just mention one term that was talked about in class. I love the HEPA pizza concept. So, but yeah, it's other than just it's kind of like a think tank. The type of people that are in this class are usually the guys that have been around and that have been dealing with this for a while, and they all have different approaches. They're from different parts of the country, and they have their own set of sensitized clients for different reasons. Where I'm in the South, and we have a lot of high relative humidity down here, but guys out in Colorado, it's going to be a whole different ball game. So seeing how their approach is for their people, when we're dealing with maybe more particulates as opposed to more mold counts, or somebody's got an asbestos thing or whatever, cleaning is still applicable across all different platforms. And we're trying to take those same cleaning concepts and make them applicable across the country, right? And so that process has been really good to get nuggets from guys in other parts of the country. And that part I really, really enjoyed, and it was very, very helpful. The other part is just the level of detail and having the process and talking about a process that, again, is repeatable. That just learning how to formulate that and say, okay, once we identify that this is a sensitized individual at whatever pain point that they have, now let's bring them up to here and say, this is more of you're going to need this protocol instead of like the standard. And just defining that for somebody and categorizing that, getting them on that path. That whole part was wonderful.
I've gone through the class several times and monitored it for different presentations of it also. And one of the things that stands out to me is all the resources that are kind of made available to the guys taking the class. Did you get anything from that? Any new resources that you didn't have in the past?
Yeah, well, expanding on that through, Wonder Makers and what he has done there through his organization, of course, and how that all of those concepts that he has had as his kind of woven into the program, and getting that slice of it, adapted into the class, all those different concepts. Again, it's detail. And once we're dealing with these type of people, and this level of care, if you will, we have to be in the detail business now. It's more than just following the standards and having a protocol. And, you know, as important as all of that is, we're dealing with now such a level of detail that every little thing matters. And I think just having those specifics as it relates to the cleaning process and extra steps in that process, and how those steps actually have value for somebody, and how that's quantifiable on the back end or throughout the process, so that you can make sure that it's working. All of that was very beneficial. And it's just, again, how good do you want to be? And this isn't that class for the guys that just want to get by and get started. This is that class for those guys that want to be.
I was going to say, who's the class for? Who should take this class?
Yeah. So, I mean, if you've been in the business at any level, of course, I don't do the remediation myself. That's not my business model, and other companies do. So, but with what I do, I'm lockstep with some of the remediators here in town. And we have those conversations and say, hey, here's the standard. You know, this is what we're going for these type of people. You're going to have to do X, Y, and Z. As the assessor, I'm going to come in there and lay that out, and then also make sure that that process is being adopted and implemented properly, you know, to make sure that the outcome for these people is you know, successful.
You know, after going through the class and with your background and experience, do you feel like now you're maybe ahead of the curve?
Yeah. It's, you know, once you get this designation, it just not only builds your confidence, and of course, before you take this class, if you're not already confident in what you're doing, you shouldn't be taking this class. But if you are competent, know what you're doing, you want your game to be the top and be able to compete with anybody else in the country. And not that it's a competition, it's about health. It's about changing the landscape of what health is in a home, in my opinion. To me, this is the best path to be able to say, all right, here's the new standard, guys, for these people. And Normie's handle on that is top notch, you know, so I've benefited from it. My whole business model is based off of, you know, my training through Normie through the years. And it's obviously, you know, helped me quite a bit. I'm pretty slammed. So, and thankful. So,
well, I know we talked a few minutes before we started talking here today, and you said how busy you were, and I do appreciate you taking the time to meet with me. But maybe in the future, we can get back to this and see how it's been working out for you.
Absolutely. There's actually, you know, 2 different clients right now that they're having remediation happen as we speak. I have a PRV this week that I have to do. We're implementing some of Normie's technology as part of that process, and with Best Living Systems, and we're trying to get all that implemented as part of that final process for some of these people, to give them some prevention and to help buffer them after we get these protocols out of the way. And kind of that final step is to say, okay, let's see how good we can get it in this house. And so all of that's being implemented this week on a couple of different jobs. I have a PRV that I've got to do today for a highly sensitized individual, where same situation. We already had technology put in there. And so, you know, these people come to us and they are so sick, and they are so, I guess, at the end of the rope so many times. When you can hold their hand through a process, build that trust, and give them some hope to say, hey, it's not that I know what I'm doing necessarily, even though you should know what you're doing. It's just collective to say, hey, we have a handle on this in the industry, and we're going to follow these protocols. That's what gives you that confidence. And then you can just hand that over to these people and help their homes, give them a place of that's safe to heal in their own home. So that's the idea.
Well, I'm curious in a future interview to find out how you made out with those people.
Thank you. I appreciate that.
All right. Well, thank you for your time. I appreciate it. And we will talk again soon.
You got it.
Okay, everybody, and we are back here at the Experience trade show in Chattanooga, Tennessee. And I am happy and privileged, actually, to be sitting next to an award winner from R&R Magazine, Lori Jones. So, Lori, I want to say hello and tell us about this award, because I was trying to read about it, and it's just more than I can explain it correctly.
It's actually Women in Restoration, and you are nominated by colleagues, friends, family even, and they open it up for about a month. And there's usually a couple of hundred people that get nominated, and they go through a judging cycle, and they read everything about everybody, and then they choose from there. And I won.
Well, I was reading through the article, and let me just hold this up for everybody. Big article. That's her. That's her. You can see her. There's some pretty heady runner-ups that were in the group here.
They're amazing women.
I was reading about that, and so it's pretty impressive that you were chosen over them.
I'm very honored to be chosen. I've been surprised. I mean,
Really?
Yes, because I don't think since I'm doing something that I love to do, I don't think it's outside of the norm. So to me, it's just every day. And then to be recognized for it, it was just like, really? Thank you. Oh, wow. And you just, whenever I was saying thank you last night, I got really emotional because it just hit me how important this award was, or is, I should say.
Well, congratulations.
Thank you.
So tell us about the business that you're in and what you actually do, because again, I was trying to read through some of the titles, and there's a long list here of things that you're certified in and the type of work you do, forensic restoration. Let's start with that. Tell people what that actually is.
Forensic restoration. I'm actually a certified bioforensic restoration specialist. And what I can do is I clean up after crime and trauma scenes and hoarding, mass casualties, WMDs. And I'm also a trainer with my husband, Jeff. And so we teach people how to do these things too. And it's the microbial warrior. And that's basically what we do. We treat our business back home in Oklahoma as a business or as a ministry, because it's what it is to us. It's a ministry. And so we're going out to help people. So when they call us, they're not having a good day.
I understand that, and I've come across a lot of that, from my past and everything. Yes. But it's funny because sitting here talking to you, it's kind of like the mild-mannered reporter that rips off the mask and is now the superhero in forensic cleanup, crime scene cleanup, meth lab, stuff like that. You also do, right?
We're just now starting to dip our toes in the meth, but we were staying away from it because we wanted to specialize specifically on the forensic restoration right now, because we wanted to be able to get everything under our coats and be able to teach what we do and explain it the way it needs to be explained and train people so that they will be safe when they do it.
Well, I know that you deal with a lot of high-end equipment too. And earlier I was over by your booth talking with you and Jeff, and somehow you guys got me to put on one of the helmets and breathing kits that you have. And this thing was pretty impressive. I mean, I've done a lot of work through the medical side and through the restoration side, where you're wearing N95 masks, half face masks, all kinds of PPE, but this is like next level stuff. What is that thing I was wearing? It's a helmet and breathing apparatus all in one?
It is a Max Air unit, and what it is, it's a PAPR, and it's powered air purifying apparatus.
Resuscitator or something?
Yeah, something like that. My brain's not working right now, but it literally takes air and puts it in through the filter, and it goes over your face, so it's positive air. So you don't have to have a fit test. You can wear your glasses and you can have facial hair. So the men love it.
And I understand that because it's positive pressure, you can be in fairly contaminated environments, actually more contaminated than wearing just a regular N95 mask or even a half face mask.
Correct.
Because it's protecting your eyes and everything else.
Correct.
This is stuff that when we're talking, you said is also used in the medical community.
Yes.
See, I've never seen that, but how do they use it there?
Same way. They put them on, and if anybody were to sneeze at them, it wouldn't matter because they have a cuff over their face, And so that would protect their three holes, or eyes, ears, or eyes, nose, and mouth. So it protects your three orifices.
Mhm.
And so you're protected. And like I said, it goes through a high efficiency filter. So it won't go through that filter.
So medical grade type filtration, for all the nasty stuff that's out, even like when COVID was
Correct.
really a thing, it would be
Yes.
protective for that.
Yes.
Well, that's interesting because I know that a lot of our people through emergency services, medical services, I mean, they were wearing 2 and 3 masks at a time,
Hmm.
you know, trying to protect themselves. And it sounds like this is something that does it all by itself.
Yes. And plus with those masks, people were getting rashes around their faces because it would irritate their skin. You don't have to worry about that with this.
Okay. Well, again, I was wearing it. I know Doug took some pictures of me. I'm afraid to see what he did with those, but I'm sure we'll find out in the near time. So what do you have planned next? You already won the guess the Woman of the Year in Restoration Award here. What's next?
Just get more and more people trained to do their job safely. That's our goal.
And where are you located?
Oklahoma City, Oklahoma.
Is that where you teach, or do you guys teach
No,
all
we
over?
teach pretty much everywhere that has
Okay.
a facility that can actually accommodate what we do, because there's some facilities we use real blood and real brains from the people that the butchers, not butchers, but the places.
Talking about
where-
animals,
Yes,
Yeah.
animals.
not people. You're not
No,
digging
no,
graves.
right.
Okay. Take it to
So-
a whole new level.
Right.
Yeah.
So what we'll do is we'll put it on walls, and that's how we train. So you're actually getting in there and you're cleaning up these substances off the walls and floors or wherever we had put it. And then we test you. So
Okay.
it's real live
Is
stuff.
there a special certification for this?
For
For forensic type of cleaning and stuff?
because there's a certified forensic operator, then there's a bioforensic or certified forensic restoration specialist, and then a certified bioforensic restoration specialist after that. And we are also doing high risk, high level decontamination specialists, where we are training how to deactivate or where you take fentanyl and just destroy it, where it will not
Well,
hurt
fentanyl is such a
anybody.
big problem right
It is.
now.
It's a really big problem.
I know that's in crime scene cleanup and meth labs, fentanyl production and distribution, but also in the medical field. We were talking earlier about, patients wearing, 10, 12 fentanyl patches,
Yeah.
and just throwing them around, and now the contamination is everywhere.
Yep. Yeah. And I was talking to a relative of mine, and they were telling me that the way they get rid of their fentanyl patch, because they have issues, and we of course won't go into that. But there's a way you're supposed to fold them up and get rid of them. Of course, I didn't ask them how they did it, but if they're not disposed properly, yes, very big problem.
Yeah. And
And there's people that are just going to throw them off.
oh, absolutely. And it's absorbed through your skin. So
Yes.
just accidentally coming in contact with it, picking it up, you can affect a lot of people.
Yes.
Interesting. Well, it sounds like you got some work cut out for you with training like
do.
the rest
And
of everybody.
What we do is scientific based.
Mhm.
So it's not just like, we think it's going to work. We've actually talked to scientists and figured everything out with their help.
So is there a filtering program, going back to what you said earlier about who can take your classes because of the way that you teach your classes, with real blood, real debris from animals and stuff like that?
Not really. You'll learn pretty quickly whether you're going to be able to do it or not, because during presentations, we do show very graphic photographs, and we've had some people that actually got up out of the room and walked out because they couldn't handle it. But usually is the people that come are the ones that they think pretty much they're secure that they can do
They
it,
can do it.
or if they've already done a couple of jobs and they just want to learn how to do it correctly.
Okay. Anything else you want to talk to about, or anybody online send them a message, say hello, anything like that?
No, just I love my family.
All right. Well, congratulations.
Thank you.
Thank
I
you.
appreciate it.
Thank
I
you for
appreciate
being here with us. And we'll have to chat some more. I would love to take one of the classes one day.
Okay,
So we'll
that'd be
talk.
awesome. Okay, sounds good.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
When you start on the pathway toward professional success, you have to know what the goal is and how to get there. Normie exists to help in that process. It's not just about taking a class to get a license, but also about starting on a pathway to professional success. Whether you want to work for yourself or be the best qualified employee on the team, this path will take you there and help you succeed. Pick a track, click on the class, and get your journey started. Normie is here to support you all the way to become the Normie Pro professional you want to be.
Come to the blind presentation after we're finished with the interview. So for 5 minutes, we're going to be going through the blind and window treatment. And if you would like a raffle ticket, find the train engineer.
Hey everybody, we are back live from the Experience Show in Chattanooga again, and I have Michael Pinto with us. And we've talked many times on these different TV platforms that we're broadcasting on now, but he was doing a presentation today, actually following a presentation I did. So I want to bring him in to say hello and talk a little bit about what he was talking about. How you doing, Mike?
I'm blessed. Lance, thank you very much for having me in, and appreciate being here at the show. Of course, I got a Normie shirt on because I'm
There you go.
here as a volunteer instructor for Normie and just trying to help out.
Well, I kind of felt like I was the warm-up act for you this morning because you went on right after I did. And, you know, you had a big crowd there. You know, you were talking about mycotoxins and such.
That's good. I don't know if I've ever had a warm-up act
There you
before,
go.
so I'm impressed by that. I think I'm moving up in the world.
Well, I actually, they had me sandwiched in between Doug starting his presentation. His ended, mine went, and then, you know, you following what I did. So it was a good group that I had. And I think I saw yours was much bigger even.
Well, and I think the rationale for what they did actually makes some sense, all kidding aside. So Doug started off this morning talking about assessment. You were then talking about how to market a mold business. And then I was talking about a more specific aspect of the mold remediation industry, which is the mycotoxin cleaning and even getting in a little bit into the sensitized individuals. And so if if somebody had been on the Normie track, that actually made logical sense in terms of how to proceed in that area. You start with a general
Right.
assessment, then the general marketing of the business. And then if that's successful, and one of the things I was trying to explain to people is that you have to take another step to get good at the mycotoxin cleaning to help the sensitized individuals.
Oh, absolutely you do. But this just clarifies that I was wrong about that it was a rock, paper, scissors thing, getting the order set up. It was actually a rationale to it. So what did I know?
No, I thought it worked really well, but
Yeah.
the reality of the situation is that for somebody who really wants to take on mold remediation for the mycotoxins and for the sensitized individuals, they should be good at the general remediation first. It's a tough way to do it, to come into the industry brand new and say, okay, I'm going to focus on the sensitized individuals, or I'm going to focus on mycotoxin cleaning, because there's so much, background level stuff that they need to know to then add on to get there.
Well, it kind of would be like somebody going to become a specialist in medicine before they became a doctor.
Exactly right. Yeah.
You know,
You
you
don't
need the
want-
basic skills first.
Yeah. You don't want somebody who doesn't know the pinky from the toe to,
Exactly.
be a specialist. You've got to work your way up through all that. So
Yeah.
good analogy. I'll be using that in one of my classes, I'm sure.
That's okay. I'll send you an invoice. We're
Yeah,
good.
that's fine. Like
Yeah.
that's ever going to get paid, but go ahead, send it to me.
Okay. Just as somebody that cares. I know how that works.
That's right. Love you too, right?
Yeah, there you go. So another experience show, you've been to many of them. We have, this is their smaller event, but we know that the one coming up in the fall, late summer, early fall, that's their big event out in Las Vegas,
Correct.
which they're already selling. And I think they told me more than a third of it's already sold. So it's going to be a big show.
Well, and it's interesting. I've been at enough of these things. I don't necessarily ever downgrade just because it's a smaller number of attendees. what that means sometimes is that you've got a little bit more time to talk to people, and you can do a bit more education, whether it's here in the booth or whether it's in the sessions. I was blessed this morning because my session ran right up until lunchtime, and that allowed people to stay another 20-25 minutes and ask questions.
Yeah.
And you know what? My feeling was, if the experience thinks I'm an expert enough to be there as a speaker, I'm going to stay there as long as people want to ask me questions.
Absolutely. The one thing I noticed here, and they're smaller of the two shows, is you get a show like this, you have more time to talk to people, like you said, and the people that are here are the ones that are truly the followers of the industry. Not just somebody that because it was a show and a bunch of people are going, they're going to go. These are the people that are at all the shows.
Well, I'm certainly not knocking Chattanooga or anything like that, but there isn't the hole away from the convention hall like there is in Las Vegas, where people can immediately walk over to the casinos or whatever it is. And there's just so much more bright lights and attraction. Here, you have to kind of dig for a little bit for the local attractions. And so as a consequence, I think you get people that stay in the show longer. And I thought it was really good attendance at the educational sessions this morning. I thought that,
there was,
even at Doug's at 8:30 in the morning had a lot of people in it.
Yes. But in reality, to give it the feel of Las Vegas, we have David DeGraff here wearing his fluorescent orange suit, which hopefully we're going to get him to stand still long enough a little bit later on to be able to talk to him also, because he's part of this industry. He provides very valuable service. He's not on the educational side, but he provides the manpower.
And also, doesn't he have something to do with the chemicals too, or no?
No. He's more of a manpower provider. You have a major job or disaster.
Okay.
You need 200-300 people. That's what you call.
Okay.
He sends the crew in to help out with that. But back to you and what you were doing. Everything you talked about this morning, the people that come to these types of things are starving for. They want that information. They're hearing it from the customers about mycotoxins, endotoxins, all the types of problems like that.
So, and I'm not trying to toot my own horn or anything, but one of the things that I really work hard at in these presentations is to make sure that it's not only good information and credible information, but it's digestible. So several times I noticed during the presentation today, I was talking about studies, as in medical or environmental studies that get published in peer-reviewed journals, that a lot of times the layperson just isn't going to take the time to get into that, or B, is going to get lost in it. And so being able to read those, extract the 2 or 3 core items from it, link it to core items that I've taken from other studies, and then make sense of it all. That's what the process was all about today. And it was, as a speaker and as an instructor, I think you're familiar with this as well. When you're up in front of people, whether it's in a classroom or in a presentation setting like that, you can look at their eyes and you can figure out most of the time whether they're getting it or not.
Absolutely.
And it was, to me, that was the most gratifying thing today, is I'm looking out at the people in the audience and they're getting it. And that, again, is not because I'm such a great instructor or anything, but because I'm working hard to give them factual information. And a couple of questions at the end, I had, Tom, I don't have an answer for you, and I'm not going to make one up just to sound like I'm an expert. But I will go back. I took some notes. I will go back. I'll do some research, and I'll be prepared for that question next time.
Yeah. And you know what? Again, back to the point I made earlier, the people that are here because this is their industry. They want to be here and they want the information. They want to be in front of the customers, asking them questions that they can't answer. They want to have those answers. That's why they're here. That's why they come to listen to you talk.
Well, and I think the other thing too is, particularly in mycotoxins, where it's a kind of a cutting edge, newer subject matter in the industry and stuff. How do you separate the fluff from the reality? And I think that's and hopefully they know that if it's me as a speaker or anybody from Normie, that's what they're going to get. They're not going to get the fluff. They're going to get the facts. And so, I think that's one of the reasons that Normie has a whole track of sessions here. They don't just, people who are putting on the show don't just give Normie those sessions because they like you.
Yeah.
They give them to Normie because they know that you're going to bring people into the show and into the educational sessions, and you're not going to lie to them.
I started this morning when I was talking to the group with mine. One of the first things I said to them is, I am not going to tell you what you should be doing. I'm not going to tell you what you shouldn't be doing. And more importantly, I'm not here to try to sell you anything. And they all started laughing because they're so used to these power plays when they're in these types of events, people trying to sell them their wares. It was pure information. It was pure suggestions. And they appreciated that.
Yeah. You're giving them information rather than an infomercial.
Exactly.
And unfortunately, because of, just the presence of YouTube and TV and everything else,
Yeah.
a lot of the information is really wrapped into infomercials. So just as a counterpoint in some respects, I was telling my group that right off the bat, I don't take any finder's fees. I don't take any commissions. If I mention a product or a company or a name or piece of equipment, it's because I think it works and because I've seen it work, or it works in this particular venue. And you want to make sure that you're not pushing this stuff too far. But the fact of the matter is, when you aren't encumbered by that, I'm not a salesperson for any of these people. That gives you a lot of freedom when you're doing
credibility.
Well, thank you for that. Yeah, I think that's also the case.
That's a very big part of it. And people like that. People are looking for the reality. They're so tired of being sold things, or the snake oil salesman telling them that things will do things that they're not capable of. We weren't doing that. It's all about, here's information. We're not telling you you need to use this. This is for you to decide what you want to do. At least that was the approach I took. And they appreciated that, and then they got engaged in it and wanted to talk more about it because they had experiences like I was describing to them.
Well, and then I think the other thing is that when they're going through some of that and you're trying to explain it to them, if they know that you're not financially tied to it, they can take it from a whole different perspective. They don't have to be quite so skeptical. In addition to that, when it's, the reason I'm sharing this with you is because I've seen it work, and I don't go much beyond that. I mean, unless there actually has been a study done that I've seen, or something, kind of a higher level in terms of information. There is still some value to saying, well, here's an experienced person in the industry who has seen this and seen it work.
Right.
That's worth something.
Well, that's why they line up, and that's why I was your warm-up act. That's all I can say. Mike, I appreciate the time, and
Lance, it's always so good to chat with you. Thank you for making this available on so many different platforms. I wish I even had a fraction of the understanding of the media stuff. Yeah, it is. It's magic.
Yeah.
So I'll just leave it at that.
Yes,
but thank you.
much.
Thank you
All right.
again.
Take care. Everybody, we are back again in Chattanooga at the Experience Freight Show, and I have one of our Normie members with us, Barry Menken, and he's been around for quite some time, and he's always interesting to talk to, and he has some definite insights into this industry. So Barry, welcome.
Thank you. Thank you so much. I'm really excited to be here. We try to get to these, a couple of times a year, and obviously other organizations as well, and just to stay connected to the industry so we can be on top of our game.
Well, one of the things, and I do appreciate that, I want to mention is that you guys were late this morning and missed my presentation. and I was told to point that out.
Yes. Well, my hope was that I would be able to get a copy of it later so that I could digest it properly and really get a deeper hold of it.
This is a snooze you lose event, so sorry about that. So what brings you here? This is a ride for you guys, isn't it?
A little bit of a ride, not too bad. We're actually out of Nashville, Tennessee. So, about 2.5 hours for us to come down. And basically, this event, I think, is really beneficial just because there's so many different players here that crosses different industries, but we're all trying to get things clean at the end of the day. So that whole joke in the industry is, what is clean? Well, there's several different people here trying to clean from different angles, from different, sects of that business or different industries.
Yeah.
And so to be connected to them, I think, and to understand their approaches and the products and processes. And it's really, I think, helpful for everybody to be able to play together, if you will.
And it's funny because you mentioned about getting things clean, and we've started using different terminology that you can't really get something clean because what is clean? But we can make it cleaner. We can show where you started. We can show at the end how much better it is, cleaner, healthier, safer. And
yeah,
and that seems to be a theme traveling through this whole thing.
Absolutely. Yeah. And, today we can see things that we couldn't see before. We can see past 0.1 microns, right? So we have different things that we can say, you know what, we can do better. And, so much of the industry standards, I think, address the minimums. And, nobody should be bragging about getting a D-, like if you're just doing what code says. If you're in the building industry, it's like, well, it passes code. Well, that doesn't make a healthy house, and in our industry, it's like, let's not do the minimum. Let's find out how good we can be. And the technology now can help us do that.
Yeah, it's funny. We use more or less a joke when we talk about things with people doing testing and stuff. And to your point, a doctor that graduates med school last in his class, lowest possible score, he's still called doctor.
Right.
But being proud of that, yes, you're a doctor. Congratulations. I'm glad you did it. But then again, look at the people that really scored way up top. They're really engaged in the industry. They're there for the right reasons.
Yeah.
And that's what this kind of show is about.
Yeah, I would say when I come to these shows, the people that come here, especially not necessarily even the vendors, but the people that are coming, they're hungry. And if you care, you're going to show up. And those are the people that want to be excellent at what they do and learn from you guys, right?
Yeah.
So prime example. And to me, I've grown exponentially through Normie, and just being connected to all the different organizations the best way that I can, and help take the right things out of each one and try to find out what works for my business model. And it's been very helpful. So very thankful.
I'll give you a moment for a shameless plug. Who's the company?
So my company's name is Four Corners Environmental, the number 4. And I've got 3 companies. So basically, I have a home inspection business still. So what we try to do is our take on how we deal with the environmental side of the business. We come from a water end, from the outside in. So I'm looking at the building science, not just from the inside out kind of thing. I want to look at the grading. I'm going to look at the gutters. I'm going to look at foundational issues. Then we get into HVAC issues. We dive into all of that. And we see holistically, how's this house operating? What's the moisture? How's that reacting? And how are all these systems working together? And then we're just measuring food and water at the end of the day. Mold needs the same things that we do to grow. We're made out of the same stuff, so we're just trying to help people manage the food and the water well, especially in a humid climate like we have, where we have high relative humidity all the time.
So listening to you, how do I get you to raise your level of dedication to this industry? Because it sounds like you're in hook, line, and sinker.
Yeah. I mean, I was a contractor for a long time. I've worked for different companies as I was younger, and I've worked with my hands my whole life, so once I got into the inspection side after I sold that company, everything just kind of hurt. So I mean, I couldn't physically do it anymore. So, but I had all the knowledge base, and then I wanted to fill in the holes that I didn't know. And I've just been so hungry ever since then, because the more you know you can help, and the more viable you can be in your industry to have the answers for people that need healthy homes. And so Normie's been, again, a huge part of that process for me, and a practical approach for a lot of my clients. So,
well, and that's the whole idea. It's to keep it practical, to keep it doable, not make it so complicated and difficult and expensive that people can't afford to have the help that they need. So
exactly. And, you know, so many companies just come in and they just want to spout out how much they know and impress people, you know, by however many letters that they have behind their name. And the letters are important. You have to know what you're talking about, but so much of this is how you communicate to your clients, not just the what, so that they can actually utilize the knowledge and start to apply those things to their home and have solutions.
So how many of these experience shows have you been at?
This is my third or fourth one, I think. So,
okay.
Yeah, this particular show. Mm-hmm.
Have you been to Las Vegas?
Yeah, that's the one I was at last year. Or was it? Yeah, last year.
Yeah. That is their bigger show of the year. This is kind of like their warm-up show they do in the spring.
Right.
And then in the fall, they do the big show in Vegas. So looking forward to that.
Me too. Yeah.
You know, it's usually a good time out there, and exciting, big, too much walking now.
Yeah, it's good for us because we usually eat a little bit too much while we're out here. So
that is true.
All the rich foods and everything. So, but the walking's good. So,
all right. Well, I appreciate you stopping by. I know you're here with a few other people. You're wandering and looking at everything. So
yeah, we're
enjoy. I appreciate you coming by.
Appreciate it. Thanks for having me.
Thanks for stopping.
August 2005. It'll be a memory etched into the minds of those of us who lived through and survived Hurricane Katrina and Rita. As devastating as the 150 miles per hour winds were, no one could imagine the inconceivable costs in terms of loss of human life and property that the failure of the levees caused when it flooded nearly 1/3 of the city of New Orleans. With over 275,000 homes lost on the Gulf Coast as a result of the hurricane, 10 times as many as any other natural disaster in U.S. history, the city of New Orleans continues to deal with the results of homes flooded to the rooftop, unparalleled mold infestation, and potential health issues for the residents who remained to salvage what they could. Information and misinformation has been mixed together, and vulnerable property owners have been faced with the daunting task of trying to sort out the truth. And so the lessons are clear. Prepare when you can for whatever flooding might occur, not only for the potential, but for the aftermath. And whether a natural disaster or the result of someone's mistake, anyone and everyone can suffer the devastating effects of flooding. My name's Doug Hoffman, and I'm the Executive Director of NORMI, the National Organization of Remediators and Mold Inspectors. The information you're about to hear is designed to provide steps, guidance, and assistance for reacting to flood conditions in your structure. In most situations, a common reaction to a water flood event is to simply react and plan afterwards. Tunnel vision or over-focusing on the emergency can, at times, distract or omit safety concerns, and poor planning can leave you to fend for yourself after the storm is over. Caution and common sense should always be employed before any action takes place, and I hope this presentation will help you focus on the real issues both before the potential flood and consider the solutions available to you in the aftermath. Without a plan, the results of a water flood event will be worse than you've imagined, so there are several things I'm going to ask you to consider during these first few minutes we have together. The integrity of the structural systems may have been compromised depending on the nature and degree of the event. In all cases, if you are unsure of how to proceed or to create a safe environment to work in, contact a professional to assist you. A major concern in flooding situations are the utility services. Wet or submerged electrical devices, outlets, and wires can energize the area you're working in. The risk of electrical shock, burns, or even death must be eliminated before proceeding. This may require the power company to deactivate your service. And of course, natural gas and propane sources should also be protected, secured, or deactivated. This would include pilot lights, heat sources, and gas storage tanks. Depending on the severity of the water event, structural integrity should be considered in regards to the foundations. Foundation support could be weakened or damaged, allowing structural collapse. And with the utility and structural concerns addressed, the next major concern is the source of the water. Common sources of a water loss are as follows: a broken or leaking pipe from a drinkable water source, sewage or septic lines, groundwater, or a combination of those sources. And of course, you have to be concerned about the sewage and septic lines when you consider some of not only the sources, but the problems that could result after a flood. A general rule of thumb would be to consider any water that you would not drink as being contaminated. This would include water coming in contact with chemicals, human and animal waste, debris, and other unknowns. Protecting yourself is one of the important first steps post some water event. Exposing your skin, your eyes, your lungs, your nose, even your throat to contaminated water can create a wide range of health issues that may not appear for days after the exposure. I want to talk about personal protection equipment because that should be used while you're in the contaminated environment. Personal protection equipment can include a wide range of items, including boots, clothing, gloves, goggles, and even a mask. We recommend, under normal conditions, a N95 or dust mask that you can find pretty much anywhere. In some situations, the contamination levels are so high that you might even require a respirator. But each situation would require different types or combination of these types of protection. With safety and health concerns addressed, corrective action can then be taken. One of the most important things to consider with respect to corrective action is time. Time is your enemy. Once materials get wet or contaminated, damage and additional contamination growth is exponential. A clean water loss, if not corrected, can promote mold growth in as little as 24 to 48 hours. And contaminations due to sewage or unknown water sources will simply exacerbate the problem. Drying materials and surfaces in the least amount of time should be of the utmost urgency, and oftentimes power is not available, and so having a generator available will be a great source of power for some of the tools that you'll need to dry out the areas that have been flooded. Unfortunately, this may require removal and discarding of flooring materials, wallboard, and furniture. Many material and items can be salvaged depending on the contamination source, the time of exposure, the cost, treatment available, and resources. But a flood affecting a widespread area could reduce the available resources for that area. Not only do you not have electrical service, but you may not have access to floor fans or heaters or dehumidifiers or even an ozone machine that might help eliminate some of the potential contamination that you'll be dealing with after a flood. The following suggestions may not be appropriate in all situations. However, in all situations, safety must be the primary concern. Prior to or during a developing flood condition, remove any movable items, at least as many as you can, to higher ground and secure those locations if possible. Of course, the order in which those items should be removed is a personal decision, but things to consider are the cost of that item, the sentimental value, proximity to the flood, maybe the ability for it to be moved and the practicality of it. Removing items such as furniture and floor coverings prior to getting saturated will make the cleanup process, of course, much easier. Structural and decorative materials such as wallboard and carpeting are a major problem once they get wet. Most of these materials absorb moisture and can expand the damage beyond the water level. Wallboard and other materials such as pressboard or OSB-oriented strand board allow water to travel in an upward direction well above the water line. An example would be wallboard in as little as 1 inch of water can wick or draw moisture upward several feet. This also creates a problem inside the wall cavity which cannot be reached or cleaned. The rule of thumb is to remove the wallboard a foot to 1.5 feet above the highest identified wet area of the wall. This will allow access for drying and cleaning building materials in the wall cavities. Up to this point, we've described different conditions, causes, and precautions. In the next section, we want to describe pre-planning and corrective measures. The preparation checklist. As mentioned earlier, safety is the most important issue to consider. You know, taking the important stuff with you is, of course, a great way to prepare for what may be coming. But what can you do to plan for the aftermath of the flooding? That must be considered too. Electrical and gas services must be secured before entering a flooded area. You know, as a side note, an improperly connected generator at a neighbor's home could energize service at your home even if the utility company has cut power in the area. This type of situation could cause an unknown and unexpected risk. With the utilities secured, standing and running water should also be avoided. The health effects from unknown contaminants against your skin is a concern in addition to the power of moving water. Did you know that just 6 inches of rushing water is capable of moving a parked vehicle? Losing your footing or being struck by debris, these are risks you need to consider. Assuming that the water is receding or the water source leak has been stopped, the next phase of the process can be started. Drying is one of the most important things you can do to reduce your loss. Contacting a remediation or drying company should be your first option. Pre-planning and contacting a restoration company before an imminent flood may place you on a response list if a wide area has been affected. Other options could include contacting the local fire department to have your basement or lower levels pumped out, renting pump equipment and generators prior to the flood while they're still available, and arranging for alternate lodging in the event your building becomes uninhabitable. Remember, the larger the area that's affected by the flood, the less resources will be available to you or your contractor. Here are a few internet resources for finding qualified contractors and some definitions we think you should know to protect yourself. NormiePro.com is a great resource for you to find certified mold assessors, inspectors, remediators, and other indoor air quality specialists, and you can find those certified contractors by your zip code. ServiceMagic.com is another great resource for construction contractors throughout the United States, and you can find them by the type of work they do and by your zip code. And then, of course, EnvironmentalExpert.com. To avoid being taken advantage of by a contractor during a flood emergency, understanding the following construction terms will be helpful. Licensed. In many parts of the country, having a license to do certain types of work is not necessarily a measure of that contractor's competency. Sometimes it simply means that they have government approval to work for a fee. Certified. Certification is often offered by certifying agencies, a specific organization that recognizes the skills, training, and the ability of the contractor who is certified. Being certified does not necessarily imply that the person certified is actually licensed to do the work. Insured. A contractor stating that they are insured is a pretty general term and could simply mean that they have auto insurance. Special types of insurance are required for specific types of work. For example, general liability insurance is not appropriate as coverage for mold remediation work. Qualified. A qualified contractor has been trained to perform certain types of work. However, they may not have the required insurances or licenses, or may not even be certified to do that work. The bottom line is that you need to understand the type of work that needs to be done, the capabilities of the contractor that you intend to hire, and then for your protection, have a written quote and description of the work to be performed. Make sure that the contractor that does the work is licensed by the municipality in which he's working, that he has the proper type of insurance, and request a certificate of insurance evidencing that specific type of insurance for the work he intends to do, and make sure that he's trained, either qualified or certified, to do the work for which you're hiring him. Keep in mind, using a contractor that's not appropriate for the work being performed may preclude you from any insurance claim, and you may give up your legal protection. If you cannot obtain a contractor, your only option may be to do the work yourself. With the decision to do the work on your own, we must stress that safety must be the main focus of your efforts to clean up after a flood. So let's talk about doing it yourself. While working in a safe environment, using the proper protective tools and equipment, water removal becomes the main priority. Pumps for pooling water and wet-dry vacs provide a good start to remove the majority of water. Rugs and carpeting and padding, if saturated or contaminated by an unknown water source, should be removed to allow drying of the subflooring. Sheetrock or wallboard materials and insulation that have been submerged should be removed 12 to 18 inches above the highest wet area. As a hint, removing 4 feet of wallboard is easier to replace with a 4 foot by 8 foot sheet of material. It's easier to do that than to try to cut and fit in smaller pieces. Once the bulk of wet materials have been removed, air movement and turning on your air conditioner if the power is available should be provided. And this would include running the HVAC, heat or forced air systems, using dehumidifiers and fans to increase air movement, and applying sanitizers like ozone machines to help prevent mold and bacteria growth. Sanitizers are extremely important when dealing with sewage and water from unknown sources. Heat drying systems can also be used by trained professionals to dry the environment. However, improper use could result in fire or permanent damage to materials by drying them too quickly. Remember that the drying process may take several days to more than a week, depending on the extent of the exposure. Secondary or collateral damage may start to occur in that time. Mold and other microbial growth may start to appear on surfaces exposed to moisture or elevated humidity levels. And if you have a situation where you start to have large areas of microbial growth, the drying process in most cases was not done adequately or fast enough. There is available at enviroscreening.com, for instance, do-it-yourself testing kits to find out if the mold that's been growing in your environment is the type of mold that might need to be removed or dealt with differently than common molds. In this case, it's recommended that you seek the assistance of a professional mold inspector, a qualified sampling technician, or a remediator. Health concerns become additionally critical as the environment conditions deteriorate. In regards to mold licensing laws, there are currently only 4 states that have mold licensing laws in place. Texas and Louisiana, of course, have their mold licensing laws in place. Florida has their licensing law in place, but it doesn't go into effect until 2010. And then just this year, the state of Maryland put in place their mold licensing law. The important thing is that you check the qualification of the indoor air quality specialist or the mold inspector or the mold remediator or assessor in your state to make sure that they are licensed, certified, and insured before they begin any work. Let's talk about some common misconceptions and myths pertaining to flood and mold and indoor air quality. Oh, bleach kills mold. How many times have you heard that? Well, bleach is an effective sanitizer, but in many cases it will not sanitize or remove mold at its root. It will bleach out the color, of course, so that it goes clear, giving the appearance that the problem's been removed, but it cannot, in many cases, get down into the microflora and destroy the mold at its root. Oh, just get rid of the water. Everything will be fine. Well, that's not always enough to protect your property. Most of the affected materials do have the ability to retain moisture, and elevated moisture levels are the main cause of much of the residual damage from flooding. Well, lots of air fresheners, that'll help. Well, that's not true. In actuality, most air fresheners only attempt to mask the odors. The odors are an indication that moisture, contamination, or growth still exist. And the chemicals in those fresheners can also be a source of indoor air quality contamination. Well, your insurance company is going to take care of the problem. Don't worry about it. Well, of course, insurance companies are not always quick to respond because of the heavy workloads, the emergency claims that bog things down and delay payments. Many homeowner insurance policies have exclusions that limit or exempt the insurance company from paying a claim. An example would be a claim to an insurance company for water damage from, say, groundwater intrusion. In most cases, the claim could not be covered unless you had flood insurance and the area that you're in was declared a disaster area by some government agency. A similar situation may occur with mold damage, and the water damage in the home may be covered by the insurance company, but the mold damage as the result of the water would not be covered. Here are several resources that may provide you with some additional assistance. Of course, the FEMA and the EPA government websites are good resources for more information about how to contact those agencies in an emergency. And also at the normie.org website, we've located a lot of resources for you, articles in regards to antimicrobials, information about mold screening kits, and other things that we feel will be helpful to you. We highly recommend that you seek professional assistance when dealing with a flood, mold, or indoor air quality issue. And please remember that the information that we have been providing to you is really for your information and not intended to replace professional training and assistance. I want to personally thank you for taking the time to listen to this overview. I am hoping that you will benefit from the resources we've made available to you, but also from the training that we offer industry professionals to help you through the process of getting things back to normal. It's my hope that you will never be faced with the issues we've discussed, but if you are, you will now be better prepared. Thank you.
Good afternoon, or morning, I guess. Good morning. Yeah, so I'm sure that Mo told you when we created Normie in 2004, one of the interesting things was what we created it primarily for the Louisiana licensing law. And the Louisiana licensing law was the first law to go into effect for mold remediators in the country. So it was the first licensing law, and then what happened in 2005? Katrina. And so we were right there able to help, I think, a lot of people with some of the issues that were of a concern to us. I'm not sure if he talked about the difference between the IICRC and us, but they come from the business more from we're not competitors, by the way. As you know, if you're an IICRC person, you get continuing education credits off of this class. So we work together. We just look at the industry differently. They come from the water restoration side of the business. We come from the building side of the business. And one of the reasons why we do that is not just my background with my licensing, but the main reason we do that is because we try to look at the house and the problem that they're experiencing in terms of a mold issue as a holistic kind of problem, not just fix this problem and everything is great, but think in terms of how we can actually improve their indoor air quality. So when I was moved to New Orleans in 2002, I was actually doing some of the things that you guys are doing now and some of the things that we would recommend that you do in terms of ongoing IAQ management, which is what we call our sanitization protocol. How you create an environment in which mold won't grow. And that was really based on my book, Mold-Free Construction, which you have access to if you have the Normie app. We do have an audio version there, so you can just listen to it. Might put you to sleep, but you can listen to it if you like, because it's on iTunes and on Audible as an audio book. But the sanitization protocol really does improve people's indoor environments, so you have the ability to do that. And I just want to tell you about somebody that I met when I was in New Orleans. I was doing some trade shows, and I got a radio program, and I got a call from a lady. Her name was Laura DeRocher, and she had 4 children. And her youngest child, who was 8, had some very severe sinus issues. In fact, as she was talking to me, she had, of all 4 of her children, the other 3 had constantly been to the allergist every month. Now think about that for a second. Every month, for years, they had been to this allergy doctor. And she had found some mold up in the kitchen area over one of the cabinets, and she was concerned about how that might be affecting their kids, because she heard me on the radio and she knew that mold was an indoor air quality problem. She'd never really thought about that before. It's mold, how could it affect my children's health? But she was putting 2 and 2 together. She was saying, maybe there is a problem here with this mold that I'm seeing. So I went out there and I did the assessment. It took the sanitization protocol. It was not the amount of mold or the type of mold, or there wasn't a moisture problem that actually was causing the mold. It was actually a HVAC problem with the relative humidity. So we did the sanitization protocol, put it in place just like you see it today, exactly the same protocol. And she was really excited because in about a week she was feeling better. Her kids seemed to be feeling better. She wasn't sure. But the interesting thing that she told me when I was there visiting her was that her little child, the one that was just a few months old, they had scheduled that baby for surgery, sinus surgery. And she said, we've decided to kind of put it off because things seem to be going better. We'll see how this goes. Well, interesting story to kind of shorten everything up. About a year and a half later, maybe 2 years later, I got a call from her and she said, I got to tell you an interesting story. She said, first of all, I got a phone call from my pediatric physician, the allergist. He was concerned that we had switched doctors because I haven't taken my kids to the allergist in almost a year. We decided not to do surgery for the baby, and the baby is doing great. Now, a couple of years old, doesn't seem to have any allergies to the environment and what's going on. She said, I think you really solved a bigger problem than you maybe think you solved. The reason I'm telling you that story is because we hear that story over and over and over and over again. Maybe not quite as dramatic, but we hear that story over and over and over again. You are in a very, very important industry. You may not realize it, but one of the reasons why it's regulated is because you're dealing with people's health. The health of your employees, the health of your clients. That's what you're dealing with. And rather than thinking about just being a mold assessor or just being a mold remediator, as Mo's probably told you, we want you to think in terms of being an indoor air quality professional. because that's really what you're doing. I'm sure Mo told you already that when you start cleaning up mold problems in an environment, it's almost like a surrogate of other things that are going on in the environment. If you're reducing the mold, you're also reducing some of the other contaminants, the bacteria, the viruses, the particulates, some of the other stuff that's going on in the environment. So you can make a gigantic change to the environment. So our goal is for you to really think in terms of becoming an indoor air quality professional. And this is really the first step. If you haven't thought about that before, this is really the first step in that direction. And I'll tell you the other thing it'll do for you. I've been in business a very long time. I used to tell people I was self-unemployed in the construction industry. Been in business a really long time. And what you want is you want an edge in the market that makes you different from everybody else. And it's not about price, let me tell you.
Hurricanes. If you didn't know any differently, they'd seem at the beginning like any other storm. And that's the deceptive part, the devastation, the flooding, the loss of life, the imprint of the loss of heartfelt memories, all occur after the storm has passed.
The latest technology gives us the opportunity to be prepared way in advance of impending danger, and yet we wait. Or worse yet, we decide to stay. We risk so much when the effects of these devastating events could be so easily diminished if we had only listened. As the storm approaches, it very quickly becomes too late to gather the important possessions and memories, too late to batten down the hatches, too late to protect our property or sometimes our very lives. With the aftermath of Katrina, I can assure you I have changed my game plan for the next Katrina, and I hope you have or will change yours. My name is Doug Hoffman, the Executive Director of NORMI, the National Organization of Remediators and Mold Inspectors. We train mold professionals to assess, evaluate, and solve the problems associated with water events, both major and minor, as those events result in mold damage to property, and in conjunction with the NORMI Pro Environmental Task Force are ready to help when disaster hits. Check our resources at normi.org and normiproetf.org for current ways you can help yourself and others when disaster hits. Sometimes an event is so horrific that it results in massive flooding and wind damage. We lived through Hurricane Katrina right here in Louisiana and have been privileged to help hundreds, maybe thousands of Katrina victims rebuild their lives after one of the most devastating natural events ever to hit the Gulf coasts of Texas, Louisiana, Mississippi, Alabama, and Florida. We learned some very important lessons, and we're hoping this short video will help you prepare for the next major event that may hit your community. With thermal imaging and from a satellite, the images are staggeringly beautiful, but closer to Earth, in the midst of the rampage, frightening doesn't begin to tell the story. Being prepared for what might be coming and then managing the recovery will help you keep your mind on the important task ahead. The unpredictable nature of the season simply requires it. The dates of the North American hurricane season span from June 1st to November 30th. By no means will these dates prevent the forming or sustaining of a tropical event in the Gulf of Mexico, the Atlantic Ocean, the Caribbean Sea, or the Pacific, but these dates are a guide or a timeline based on previous storms over the last century. Dropping your guard or dismissing weather events outside of these dates could result in being caught off guard for an approaching storm. But these dates, in particular, are a time to be specially aware of the news and weather reports. 26 named storms churned in the Atlantic in 2005, and many of them hit land. Following their paths shows the unpredictable nature of nature. Because of the fickle nature and path of many tropical storms, a large part of the general population hesitates or fails to take precautions until the last minute. In the year 2005, an unprecedented number of named storms developed in the eastern and Gulf Coast, exceeding even the English alphabet, and many of those storms made landfall. And when that occurs, especially in densely populated areas, the results are mass evacuations, highway gridlock, and supply shortages. In simple terms, everyone that waited until the last minute is scrambling to prepare or leave. The following information is provided as part of the Community Awareness Program, CAP, from NORMI, the National Organization of Remediators and Mold Inspectors. Additional CAP programs can be found at normi.org or at flood.normi.org and include realtors awareness, first responders awareness, and other information targeted to specific groups. These are presented in an effort to fulfill our mission and fill a void in accurate and timely trainings. How often have you seen news reports about the long lines at hardware stores where residents of areas prone to tropical events are waiting in lines for hours to purchase plywood or other needed supplies? The general rule of thumb is if you find yourself in this situation, waiting in line to take your turn, you may have waited too long. Our goal at NORMI is to provide you with general preparation and safety information for your time before, during, and after the event. Let's get started, and please feel free to take notes or revisit this video often. Sometimes a reminder can be very timely. So let's get started. Plan to be prepared before the event. Know how and where to get emergency information from your local emergency management offices. Follow instructions for evacuations if you are advised to leave, and leave. Understand that if you do not evacuate or find yourself in a situation where you need emergency assistance during the event, you may be on your own until the event has passed. Emergency services will also be stretched beyond normal capacity, and assistance may be days or weeks away. Remember that people that choose not to evacuate when instructed to do so are either victims or survivors. Neither title is as a result of good planning. When you do evacuate, if you have carefully planned your evacuation route well in advance of the evacuation and you know where you will be staying, life will be much easier while you are displaced. So if you are not prepared to fend for yourself for an extended period of time, consider relocating prior to the event. If you have the time, tidy up the house, wash and put away the dishes, clean the coffee pot. When you return, you'll feel better about this kind of detailed planning in advance and appreciate the preparation you've made for your return. And of course, traveling during the event is not advisable in most cases. Some of the following information are recommendations from FEMA, the Federal Emergency Management Agency. And they suggest, before the storm, make plans to secure your property. Permanent storm shutters offer the best protection for windows. A second option is to board up those windows with 5/8 marine plywood, cut to fit and ready to install. Tape does not prevent windows from breaking. Install straps or additional clips to securely fasten your roof to the frame structure. This will reduce roof damage. Be sure trees and shrubs around your home are well trimmed. Charge your cellular phone and refill your meds. Clear the gutters and downspouts of any extra debris that could become airborne. Secure your boat. Consider a safe room, a place where you will not be hurt by broken glass or structural damage. Take your outdoor furniture and put it indoors. Get evacuation information, which is readily available, and get a local shelters list. Where can you go if you need to? If you can't get out quickly enough or you get stranded because of traffic, where can you go? In regards to evacuation guidelines, there are really just two categories: what you should always do and what you could do if time permits. As my dad used to say, if you prepare for time to permit, it will. This list gives you these two priorities to consider. Always keep a full tank of gas in your car if an evacuation seems likely. Gas stations may be closed during emergencies and unable to pump gas during power outages. Plan to take one car per family to reduce congestion and delay. If time permits, gather disaster supplies and put them in a kit stored in your home. Always make transportation arrangements with friends or local government if you do not own a car. If time permits, make sure you've got sturdy shoes and clothing that provide some protection, such as long pants, long-sleeved shirts, and a cap. Always listen to battery-operated radio and follow local evacuation instructions. And if time permits, let others know where you're going. Always gather your family and go if you are instructed to evacuate immediately. Knowing your family is safe will give you a great peace of mind during the uncertainty of the events that might follow the storm. If time permits, secure your home. Close and lock the doors and windows. Unplug electrical equipment such as radios and televisions and small appliances such as toasters, microwaves. Leave freezers and refrigerators plugged in, or if time permits, empty them so that there'll be no risk of damage being done to those freezers or refrigerators. You should take some precautions on your way out. Leave early enough to avoid being trapped by severe weather. Plan to then follow recommended evacuation routes. Do not take shortcuts. They may be blocked. Be alert for washed out roads and bridges. Do not drive into flooded areas. And stay away from downed power lines. And of course the question always arises, when should we evacuate? Well, you should evacuate under the following conditions. First, if you are directed by local authorities to do so, be sure to follow their instructions. If you live in a mobile home or temporary structure, such shelters are particularly hazardous during hurricanes, no matter how well fastened they may be to the ground. A Cat 4 hurricane can remove the entire roof of a commercial structure, so what do you think it could do to something as light as a mobile home? And of course, you've always got the added concern of tornadoes. If you live in a high-rise building, you should evacuate. Hurricane winds are stronger at higher elevations, so your safety might be jeopardized if you decide to stay. If you live on the coast or on a floodplain, near a river, or on an inland waterway, flooding might be the biggest concern because a storm surge of some kind always precedes a hurricane. The Gulf Coast of Louisiana and Mississippi experienced anywhere from 15 to 40-foot surges, enough to totally wipe out the coastline for several miles back into the non-water frontland. If you feel you're in danger, you should leave. And if you have health issues that might need emergency or regular attention, you should go to a place where your concerns can be addressed readily. So what if you decide to stay? Well, you definitely want to listen to the radio or TV for information, so be sure to have plenty of batteries for both. Secure your home. Close the storm shutters, secure outdoor objects, and bring them indoors. Turn off the utilities, if instructed to do so. Otherwise, turn the refrigerator thermostat to the coldest setting and keep the doors closed. This will ensure the preservation of frozen foods for some time following the storm should power not be restored for a long period of time. Well, frozen foods could last for a couple of days in the freezer even without power. Turn off propane tanks. Avoid using the phone except for serious emergencies. Moor your boat if time permits. And store a supply of water for sanitary purposes such as cleaning and flushing toilets. Did you know that a toilet will flush simply by filling it with a gallon of water? After thoroughly cleaning it out, fill the bathtub and other large containers with water. If you're unable to evacuate, have you considered the possibility of creating a safe room? If you don't have one, follow these simple guidelines. Make sure that you stay indoors during the hurricane and away from windows and glass doors. Close all the interior doors besides securing and bracing exterior doors. Keep curtains and blinds closed. Don't be fooled if there is a lull. It could be the eye of the storm, and the high winds could pick up again. If necessary for your own safety or that of your family, take refuge in a small interior room, closet, or hallway on the lowest level, but where flooding won't be a concern. And if you sense tornadic activity, which often accompanies a hurricane, lie on the floor under a table or another sturdy object. We have incredible technologies that give us advanced warning, tell us the intensity of what we might be facing, and track the storm from its inception to its end. What makes us think we can weather the storm? But we often try. The following are the basic emergency kits and supplies recommended by FEMA. Basic disaster supplies should be stocked in preparation for what may occur during and after a flood, hurricane, or other water event. Let's take a moment to simply list the 6 basic items, and then we'll talk about each one of them in a little bit of detail. This checklist will serve as a great starting place to be sure you are prepared. There are 6 basics you should stock in your home: water, food, first aid supplies, clothing, bedding, and sanitation supplies, tools, and specialty items. And keep the items that you would most likely need during an evacuation in an easy-to-carry container. Possible containers could include a large covered trash container, or a camping backpack, or even a duffel bag. First, water. How much water do I need? You should have at least a 3-day supply of water, and you should store at least 1 gallon of water per person per day. A normally active person needs at least 1/2 gallon of water daily just for drinking. Additionally, in determining adequate quantities, take the following into account. Individual needs vary depending on age, physical condition, activity, diet, and climate. Children, nursing mothers, and ill people need more water. Very hot temperatures can double the amount of water needed, and a medical emergency might require additional water. How should I store water? Well, to prepare safest and the most reliable emergency supply of water, it's recommended that you purchase commercially bottled water. Keep that bottled water in its original container and don't open it unless you need to use it. Observe any expiration or use by date. If you're preparing your own containers of water, it's recommended that you purchase food-grade water storage containers from surplus or camping supply stores to use for water storage. Before filling with water, thoroughly clean the containers with dishwashing soap and water and rinse completely so there is no residual soap. Follow the directions below on filling the container with water. If you choose to use your storage containers, choose 2-liter plastic soft drink bottles. Not plastic jugs or cardboard containers that have had milk or fruit juice in them. Milk protein and fruit sugars cannot be adequately removed from these containers and provide an environment for bacterial growth when water is stored in them. Cardboard containers also leak easily and are not designed for long-term storage of liquids. Also, don't use glass containers because they can break and they're heavy. If you're storing water in plastic soda bottles, follow these steps. Thoroughly clean the bottles with dishwashing soap and water. Rinse completely so there's no residual soap. Then sanitize those bottles by adding a solution of 1 teaspoon of non-scented liquid household chlorine bleach to a quart of water. Swish the sanitizing solution in the bottle so that it touches all surfaces, and then after sanitizing the bottle, thoroughly rinse out the sanitizing solution with clean water. Then you're ready to fill the bottles with water and seal them. Food. However you do it, you need a checklist. Put it in a magnetic clipboard attached to the side of your refrigerator, a post-it note on the inside of a kitchen cabinet, on your PDA or your phone app. But make a list now while you're calm and in your right mind. And remember these important points. Store at least a 3-day supply of non-perishable food. Select foods that require no refrigeration, preparation, or cooking, and little or no water. If you must heat food, pack a can of Sterno and matches. Select food items that are compact and lightweight. Avoid foods that will make you thirsty. Choose salt-free crackers, whole grain cereals, and canned foods with high liquid content. Be sure to include a manual can opener. That might come in very handy. And include a selection of the following foods in your disaster supply kit and put them in a waterproof container. Foods like ready-to-eat meats, fruits, and vegetables, canned fruits, juices, milk, soup, staples like sugar, salt, and pepper, high-energy foods like peanut butter, jelly, crackers, granola bars, trail mix, vitamins and minerals, foods for infants, the elderly, or special dietary needs. And don't forget comfort stress foods like cookies, hard candy, sweetened cereals, instant tea, or coffee. First aid supplies. First aid kits can be purchased, but some people prefer to make their own. So we've listed here 18 things that should be included so you could supplement a pre-packaged kit or develop your own. You'll need to decide which items you would want to include or exclude based on budget restraints, but even the seemingly least needed item could become extremely important in a life or death situation. Take the time to study this list, and we've provided a printable copy of this list as a resource at hurricane.normie.org website for your review. And a medical kit, again stored for safekeeping, could include the following items: aspirin or non-aspirin pain relievers, anti-diarrhea medication, an antacid for upset stomach, syrup of ipecac to induce vomiting if advised by the Poison Control Center, possibly a laxative, and maybe an activated charcoal, again for use if advised by the Poison Control Center. Emergency and safety items might also include these items, which would be safely stored but probably not in the same box with the first aid kit. Gas cans, ice chest or two, disposable cups, plates, eating utensils, and paper towels, black trash bags, vinyl gloves, maybe moistened cleaning towelettes. Again, having these items far in advance of an impending storm is simply the best way to avoid having to find them in an emergency and when you might be in panic mode. And by all means, take the time to contact your local American Red Cross chapter to obtain a free basic first aid manual. Clothing, bedding, and sanitation supplies are extremely important, and especially if you live in a cold climate, you've got to think about warmth because it's possible that you would not have heat. So include at least one complete change of clothing and footwear per person. A light jacket or coat, long pants, a long sleeve shirt, sturdy shoes or work boots, and of course waterproof would be preferred. Hat, gloves, and scarf, rain gear, thermal underwear, blankets or sleeping bags, and sunglasses. And on the sanitation side, don't forget the toilet paper, soap, liquid detergent, feminine supplies, personal hygiene items, plastic garbage bags with ties for personal sanitization use, plastic bucket with a tight lid, and disinfectant. maybe even a little bit of household bleach for sanitization. Next on our list is tools, and there are a lot of tools that people don't think about needing until they need them. Mess kits or paper cups, plates, and plastic utensils. An emergency preparedness manual. There's some good ones out there. Portable battery-operated radio or television and extra batteries. Flashlights and extra batteries. Cash or traveler's checks and some change. Non-electric can opener. A utility knife. Fire extinguisher, small canister, ABC type. A tube tent. Pliers. Tape. Compass. Matches in a waterproof container. Aluminum foil. Plastic storage containers, rabbit ears for your TV, signal flare, paper, pencil, needles, thread, a medicine dropper, a shut-off wrench to turn off household gas and water, a whistle, an axe, plastic sheeting, and a map of the area for locating shelters. And finally, specialty items. Remember family members with special needs such as infants and elderly or disabled persons. For baby, formula, diapers and wipes, baby food, bottles, powdered milk, pacifiers, and maybe medications. And don't forget the adults. Heart and high blood pressure medication, insulin, prescription drugs, denture needs, contact lenses and supplies, extra eyeglasses, hearing aid batteries. That's a lot of stuff to remember. And you can make this a special project, taking the important family documents and putting them together in a place where they're safe. Photocopies of credit and identification cards, maybe in a Ziploc bag, plastic container. But you want to keep these records in a waterproof, portable container. Your will and insurance policies, contracts, deeds, stocks, and bonds. Photo IDs, passports, Social Security cards, immunization records, bank account numbers, credit card account numbers and companies, inventory of valuable household goods or important telephone numbers, family records like birth and marriage and death certificates, your checkbook, cash and coins, and then of course some entertainment, games, and books that you might need while you're away. So, what's the target? The goal? The goal during a tropical event is to not need the items and procedures that we discussed in this presentation. However, being prepared is a good alternative and may make the difference between being a victim and being a survivor. On a personal note, from those who have been there, during the aftermath of Katrina, many suffered intense wind damage with trees through their roof and rain pouring through. Your prized possessions, though not as important as your very life, of course, should be taken with you. If you evacuate, and you can do so without compromising the essentials, take the things that are important with you. I want to personally thank you for taking the time to watch this video. It's our hope that you will never be in a situation where you will have to consider all the things we've discussed. But if you are, now you're prepared to be prepared and survive. For more information, go to normie.org or normieproetf.org or email us at support@normie.org. We're here to serve you. Thank you very much.
I want to welcome today's guests from Robert Pettyjohn Cleaning, Mr. Robert Pettyjohn and Katie Ruther. Guys, want to say a quick hello?
Hello there, Lance. It's a joy to join you and the millions watching on their computer.
Thank you, Robert. Hi, Katie. How you doing?
Thank you. I'm good, Lance. How are you?
Good, good. Well, let's get started here. And for those that don't know, Robert is one of our senior trainers. He's involved with our certified mold assessor, mold remediation training, and he does quite a few other things for us. So could you tell us a little bit about your background and how you got involved with this indoor air quality industry?
Well, Lance, it started by cleaning carpets. My wife, Karen, and I were living in Kentucky at the time, and we were looking up at the light fixture on our ceiling and saying, we're going to be here the rest of our lives, or we're going to do something else. So we had an opportunity to go to Hawaii. So we sold everything we had and bought 2 one-way tickets to Kauai and sold jewelry on the beach for a couple of years. And then, like everybody should do, but then we had a little baby born over there. This little girl here to my right and to your left. Little Katie was born over there on Kauai, and we couldn't imagine raising her far away from my mom and daddy or Karen's mom and daddy, Mr. and Miss Chapman, in Easley, South Carolina. So we came back to South Carolina, and I did a few odd jobs, and one thing led to another, and I felt the Lord lead me to come up here to Southeastern Seminary to get a PhD in world religions. But he obviously had other things in mind because we were stone cold broke when we got up here. I said, Lord, what are we going to do? I answered an ad in the newspaper that said, clean carpets, make $800 to $1,000 a week. I said, well, that'll pay a few bills. So I started doing it. It was a carpet cleaning company is what it was. So I started doing that. And then one thing led to another. And I realized that I didn't know everything I needed to know. So I went looking for some other resources. And fortunately, I found them. But that's how we got started cleaning carpets in 1989 here in Wake Forest, North Carolina.
We've talked in the past about diverse backgrounds and, where people are today and where they came from. So I just want to get this right. I'm visualizing it's the beach bum surfer becoming the doctor PhD, in a short trip.
Well, we did a little bit of windsurfing, but not that other stuff like they do in the pipeline in the North Shore of Oahu or any of these other big surfing venues. And I was accepted into the PhD program at Baylor University and also up here at Southeastern Seminary, but I never enrolled. We were just too broke, and I had to do something else. So I never became the doctor, but that's okay.
Well, I'll tell you, Katie, I know you were dragged through this, probably kicking and screaming most of the way. And if you would like to tell us a little bit about your background, if you're comfortable with that.
Oh, gosh. So I grew up with the back seat of our minivan on the front porch to accommodate the carpet cleaning machine.
Oh, that's right.
Yeah. And that's okay. Fond memories. But I think I officially started working in the business when I was in 3rd grade, pulling hoses. And as far as I know, I was the only 3rd grader that had a sizable bank account. So I guess I appreciate the life lessons and responsibility that came with working at a young age. And I worked on and off, went to college, tried to find a different career. And after college, I came back and worked in the office a little bit in the field. And I got married. We ran away for about 4.5 years to California and decided this is probably where we really need to be. So we came back and have been ears deep in textiles for the last, I keep saying 6 years, but time keeps ticking. So it might be closer to 8 years by now.
Wow. Amazing.
So here we are. Not at all what you plan for your life, but somehow you're doing what you're supposed to be doing.
All right. Very cool. Well, I like to know a little bit more about the backgrounds, and a lot of our viewers, want to know who the people are that we're talking to. So thank you both for that. So let's get down to it. I know what you do is fairly technical as far as the technology that's used, the methodology for cleaning. It's not just spraying a chemical on something and cleaning it. So how did you figure out how to do this? Did you take training, or did you just reinvent the wheel, or how'd you wind up doing what you're doing?
Well, we got started in our training because I had done some work. The guys at the shop figured I was the smartest one, so they sent me the worst, most difficult cases. And at this time, I went and bleached the guy's carpet and made a big mess. And that was $650 that Petty John's did not have. But we had to max out our credit cards in order for that to happen. So we did it. So I figured I better get some training. And as a result, I asked around a couple of places and found out that there was a class at Sunbelt Cleaning Supply House here in Raleigh. And the great Lee Pemberton from McKeesport, Pennsylvania, was the one who was teaching the class. And thankfully, I got the right teacher at the right time. And he told me everything I needed to do and to know in order to get started properly. And I could not be any more thankful for that. So absolutely, training and education, there is no substitute whatsoever for that unless you have a bottomless bank account that can handle all your screw ups.
Okay. Well, with that, in the world of indoor air quality, which is where we all work under, I know there's a lot of trade organizations and support groups and things like that. Did you ever try, or are you still working with those types of groups, trade associations, organizations that helped you through this?
To back up to education for just a moment, one of the fun full circle parts of being in a family business is while my dad took classes from Lee Pemberton, I think I was able to fully explore my love of upholstery cleaning from Lee's son, Jim, a few years ago. Or many years later. So I think that their family business becoming full circle as our family business has become second generation is one of the beautiful little components that you don't just see everywhere.
So
that's very well put.
Yes, it is. But does that really mean that when you were in third and fourth grade, you were helping him with his homework?
I don't know.
You're exposing all our family secrets now.
I just wanted to make it clear for everybody where we were.
Well, that one of the benefits of being at a class like that is that you usually are associated with people that are where you want to be. And one of those people was a fellow named Chubb Safrit, S-A-F-R-I-T. He lived in Concord, North Carolina, right outside of Charlotte. And Chubb at that meeting told me, he said, Robert, if you want to do this business, you do this and this and this and this. And I did that and that and that and that. And then one thing led to another. And now here, what is today's date?
24th.
The 24th of what?
March
24th in 2023. I'm being interviewed by the great Lance Eisen and the Normie crowd, along with my baby daughter, Katie. And I'm so very thankful to be here. But that would not have happened had I not been in the right training organization, doing the right things by people who knew what they were talking about.
Well, I understand, and I thank you for that. And I understand that you've been a part of and some leadership in organizations too along the way. That's where I was trying to go to with this, to kind of talk about your path to where you've gotten to now with the different groups, support groups, organizations, things like that you've been involved with.
That's a good question. Well, you ask good questions, man. Thank you very, very much, Lance. Well, yes, both my wife and I have been privileged to serve as president of the Mid-South Professional Cleaners Association, the finest regional trade association anywhere in the country, without question. My daughter Katie is on the board of directors right now at Mid-South. We were the founding members of the Association of Drug Care Specialists that is headquartered in Dallas, Texas. One of the charter members of that organization. I'm one of just a handful of certified rug specialists here in the United States, the only one in the Southeast. I'm also privileged to be a part of the Restoration Industry Association, where I'm one of about 125 certified water loss specialists in the whole country. And that's a real big deal. So whenever years ago, we used to go get gas and we had to get paid for it inside the convenience store. And when I came home, Karen said, "You went to the gas station, didn't you?" I said, "Yeah, how do you know?" "Because you smell like smoke." You remember that everybody smoked inside those gas stations. Well, that's the way it is now. You start to smell like the people you hang around. And fortunately, being a part of this national organization, remediators and microbial inspectors known as NORMI, I'm beginning to smell like you, Lance, and I'm so thankful for that.
I know there's a compliment in there someplace. I'm just not quite sure how far I have to dig for it. So I'm just going to kind of move on, and let's talk about indoor air quality. As long as you talked about, smells and things like that. Rug cleaners, carpet cleaners. I've seen these guys with their trucks, and they go out and they spray some stuff on the floor and vacuum it back up, and they're off to the next job. But why wouldn't they be more focused on how it's affecting the rest of the environment with indoor air quality? So, I mean, how do you view that component of what you do?
Well, one of the benefits of being involved in an organization like Mid-South is that back in 1989, when we first started, we ran into a fellow. His name is Dr. Michael Berry. He was in charge of the Research Triangle Institute, and at the time was a very, very close friend of the Mid-South Professional Cleaners Association. As a matter of fact, one of his students, a guy named Donald Pumphrey from up in Brown Summit, North Carolina, did a cleaning of the Frank Porter Graham Child Care Center in Chapel Hill, and discovered that the recidivism rate for people who got for the kids that were in that carpet cleaning, they got their carpets cleaned regularly, was much, much, much less. They almost never ever got sick. So Dr. Berry, in his book called Cleaning for Health, I don't know if people can see this. This is the one that Dr. Gavin McGregor Skinner is very interested in working with right now. But he says in his book some very, very powerful things about this business of cleaning. He said, in carpeted buildings, check entrances. It is especially important for you to analyze how and where unwanted matter gets deposited inside. This matter can be wet or dry or oily when it rains or snows or whatever the case may be. But he also says something very, very profound. He said, with housekeeping, we manage and take advantage of the sink effect we find inside. Kitchens have a literal sink. If dirty dishes and garbage are allowed to build up in it, bacteria will proliferate, and someone is likely to get sick. Some surfaces are better sinks than others, Dr. Berry says. Carpets and fabrics are very effective sinks. Pollutants stick on or fall into their fabric surfaces due to gravity or electrostatic attraction. Such complex webs of fibers can trap and hold pollutants for a very, very long time. Housekeeping that makes the indoor environment biologically clean promotes long-lasting health. We were fortunate in 1989 to be associated and to be acquainted with Dr. Michael Berry. And even as my role with the ICRC, I was fortunate to serve on the board of directors and the executive committee of that organization for 6 years, for crying out loud. But one of the people we met was a brilliant fellow who worked with the Journal of Cleaning, Restoration, and Inspection. He wrote an article called The Influence of Flooring Type on Allergen Levels and Airborne Particles. This thing right here, an amazing, John Downey is his name, an amazingly brilliant fellow. But he says, and I'll just read one short sentence or two. In conclusion, the results outlined here do not support the common recommendations favoring hard flooring rather than carpet that are currently given to those with asthma and allergy concerns. Adds to the growing body of research that suggests no flooring type is definitely preferable over another. We hear so many people, Lance, as you well know, who say, rip the carpet out, take the carpet out. Well, no, the carpet is an effective sink. With every 1 square yard of carpet, there's 1.4 acres of surface area in that. That's a great sink or a reservoir, as Dr. Gavin McGregor Skinner says. But that reservoir, that sink needs to be emptied on a regular basis. Hence, what we're here for today is we are impacting people's indoor air quality in ways they will never have any indication. So,
well,
industry that does this, that allows us to do this, sir.
Let me toss up a softball to you guys for you guys to take a swing at using a baseball metaphor here. Here comes the pitch. In most structures, what is the largest filter in that facility or home?
Katie?
The carpet.
There you go. Pretty much what you just said. I mean, it's a massive filtering system, and it's so important to address it the right way.
It's crazy when the largest filter has been ripped out and replaced with a filter that can't hold on to anything, like a hard floor. It changes the whole maintenance protocol for the house, the whole level of expectation for the homeowner, for the inhabitants and their respiratory existence, in my opinion.
But your opinion is right. And the fact is that big sink that filter has got to be cleaned and emptied on a regular basis. I'm sorry, nobody put a gun to your head, made you buy that carpet or buy that Oriental rug, but still you got to maintain it. Nobody made you have babies. Nobody made you buy that house, but still you got to maintain it properly.
Absolutely. And that was the whole purpose for asking that question like that. You know, when you do take out the carpeting, it does change everything. The whole indoor air quality structure changes. So let's get a little bit more into the technology side of it. Could you give us some examples or demonstrations? I know you have some videos that you were talking about in a previous conversation we had about carpeting and cleaning and things like that.
That's a very good question, Lance, because cleaning carpets really does impact the 7 elements of indoor air quality. And those 7 elements, of course, are particles, odors, gases, biopollutants, temperature, relative humidity, and comfort. That's how you got to measure something somehow. So let's measure it with these standards, these criteria that Mr. Hoffman and Normie have established as extreme, and research over the decades as established as necessary elements of healthy indoor air quality. How does what we do impact healthy indoor air quality? Katie, how does all that happen? How would you show that?
I would like to start with reel it back a little bit and talk about why before how. I think one of the questions that is often overlooked when it comes to how are you going to clean my rug? Can you clean my rug? What are you doing? Why should I choose you over someone else? Is come back to why are we even doing this in the first place? And the Sunday school answer is indoor air quality. But there are other answers to those questions, and
those are going to be very simple. Why do you do what you do? Because it's important to your precious customers for one, but you've got to also understand what you're doing. Where does this rug come from? Where do these textiles come from? How did they come about even in the first place? And I think you may have we're going to show you a couple of videos, Lance, and your audience too. They're short videos. They're not going to last forever, but sometimes a picture says more, 1,000 words, 10,000, or whatever it is.
Short videos, like an active picture, so you can just catch a little glimpse of interaction and not necessarily watch the whole movie.
And you got some of those videos?
I think I've got a few.
That's great. Let's do it.
Okay, we'll go for it.
Good.
All right. So let's do a share screen. Meeny, meeny, miny, moe.
So why do we clean roads? Oh.
One of the first whys is this right here.
Can you see that, Lance?
Yeah, absolutely. And being a grandparent, I mean, that speaks volumes to me.
All right, that little bugger is my nephew, and clearly, oh, there's my niece. And this is one of the primary reasons I clean things, is because I've got little kids and nieces and nephews that are crawling on my floor, and I've got a dog at home, and I know what the dog has done. I know what my kids have done to my floor. And while they're not this young anymore, literally eating the carpet as they pull themselves along, it's still shoes in my house. I know what's this close to their face. And it's important to keep the little people in my life safe.
Plus, their respiratory systems are much less developed than the rest of us. And there's that bell curve of life that from the very beginning, you're more sensitive, and at the very end, you're more sensitive too. So not only for babies, but for seniors in their homes, for people who are having elective surgery, for people who are bringing children home from freshly been born. Oh gosh, there's all kinds of reasons. But this is why we do what we do, dadgummit, is because there's people lives that are dependent on what we're doing. We're cleaning for health, my friend. That's a big deal.
Well, one thing that's a little different is most indoor air quality mold assessment work is measuring environments in that 4 to 6 foot breathable range. That's kind of the standard that most industrial hygienists look at, and testing is done at, because most people exist in that area breathing wise. The children that we're looking at, they don't fall into that range. They are way below it. They're down in the more humid area. They're down where the bigger particles are collecting because they're heavier. So they're exposed to more, and the carpeting. So I agree with you completely.
And if people don't take their shoes off when they come in their house, that's the single most important thing you can do to maintain your carpets, by the way. We clean for a lot of Asians, and they're accustomed to taking their shoes off, and their slippers, they call them. We lived in Hawaii, and everybody would take their slippers off when they came into the house. Well, these people that we clean for from the Philippines and from other Asian places, their carpets, I said, what are we here for? And they said to clean your carpets. Well, they look fantastic. Why? Because they don't walk on them with their dadgum shoes. They take the shoes off before. It makes a huge difference. Okay, let's look at some more videos. Let's have some fun today. Okay, Kate?
All right. So as a company, Petty John's, we do a lot of oriental rug washing, area rug cleaning, loose rugs, not to differentiate between installed carpeting. And
matter of fact, there's a rug on the back right behind us in the screenshot. That is an Afghan war rug with the tanks. Yep, the tanks and all that. That was made at a special time. We have a rug here on the wall from Tabriz in Iran. We got a bunch of rugs out there from Iran and from Turkey, Syria, from up in the Four Corners area of our country where the Navajo rugs are. Big deal. Let's show the video, see where they come from.
so before you clean something, it's helpful to have an understanding of how it's made. And I like to differentiate between loose rugs and installed carpet, because there's a lot of, can't you just clean my rug in my home? It's sitting on the floor just like my carpet is. Well, the construction difference between broadloom carpet that's installed in your home and a hand knotted oriental rug, or even a machine made loose rug, is wildly different. The density of the tufts, the material, the backing in and of itself is just wildly more accessible and meant to be cleaned in home on a broadloom installed carpet versus a hand knotted rug, which is super, super dense, and a lot of that dry soiling is going to get driven into the foundation, and it's just not accessible from a cleaning standpoint in the home.
While Katie's looking at these videos, let me say one thing to you, Lance. You used the term broadloom a while ago.
Hey, Robert, hang on one second. If you're guys going to talk for a while, stop your share so we can see you on the big screen instead of just a little screen with your files.
Okay.
Oh, that's fine. So I understand. So that was just the tiny amount of background before we get into where does the oriental rug come from, or where does the hand knotted rug come from?
Oh my, this is taken in the Luri area of Iran. There are two major nomadic tribes there, the Luris and the Kashka'is. And you can see that this is a big deal in their lives. I mean, this was only taken just a few years ago when I had the privilege to go to Iran and see these sites firsthand. This is a something that you just don't see very much at all in our society, particularly in America, but gosh, almost anywhere. And then look who's bringing up the rear, being sure that the job's done right. Two women, by George. Isn't that fascinating? Wow.
So we start the journey with the sheep walking on a dusty road, and we are going to go to
the sheep have got to be shorn, and the wool's cut off. It's got a very high lanolin content in it, so it's got to be washed first. Once it's washed, it can be put into a dye vat and dyed almost any color imaginable. And these guys that do this, these dye masters, using all kind of natural vegetal dyes, are some of the most incredibly brilliant people on earth. They are the most highly respected anywhere along this rug chain. It's those people who know how to match colors and to get them exactly what the customer's looking for. Those are really huge. And I've had the privilege of getting to know some of these folks and to watch how hard they work. Man, you just never see them taking breaks.
So one of the questions we pose to ourselves before we clean a rug or anything in reality: what's it made of, what's happened to it, and what's the value? We're going to dig into the what's it made of portion right now as we've been. And
so people may find this awful pedantic or something kind of, why you show me all these things like this? Well, there's got to be an entertainment value to what we're seeing. You're seeing some stuff that you've probably never ever seen before. We're lifting up the sheets, and now you can see what's going on in between. And it's a beautiful story of what all has been happening over the years, and to see that this. By the way, the oldest Oriental rug discovered was in the Pizric Mountains of Russia. It dates back to 5000 BC. It is constructed exactly the way that Persian or Iranian rugs are constructed today. Amazing, amazing. This here, you're seeing a lady in the Luri tribe. She is spinning the wool that's been cut off of the sheep, and it's all been cleaned up, and now they get big old skeins of this stuff, and it's got to be spun now into a yarn that can be used in a rug. But just look at all the times that this is being held by the human hand. Look, all the oils, look at the soil that's on the ground. I mean, these things, you'll see how this is taken care of down the road. This is a beautiful process. And whether you're washing upholstery, whether you're cleaning dishes, whether you're cleaning up a television set or whatever, you got to know how things are constructed. And look at these incredible ladies there in the Kashka'i tribe that are actually weaving a rug on the ground. These are nomadic tribes, much like you read about in the Old Testament. And these girls are all dressed up, ready to meet their husband should he come by. And it is, I mean, literally, that's the truth. And just look at what they're doing on the ground, for crying out loud. Wow. If this doesn't want to make you want to preserve the investment, we're, as Ron Toney says, who's the IICRC number 1 certification, by the way. Ron Toney says we are able to preserve time spent. Oh, what other job can you do that can preserve time that's already been spent? I've got 2 daughters, and a lot of these people who are making rugs, as you'll see in the videos, they're all women. Men are out there smoking cigars and drinking tea and trying to sell something. But no, these ladies are the ones working. And by washing a rug properly, we're preserving the time that they spend on this. Just look at the incredible dexterity that these ladies have got in their hands. They're taking 2 or 3 of these yarns together, and this lady is cutting this yarn off as she goes. Those knives are unbelievably sharp, but her fingers, no slices whatsoever. Just a beautiful, beautiful context of why we do what we do. And if you don't know why you do what you do, it becomes a game of gossip, somebody has said. No, you've got to know why you do what you do. This is why we do it. And once the rug is finished, it's got to be finished. So let's see what's going on here. If you've ever felt a wool rug on the back of the rug, it can feel kind of scratchy and kind of rough. Well, in order for that not to happen, they actually set fire to the bottom of a rug. Wool, on the other hand, wool rugs do not catch a fire. That's why they are used exclusively in the airplane business. You look at the airplane that you fly on, the Delta, Pan Am, whatever you got. There's not Pan Am anymore, is it? No. Okay. But any other airline you fly, they all have wool carpets. Why? Because they don't catch a fire and burn.
What does the burning actually do?
The burning actually removes the scratchy stuff that's on the back of the rug. And there's an aesthetic value to having an Oriental rug. And one of them is it feels so soft and so plush under your hands. You can pick it up and look at the back side of it. But now, after all those rugs are dealt with so many times, they got to be cleaned somehow. Let's watch and see how these folks are washing the rug. There are 6 elements to any cleaning process. There's chemical action, mechanical action. This is where you're brushing your teeth or your hair or your dishes or whatever. Chemical action, mechanical action, dwell time, temperature, rinse, or dry. Those 6 elements. You can see that they're wetting this thing down. They're actually using laundry detergent to wash these rugs out on. And they want to wash them and get them as clean as possible but you just look. Are they rinsing them out completely? Are they really getting those things completely clean and rinsed out? There's the question about that. Let's continue. Now, once you wash something, you got to dry it up. This is Mr. Reza Zolanvari, one of the most brilliant and compassionate men you'll ever meet. He has Zolanvari rugs. You can look them up. And you see the rocks out in Iran, that sun is beating on those rocks all the time. And they've taken these rugs, they've turned them face up, and the rugs, the bottom of it, what Mr. Zolanvari is explaining is that these rugs are drying from the bottom and from the top with the sunshine and a little bit of air. There's not very much air movement. Temperature, air movement, and dehumidification are the 3 factors that influence drying anything, whether you have a flood in your house or you're drying wet rugs. Temperature, air movement, and dehumidification. You're seeing that process plus they're being exposed to the UV light, which is helping to deepen the colors in these yarns. They thought of everything over the thousands and thousands of years that they've been doing this. It's in the book of Judges. You can read it. But when you make a rug, you got to sell it. So here they are, flipping rugs. It's called flipping rugs to the public. Here's what that looks like. And this was taken in Iran or Persia, whatever you want to call it, by some of the most careful, beautiful human beings. Just look at these textiles. Look at how beautiful they are. Oh, my stars.
So many hands are involved in the production of the rug before a brand new rug gets to a showroom or gets to your home, where it's new and presumed to be clean and ready to use. And the concept of clean, the definitive clean, it's kind of vague because, hold on just 1 second, you'll see in this video, it's about 2 seconds away. You're going to see that has just potentially touched a brand new item that you're going to bring into your home and your child's going to crawl across. or you're going to drop a little crumb and you're going to pick it up and eat it because that was a really good blueberry muffin and you just bought the rug so it's clean. So
this is actually the very first rug I ever bought. It's actually a grain bag. I bought this at the Grand Bazaar in Istanbul, Turkey. And to be able to, and what happened was that the folks used to put the grain in these bags and put the bags on top of, on the back of the horse and take them back and forth to wherever they needed to go. So this is now, fortunately, this has been cleaned, and that man that you saw in there has got a huge, huge heart, but he is unfortunately no longer with us. A dear, dear friend of our rug industry, and he's no longer with us. So, but this is understanding where these come from and how they get around and how they make it into people's houses. There's a story behind every one of these rugs. There may not be a story behind a carpet, but there's almost always a story behind an Oriental rug. We bought this rug in Ephesus on our honeymoon when we were on the Mediterranean Sea. We bought this, the very first purchase we bought, we went downtown and bought it at the rug shop. And now this is the first thing we ever bought as a married couple, somebody would say. Or I don't want to start crying or nothing, but my granddaddy taught me how to dance on this rug. Or this is when my brother and I used to play the Hot Wheels around the outside edges of the guard border on these rugs. All kind of stories behind them. And you just mentioned one about your mama a while ago. There's stories behind them all. And these are very, very real. A lady brought a rug into us the other day, about 6 or 8, 9 years ago, something like that. And it was a polypropylene, tore up and all that. And I said, ma'am, if you'd prefer, we could just go ahead and put it up back there. And I was pointing to the dumpster. She said, oh, no. This is the only thing my mother ever gave me. I can point to you in our shop right now where the two of us were crying, and we cleaned it just like we cleaned the governor's rugs, even better. This was a big deal to me. We made this just like it was. It belonged to Jesus himself. So that's just.
You know, when you're talking about how the rugs were made, the care that goes into them and everything else, I mean, just like with anything that you would want to clean or repair or fix, you have to know what it's made of. You have to know how it's constructed. Otherwise, you're blindly going in there and possibly doing something to damage it, throwing bleach on it to get the dirt out. Well, that's going to take out the color, or using the wrong type of equipment to disassemble something. So it's really important to understand how things are constructed, which is what you just showed us. So thank you very much for that.
Whether it's a rug or whether it's your hardwood floors or anything, I know that you and I have had water damages in our home. As a matter of fact, today I'm getting all the CPVC plumbing removed from my deadgum house, so I don't want to come home to a flood. They're replacing all that stuff. Well, I've had floods in my house when we came home and it was wet, and you've had floods in your house too. And to know for the restoration contractor or the remediation contractor to know what it's made of before he starts just sawing into something is just really huge. You made an excellent point, Lance. That's a beautiful point. Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Well, let me ask you a question. If you were able to talk to homeowners and business owners, what would you tell them to do to protect their rugs or floor coverings, whether it's carpet or a throw rug type of a thing, Oriental rug?
Oh, that is a great question. You should know the answer to some of that, Katie.
How to protect your rug? Well, I like to kind of refer to the American healthcare standard on this one, and you can kind of go one of two ways. You can go preventative or you can go corrective. A lot of people find it easier to just go corrective. I'm going to eat this now, and if my pants don't fit, I'm either going to buy new pants, or if the doctor tells me to lose weight, I will. It's almost always easier and to your advantage to be preventative
and cheaper.
And cheaper. Maybe a little more expensive in the short term. Always cheaper in the long term to go preventative. That means taking your vitamins, get your butt out of bed in the morning and exercise, or do some sort of meditation or something and get yourself right for the day. Also, preventative is imagining in the future what's going to happen. Somebody's going to spill something. Somebody's going to find something you said so funny that their soda spews out of their nose. They're laughing so hard. Then you've got to deal with cleaning up. That's happened. That's why I said that.
Well, and you're exactly right. We have the ability to think and to project ourselves into the future is really, really huge.
Well, one of the components here that's so important is by showing people the reality of how things are done, how things are made, and how things should be. And now talking about the preventative compared to reactionary. That is a major issue with most people today. Nobody, and I say nobody, the governments particularly don't want to spend money preventatively. They don't budget for prevention. They budget only for reactionary. Unfortunately, a lot of people are exposed to that too. A lot of people are short on funds, so they're not going to spend money to fix something that isn't a problem as yet. What you're demonstrating to us is the risk to that and how much more it costs down the road. I guess the easiest example for most people to understand would be driving your car for 10 years and never changing the oil. Well, it seems to be running fine. I'll leave it alone. Well, one day the engine seizes and that, $10 can of oil just cost you $5,000 for a new engine. So, it's taking care of it now before it becomes a problem is so important.
Sure. I 100% agree. I highly recommend putting a protective coating on your textiles when they're new or freshly cleaned, because of the simple, buy yourself some time in case of a spill. Make your vacuuming more effective. You're going to vacuum anyway. You floss your teeth regularly, and your dentist knows when you don't. Your rug cleaner knows when you're not vacuuming regularly. So put the protective coating on there. It makes it almost extends to the point where it can save relationships in your life.
Oh gosh, yes.
Because at some point, your child might spill a chocolate milkshake on your dad's rug. And
is that what your child did?
I think so.
I think so too.
And even though the rug was protected, there was a very brief moment that was captured. You could feel it, the tension in the air. Had that rug not been protected, I know what it's like to spot clean a protected rug and know what it's like to spot clean an unprotected rug. It's just a lot more difficult. And I don't know what the result's going to look like. But it was a timeout. Everybody stay calm. I need a paper towel. I need a spoon. I need a little bit of water on a towel. And the milkshake scooped right up into the towel. And within, honestly, about 2 minutes worth of work, we had that rug back to pre-loss condition. And there were no hard feelings other than the milkshake, the effort put into the milkshake, which you can't help.
But stuff is going to happen. But you bring up a good point. A lot of times, people who are visiting with you in your home, they'll spill something, and they'll never tell you. They'll just overlook it and hope you don't notice it or something. And now you've got some funky mess somewhere down the road that you got to deal with. Had that rug been protected properly, like you said, or at least have the knowledge of somebody that knows what they're doing in order to clean that rug or that piece of upholstery or whatever the case, those things are very, very expensive. And being able to take care of that. And that is also one of the components of indoor air quality, which is odors. And some of these odors don't show up until the humidity maybe get high in the air or something. Now it gets kind of funky. So these are real life situations that we come across with all the time.
So to bring one of your previous questions back full circle, what is the carpet cleaner? What does the rug cleaner even have to do with indoor air quality? I have a video. I will share my screen again. A video that's going to kind of walk us through, now that we know what a rug is made of, how it's constructed, we can look at the entire rug cleaning process and see what is important about the rug cleaning process and how it is critical to the indoor environment. I can pause this as needed if we get chatty about something. So this in our shop here, here's another war rug. Clearly we have a theme in my household because my husband was in the military. And this is a not a true Afghan war rug. It was made in Pakistan. And the first, I do hate that. Let's go back. The first thing we do is inspect it just to be sure that we're all on the same page with the client, because no matter what kind of service you're providing, setting the expectation with your client on the front end always makes it easier to do your job right.
That's the same way it is with mold remediation or anything we're doing at any company, whether we're doing mold remediation or carpet cleaning or upholstery cleaning, whatever.
House painting, whatever it is.
By the way, that's Andrew right there.
That is my husband.
By the way, this guy in this video is an Iraqi war veteran, a Purple Heart recipient, a man's man. He's not scared of nothing. And he happens to be my son-in-law, and I'm very, very thankful that he's part of the family.
So the last little portion was the tumble duster, and this is compressed air, 125 CFM, 125, what else?
PSI.
PSI, man thing, that's okay. And this is the dry soil removal that is critical to the first step of the cleaning process.
Because can you pause it just a second?
Yep.
Procter & Gamble back in the 70s did a study of what was in dirty carpets, and they did a dirty upholstery because they wanted to sell a product over the counter. And they discovered that about 78% of the soil that's in carpet is dry particle soil that can be vacuumed and taken away. The other 20% is roughly 10% water soluble soil, and solvent soluble soil, the other 10. So knowing that, we got a rug or your carpet care professional, whatever, gets 80% of it clean by simply vacuuming or dusting it correctly and properly. Amazing how much of that. And hence, what are we doing? We're improving indoor air quality. Because if that's all we did to that rug right there, it goes back in as a much more healthy part of that customer's indoor air quality. But look at all that dry particle soil, and these are big chunks. We're not seeing the little stuff.
So you see these the dusty, the skin cells, the things that come in off your shoes. And I think you've said in the past, if you were to only do this, you'd still get an 80 on the test, which I'd like to point out as a child was not acceptable. And as a rug cleaner, I still don't think it's acceptable. So we'll continue on. I am slightly embarrassed that's how much came out of a rug from my house, but that's okay. So here is 1,200 gallons of naturally softened rainwater that we harvest from our roof. And we will put a rug, depending on structural integrity, condition of the rug, and soiling, will go into the wash tub. A couple different factors will play a part into it. So swimming around with a little cleaning agent, the rug will release the water-soluble soils and things that can be addressed by the cleaning agent. And if there's urine in the rug, it'll spend a little more time there. This is one of the elements of the cleaning process.
There's 6 elements to any cleaning process. Chemical action, like you saw some detergents inside that wash tub. Chemical action, mechanical action. This is mechanical action. You brush your teeth, for instance. This is brushing your rug's teeth. Chemical action, mechanical action, dwell time. You don't stick a rug into that wash tub and then pull it right back out. Give it 30, 45 minutes of dwell time. Chemical action, mechanical action, dwell time, temperature. That rug is at a certain temperature. Then rinse and dry. Those 6 elements. If you wash your hair, you rinse it. You don't just walk out of the shower. No, you rinse yourself off. The same thing happens in a rug. You rinse it off. And we put now, this goes into the wringer rinser to where it's rinsing a rug off. If you could stick yourself in there, it would be really good.
That would hurt.
No, it hurt, wouldn't
Okay.
it?
So we have a little bit of warmth to the water, not hot water, a little bit of warmth because we know that does a little better job of rinsing out the cleaning agents. It's going to slowly creep through this process. And on the other side of those jets is our those little rubber guys right there that kind of squeegee out a lot of the loose water. So
That's just like Granny had it in her wash thing in the back of on her back porch.
yes.
She kept all the National Enquirers in there though, that instead of washing rugs in it. Did you?
I don't know.
Okay.
And then the rest of the water is spun out in the centrifuge, which is going to spin at about 960 RPM. And it's a little faster than the Gravitron at the fair. It would literally liquefy you if you got into it. And
That's 10,000 PSI is what it is. That's the RPM.
Yep. And then the final grooming. When you wash your hair, you comb it when you're done so that it doesn't dry out and knotted and tangly. And then you dry it. So then our rug is going to go into the dry room where we duct in hot, dry air and recirculate that heat, duct out the humidity, use air movement and temperature and dehumidification to get this rug dry. Most rugs are going to be dry in that 4 to 8 hour window because we're able to really seal it in and get it nice and warm and a very effective drying system. And then the next day we'll detail any little spots that maybe didn't come out because they're solvent soluble, detail the fringe as needed, roll it up, put it on the wall and say, come get me. So that is our rug cleaning process. And that is how you pull particulate out of a rug to make it a clean, healthy filter again.
And we do the same thing with upholstery too. We blow it off to get the dry particles out of there. By the way, we've had extremely good success, even with moldy upholstery, to be able to blow it off, to put a disinfectant on there first, blow it off completely with 125 PSI, 125 CFM, and then wash it again thoroughly, and then blow it off again, and then test it and send it off to the lab, and it comes back food grade clean. We've taken rugs that we put 15 gallons of raw, untreated sewage, doo-doo, on those rugs, rolled them up for 4 days, and taken them off and cleaned them and got them washed and clean. Send them to the lab up in Grand Rapids, Michigan, where they test all the cereal boxes and all that, and it comes back food grade clean. That's a huge, huge deal for people that have mold in their homes, or they have any kind of an illness or something that's causing them to have bad indoor air quality. Well, we can now, my goodness, we can save the roads, and there's people all over across the country who can do the same thing. One of the things that Katie was talking about is preventive maintenance. One of the preventive maintenance ways that you can do this is to research your area and find somebody who is a certified rug specialist with the Association of Rug Care Specialists, ARCS, or look up Normie, Normi, and look for a Normie professional. That guy should have done his homework enough to know who the rug professionals are in his area, who the textile professionals are in his area, because none of us is good. Well, almost none of us is good at everything.
Speak for yourself.
Well, before you kids start arguing, let me jump in here and say that obviously the passion is there for what you do and how you care about your customers and their property and how you take care of it. So kudos for that. Absolutely. We only have
only the way we were raised. It's only the way we were raised, Lance. Mr. and Miss Chapman ingrained that into Karen, and my mom and daddy surely did the same thing for us.
Well, they did a good job. But we have a few minutes left, so is there anything you'd like to wrap up with or say to anybody watching this?
I just want to reiterate the fact that cleaning your textiles in your house impacts the indoor air quality of what you're breathing. Mr. Hoffman says that these cleaning techniques and all that are for people who like to breathe, and we enjoy breathing. And our customers enjoy breathing. And these rugs, oh, I'm glad you put this up. This is from Shaw Industries, by the way.
I'm not screen sharing
Okay.
right now.
Can you screen share it?
I can.
All right.
I sure can.
This is important. It was said of the parson in Chaucer's Canterbury Tales, but first he wrought her, and then he taught her. Well, if I'm going to sit there and tell you stuff to do, I ought to at least do it in my own dadgum house. So let's go to the next one, too.
Okay, so let's talk about this, though.
Okay.
The first lines of defense. We always say vacuuming is one of the best ways of maintenance, but before vacuuming, what can you do to reduce or prevent the load of soiling that's going to be on your floor covering? And the 3 zones, as Shaw calls it, zone 1, 2, and 3, is get the moisture off of your feet first, and then something to collect the bulk of like a scrubby, bristly kind of
floor mat. Yep.
And then something to get whatever might be left on it. So why does it keep going the same direction?
That's okay.
I'm sorry. Here.
This is my front porch, and you see that I've got some rug pad that was cut wrong, so we use it out there. That's absorbing the moisture off from the bottom of my shoes. And you see that little scratchy little green rug mat. That's an AstroTurf mat. I want to scratch the stuff off the bottom of my dadgum shoes. Studies have shown it takes 15 steps to remove the soil from the bottom of your shoes. So let's accelerate that, please, and we can do that. And then another thing we do is we put a nylon walk-off mat there and put our shoes over to the side so that we're not traipsing that stuff all in our house. Why? Because my wife and I breathe about 3,000 gallons of air every day, just like you and Andrew and your babies don't drink quite that much, but everybody that's watching this video, you drink 3,000 gallons of air a day. And do you want to get it clean as possible for your healthy indoor environment? And fortunately, we're starting them off young at Petty John's. But she needs to put the phone up and not talk to her friends while she's doing some work, though.
You know, Katie, you had spoken earlier about that whole child labor thing when you were growing up. And
Oh, gosh, no,
I see this isn't really skipping a generation.
Okay, just handcuff me now. You can go ahead.
Resin family. All of the little ones have been obsessed with vacuum cleaners, which is funny. Is it funny? I think it's in our DNA.
But it goes back to these things here we're talking about here, Lance. These cleaning for health. Research has shown that if you can identify where the reservoirs or the sinks are in your house, or in your office, or in your car, or anywhere, then you can identify the pathways that reservoir takes to get into your lungs or into your body, that a germ or a virus or a mold spore or something would get into there. Then you can interrupt that pathway and stop that from getting into your body. This is one of the beautiful things that Dr. Gavin McGregor Skinner is teaching people to become essential cleaning professionals. And by the way, during the corona, you remember we called some politician's office and told him that we cleaned the governor's rugs. And he said, okay, you're an assistant cleaning professional. So we got that designation early on. And how many times have we taken a rug and taken the ATP meter and before and after and seen the reduction in organic load almost non-existent?
We had fun playing with that during COVID when everyone was hyper aware of ATP meters and organic load. And we tested a random rug out in our shop. I think it had urine in it, so we knew it was going to have a decent organic load to begin with. And when we were done cleaning it, literally right out of the centrifuge, we groomed it, we put it on the poles like you saw in the video, did another ATP swab on it, and did one of those cartoon eye rub things, did another swipe with another test, and it said 0. We were like, did you do it right?
Unbelievable. No.
Well, I'll tell you what, I want to interrupt you here because I think you're giving away all the secrets to part 2 of Petty John Cleaning here. So we're just about out of time for this segment. So if we can wrap this up, maybe we'll do another segment in the near future and go into some more detail on that.
Well, fortunately, this business is in our blood. My granny lived at 25 Liley Street in Somerville, Georgia, right across from the Bigelow Sanford rug mill. And she babysitted all the children for the executives of that place. My uncle was a dolpher there. Both of my aunts worked in that rug plant. And my daddy's PhD is in organic chemistry, for crying out loud. And he worked at DuPont for 35 years as a senior research chemist with them, and developed a lot of different textiles that we use today, as a matter of fact. And fortunately, it's in our blood, but also a respect for the people who made this rug is in our blood, and respect for our precious customers is in our blood too. We're not here. John Donne says, "No man is an island unto himself." We're not here by ourselves, and we're part of the whole. And what we do impacts people's lives. And that's the beautiful thing about Normie, is that Mr. Hoffman and you, Lance, and Roger, and all those guys, and David, and all those guys out there are just are preaching this sermon over and over and over again. And it's taking. I think our society and our culture is really beginning to develop a huge appreciation for proper indoor air quality. And thank you, Lance, for what you've done and for allowing us to look under the sheets to see what's going on at Petty John's too.
Well, Katie, Robert, I thank you very much for spending this time with us. Very educational, and maybe we'll do this again with a part 2.
Well, that'd be fun. Thank you. Thank you so much, Lance.
Thank you, Lance.
Take care. I'd like to welcome my guest today, Keith Gongitano, who is the founder and CEO of the manufacturing of a product called Airwall. And I'm going to bring Keith in here in a second, but you'll see in the background one of the Airwalls, and that's what we're going to be talking about today. So, Keith, how about a quick hello?
Hey there. How you doing, Lance? I'm glad to be here.
And we're glad to have you. So I'm going to get right into this. And I got a few questions right off the bat, because when I see your email come to me, it says Zeppelin guys. And I'm kind of curious as to, we've always called you or associated you with the Airwall product, but the name of the company is Zeppelin. Is that correct?
Yeah, it's Zeppelin. It's when we first founded the company, you got to find a name. And since it's inflatable, Zeppelin just kind of seemed like a cool name, and we went with it, and we designed a logo for it. But then the product needed a name, mainly because if it's going to have a line item on Xactimate and other things, it needs a name. And so it became Airwall, and then over time it became Airwalls by Zeppelin, which is containment from A to Z. So it's just kind of one of these things. But if you look us up, you'll find us both on Airwalls and Zeppelin.
Okay. Well, so where did this concept come from? Because in the remediation and healthcare and restoration type of industries, this is something completely new.
It is new. It evolved, is what it did. It started with me helping a friend with his restoration company back in the summer of 2017, and I was in a crawl space. It was a miserable experience. I spent 3 hours trying to build a chamber so that we could get the subfloor dry, and among other things, I got bit by a spider and bruised and battered, and managed to only build marginal containment, a chamber. It was terrible. And so I invented the crawl space tool. It was just kind of one of those fully formed ideas in my head. I just knew how it had to work. Convinced a friend who's now a part of the company and pretty much has been since the beginning, because without him, a lot of this stuff wouldn't exist, just because he's the one that knew how to build it. His name is Cole, and I convinced him to build our first prototype for crawl spaces. And one thing led to another. We started thinking, what about a doorway? I wonder if we could use this very tool in the doorway. And so I repurposed it, and it was very ugly. And we thought, well, the concept works. It's just not going to work, in the sense that it's really gross and ugly looking. So we designed something for that. And then we moved on to windows. And then we realized at some point that because we met a fine gentleman by the name of Mark Cornelius, he's among other things, he's a member of the board on the IICRC. He's a trainer for years. He's been in the industry for almost 40 years. And he loved our product and just asked me a very simple question that he was looking at the doorway unit, our X, and he said, so how do you get out? And I looked at him with a very kind of lost look, and he goes, how do you get out? Where's your doffing chamber? When you're doing a mold job, you got to have a doffing chamber. And it just never occurred to me. And so that's kind of what started my wheels spinning. And we went round and round and round. And the other question was always about power failure as well. What do you do about a power failure? Because the crawl space unit and the Airwall X, which is built for doorways, and the window units as well, they're all constant air kind of appliances. They require air from your air movers or your HEPA filters and things like that. And if the power goes out, well, then they deflate and they stop functioning. And so we went around for a long time before we settled on what we ended up with. And you actually see that behind me. You can actually see that's the full system. That's 2 Airwall Nexus on either side of me, and behind me is the front of the.
Let me interrupt you real quick,
yeah.
Because we'll talk about all the different types of configurations and products and stuff that you've come up with, because I know your mind just works continuously on this stuff. But I mean, the simple question is, how do these work? I mean,
air.
Air. Okay.
Yeah, they inflate. And you're right. I tend to get, I love my stuff and I think about it all the time, so I go fast. The 2 that I talked about first, they require constant air. You connect them to your air movers, your negative air machine, and you do what we call pre-cycle the air. You capture the air coming out of the machine directly, and then you take that air and do what you want with it, whether it's to exhaust it from the structure and create negative pressure, or to create a manifold where you're actually directing the air to a subfloor or maybe the perimeter of the building.
But these are different. This is different. That's behind you now, right?
Yeah. So this is the latest. This is very different. In fact, what you'll notice again to either side of me is the Nexus, and the Nexus consists of 5 separate inflatable air bladders. And if you look at the bottom, you'll see those little round. Those are valves. And so you inflate each of these chambers separately. The idea being that if there is a power failure, first of all, these are inflated and they don't require any more air. But if there was any kind of damage done to one of those bladders, although we did a lot to design them so that they're very durable, but if something did happen, that even the loss of an entire or even 2 chambers would still maintain your containment. So that's the design we came up with, and yeah, they're very different, but they both work on air and they both work on pressure. The whole reason that they function as negative air containment and as a chamber is because they're pushing against the surfaces of the building, up and down and then sideways, so that they seal up.
Okay, so now I did cut you short before. I just want to get back to, you were starting to talk about the different types of products.
Yeah.
I just wanted our viewers to understand at least how these things work.
Yeah.
What else have you designed? I mean, this is it looks like you got a chamber behind you and a whole wall, but I know there's problems with, different heights, different types of ceilings and floors. How does that all work, or do you have special products for that?
So we wanted simplicity was the key. We didn't want a bazillion parts and things that could get lost, broken, misplaced, or just adding complexity. What you see behind me essentially is 4 things. It's a Nexus on one side, a Nexus on the other, the dust curtain that joins them, and the doffing chamber that zips to the dust curtain, in a nutshell. So it's really, really simple. If this room that we're looking at were 8 feet tall, or 9 feet tall, this is an 8-foot configuration, that were 9 or 10 feet, you would simply add a 12-inch extension to the very top of that wall. And because the air bladders inside are actually 10 feet long, then you're not doing anything else. Those air bladders simply roll out the next 12 inches and then stop. They stop because there's a piece on the top that makes them stop. And then if you had to go to 10, you do the same thing, add another 12 inches, and then those bladders go up the next. So, so it's very simple. That conversion can be done in just a couple of minutes. Very simple.
Interesting. So how about like width, or if you're dealing with different heights, like it's a slanted ceiling or something like that?
Sure. So for width, not a problem. These walls that you see to my sides are 5 feet nominally. And again, 8, 9, or 10 feet. They can be adjusted. Well, let's talk about width first. So you can put as many together as you want. You can zip these things together. They join to each other. It's all modular. Everything goes together and connects. So you can put 4 or 5 of these together, or 2. If you happen to be in a space that, again, these would be 10 feet joined. If you were in an 8-foot space, you could do a couple different things. You could just simply change the shape of the wall into a curve. Think Hoover Dam. You could do something like that. You could also run them straight across the room, and then when you get to the wall, you simply underinflate whichever bladder would be at the bend, right? And then bend the wall. That's it. And now what's touching the building may be 1 or 2 bladders as opposed to just the edge, but that's the way you shorten it. So you've got a bunch of different options on how you can do that. As far as an uneven ceiling, I'm gonna point here. Let's see. How do I do that? These right here, these little black dots, those allow you to actually put straps that also attach to the very top of the wall. And you can actually change the pitch of the wall if you need to. You can actually slope it to a certain extent. And you can also adjust it, not just to 8, 9, or 10 feet, but if you were, let's say, in a drop ceiling, a T-bar, they're not standard, right? They land sometimes at 8 feet 3 inches, or just under 9 feet, whatever ceiling height. They're never really standard because they're not set by 2x4s. They're set by a contractor who puts wire, hangs them, and that's where they land. So you can actually adjust these things really, really kind of a micro adjustment, anywhere between 7 at the bottom all the way up to just over 10 feet. So yeah.
If it just about anywhere, it sounds like.
It will. The only thing I don't think we're ever going to really do, and that kind of brings up another one of our thought processes here. We're probably never going to do like the vaulted ceiling scenario. So in a vaulted ceiling, you're probably going to have to either commit to plastic fully, which, it is our goal here to try to get as much plastic out of this industry and construction as we can. Or you're going to do a hybrid. And to be clear, we really did always design this product to be, when it's necessary, hybridized, merged with the plastic that everybody's using now, because there are going to be certain environments where a vaulted ceiling or some weird cutout is going to prevent these walls from creating the appropriate seal. So you may use 90% air wall, and then that last little bit you may connect to plastic. And because these walls work well with tape, they don't come off, which is great, because you can't say that about tape and walls, right? When walls have water literally dripping down them, or years of cooking grease or whatever, they don't stick, right? That's why a lot of failure happens with traditional containment. But these walls are designed to work with tape and not leave residue. So you can tape plastic to it for as long as the job takes, and then peel it off, and you won't have to worry about it leaving stuff behind. And certainly, whenever possible, you want our walls to be, or the air walls to be, touching the surfaces of the building, because that's going to create the superior seal without the problems of damage like peeling paint or whatever else that comes with using tape.
Well, I know that with some of the Normie training that we do, we've actually incorporated some of the air wall technology into some of the types of hands-on training that we do, especially like when we go to the experience trade shows, where people are able to touch and work through all the new different technologies and products. And they fit into structures that we basically build on site. So we're able to adjust them, in real time to fit into these structures. And it works out very well for us, because we're able to put those up with plastic, show the differences, and how you can make changes and everything else. So it does work. And it's adjustable, like you were talking about, to whatever structure we build at the time.
Right, right. And it brings me joy to hear that, Lance. Because, I had this awakening. It was kind of late in coming. I've been doing this for 5 years, but I had this awakening about 5 days ago where I realized when I made my first shipment to Australia that these things exist without me, in different time zones and on different continents, and people are interacting with them, and what I spent years thinking about and designing has to work, and I can't be there to help them. I can't.
So you sent your children off to school for the first time, basically.
That's what it sounds like, right? Absolutely. Yeah. That's what it felt like.
Put them on the bus to Australia.
Exactly.
So let's go a little bit further into this. As far as like vertical markets and stuff, I mean, I could see it in the remediation industry, restoration, asbestos. How about like medical or all of the above?
Yeah, absolutely. That's actually one of the most exciting things about what's behind me here is that when this came, all of a sudden, exactly what you're talking about just changed totally. So medical, if you have someone who has who's a burn victim or is receiving cancer treatments or is in some other way significantly immunocompromised, positive pressure environments are how you deal with that. And a hospital environment can create that, but that's very expensive. This can do that very, very easily, very simply, and doesn't require any permanent modifications to a building. On the flip side, we're all very familiar with negative air pressure because of the pandemic that we're all emerging from now, and the need for negative airspace, which is the exact opposite of what I just described. Instead of pumping clean, fresh air into an environment with people who have no immune system, you're instead drawing air in so that the bad boogies can't get out. So that's medical. But even more so, there's really, really strict enforcement when you're in a hospital environment because of, generally who's in a hospital. People are sick when they're in a hospital. So if any kind of building modifications have to take place in a hospital, they have to do things to prevent dust and everything else from getting to people who might be unwell. And so it's not even just the direct medical application, but medical facilities, and because maintenance has to happen and modifications must occur, this can actually be a very a significant improvement to what they're doing now, which is putting up plastic. It takes sometimes hours or even a day to set up the containment to move a machine from one room to another, simply because of the restrictions on a hospital and what can and can't be done without containment. So that's a big deal. And then, just I've been told mining. In fact, the folks in Australia, because mining is a big part of Australia's economy, mining is one. High tech, both chip manufacturing and also in like server farms, things like that, where very sensitive equipment is very, can't be exposed to dust. So that's another big opportunity. All the construction trades could benefit from it. Basically, and then there's also, of course, the potential need for first responders and militaries, around the world. What if there's some kind of an outbreak, some kind of maybe a terrorist attack, a biological terrorist attack, and first responders and military have to show up and contain it best they can. This stuff, I mean, this what you see behind me fits into basically 3 duffel bags, so that's the kind of thing that a military could really benefit from. So, yeah.
Well, while you were talking, I jotted down 3 quick questions, and you were just starting to touch on one. So let me ask it to you. But instead of 3 questions, I'll just do it as 1 question now. What I wrote down here was portable, durable, and cleanable. Yeah. Especially you started talking about mining and then, bacteria outbreaks and viruses and stuff like that. So as far as it being portable, I mean, they're pretty big. I mean, easy to move, and, cleanable. And how durable are they? All 3. You got 3 questions there.
Okay, so let's start with portable. We already started on that. Basically, it's a gym bag. One of these walls fits in a gym bag. Of course, each one comes with said gym bag, and it's very, very easy to lift. I mean, the Nexus, fully loaded Nexus, is 25 pounds. That's it, right? So it's well below the lifting weight of any of the trades. I mean, most equipment is that or a lot more. So very, very portable, small, compact, lightweight, easy to use. It looks huge right now, but it fits into an itty bitty space, right? So that's really good. As far as cleanable goes, we were very intentional on that. And in fact, along the way, we had it pointed out. In fact, a well-known person in the restoration industry, Rachel Adams, had pointed out in 21 that she thought it needed to be a little more cleanable. And so I said, okay, let's do that. So we just simply reversed the fabric that we're using, so that what you see on the outside is actually a urethane. So it's much, much smoother and much easier to clean. The stuff before was also very cleanable, but it had texture. And so there was a concern that maybe some of the fibers and things like that might stick. But so we designed it to be smooth, easy to clean. They're all machine washable. They're all designed to be totally machine washable. If you really, let's say, are in a Cat 3 environment and you really want to make sure that it's clean, you can do that. All the biocides, no problem. Antimicrobials, no issues there whatsoever. You can spray away and it'll be just fine. So yeah, so cleanable. And then durable. And I say durable for the end because durable, I mean, all this stuff is important, super important, but durable, because we're claiming to be better than plastic, we better deliver, right? Because this stuff isn't cheap, right? You know, it takes 3 to 5 uses to pay off the investment in an air wall, which is really fast because they last for years. But, you know, if I'm going to say I'm better and I cost more, then I better be better. And so durability was huge. We made sure that the outer shell, you know, in the case of this one here, anything that's getting constant air, you could stab it with a knife and it wouldn't matter. I mean, we designed them with big open holes. So they're pumping out air all the time and they still work. Not so with this, right? If this gets a leak, you know, there could be an issue. So the outer shell is very, very durable. It's resistant to snags and punctures and things like that, and cuts and all the rest. And then the inner bladders, we actually spent a lot of time finding the ideal material for those bladders. They had to be lightweight. They had to be inherently fire resistant because these are going into a built environment. They cannot burn. They had to be as puncture and tear and cut resistant as possible while maintaining lightweight and portability, right? I mean, you know, all those things are in direct conflict with each other, right? Lightweight usually means flimsy. So we were actually very blessed, I believe, in the discovery of this particular material that we've used, and it makes this product extremely resilient. And again, because we recognize that nothing is perfect. I mean, if you open fire on this thing, it would go down, you know, I mean, no question about it. There are things it cannot handle, but it's meant to be durable. If something does happen to it, as I mentioned before, if you lose a bladder, first of all, we've had it happen. You know, we've, you know, in the early days, we had some bladders with some defects, with small leaks. And even when they have a small leak, they don't fully fail. And you can actually air them up and continue the job if you need to. We also designed them to be repairable in the field. I'm going to do this finger thing again. You see that line right there? That's an access zipper. And if you open up that zipper and remove the valve just below it, you can actually remove that air bladder, either repair it in the field, because we do provide patches just for that, or you can replace it with a new bladder. Depending on how many times you've done it, it might take you 2 minutes, it might take you 5. The point is, it can be done. It can restore your containment to full rigidity. And I say I make that point because restore containment, it never lost it. Even though it's lost an air bladder, it still maintains containment, which was key. Because again, if I'm going to claim to be better than plastic, you know, one of the biggest problems with plastic is that it falls down, right? You get up in the morning and, you know, or worse, your owners get up in the morning, the people living in that house, and they see this plastic crumpled on the floor, a big hole, and they're thinking to themselves, okay, all that bad stuff they told me that they're keeping behind that plastic, where is that now, right? So if my stuff doesn't do a lot better than that and not fail, then I failed. So this was a big part of our design.
I remember the first time that we used one of your air walls in our training. And again, believe it was at one of the experience shows. You were there and gave us a training on replacing one of the bladders.
Mm-hmm.
And during the demonstration we were doing with the class for the hands-on, we actually opened the valve up and let it deflate, and it still held containment within
nice.
the area.
You didn't tell me that.
Well, it was my job is to break things. So, that's what we do. We try to find out things that are going to happen. Someone's going to accidentally open a valve or something. It stayed in place. It did its job. So, when you mentioned before about replacing plastic, or poly, I see the value in that. I'm just curious. I'm not holding you to it. Have you done any kind of cost analysis as to how much poly you can actually replace by one of these over the longevity of the type of system? Because I know poly is expensive.
It is expensive. The closest we've gotten to that is by calculating how much tape, how much plastic, the labor that's involved with not only the initial setup, but also the tear down, the waste removal, and then the repairs that inevitably happen with most plastic containments. And we figured that it was a 3 to 5 usage to offset the initial investment in the air wall. That's as close as we've gotten. The numbers you're asking for are, I want them so bad myself. And I don't want to pull it out of thin air. I want it to be a real number. And
okay.
It's a difficult number to quantify. I've struggled with that because that's a number I would love to take a picture, like it just give you a visual of a mountain of plastic, and say, this is how much plastic you would use in a year instead of, this, right? That type of thing. So short answer is I don't know what that looks like. I do know that I've seen a lot of containments go up. I actually am AMRT certified. So I've been to a lot of AMRT classes. So I've seen a lot of containments just set up just for pure instructional purposes. And when we take all that plastic and we throw it in the dumpster outside the building, it takes up a quarter of the dumpster or more.
Yeah.
So I've seen it, and that's just one class, so the amount of plastic and tape and everything else, I wish I had a solid number for you. And someday that the plastic industry that we hope to disrupt may come up with just that number for us, because we're going to upset them at some point. And I'm okay with that.
Well, I'll make it easier then. Longevity on the product. How long do you predict or have data on showing these things lasting in use?
Okay, so that's a question that I can only answer by extrapolating. And I do that because I'm looking at the materials we've used, not because of the product having existed long enough to go through a life cycle. We just haven't been around long enough for that to have happened. But that said, I'm going to bring up Cole again, our builder, our in-house engineer. He is, this is his space. So when he sees a problem, he solves it with fabric. My history is more carpentry, so I solve my problems with wood and nails. And it's funny that we have this different perspective on things. But the point is that at one point he took some of our material and covered an outdoor sprinkler valve control or something like that on the side of his house, and that was about 5 years ago. It's outside, it's been exposed, it started life black. It's now a funky kind of a rust color because it's just been bleached by the sun. However, color gone, 5 years of direct exposure, the fabric is completely sound. So that's what this outer shell is made of. So that's the first thing. The other thing is the air bladders themselves. The manufacturer that we buy the raw materials from won't even take something off the shelf for sale unless it's been there for more than 10 years. Because at that point, it's begun to do, they have a name for it. It gets a little bit chalky on the surface. And they have a name for it. And I can't recall how they refer to it, but it's got a 10-year shelf life before the manufacturer decides that it's probably not a fresh enough product to sell. Again, I can't get more specific because we haven't been around long enough to say, but the materials that we use the highest quality zippers, the highest quality, everything we can find. We spend the most we can because I know that the users are going to be hard on it The environments that they exist in are brutal. And my goal is to not build in obsolescence. One of my proudest moments would be if someday I've actually filled the industry and I have nothing left to sell because all my stuff doesn't break anymore. You know, and I just don't, and I'm going to put myself out of business. That would make me happy, you know.
It's kind of like the battery industry. You know, they're made to break or run out of energy at a certain point, so you buy more. You're doing the opposite of that.
I'm doing the opposite. Yeah.
But you know what? I recently had a water loss in my house, so I personally was involved with some of the stuff here. But I understand there's something really interesting about yours. I've never been able to experience this, but I had 2 air scrubbers running at my house for, I think it was 16 days that they were working. Those things are loud.
Yes.
From what I understand, and I remember talking to you about this, these things have a sound blocking quality to them.
That's one of the coolest things. And I really wish I could say that was my plan, because it works so well.
Well, I wish I would have had them for my 16 days, but.
Oh, you totally do. You totally do. Yeah, I for as well as it works, and I can't claim it at all, it's annoying. But the fact that it does is phenomenal. It's crazy. We discovered it. It's actually funny, a little story there. We discovered it in 2021 when we met you and Doug and all your team at the experience in Vegas in September. We met you guys at that show, and that's where we realized what these things could do. And I'll tell you how we did it. So far as we know, and no one's ever contradicted us, we were the first ones to ever run negative air pressure on a convention floor, right? We actually built a chamber out of our stuff and ran negative air on the convention, which was very cool. People were very like, nah, you know, so it was one of those moments, right? And we did that by just, I won't describe the structure because it's too much. But anyway, we built this chamber. People could walk into it and experience being inside of our decon chamber. And it was constructed of these Nexus walls. And when you went inside, I don't know if you've ever had your hearing tested, but when you go into that room and they close the door, you go, whoa, it's quiet in here, right? And a convention floor is never quiet. So to walk into this chamber and suddenly you have this intimate conversation space. You know, in fact, I remember walking in with Michelle Blevins from CNR, and we walked inside, and she was asking me questions as the reporter, interviewer person that she is. We had this little conversation in there, and it was fantastic because we didn't have to yell. We could hear each other perfectly. It was great, but I really realized it when clients or potential customers would walk in, and they would be in that space. And I'm gonna be honest here. I would try to eavesdrop. You know, I'd like to, see what they might be saying, see if they're good, bad. I couldn't hear anything. I couldn't hear a word. I couldn't even hear mumbling. It was nothing. So it started us on a path of exploring what could we do with that. And it turns out that a single barrier is good for 15 decibels. And if you know anything about sound and decibel ratings, it's not a linear measurement. 15 decibels is phenomenal. We actually did two barriers. In fact, the video is on our website, which is www.zeppelinguys.com. But that video, we did 2 barriers, and it was 25 decibels. And just for a point of reference, it was 50 to 75. 50 decibels is considered quiet. 75 is considered very loud. If you look at any scale, and you can look them up on the internet. So it's absolutely shocking how much it does. And I think it's going to change the way restoration is done, because people shut down the machines when they're trying to sleep. They do. They don't understand what they're doing. They don't understand that by taking an 8-hour shift off of those machines, that they're stretching that period that they're suffering by a third or more, right? I mean, so it's bad news, but if they're not sleeping, they're not sleeping. And I think every restoration contractor out there has experienced it more than once, where they come in and the machines are either still not running, or they've just been turned back on. And they know that because the dehues aren't even operating temperature. They know they just flipped them back on, right? So we think that that's going to be a huge benefit. And then let's take office spaces or worship spaces. I mean, no built environment is immune from a water loss. And so you may have a church that needs to run a service and dry the building at the same time. And if you have something that can block that sound and allow the service to continue at the same time the drying is happening, then you've done something, you know, and in an office that needs to be able to operate and still deal with the water loss. That's a huge deal.
Well, like I said, I had that, 16 days at my house. I would have definitely been an advantage there, but the company wasn't using those. They weren't familiar with it. And that's another story. So I'm looking at the image behind you, and I'm looking at valves across the bottom, zippers you talked about, hooks, things like that. How much training is involved in using these things?
Very little. You could probably attest better to that because you've actually monkeyed around with them and you didn't build them. So, this is that thing. I let my child go and someone else had to figure it out. I had one guy tell me that they're deceptively simple. And what he meant by that was, I show these videos and there's no trickery in my videos. I don't rehearse these moves. I just do what these things do. So I'm not trying to make it look easier than it is. I'm just performing a function and setting them up, but it looks super easy. And he said it looks so easy that people are likely to not think they need any instruction or to even open the instruction manuals, as many men are wont to do, even when it's difficult IKEA furniture, like I can do it, right? So training, I think there is some need for training, but not so much because it's hard, but because we've designed so much into it that you can't possibly know what these things are capable of unless I take a moment to explain it to you. What are the D-rings for? Well, one guy told me that's perfect for training my electrical cords. I keep my cords up off the ground. I can run them around the perimeter and they're off the ground. That's a big deal. I don't have to tape them down. I don't have to deal with all that stuff. Not a trip hazard. Great. That's what he thought they were. I had another guy say I could hang a light from it. Oh, you sure can. All these different uses. In fact, and in reality, they weren't designed for that. They were designed so that I could shrink that wall if I needed to, or I could fine tune the height if I'm in a drop ceiling. That's what they're for. But there's all kinds of things they can be used for. But if I didn't tell you you could do that, you wouldn't know. If I didn't tell you that zipper is there, not just so you can load the bladder the first time and then forget about it, but so that it's placed where it is and configured the way it is so that you could do a field change, right? And change that bladder, a field repair, right? It's zippers, it's snaps, it's hooks. There's not a lot else going on there. But if I don't teach you these things, you'll be missing a lot of features. You might be able to get the basic function out of it, but you'll lose a lot of the really cool stuff that it's capable of doing.
So with that being said, with the configuration behind you, what is that? 2 5-foot sections or 3? What is that exactly that's there?
Yeah, that's exactly. This room is about just under 15 feet across. So you're seeing 2 5-foot nexus, and then the dust curtain is also about 5 feet. And then the doffing chamber that you see behind me, it looks bigger because it's in the foreground. That actually has a square footage of just about 12 square feet. 14 square feet, because of the state that you live in has this most stringent requirements. They require 12 square feet, enough for 2 men to stand, or 2 people to stand inside and be able to don and doff properly. So that's a 14 square foot space.
So you being trained and very comfortable with this equipment, how long would it take you to set up a configuration like that to block off a 15-foot opening with a decon chamber?
What you see behind me takes about 20 minutes, roughly.
One person?
Yeah, one person. Yep, one person. You need a little ladder a little step ladder to connect the dust curtain. But yeah, no, one person can set that up. If you're brand new to it, it'll take you 30. But yeah, 25. I've done it so many times, I'm down to about 20 minutes.
And it's no damage to any of the walls, ceilings, floors. It's just held in place. And it doesn't move under positive or negative pressure, you said, right?
That's right. Yeah, no, the surfaces, in fact, what you're seeing behind us has actually changed somewhat, very small stuff. Basically what we have now is that we have all the edges are black. And it kind of clearly defines the edges, but it also, it's filled with this very soft, your couch pillows, that's called polyfill or Dacron. We fill those things up with that. So it's very, very soft. So when it touches the building, it's like putting a pillow against the wall, which means that it can adapt to irregularities in the surface which is important, but also not put anything rigid or hard on the wall or the ceiling so that we are preventing any damage. In fact, you'll notice in this room, there's crown molding, right? You see that up in the corners. Well, the edge seals, which are on the edges of these walls, they're the black things that you can barely see there. Those are actually longer than they need to be. So you can actually pull out a little bit out of the top and protect, things like crown molding and things like that. And then you asked about the negative pressure and can it hold? I just want to tell you one little story short. We did a comparison. We were invited to a flood house. Jeff Cuthbertson in Chattanooga, Tennessee, invited us to his flood house, very generously opened it up to us and said, whatever people or equipment you need, let us know. It was fantastic. We were there for about 4 days. You and Doug actually got on the call with us while we were there and were advising us on some of our containment techniques so we could show how to build containment for people with high sensitivity to mold. Because what we did was we built a 2x4 compression to 2x4 containment, right? As well as a steel stud version as well. But this 2x4 version, we put it under negative pressure just to make sure it was working. And of course it was. And then we had this fun idea. If anybody's familiar with the movie Myth or the show Mythbusters, where they just ramp things up until things just break. We like to break things too, Lance, not just you. So we all have the idea, let's break it. Let's see how much negative pressure it takes to break it. And keep in mind, what we built was the gold standard of containment. I mean, I don't know how many times a year someone builds compression timber containment. It isn't often. It's going to be in schools and hospitals mainly, and everything else is going to be zip pulls if you're lucky. So this was good containment. And it failed at negative 41 Pascal. That's when it failed. And when I mean failed, I'm talking, we had 9-foot 2x4s about to fall on us. So it was coming down and it was coming down fast. So it was a big failure. We put mine up and we said, well, we got to do the same thing. And so we ran up the negative pressure and it basically maxed out our 500 CFM NAM. Couldn't do it. So we had to call up another piece of equipment from the warehouse, got another 500 CFM unit up there and turned it on. And only then did we get failure. And the failure was only that the doffing chamber that you see behind me started to get sucked into the chamber. The walls themselves weren't falling. It was just that the doffing chamber was too light and it and its internal frame were being sucked inside. The number was 57. So from 41, using the absolute gold standard of containment, to 57. So when everybody kind of tries to figure out how it's possible without tape and without the things they're used to, how is it possible to create such high quality containment? Well, it works. It works the same reason your car can drive on the road. Air pressure and friction, it's just a lot of it.
So if our listeners want to get in touch with you for more information, how do they do it?
Lots of ways. You can call me 408-247-9255 or area code 408 Airwall. You can get us on the website, which is www.zeppelinguys.com. That's ZEPPELINGUYS.com. And you can email me directly, Keith@zeppelinguys.com. You can reach out to me on LinkedIn. I will make it easy.
Okay. Well, I thank you for taking the time to be here with us today. I mean, I think it's a cool product. We've used it. We're going to be using it at the upcoming Experience Show. Again, we actually use that as part of our a booth that we have there as part of the display system. So it's kind of interesting the things that you can do with this, thinking outside the box,
Right.
So really, really good stuff. Again, thank you for being here, and I look forward to seeing you at the next trade show.
Thanks, Lance. It's been great. I really appreciate your time.
Take care.
Thanks. You too.
It's my privilege to be able to introduce Michael Pinto, who's the CEO of Wonder Makers. He's a very valued partner with us at Normie, and actually he's fun to work with. So I'm going to bring Michael in. And I also have Doug Hoffman here, who is also a good friend of Michael's, and this is going to make for a very interesting conversation tonight. That's the easiest way to do it. So Michael, you want to come in and say a quick hello to everybody?
Well, thank you, Lance. I appreciate it very much. And yes, I was smiling because too much fun. When we deal with Normie, I know we get a lot of work done and everything, but it's just good people to work with, and certainly count you in that, as well as Doug. And just very pleased to be here talking about the NCMP.
Thank you, Michael. Doug, I don't know, you consider him a team player with us?
Actually, more than that. Michael not only is one of our senior trainers, but he also participates on our President's Council. I have a tremendous amount of respect for him and for his experience. And I think he brings something to us that we wouldn't have otherwise. So I'm grateful that he's become a good partner and a very good friend. So I'm glad to be here tonight, and I think this is going to be fun.
Absolutely.
Thank you, guys. You know, one of the things that I've seen Michael bring to the group is we've elevated the level of training that's available to our members. We have the basic training and the stuff that's very popular, but we now have these more advanced courses that really gets to or above the professional level, if you want to consider it that way. Now, knowing Normie and all of our initials that we use for our classes, I do want to talk to Michael about the NCMP, which is the Normie Certified Microbial Professional. So, Michael, I'm going to ask you, what is that? What is that all about?
Well, quite honestly, this is a continuation of a certification that was originally offered by the Restoration Industry Association. And early on in the mold remediation industry and the arena, and I'm going all the way back to like 1999, 2000, 2001, thereabouts. It was our assessment at Wonder Makers that there had to be more for some people in the industry than just a technician level and a supervisor level, and not that those are bad places to go for training or anything like that. But we just felt that if the industry was really going to not just survive but prosper, there had to be a cadre of individuals that people could look at and say, you know what, those people are really professionals in their industry. Very similar to, you know, a master carpenter or, you know, an engineer or somebody who's got some real experience. And that's what we tried to do at Wonder Makers when we developed the certified, originally it was certified mold professional, but now with Normie, it's the certified microbial professional course. And that's a good move too, because it broadens up what the students learn about, and it really helps to give us that bigger picture in terms of the students coming through the class. So the basic answer to the question is that the NCMP is, as you said, the Normie Certified Microbial Professional. And what we're trying to do is elevate the knowledge of the individuals who come through that class so that they're more well-rounded and they're able to be the sort of person that if I have a question that just is really a tough one in the industry, that's the sort of people that you go to, the NCMPs.
You know, I've heard it described as upper level type of training. Would that be a fair evaluation to classify this as?
Absolutely. And the reason that we would consider it to be upper level is that there's actually some prerequisites. And I know that that can be dangerous, if you will, because it potentially limits the pool of people that can come for that training. But to even, you know, qualify for the training, a person has to go through either the Normie Certified Mold Remediator course or an equivalent. And depending on where that equivalency is, if it's from ACAC or IICRC, you know, it may be that combination course, which is more of a technician and a supervisor course. It could be, you know, somebody who gets into the CMA, CMR, where they're learning a little bit about the assessor side as well as the remediator. But like I said, there's going to have to be some level of training and generally experience in the mold field or in the microbial field before somebody qualifies for this course. Now, since it's the NCMP, they also, which isn't a tough criteria, but they do have to go through the Normie Professional Practices course, and that's just so that they understand what they're dealing with. Again, if they're professional and we have professional practices, it's pretty bad if professionals don't know the professional practices they're supposed to be following. So that's a prerequisite too, and that's built into the, the emphasis of those professional practices is built into the NCMP course. So it is good that they know that before they get there.
Doug, you and I have talked over the years about, people coming to even our remediator or assessment course that needing a basic knowledge of the industry. I mean, if you don't know how to take an air sample, how do you go through a course about remediation or assessment? I mean, to slow the class down to teach that makes it difficult. And that's what it sounds like here.
Yeah, I think that's exactly right. We're old enough to know that there's some things that you just don't learn except by experience. And there are some things that are going to build on the foundation, the truths that you understand, the techniques that you understand. You've got to continually build on that if you're going to get better, and I think be a better asset for the public. Oftentimes, an entry-level course might get you into the business, might get you into the industry, it might get you a license. But one of the things that has always frustrated us, and I know Michael completely agrees with this, is there are some guys right now in Florida that are taking a one-day, quote unquote, refresher course to get licensed in the state of Florida. It's how in the world can you do that? We do a 3-day class, and in some ways I wish it was 5. So having an opportunity to really encourage our members to think in terms of developing their techniques and their processes and helping them better understand the industry is only going to provide better services, and I think more truthful services, frankly, to the public. And so, as we always say in our classes, if our members look good, we look good. And part of that is just making sure they're trained properly.
Absolutely. I think I'm going to add to that too. I'm going to jump in and add a little bit to that. The other thing that we've seen since I've become a Normie member a few years ago and really got involved with you guys is there is a desire that the people who are in Normie who really want to be the best in the industry, they want to go up a step. And you see it in the folks that show up on the Tuesday night for the continuing education credit. You see it in the folks that are jumping around to the different tracks to pick up, information that's related information so that they can just be more well-rounded and everything. And I believe we see it in terms of the people that want this, as you put it, Lance, upper level training so that they can better understand how everything ties together and, be a real resource for both clients and their company. A lot of them come in just because we're seeing more and more transitions in these companies. There's, Doug, you said the we for older guys. Thank you very much. But we are seeing a lot of that transition. You've got a lot of people that are moving into retirement and leaving these positions of, responsibility in some of these remediation organizations. And we have a lot of people that are trying to step up to those. And like you said a minute ago, how do they do that without decades of experience? And I'm not suggesting that this course, a 3-day course, is going to substitute for 10 years of experience, but for somebody who's got, half a dozen years of experience in the industry and wants to move into one of those management positions and, position themselves for when the owners retire to maybe even take over the business, being an NCMP is going to be very helpful to them, because one of the main things it does is teach them how to see the
the microbial contamination picture from a bigger perspective.
You know, we've talked a lot about, as I use the term, upper level type of training, and we've talked a bit about what's involved. But what makes this class really special? Is there like something you could really zoom in on to point that out?
Oh, I think the thing from my perspective, and having, you know, been the primary instructor for this for, 20 years, the thing that the students all talk about afterwards are two things. One, it's a combination of learning and learning together. So there's a big emphasis on case study, and we get the students in the class, whether they're even participating online or live in the classroom. We get people working through these different case study scenarios, and honestly, at the end of the class, we hear every class where people say, and quite bluntly, you know, what we learned from you, Michael, and the slides and everything was interesting, but what really made a difference in terms of this class resonating and us feeling more confident to go out and deal with some of these projects was working it through the case studies, because they're not simple. You know, if the people don't know how to set up a containment and where they're supposed to put their negative air machines and stuff by the time they get into this class, they probably shouldn't be in this class. But we're talking about how do they integrate this into much more complex projects. And like I said, they really enjoy the case study. The other thing that makes the class special or unique or different is that it doesn't just end with a class. And I know this can be scary for people. They hear that there's a post-class requirement, but that is, you know, if you're going to be considered a professional in the industry, you have to demonstrate that somehow. And so we do have a post-class requirement. We call it a capstone, but there's a lot of different projects that people can take on as part of that class afterwards to show that they're actually the upper level in the industry.
Okay, you can't get away that easy with just saying post-class requirements. I mean, you got to give us a little bit more about that. What's really involved with this, and you know, how does it enhance what was taught in the class?
Well, again, if you're going to be a professional in the industry, then you need to have a profile in the industry, right? You need to be recognized as somebody who's got this expertise. And there's certainly a situation where you can point to the certificate on the wall and say, see, that makes me a professional. But what we find out is that the people who are looked at by their peers as professionals have taken another step. They've taken the information that they know about the industry and they've translated it into something that's tangible. So we're very open in terms of what these capstone projects can be. We've had people come through the class and understand, you know, we're way behind internally on some of the safety and health programs or our respirator protection program, or we don't have good marketing materials now that we understand this in a little bit better way for our customers, or we don't even know how, we haven't been doing a good job putting ourselves out in the industry. So all of those things, we've had capstones in the past from some of the professionals where they do their own, marketing brochures or safety and health programs. We've had people actually do experiments. They come into class and they've kind of had what I call a burning question. And this one gentleman just was totally fixated on the whole idea of the 10 square foot rule, which came from the New York City guidelines. And he was very much reflecting my attitude, saying, well, you know, if it's 9.5 feet, does that make it like less dangerous than if it's 10.5 feet? What if it's 1 inch, right? And so he actually did an experiment. He set up a containment area and did removal of less than 10 square feet. It actually turned out to be about 6 square feet of mold contaminated material under controlled conditions, and then did a lot of sampling while he was doing that to show what the impact was. And you know what, if you don't use your standard remediation techniques like negative pressure and HEPA vacuums, and the New York City guidelines say that you can just, take a piece of drywall and cut it out, right? And he pretty much proved that to be false. Now that was I don't want to say way more, but that was on the kind of the top end of what somebody might do for a capstone project. A lot of them will actually just take their information and dig into one subset of the microbial industry, and then even write it up for an article for some of the technical journals or for the trade journals and stuff. And regardless of what they decide to do, two things are important in terms of the post class requirement. One is that we work really hard in the class so that by the time everybody leaves, they know what they're doing. And then if they already know what they're doing, we can also help them in class provide the resources and the guidance and the encouragement they need to finish that up after class, so that they do class, they do their test, but more importantly, this capstone project is what starts to set them apart. If it is an experiment or it is a document that gets translated into a journal article or something like that, it also raises their profile and helps them to be recognized as a professional, not just by Normie and those of us that are kind of in the know, if you will, but all of a sudden it starts to bring them some recognition from their peers in the rest of the industry. So,
what I'm hearing from you talk about this, it sounds like, well, let's look at the government as an example. A lot of the government entities, they have to put a magical line, of what level is good, what level is bad. It's not a floating thing like radon, 4 picocuries per liter. 3.99999 is okay, but 4 is bad. Same thing with the 10 square foot rule. To me, it sounds more like this class is a collaborative environment from all the people with all their experience being there.
Well, it's a collaborative class run by a dictator, but
yes.
I mean, it is, there's structure to it. You have to be careful with that. And again, I think that's one of the reasons that you see individuals like myself and Doug being the primary instructors on that class, is because, we have to have the experience in the industry, but also as instructors to know how far to let that run and then when to rein that back in. So, yeah, I would say it is a very collaborative experience, but it's under guidance of the instructors.
So let me speak to that for a second, if I could, Lance, because I think this is really fascinating, and maybe this is kind of down into the weeds. Hopefully it won't be. But one of the things that we know about training, and this is why I love so much being able to work with Michael, because there are not a lot of trainers that understand this. There's a very big difference between teaching high school students and teaching adults. And part of the difference is that high school students don't know anything. Sorry, high school students, but they just don't know anything. And so they're sitting there listening to someone lecture to them, and they're hopefully listening and learning something that they don't know anything about. With adult learners, what you've got guys that are in that classroom who need to contribute and want to contribute and should contribute to the discussion because of the experiences that they've had that the trainer maybe hasn't had. So having someone at the head of the class like a Michael, who knows the industry inside out, has got a tremendous amount of experience, but is still delicate enough to respect and honor the input that those students are going to have, makes the class, and as a term you said, kind of collaborative, but as he said, with a dictator. But that's how that happens. There are not a lot of teachers that can do that.
Well, and I want to follow up on that, Doug, and I say this in all humility. When I'm teaching that class, I learned so much. And one of the first admissions that I make to the students is that I am not a remediator, right? I don't go out and tear buildings apart on a daily basis. And quite honestly, other than being out there, for the post remediation or doing sampling or, sometimes getting out over the course of, multiple decades and actually getting my hands dirty just for the practice of it. I'm not a remediator. And so, and I never have been. I haven't been a contractor. I'm a consultant. I'm a trainer. I'm, a recognized professional. I'm an educator in the industry. But I have to tip my hat to the people who go out and do this every day. And by the time they get into this class, we generally, as you say, Doug, we have individuals that have a lot of experience and with the right coaching are willing to share what they know, so it does become collaborative. And sometimes it takes a half a day for people to warm up and understand that, we've got, I'm sorry, this is going to sound woke and horrible. It's a safe space for them to, open up and share their ideas and stuff. But I was using that term well before it was fashionable.
Well, it sounds like it's a extremely packed 3 days, and I guess that's one of the reasons that you have the post-class type of work. But it doesn't though sound to me like it's drinking from a fire hose. A lot of these classes where they pack so much information in. So, Doug, I know you've talked about that kind of stuff in a long time, and you've seen Michael teach this class several times. The flow rate, I guess, would be the best way to describe that. Comfortable?
Yeah, I think that's that delicate balance that I was talking about, of somebody who really knows what they're doing from a training standpoint, being able to give that information out in a way that it can be absorbed, but then start to see when the eyes are glazing over and take a break, And sometimes that just takes experience, just teaching experience and understanding how the classroom works. It is a lot of information. One of the things that we've really tried to do is to make sure that they have in their hands all the slides that we've discussed. They can take copious notes, obviously for an exam that would follow, the certified proctored exam that would follow. But I think the idea is that being able to gauge the climate of the class, that's just something that, as I said, not a lot of people are able to do. But that's why one of the reasons I'm so happy that we've got Michael on board, because I think we have several trainers like that, and they're not easy to find.
Well, and thank you for the compliment. What I will say is that it's real work to teach that class too. I mean, to be an active listener, it takes as much energy as to be an active speaker. And each class is different, more so than the mold technician class or even the sensitized individual classes that I teach. The MCMP class is different because I have, as a lead instructor, I have a little bit more tendency to let some of that collaborative discussion run, and then have figured out how to bring it back, or how to, if I have to trim a little bit from some of the, subject matter that we're going to talk about. Like you said, they have all the slides there so that they're not necessarily losing any of the critical information, but we may, speed up going through some of that in class in order to give more time for the discussion, depending on where the discussion's going. Or sometimes, depending on who's in the class and the whole dynamics of it, or just toward the end of the class, a lot of times they're just tired. And so, a lot of times it reverts back toward the last afternoon of the class where I do a little bit more of the lecture style presentation than throughout the rest of it, just because if they've really been at it kind of hammer and tongs for 2.5 days, it can be wearing on the students as well.
Doug, as executive director of Normie, how do you see the NPMC course really, or CMP, affecting the Normie structure? What does it actually bring to us?
Well, I think this is a good time for me to talk about the Normie Pro designation, which I think is so significant. And that Normie Pro designation, which, oh, by the way, no one has yet, which not even Lance nor Doug nor Michael has this designation yet, was actually born. The Normie Pro designation was really born out of a need, as many good ideas are, to provide to the public a professional who could handle virtually any kind of issue, any kind of problem that they might face. And it was born out of this need when you and I, Lance, got a call from BP Oil, and they said, we need somebody to go offshore and do an assessment on one of our deep water oil rigs. And we both looked at each other and went, do we really have a Normie member who's qualified to do this? Somebody who has the safety training, someone who has the security clearances, there's somebody who has the experience in the background. Because when you get out on an oil rig, deep water oil rig, there's only one way out and one way back, and it's a helicopter. And there's not a lot of discussion or being able to, run to Lowe's and get something. So we decided, well, this is something that we should do. And so we did that. But out of that was born this idea of how do we get our guys to a master level? I think everybody's very familiar with what that terminology is. ICRC talks about that, and others. How do we get our guys to the level where they can handle even those kinds of jobs? And so our dream was, and our goal was, which is now coming to fruition, was to have enough advanced training where we could have the designation Normie Pro, and we could give that to individual in the Normie membership who had the training on sensitized individuals, regular CMA, CMR, understood how to deal with formaldehyde, understood building sciences enough to be able to deal with air infiltration issues, knows what a blower door test is, knows how to spell a manual J, has had the advanced microbial professional classes. How do we put all of that together and say, this guy, this lady, we're going to give this designation to Normie Pro? And then when we get those kinds of calls, that's the person that we can send on that kind of project. So the Normie Pro designation, which again, I say nobody has, we're still working on that. We're hoping that by the end of the year, with the help of the President's Council, we'll have some very specific criteria so that folks can get there and get that designation. And we have some now that I think we could get pretty close, may already be there to be able to have that designation. That's where Normie is headed. We're going to set the standard for the highest level of professional training that's in the market today. And I frankly just don't believe anybody else has been doing that like we intend to. And with Michael's help, with the President's Council help, I think we're going to create something that this industry has needed for a long time.
And again, I just love jumping in on what Doug lays out as the foundation here. Truly, this NCMP class, one of the main ideas behind it is to help people see microbial contamination from a much broader perspective. And that was some of the stuff that you were talking about, Doug. There's great pieces of equipment and there's good things that we can steal, if you will, from the radon industry, like Lance had referred to earlier. And there's things on the asbestos side, there's things in the safety arena, there's things from all these different industries, general indoor air quality. And the more we can get people to think about it in terms of concepts and how these similar concepts can be applied to a project, but when we're faced with a potential problem, we don't have to be restricted to trying to find a mold piece of equipment or something, right? We can see it from a bigger perspective and reach out and realize that, hey, there's things from the indoor air quality arena that we may want to put in here. A great example, just if I can be a little bit, suck up just a little bit, is the ionizer for the the tail of the negative air machine that's available, the PRVK, right? That's not really a mold remediation piece of equipment, or that's not an idea that really came from the mold remediation arena. But it's an idea that fits the mold remediation arena really well as asbestos abatement and lead and just air cleansing, air washing when you're doing whole house cleaning. It's a technology that we're bringing over from somewhere else, and people need to understand a little bit about how that interacts and can be used in so many different arenas.
So I'll give you one, if I can, Lance, I'll give you one insight into some of the things that are going to be different in this particular class and some of the other classes that we're doing. In fact, at the new CMA CMR class that we're going to teach next week, we're going to introduce the concept of air washing, low pressure air washing, which is something we've never done in our training before. But it's brand new, 2023 for us. It's not new to Michael. Michael knew what it was. In fact, he helped me understand how we could fit it into our training program. But I think the point that I'm making is that our classes hopefully will stay up with the industry, and in some cases maybe stay ahead of the industry. And that's why they're constantly changing. You come to a CMA CMR class that we do today, it's not the same class that we did before COVID. It's just not.
And the NCMP class that we're going to do next is going to be different than the one that we did before.
Yeah.
And the other thing I would share there, Doug, and building on that, is that the only way we stay at and above where the industry is to rely on the people that are working in it every day.
That's right. That's right.
And tease out of them I'll be blunt with you. I'm thinking about it now over the course of the last 2 decades. Basically, every concept that's in this NCMP course, I have taken from, with their permission and with their discussion in class. But basically, I've taken from experts in the industry that are doing it every day. Yeah. And that, to me, is the best knowledge to share. Is not, and again, I have gone through lots of levels of academic training, but there's a difference between information that's coming at you from an academic standpoint and information that's coming at you from things that have worked and really made a difference in the real world. So,
Michael, that's so important on so many levels. I mean, we teach in our classes about, for people that are becoming supervisors, to ask the people doing the work that have the working knowledge, how to improve their conditions, improve the technologies, give them what they need. And that's exactly what it sounds like you're talking about.
Well, the other thing I would add to that, Lance, is that it's important for the professionals to look and listen and learn. As I said, the more advanced I get and the more little buttons and designations and all the stuff I have, quite honestly, the humbler I'm getting, because I just am figuring out how much I don't know in all these different areas that I probably should know to pull together. And I'm honored, quite honestly, it truly is. I think about it, I'm honored to be an instructor in this class, because I'm sharing ideas. And, you may have heard the term, I'm sure a lot of people have heard this term, standing on the shoulders of giants. And the crazy thing about that is that a lot of the giants whose shoulders we're standing on for this class are peoples whose names are not necessarily household names or even really well known in the industry, quite honestly. They're just individuals who go to work every day, do a really good job, and are creative as how they do it, and we're kind enough to share some of that in that collaborative portion of the class that then we can, build on and use for the next one.
I knew the word collaborative was going to come back in there someplace.
Well, I had to for your benefit, Lance.
Thank you. Anything else about the class either of you would want to say?
Well, yes, I'll just say that I think this class, whenever it happens, we're looking at dates coming up in the next couple of months. But whenever this class actually happens, I'm really highly encouraged by the guys that have been taking our CMA CMR class. It's not too soon to get into this class, even whether you have a little bit of experience or a lot of experience. I think if you've been trained by Normie and you have that basic foundation CMA CMR class, this would be a very, very good class for you to take.
I want to add something completely different, and that is that our experience in this class is that it's challenging. It's a fair amount of work and everything. That shouldn't necessarily scare people who want to be professionals. But probably the biggest thing is it's fun. And the people that come through this class, talk to me even years and decades later about the relationships that they built in that class and their team when they were on their because we divide them up and then put them in different teams at different points in time for the case study and stuff, and how they got to know some of the other people in their class. And a lot of those, believe it or not, in 3 days become friendships and professional relationships that they hang on to for years and decades. And just, it's one of those things where if you're a professional in the industry and you start to see yourself as a professional in the industry, you want to hang around other professionals in the industry. You have that desire to want to learn from them and share with them. And so we see this, and we see it happen in a very fun way in the class. So the fun factor is actually quite high as compared to some of the other ones like the CMA, and not that that's not a fun class, but there's so much basic information that's getting across in some of these other classes that you don't quite have the same ability to allow the students in class to express themselves. And the collaborative nature and the case study nature of portions of this class allows some of those personalities to come out. And basically it just usually turns it into a pretty fun class.
I think listening to the two of you, and we've talked for probably close to 40 minutes already, the way I would just sum up what I've heard is 2 words: upper level.
Yep.
I think that does it. That says it all. Gentlemen, anything else? I think we've covered quite a bit of information here tonight.
Well, I'm just really appreciative of having the opportunity to chat with you and with Doug all at the same time and everything. And I would encourage anybody who's even, remotely curious to dig into it. And they can certainly call Normie and talk to Doug about it. They can, get the referral. They can chat with me about it. I'll be happy to spend more time explaining it. But it's a great class. I'm looking forward to having the next crop of people come through it.
And I'll just tell you that I'm excited to say that we've updated our website at training.normie.org to incorporate information about this class, the NCMP. Now, one of the things that's kind of unique about what we're doing these days is that this is going to be a trademarked designation, which means it's based on Normie training, and the NCMP cannot be used by anybody unless they've been trained by us. And so I think that's an additional level of credibility that you're going to get in the marketplace if you're in the industry that you'll not get anywhere else. And I'm just grateful in a very big way to Michael and what he's been able to bring to the team. And I think he's filled a void, and I'm excited about where we're headed with this whole advanced training program. So thank you, Michael, and thank you for being here, especially for this interview today.
Oh, absolutely. Thank you, both of you guys, and have a blessed afternoon, evening.
Michael Pinto, CEO of Wonder Makers, and Douglas Hoffman, the Chief Executive Officer from Normie. Thank you both for being here.
Thank you.
Yep.
Hi, everyone. I'd like to welcome you all here to an interview that we're going to be doing tonight. And my guest speaker is somebody that most of you all know. It's Mo Zulawaga. He's one of our senior trainers, a good friend of mine. And we have him here in the room. I will let him do a little bit of an intro of his own background because it's too diverse for me to try to explain. So Mo, a little bit about yourself before we get started.
Well, first of all, thank you. Well, for those of you that don't know me, I've been in the restoration industry now for a good bit over 20 years. And before that, I was an engineer for General Electric, for that in the military. And keep going back, I guess, been all over the country and spent some time outside of the country as well, working in Central America, lived in the Caribbean. And as you can tell by my name, my parents are from South America, from Colombia. So I've had a chance to be kind of all over the place and work all over the place. And now I'm happy to be here in Florida and call myself a Florida boy. And I plan on staying here. And I don't think anybody can get me out. So, and happy to be here with Normie as well. So life has brought me here, and I'm in a happy place.
Well, since you're so happy, let's talk about some serious stuff. Because we get a lot of questions during and after our CMA CMR class, which is one of the ones that where you specialize in teaching, and actually you do it in English and in Spanish, depending on the class that we're running. But I know that we're always getting these questions about technology and what does somebody need to start and what kind of equipment should I buy, and is there differences in moisture meters and air pumps and on and on and on. I think the moisture meter side of it is something that we get the most questions about for people in both the remediation and the assessor side because of the type of work that they do. So I'm going to put you on the spot and see if you want to talk a little bit about moisture meters and some of the differences between them and what you do with them.
Sure. Actually, that's a great question, Lance. One of the interesting things about the class is we talk about in several sections of the class, we talk about one of the most important decisions that we need to make as remediators is we need to make a decision as to what equipment we're going to purchase, what we're going to use. And, I always push hard on the concept that you need to make the decisions based on the application and exactly what the specifications of the equipment are, because for an equipment or technology to function properly, the most important thing is that the operator must know how it works. They must understand its capabilities and, most importantly, its limitations. And a lot of the times we are, we kind of just go right into using the equipment, and because somebody shows us how to use it, and we might use a small bit of the capabilities, but one of the things that is rarely taught from person to person is really what the limitations are. So I tend to talk about quite a bit about that in class. When we get into the whole moisture mapping section of the class, and I do explain a little bit about how moisture meters work and how they don't work and the things that you need to know. And that's one of the questions that I get repeatedly thrown at me time after time after class, where somebody will call me, listen, I know that you spoke about this in class, and it is it's a little complicated for me to just grasp in the 5 minutes that you were able to talk about it. Could you give me a little bit more? As a matter of fact, I've pulled I do have a file here that I can pull up with some pictures of moisture meters, and I'm going to open up here while I talk to you over the next minute, which has some pictures that I've done just to have this sort of conversation with some of the students. So as I pull this up, one of the things I am going to say is that when we go through the process of selecting equipment, it is incredibly important to know what exactly is it that we're trying to accomplish. What is the end goal of what we're going to do with that equipment? So in moisture meters, that is, we're going to measure moisture somehow, or at least that's the concept. And one of the things that the first question we need to ask is, where are we going to measure it? What kind of material are we going to measure? How accurate do we need to be? How thick is that material? Those are all things that we need to take into consideration, because not all meters are made the same.
And Mo, with that, there was a discussion that I was involved with recently where somebody was talking about moisture meters, and they all have different scales. And that was confusing to say, well, it's this percentage. Well, that's a different way of grading on this device compared to another device. So I don't know if you're prepared to talk about that, but if you get a chance as you go through them, you might want to toss some of that in.
Absolutely will do. All right, so I have this little file open. It's a Word document that I have with the images. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to go ahead and share it, if that's okay. So I can show some of these pictures and try to get the concepts across a little bit better. So let me go ahead and do that. All right, toss this over to the center screen. All right, so can you see the moisture meters right now, Lance?
Absolutely, you're good.
All right, wonderful. So here's some. I'm going to start here with non-penetrating meters, which actually goes right into questions you just asked, Lance, which is scales. So not all non-penetrating meters are made the same. Not all meters are made the same. And when it comes to these sort of meters, the first thing you do need to understand is that scale. What are those scales telling you? So I'm going to go ahead and zoom in on this particular meter right here. This is a Tramex ME5. I use this meter quite often during assessments. It is one of my favorite non-penetrating meters. I mean, I have numerous ones, as you'll see and understand why by the end of this. But one of the things that you can see right here on this meter is right up at the very top, you'll see it says wood percentage moisture content. And then at the bottom, it says comparative. And wood moisture content is a scale that's right up here at the top, and it goes from 5 all the way to 30, while the comparative goes all the way to 100. So let's talk just in this meter alone. There are two completely different scales. So the top scale where we have the wood, it'll actually tell you the percentage moisture content of the wood, you know. And there are, if you look at the manual, depending on the wood, you'd actually have to use some variances if it's a hardwood versus a softwood, and they'll actually go by names. Like if it's a fir or it's an oak or something like that, there'll be some percentages that you would need to adjust that reading. But in general terms, this is a wood moisture content scale. Down here, it's a complete relative term. So what does that mean? What does relative mean? It means that for it to have any meaning whatsoever, it needs to be attached to some other value. And so what we learned in class is that before we can go take any readings where we believe the area to be wet, we need to go to a dry section of the home and take up a reading of the same material. So if it's wood, it's going to be of the same type of wood. If it's drywall, it'll be drywall, flooring, etc. So we can get what's called a baseline or a dry standard, and then that's what we're going to use to compare. That's the relative number we're going to use. So on those different scales that you were mentioning, for example, this meter right here, as you guys can see, goes up to 100. If I was using, for example, a Delmhorst Navigator, the new one, it has a scale up to 300. So as you can see, 300 is not a percentage. 300 is just a number, and that's because the sensitivity of that particular scale, you need a wider range to be able to get the numbers that you want. It's a different system that it uses. And so the most important thing is that you understand as a user which is the best, which is the form that the way that your meter works, right? What are the scales in your meter? What do they mean, and what do they represent, and how do you properly read them? How do you work with your meter during different materials? As you can see in this particular meter, you have different materials, wood and timber. Do you have one that's a shallow depth? And that's because sometimes you have layered materials and you want to just grab the top layer, or you want to stay away from a metallic background, because that's one of the things we'll be talking about, some of the limitations of these meters. And a metallic background might cause a limitation. Drywall, plaster, masonry. So this particular meter definitely has different scales. The important thing to understand is, except for the wood meter, those are all relative scales. Okay, those are all something you have to compare to. As you can see, this meter will tell you over here just how deep it goes, and you'll see in the wood that it does show percentage moisture content. And that's what I would say. This is a great example of saying we need to grab the most simple tools that we have, which are wonderful technology, because a lot of the times we don't see these simple tools as technology because they've been around for a while, and we need to understand those.
You know, one of the things that you just mentioned real quick was the manual. And so many people that I talk to don't even know there is a manual. Sometimes you have to go online to get it or download it. And that's one of the most important things you could have for these types of tools. You really need to understand it. I've gotten calls from numerous people that were either en route to a job or on a job site that have called me and said, how do I do this? How do I use this machine to do this? You got to know this stuff before you go out. I mean, use it in your own home. learn it, use the manual.
Absolutely, absolutely. Habits that we now have in the industry or the people that have gotten used to understanding these concepts is the having these manuals right on your phone, right? So we have them on cloud storage. So anytime, and I actually reference manuals all the time when I'm in the field, and there's a particular function of the meter that I might not have used in a long time, and I might know, but I might want to refresh her just to make sure that I don't miss anything, because as you'll see, there are definitely different types of meters, but having those manuals available to you at a moment's notice is incredibly important, and it's a good practice that everybody should actually take on in their business and their daily use. So I want to show you. So this is meter number one. Let me show you something else. So here's some of the things that I discuss with students when they call me with these questions. And one is that comparative range, as you mentioned. And that comparative range can change from meter to meters. So we need to understand it. Understanding how far those ranges go, right? So as you can see, the wood moisture content go up to 40%, and this particular meter up here went up to 30. You need to understand those because questions can come up. If you think about it, if somebody's looking and somebody's analyzing a project that you're doing, and they're used to seeing one particular type of meter where their scale is considerably higher. So for example, on a non-penetrating meter, you can have wet be pretty high, pretty 68, 98. Other meters might be lower. So if they're used to seeing their meter and they think that your number is too low and that does not mean that it's wet, then you need to be able to explain that and say, well, my meter works in this form, and here's the scale that it works, and here's what the numbers mean. And if you don't do that, if you don't understand that, it might be a difficult conversation to have with somebody else that also doesn't understand your meter because they've never used it before. As you can see, the same company can have another completely different meter. This is also by Tramix. This one is really designed for concrete. And this one will have concrete moisture content, okay, and also for drywall. So this is a very specific meter, and these meters are excellent meters to use for very specific times and different projects. So if you really want to know what's going on with certain type of materials, you might need a very specific meter to do that. Just so, like I said, having a set of meters to be able to tackle different problems that come on is very important. Just like you can see for concrete as well, I might actually want to know the actual concrete slab, how much the relative humidity is in it, how much moisture content is in it. I might need to tap into it and use a different type of meter with a different type of plug that allows me to be able to determine this, because, for example, once we remove floors in some of these projects, before we can reinstall the floors, we need to make sure that we've actually correctly dried that concrete slab, because if we don't, then we're going to have issues with the new flooring when it's installed. So once again, understanding our meters, our limitations, our capabilities is important, and I think limitations is one of those things that we definitely need to focus with each one of our meters.
Hey Mo, you mentioned a bunch of different types of meters, and I know over the years I've used combo meters. What I mean by that is a meter that will also do relative humidity, temperature, moisture on surface as a pinned or pinless. How do you feel about those? I've gotten mixed, opinions from people over the years.
Well, actually, I have a picture of one of those here. I'll jump a couple of pictures just to show you. Whoop, here we go. So this one is by Protimeter. Everybody pronounces that a little bit different. That's how I pronounce it. So if I pronounce it differently, forgive me. So Protimeter is a multi-use meter. So it does have a thermal hygrometer. It has a pin moisture meter. It has a non-penetrating moisture meter included as well. And it's a really good meter. It really is. There are some drawbacks. There are some drawbacks to having a multi-use meter. One of them is obviously your meter is done and you've now lost all your meters. That's one. In the past, some of these meters that had all the functions did not have each function wasn't top notch. You'd have two of the functions that were top notch and the third one was okay. And I'm a big believer in having really good meters for certain type of projects for each one of those functions, whether it be a hygrometer. So you need to understand what application you're doing. But Obviously, times change, technology improves. Some of these meters are really good. This particular meter is really good. The kit comes with all kinds of accessories to measure different things, to be able to tap into wood, to be able to go past these little pins over here to go past the drywall and be able to measure and see if insulation is wet. You have multiple meters that do this, like that Delmhorst Navigator that I mentioned also is a good combo meter. My biggest drawback with combo meters for personally is that, a lot of the times they have a lot more functions that I need on my projects. Number one, and number two is if I lose that meter, I've now lost all my meters, and it's not something that I really want to face on a project.
Well, that was one of the things that I had seen over the years that you had just mentioned about the sensitivity of the meters, that you give up some sensitivity when you have all these different devices combined together. It's really good with one or two things, but a few of the other ones aren't as good. And of course, the other thing is if something happens, you drop the meter, you break it, you've lost everything,
Absolutely. And the other one is they are pricey. They are pricey to have a combo meter. They're less pricey than buying really good meters of each one, mind you, but nonetheless, as to have one meter that can go bad or get dropped or now you're talking anywhere between $1,200 to $1,500 for top end meters, in the hands of a technician can be a problem. It's if it's your personal hands and you're very good with your equipment, you take care of it like I do, they'll probably last you for a lifetime. But we know that as it goes from hand to hand, that level of care might change. So that also comes into play. How rugged are your meters? And that's one of the things that I look for. I like rugged equipment. I like equipment that I can take on a construction job, and it's going to make it to the end of the day. So that's important to me. Absolutely.
One of the questions that comes up a lot is, what should I buy, a pinned or a pinless? And I always talk to them about, well, the pinless doesn't do any damage. You got to go to a different level of dealing with the consumer that you're working with about having pinholes all over the place. And depending on what you're doing, if you're testing carpeting, you're not going to see, like you're testing sheetrock, all these little pinholes all over the place, so you got to be prepared to build back. But, you have a favorite either way, pinned or pinless?
Well, my particular answer to that is always I have both. And because it also depends on application, right? You do a lot of assessments. You've done a lot of assessments over your time, and during an assessment, in an assessment, a lot of the times you're not really looking to poke holes into a drywall, because like you're saying, you're creating damage to the drywall. On another type of project, for example, a drying project, that becomes a little bit less important. You're in an emergency situation and you need documentation that's going to be easy to explain down the road, either to maybe it's an insurance claim to an adjuster, maybe you go to court, something like that. And in that case, a pin moisture meter is definitely going to be a lot easier to explain, because it's showing you some moisture content versus a relative reading. And relative readings can be one of those things that's difficult to explain or people to grasp in a short amount of time. On the other hand, both are great. So one of the things that I tend to do is I start with non-penetrating, and then I'll document the edges, the far corners. So once I get to the far corners, I'll document them with a pin moisture meter. I've gotten really good at taking those pin moisture meters in areas where you're not going to be able to see those little holes. There's ways to do that. And then I'll take one in the center, so I have some serious documentation with my pin moisture meter, and then I have a little bit more documentation with my non-penetrating. But both are incredibly important. Some of the stuff that you are going to be measuring, you're not going to be able to poke holes in either. Stuff like tile, really nice wood. You're not going to start poking holes all over the place. Really nice wood. So they both have a place in it, and sometimes I use them both because, as I mentioned in class, I never trust any piece of equipment or any measurement by itself. I want to be able to compare it to other things and be able to say that makes sense. What I'm seeing makes sense, because, like I said, they both have limitations. And one of the limitations of the non-penetrating meter is that it's not really measuring moisture. It's using RF signals. Most of these are using RF signals, and depending on what's behind that drywall or in front of the drywall, you can have readings that are incorrect. For example, if you have a pipe, if you have wood, if you have actually some wallpapers actually have metal in them, and you'll detect it higher. Pin moisture meters give you a little bit a little bit more of I guess an accurate reading in those type of situations, but they can also have issues where they don't go as deep because the pins on those moisture meters tend to be really, really short. As a matter of fact, one of the tips that we talk about in class is if you have like a thick piece of wood, like a 4x4, the proper way to measure that is to drill 2 stainless steel screws right into the middle of the wood, 2 inches, and then you measure with your moisture meter to those screws. So now you have an accurate measurement into that wood because the pins are too small. So like I said, all this equipment has limitations and it has capabilities, and we just need to understand each one in each application that we use.
You know, it's funny, one of the classes I was watching as we were doing in our water class, they talked about drilling screws into a wood floor from underneath and taking samples like that with the big caution, don't drill through the floor.
Yes.
You know, come up on the other side. Yeah, went a
Absolutely.
little too far there.
Yeah, and by the way, we've all done that where we got a little too far. So it's just be very, very careful.
So I would say from what you've described here and the types of technology that's used, I guess the next level to go to would be moisture mapping, you know, and how that's done and how this equipment plays into moisture mapping an area, you know, and different ways of doing it.
Right, and there are different ways of doing it, and that's where, you know, once again, selection of equipment depends on what you're doing. You know, depends on the level of equipment that you need. One of the meters that we see here is a very economical meter. You know, this is one of the things that we'll find at Home Depot for $30, $40, $60. You know, and we're putting it next to another meter that's $500, $600. For certain things like moisture mapping, they could be excellent tools. That, you know, your meter does not have to cost, you know, $1,200 for it to be functional for your operation. One thing is very different when you're doing an assessment and when you're actually doing a drawing job. They both require a moisture map, but the level of accuracy in that reading is not the same for each project. That's not the same. During an assessment, we're really looking that it's hitting that threshold that it is wet. In drawing, we're going to want to measure every day the actual progress, and we want to be very exact with those numbers. And we want to have equipment that can read really fast readings in between each reading, so it can adjust quickly to its environment. So that's one of the things that is probably different from economic meters to others. Expensive meters tend to have electronics in there that react a lot quicker. So in moisture mapping, let me I guess I could use the same page here to talk a little bit about moisture map. I'll scroll down to the bottom, and then I'll get back to some of these little other tools that we get a chance to that we use in moisture mapping. So I'm going to explain the way that I like to do moisture mapping. This is the most common way that I'll do moisture mapping. And what I'll do is I'll use a little bit of drawing. So forgive me, I'm not an artist, and I'll just try to explain to you graphically exactly the way that I would do it. So if I had, for example, this. So if I had a wall that kind of looked like this, and we'll call this wall right here wall A, wall B, and wall C, and I would actually label them. So let's go ahead and do that. I'll do this really quick so it won't take too much time. I'll do a top bottom view, so you can actually see it from the top, and you can see the 3 walls. And then for each one of these walls, what I'll end up doing is I'll draw a separate wall. So this would be wall A, wall B, move the filter, please. Okay. Let's make it look like this.
For those of you watching, I think he is having fun doing this.
I am having fun doing this. I love doing this kind of stuff. So this would be the areas that, for example, we would, in wall A, I'm a wall B, and if this continued all the way to wall C, I would do it, but I'm just doing it so we don't spend too much time drawing here. And the other thing that I would do to make it a little bit easier for everybody that comes down the road is I would do something like this. I would actually have a piece of blue tape across that wall. And about every 16 inches, I would put a vertical line. And so that would be the first section would be A1, A2, A3 across that blue tape on that wall. So, and I hope I'm explaining myself correctly. If for some reason I lose you, please let me know. And below each one of those sections, every 16 to 20 inches, I would take a moisture measurement as to exactly moisture content on that wall, or the reading, depending what type of meter I'm using, and the height that it went to, and I would document it around that blue tape. So on A1, I would put day 1, it would be the moisture content and the actual reading, and I would do the same thing on day 2. And what this does, it actually shows the sketch of the property. So if I had a whole property that was wet, I would probably, it wouldn't be these 3 lines, it would be the actual sketch of the whole property, and for each wall would have a front facing picture, which shows me exactly how it was wet as I found it and as I measured it. And you could write right here and take pictures as well. And on my sketchbook, I would actually write on the picture what the moisture content was at that time. So that's one of the ways that I would do a moisture mapping. You can simplify this. You don't have to go as in depth as I go sometimes. And sometimes I keep it very simple. One of the things that you can do is, depending on your application, as an assessor, you can actually use the blue tape to go ahead and outline your moisture map area. And I do this quite a bit, for example, on ceilings. When I have a patch of a ceiling that is wet, I will go ahead and outline it, and I will lay in, and sometimes I'll mark it right on the blue tape exactly what I saw. And what that does is, for anybody that comes after me, whether it's a remediator, it's an adjuster, it's anybody, they can really quickly see the areas that I found to be wet. So I'll actually moisture map it with my tape, document it with pictures. If I'm able to, I'll do what you see here, which is a graph or a sketch of exactly the area from 2 different angles. And the whole concept, everything that I do regarding this, and the reason I take a little bit extra time is, I always ask myself is, if I was in court in front of a judge and the judge had nothing to do with the restoration industry, how can I easily explain to him or show him exactly what was going on here? And that's always the basis that I take on my approach of either writing a report or doing a sketch or trying to explain something, because the reality is that we're not always going to be talking to people who completely understand restoration, who completely understand mold assessment, indoor air quality, any of these issues. And so it all ties together, from understanding how your equipment works, selecting that equipment, using it properly, being able to explain it, and then documenting the results into something like a moisture map. It all comes from basic thing is, we need to understand why we do the things that we do and how our equipment works. Very simple things.
Looking at what you're doing here, I mean, to me, it makes a lot of sense, and hopefully everybody that's watching understands this too, but it also looks like a very labor-intensive process. I know there's other devices out there. I mean, I've used thermal imaging and stuff like that work hand in hand with moisture meters. So how would you draw the differences or comparisons to using that additional device in conjunction to a moisture meter?
Okay, that's a great question. Well, one of those devices, I actually have a picture of it right here. which is this hydro sensor. Then this is what this is. It's not a moisture meter, it's a moisture sensor. So right over here in the tip, you'll actually get two little spikes. And once you put it into a something that is wet, it's going to beep. So it's going to let you know, hey, this is wet. Obviously, once I find something wet, I'm going to confirm it with a moisture meter. But this is a really easy way to be able to do a moisture map, for example, on a large area that has carpet and all the carpet is wet. So you don't have to bend over. This is the original intention of this product was to be able to do that, to be able to walk around and be able to then do your moisture map on carpet. But it has great other options. For example, when we find cabinets, and the toe kick is removed on that cabinet, how do we reach all the way in the back behind that cabinet to see if that drywall or whatever material is back there is dry? And my hand, I can tell you right for now, my hand won't fit. So this tool allows me to just go right under there, reach all the way to the back, and do moisture testing across the back wall and see if any of those areas appear to be wet. Also, they're great for HVAC closets and the little spaces in between the air handler and the drywall. Normally, you have 3 to 4 inches, and once again, I can't reach, but many times I find the moisture with this tool allows me to reach high places as well, ceilings and anything like that, without really having to get up on a ladder. Or if it's a high ceiling, I don't have to get up on a really high ladder because I have a little bit of more reach due to this tool. So it's a wonderful tool that I think everybody should use. Saves my back and it saves me a lot of time. I use it quite often. The other one that you mentioned is thermal imaging. So thermal imaging is a wonderful tool, probably one of the best tools that we have for efficiency in our industry and for breaking the ice with the customer. But once again, for you to be able to use it properly, you need to really understand how it works. So one of the first things I always say is get certified, understand what it does and what it doesn't do, and always question what it's showing you. So a thermal imaging camera, we all know, can give us false positives, and any dark area is going to be dark because it's cold, not necessarily because it's wet. It's definitely going to be colder than its surrounding areas, okay, but it does not mean that it's wet. But you can also get false negatives, and that's one of my biggest concerns all the time with infrared imaging. You can get false negatives because for you to be able to see anything on that camera, there needs to be temperature differentials within the material that you're observing through the lens, and that's not always the case. For that material to be able to show a differential, wherever it's wet, that liquid needs to be evaporating. That's actually how thermal cameras capture that something is colder because it's wet, is because when you have a surface and that surface is wet, I'm going to pretend I have a wall here. As those water molecules evaporate, they're taking energy with them into the air. That means they're leaving the surface of the material cooler because energy cannot be created or destroyed. It can only be transferred. And that water molecule, as it leaves the surface and it goes floating into the air, means that all that energy is up here. You have less energy here. And less energy means less heat, less temperature. So that's what the infrared camera is capturing. But if that's not happening because environmental conditions, because you have some sort of material or paint that does not allow that wall to evaporate, it's not going to show you anything. And that whole entire wall might be soaked. It's happened to everybody. It's happened to me, where I've said, well, this is dry. And I said, well, let me go check, with my other meters anyway. And sure enough, and then you learn, I always have to check with moisture meters. I cannot trust the infrared camera by itself. I rarely trust any single piece of equipment by itself. I always want it back up to give me confirmation and saying, hey, yeah, what you're seeing is truly what you think it is.
Well, part of every certification course I've ever taken or seen for thermal imaging always goes back to document it with another device, usually a moisture meter. And that's your confirmation. You're not seeing moisture, you're seeing an anomaly or an exception to what's normal. And the other electronic device is what confirms what you're seeing.
Absolutely. Now, having said that, if the area that you're scanning with your thermal imaging camera does show up on your thermal imaging camera, it is a great way to moisture map, right? Because now you can see the entire wall. You can document it with pictures. It's showing you the area that's wet. You can do a couple of, you can do follow-up moisture meter readings that you can document, which I also, by the way, not only do I document it with my regular camera, I document it with my infrared camera, because I like to show that that meter was exactly where the dark area was. So there's no question or doubt as to exactly where we took that measurement. And so it is a wonderful, wonderful tool. I don't leave home without it. Absolutely.
You know, some of the newer equipment now, thermal imaging, even the lesser expensive ones, do image over image photography, which is they're showing you an infrared image with the regular digital image over on top of it. So you get to see the outline or the structure of what you're looking at, plus the thermal patterns on the wall. So it really creates a very good description for anybody looking at as to what's going on in that environment, after you've obviously also documented it with moisture meter.
Absolutely. Absolutely. As a matter of fact, nowadays, to me, it's the only way to go. Dual camera. So you're taking a regular picture and an infrared picture right next to it. So when your report comes out, that's exactly what you see. You see the regular picture, and right next to you see the infrared. It makes it a lot easier, once again, to explain to somebody that doesn't know anything about infrared cameras. So I'd rather spend a little bit extra on better resolution and be able to have that dual camera. And nowadays, like you said, even some of the economic cameras are coming up with or do have that function, and it's a function that to me is it's absolute must.
So we've gone from the basic moisture meter to the advanced moisture meter to the hydro sensor to the thermal imaging cameras. For somebody new starting out in the business, a piece of equipment to start with. You don't go out and spend $50,000 on a thermal imaging camera.
Right.
Where do you start? Especially when you want to start dealing with moisture in your assessment or your remediation projects.
That's a wonderful question. On an assessment project, you have so much more flexibility per se on equipment. Because you're looking for different things that necessarily you would be on a drying project. You're still looking and want to make sure that stuff is wet or dry. You want to do a comparison. So you do have a wide range when it comes to non-penetrating and penetrating. So you can start with a less economical meter. The key, once again, is find out how it functions and read the reviews and watch the videos online for that manufacturer. And you should do that for a number of meters within your price range to find the one that is highly recommended and that actually does the job that you're looking to do. Some other ones, it's a different story. For example, if you see on your screen right now, this is a hygrometer. So you have non-penetrating meters, you have penetrating meters, you have moisture sensors. Now another way to measure moisture is moisture in the air, which is where we'd use a hygrometer. And on hygrometers, once again, an assessment, it could be a little bit more flexible, because what you're looking for is a couple of readings during your assessment project, and a lot of hygrometers out there will do that. If you're in a drying project, for example, there's very few hygrometers that can stack up to the requirements of a drying project. This is, for example, one that would. This is a one that I like quite a bit. It says Phoenix, but I believe now the manufacturer is Vaisala. And what the differences are, for example, this hygrometer I can put in front of a dehumidifier, which has extreme temperature and moisture readings and low moisture readings, and pull it away and get very accurate readings right away in another location. Other hygrometers, less expensive hygrometers, you're going to have to wait a number of minutes to be able to get an accurate reading per location. So hygrometers tend to be one of those things that the better you get, the better it's going to be for you for efficiency, because you don't have to wait all that time for the sensor to be able to adjust. Better sensors also tend to last longer before they become calibrated. So those are things. The newer hygrometers that are high end, you can also change the sensors. You can buy just a new sensor and put it in. So depending on the piece of equipment that we're talking about is dependent more on my guidance. So as to penetrating and non-penetrating meters for assessment and an infrared camera, I might say, listen, here's some baseline products that I think were great. I highly recommend. For example, Fuller makes I think it's the MR40, which is a penetrating moisture meter. It's a pen. It looks like a pen. It has a little flashlight on the other side. And I think it's $60, $70, $80. It's really inexpensive. And I think it's a wonderful moisture meter for assessments. Wonderful moisture meter, especially because it is so light that I can stick it pretty much anywhere, on a wall, on a ceiling, and it will stick and keep my reading, which means that I can document the picture with pictures a lot easier. I don't have to have my hand up, especially if I'm on a ladder or anything like that. It becomes dangerous. I don't have to hold it sticking to the wall and taking the picture. I can just stick it to the ceiling or to the wall, take a step back, take a picture up close, take a picture from far away, and it does a wonderful job. With a hygrometer, I would say definitely do your homework, get a little higher end, make your life a lot easier. And on a thermal imaging camera, one of the economic ones now is the C4 or C5 from FLIR. Those do a wonderful job. They do have their limitations. One of the things that I don't like about it is that the battery is not external; it's an internal battery. So once that battery starts degrading, basically your infrared camera starts degrading, because keeping it charged does become a headache. You have to have it connected all the time, but that happens over time. That doesn't happen immediately. The higher end cameras, like for example, the E series, the E6, E8, I really like those cameras. They have, batteries you can swap in and out, so it's a lot easier to always have a piece of equipment that's functioning. You can have multiple batteries. They do have the drawback of a higher cost. You're probably looking $2,000-$3,000 for those cameras versus $500-$600 for a C5 at this time.
Very cool. Well, we have a few minutes left. I don't even know where to start to say. Would you want to sum up what we've talked about, other than come take the CMA CMR class, or one of the advanced classes? But how would you sum up tonight, at least for the folks watching?
Actually, I have a pretty easy way to sum this up. Okay, which is what we talk exactly in our classes. Is when you make a decision to move forward into an application, to say assessment or drying, if that's what you do, know what your application is, know what you need, and then go study the equipment that's out there and choose your equipment based on that need, not on pricing. Okay, not on Bobby told me this is a really good piece of equipment. They have it on sale at John Don or Answer or wherever it is. Just do your homework. Read the manuals, understand what it is that you're doing, understand how your equipment works, and most importantly, understand why you're doing it. What's the purpose of you using each piece of equipment, so then you can properly document that purpose and properly express that purpose through your documentation to somebody that has absolutely no clue what it is that our industry is about. That is if you take the whole entire idea, that is the basic idea of what we do. Take really complicated things and make it less complicated, make them simple, so somebody that doesn't know what we're talking about can learn it in a quick and efficient manner. And the way to do that is you need to understand every step of the way, and most importantly, understand how to properly use your equipment.
Well, thank you, Mo. Actually, I'll ask you to stop sharing your screen for a moment so people can see who you really are.
Absolutely. Go ahead and do that.
All right, there he is. Well, I want to thank you for your time. I think we're going to have to do this again and maybe pick another type of equipment, maybe air pumps or Matterport or some other equipment that I know that you use and you're familiar with, and do some more segments on this.
Absolutely. Sounds good.
So thank you for your time, and we look forward to possibly another segment in the near future.
Hey, thank you for having me. Have a wonderful night.
You too. So let's get right into it. I know when we spoke earlier that we talked about the health departments, but it all follows wet buildings. And I know that's something that you're very familiar with. So why don't we start there about the wet building situation and why these health departments are finally taking notice?
Yeah, thanks for having me. Well, for those that have been certified by NORMI, one of the things that's fundamental to mold growth and amplification and all others within the microbial realm and interactivity, it all starts with damp to wet buildings. we know by now, or we should know by now, that there are thousands of global academia peer-reviewed published studies that show what happens in an indoor environment that has become damp or wet due to some unplanned water intrusion. Those global academic studies are numerous and abundant on mold spores, mycotoxins, beta-glucans, gram-positive and gram-negative bacteria, right? It hasn't necessarily disseminated down across the large canvas of those of us in this industry, but because it is a health issue, and it's known to be a health issue, so you have global academic science that says this is what grows in a building, and you have all these MDs and homeopathic medical experts that say these are the conditions of the people that are coming in because they were exposed in a damp to wet building. Now, if we look at the data, and I want to preempt this a little bit, we by now know that globally, 25% of the population of planet Earth, 25% of us human beings have a genetic predisposition. We have an HLA-DRDQ gene that doesn't function properly, therefore it does not produce the antigens to fight off these things that we breathe. Then you've got another 15% of the population who has an immunological sensitivity. So if you put the two together, that's 40% of the population. That's 4 out of 10 people. And here's the challenge that we have. And I'm getting to why some of these state departments of health are acting as they have begun to act. Well, 4 out of 10 people are at risk. 4 out of 10 people, and we can drill into some of this data, right? To these experts like Dr. Neil Nathan, Dr. Shoemaker. These are people that are living with symptoms and they don't know the cause of it. And it's damp to wet buildings and mold exposure and the subsequent allergens and toxic aspects of the fungal and bacterial amplification. 4 to 10, and they don't know it. Think about that. They don't know it. On a recent podcast, Dr. Jordan Peterson was actually interviewing Dr. Shoemaker. And he said, you know what, is this bigger than asbestos in and of its own right? Is this an epidemic of pandemic proportions in its own right? And the conclusion of the panelists, Dr. Shoemaker, and there was one other doctor whose name escapes me. Yeah. And here's the challenge. We go in as remediators in this profession. We're dealing with clientele who don't know why they don't feel well, right? We know that 4 out of 10, and simply we should start making a deduction that that's somebody who's sensitized or has a genetic predisposition and doesn't know it on every job because we don't know. So what happens then is you're starting to get this trickle effect where there's enough information out there. It would be a billboard type of explosion of information if the data produced in articles such as Industrial Health or Industrial Microbiology or Toxins, these are various publications. If that data was put in Better Homes and Garden, Time Magazine, Sports Illustrated, the general public would all of a sudden, maybe millions of people would have aha moments. So what I'm talking about right now, just the data of that 4 and 10, that's about $125 million, 125 million people in the United States alone. That's a third of the population of our country who is walking around not feeling well, in some cases severe illness, and it's because they were exposed to these microbial amplifications due to damp and water wet conditions in a building. So yeah.
Excuse me one second. I mean, just to be fair to the industry, just up until recently, and it's still very common with a lot of the medical professionals, they will treat their patients with medications and other types of treatments and remedial changes to their life, and then send them back to the environment that's causing their problems.
Yeah.
and I've talked with a lot of environmental doctors and a lot of doctors that don't deal with environmental medicine. And there is such a wide gap in the thinking process. I recently talked to an orthopedic surgeon about environmental medicine. He says that really has nothing to do with our practice. I said, are you sure? He goes, oh, absolutely. We don't deal with, their allergies and their sensitivities. I said, no, but in your situation, when you put somebody in a cast and give them crutches and send them back to the home environment and they're a hoarder and you don't know, they can't maneuver. Yeah. Their environment is creating a health issue for them. And he goes, never looked at it that way. So there is an awareness that's slowly starting to creep in, but there's a big gap.
Yeah, the gap, Normie has an opportunity to build a bridge that goes across the Grand Canyon through awareness and through our knowledge and through our subject matter expert positioning. And that's what we need to do. This is a big deal. We've got, like I said, 120, a third of the population of the United States. And when you start drilling into these studies, and that's part of my background. I used to look at a bunch of research to be able to talk to a cardiothoracic surgeon or talk to a rheumatologist or talk to XYZ pulmonologist about, whoever I was working for at the time in the industry. And so it's not there yet, but we do have, and this brings me back to the topic at hand, certain states are starting to take position statements, albeit as rudimentary as humanly possible. And in the state of California, this is 20 years now in the making. And finally, they've been talking about damp to wet buildings are unhealthy. So as of January 1, 2022, it became law in the state of California that any property manager that was going to lease an apartment or a home to a prospective tenant, they had to provide them with the California Department of Health mold booklet in advance of consummating that contract. And that mold health booklet talks about damp to wet buildings and that they are unhealthy. And then there's other areas in there that if you do encounter wet conditions, you start to see mold, what do? It's kind of here's a recipe. If you fall into a situation, you contact your landlord, they've got to fix it. But a damp or wet building, in this mold booklet, they state it is a unsuitable living dwelling, right? So something has to be done about it. So generally speaking, global academia says it's a health problem. This is what happens. Thousands of published studies now. This is associated with. This is what people are presenting. This is what we're diagnosing them as. The general public, we got 125 million people that don't know this stuff. How do we solve that problem, right? And so the other thing is, and I used to be somewhat reserved about it. I'm not reserved about it anymore. Here's the fact. How many of these papers do you want to see? How many of these studies by doctors do you want to see that say, this is the health issue caused by the things growing in a damp to wet building? This is why you're sick. I take arrows for it, that they're just trying to do that. That's not true. That's not true. So, to the credit of those in the health industry, yesterday, I went to a treatment facility that had some water damage, and I started talking about these things. And one of the doctors said, "This is fascinating to me. I've never heard this before. Where can you send me some of these studies? I want to become knowledgeable on this." And I said, "Sure. How many would you like to see?" He said, "Well, pick the 3 or 4 that you like to cite the most." I said, "Done. Will do." Sent them, and I'll be looking forward to a follow-up conversation. So not only do we have the opportunity to heal an environment, we can also be disciples, so to speak, in sharing knowledge and providing information for people who can help make a difference. And so It's critically important, but I think in fairness to the industry, by and large, we do a pretty good job of drying out buildings, but we're not dealing with comprehensively the subsequent microbial contamination in the entire environment, right? And we have a third of the population who don't know it. And if we assumed that they are sick and don't even know it, we can do a better job of reversing microbial contamination in the whole environment. But we are starting to get like in California, it's kind of funny, right? I can't go buy after January of this year. I can't buy a gas-powered leaf blower anymore because it's going to adversely affect the air quality. But we're not making there just isn't this more a definitive stance on this is a health issue, period. And then therefore, how do we go about solving these issues?
Hey, Skip, I think the expression is sometimes we get in our own way, with some of these issues. And it's not us, but the example I want to give here is when we teach classes in different states, we will often invite some government officials and the health departments to attend our class. We just want them to sit in, information only, come join us. Meet the people that are doing the work, especially in the licensed states. Yep. Now, we are approved to teach for the licensing law in numerous states around the country. Mm-hmm. Well, I numerous times have made contact to different county health departments and agencies in this state that we are approved to teach for people to get licensed to do this work. And I invited them, and their answer was, we can't go to any training unless the state health agency approves it. And they're not aware of it. They're not the ones on the ground doing the work, dealing with the people and the contractors, yet they can't come to our training or get information until the state level says, yes, you can do that. Even though the state level says we can teach contractors to do the work. So that's why I asked at the start of this about if you know somebody at the state level, a health agency or a contact information for it, send it to us. We really need to reach out and try to help this industry.
Yeah, I mean, one of the things that for those of us that are in this industry, we care. It's a business. It's how we make our living. But in making our living and generating our revenue is directly proportional to the amount of people that we help, right? And a lot of the folks that have contacted us, they are sensitized they know this, that they have a sensitization. I'm working on two residences in Los Angeles, both confirmed Sears patients. And the nice thing about it is the doctors are advising these folks that this is environmental, and you can't clean stuff on your own. You have to have the highest level of expertise dealing with this because it is an environmentally sourced contamination that has affected your health. You drew the short straw. You've got a gene or your immune system, right? And you're not going to get better unless the environment can support wellness and your pathway, right, to detoxification. Otherwise, you are constantly exposed to the source contaminants and you're not going to get better. To me, it's what an opportunity we at Normie have across this large canvas, across the country and globally, to have the type of expertise that nobody else has. That's our sequence. That's the Normie sanitization protocol. That's the looking at the building holistically, identifying the building science and then building performance enhancements that we bring to the table. I've not seen, I've seen bits and pieces of it in other certification entities, but not the total indoor environment, because this is an indoor air quality problem. And the reason why it's an indoor air quality problem, we can't just be looking at what the containment zone is established. It's the whole environment. I mean, I could talk about days about the migration of these contaminants throughout the whole environment. I mean, here's one for everybody out here. What do we got? 22 people out there? And to the group that's in here today, How many times does somebody identify a water leak within 10 to 15 minutes of it first happening in a house? No one. These water leaks occur for days to weeks to months or years. I just did a house, a couple towns over, 2 years. They had a water leak in the inner wall cavity from a total house renovation. They hooked up an ice maker, put it into the main drain, but they didn't put the drain cap on in the plumbing. And for 2 years, every time that ice maker drained water, it leaked water into the inner wall cavity. So, it's frustrating. Nobody likes to deal with the fact that they've got a water damaged building, but it is a health issue. And we got to we should be earnestly assessing, are we looking at this as it's just water damage that we have to dry out? Or are we, to some extent, like a building physician assistant that now has to heal that building and completely reverse the microbial contamination and establish a new baseline? Then it's up to the occupants or the owner of the building to maintain that. And we also have an answer to that challenge at Normie, right? So this is a big deal. I mean, I'm very passionate about this. I'm sure everybody is taking that right now, but we're talking, the numbers don't lie. The data is there. 100+ million people, that's a third of our population in this country, right, are living in buildings. The EPA, 85% of the buildings are contaminated. 50% have existing water damage at the time they assess it. Hello? And if we know water damage is a health issue, and the health researchers, the doctors that are publishing these studies are saying these are the diseases and illnesses associated with people living in a water damage. We know it. It's done. It's no longer water abatement. It's decontamination of microbial. We have to reverse the microbial contamination at that point.
I think part of the problem that you run into is we're dealing with very often a mechanical system failure, which then leads to a biological situation or problem. And you're talking two completely different industries that don't normally interact with each other. I install an air conditioning system and a conduit to drain out condensation. What's that have to do with somebody's health? Well, nothing until it malfunctions. And again, it takes time, and usually it's not seen because these things are in areas of the buildings that most people don't go to or inspect.
Yeah, right. And let's not overlook relative humidity. My business is in Santa Barbara, California. Our relative humidity year-round is perpetually over 70%. But here's the challenge, right? I don't question hearts. I don't question ethics. We did an inspection of a house and said, you got a relative humidity issue here, and improper grading over the last 2 years allowed this building to absorb a tremendous amount of water called the stack effect and rising damp. The building isn't properly graded. And then they call in somebody else who says, an inspector for a second opinion. That person has zero mold assessing or mold certification. None. Building inspector. Nope, nothing, right? Okay. They say, well, the relative humidity inside, 80%, you're not opening up your windows. Okay. I'm Polish, but even I can figure this one out. If the relative humidity outside is 72% and the relative humidity inside is 81%, when you open up the windows, you're going to end up with 72%. You still have a relative humidity issue. The building doesn't have an HVAC system. It doesn't have a mini split. It doesn't have any means of reducing or controlling the relative humidity inside. And the data suggests, all the studies that I have read, that if you have high relative humidity over a long period of time, when you do swabbing of the surfaces, right, you've got mold growth on that simply due to the moisture content in the air that is now being absorbed by the drywall, the wood, the casing around the doors and the windows and all that stuff. Well, whatever percent you have in mold contamination on that wall that's growing, it's also in the air. Just relative humidity. So what an opportunity there is for people to just spend a little bit of time going to Normie, getting certified so that they know this stuff, And now you can do a much better job healing environments. And if we got 125 million people that need this help. This is a big campaign, the mold awareness, whatever it takes. And if we can go to the health departments of the various states that are already taking the lead going, yeah, we know that this is a health issue. Now we can show them that here's how we can better educate the public. Here's how we can better educate professionals, etc. The other thing that California did is in their question and answer page for tenants that are having issues, I've got a mold issue, my landlord isn't doing this, what do I do? First thing that one of the points that the California Department of Health makes is, well, there are no laws in the state of California for mold assessing and mold remediation. However, there are national entities, training entities, certification bodies who might be able to help. And the first one they list is Normie. Now, I assume Normie never had contact with the state, so the state is finding the fact that Normie is a very reputable entity, and they're placing it on their website. Might they want to collaborate and learn, a little bit more about who Normie is and what they do? And that would be a very, very good thing. It's phenomenal. Again, I lead with in my life that people want to do the right thing. And if they know Normie has this very elevated position in their certification, they're going to be better equipped to deal with these various scenarios of buildings and be a conduit of knowledge, right? Conduit of knowledge. That's what I am. I pass on what somebody does with it. Okay, I can't control that. But I'm telling them the truth, and I've got proof sources that I provide routinely. This isn't Skip saying this. I'm not making this stuff up. Here you go. I've got it on my website in part of our library. Take a look, take a gander. Tell me where I'm wrong on this stuff. But here's a study from, all over the world. Here's another one here in this country. Here's another one here. Here's another one there. There's thousands of them. We got to start using this stuff.
Skip, there's different parts of the country have unique issues. Down south, there's a lot of buildings that don't have basements or crawl spaces. The ground's too soft, it's too wet, it's too close to the coastline. And I get that. So you're building different there than you are building in the northern part of the country that's rockier, and basements and crawl spaces are very common. But they have different issues up north than they do down south. An example that I came across, and I talk about it in a lot of the classes, we have subgrade rooms and access to buildings.
Yeah.
Up in the northeast where I'm from. And sometimes you have to go down a flight of stairs outside the building to get to a landing to then go into the building, and that's all subgrade. Well, I ask, what happens when it rains hard? Oh, we're okay. We have a drain down there. Well, that drain has to go someplace, and it has to be maintained. But let's go beyond the maintaining. Up here in the Northeast, we have a thing called the fall. And there are so many leaves that come down in a short period of time that lay over these drains. They actually clog the street drains. That's how bad it gets. The townships have to go out and clear the drainage in the roadways. So these stairwells get clogged over. They get a heavy rain, and they have water literally pouring into their building. Maybe in an area that's not usually used, so it's not seen for a week or two or so. And again, that just perpetuates the problem of a mechanical system causing health issues as it fails.
Yeah, I grew up in New Hampshire. This is familiar, very familiar to me, right? Everybody has basements back there,
Yeah.
right? And so out here, different scenario. There's a common denominator there. Out here in California, nobody, it's not uncommon to find houses that don't have air conditioning and don't have an HVAC system because annual temperatures out here, especially along the coast, is a very Mediterranean climate, right? So year-round temperatures, 65, 68, 70 degrees. Life is great. I've got doors and windows open all the time. They never put French drains in out here. They build crawl spaces. And then 2 years ago, we had, 30, 40 inches of rain per year over 2 years. That's 60 to 80 inches of rain. Every crawl space got flooded. Every foundation got saturated. Landscapers putting, all their plantings right up against the building, letting vines grow on the building. Your final soil levels, whether it be mulch or plant soil, goes above the slab level, covers the stucco. What do you get? Rising damp. What do you have? Subterranean water. What do you have? Inner wall cavity saturation. I mean,
hey, don't forget insects.
Yeah, and
giving them a
insects.
pathway.
Yeah. So, I mean, it's building engineering. Nobody wanted to do it intentionally. These are oversights, but things have to be corrected or else you don't solve the problem. And all the while, the more water intrusion, the longer things stay damp or wet, the sicker people get. And when you talk to somebody who has one of these mold-related illnesses, it's tragic. It's tragic. They are so wiped out. It's tragic. It is a major, major, major deal. It's a very, very real scenario. They're on a path. We tell them, look, we're going to walk alongside you. We're going to solve this problem. It's terrible.
That's one of the things we talk about during our advanced assessment classes, CAIA, and also our basic CMA, CMR classes, where we talk about the assessment process deals with a survey around the outside of the property. That will then give you an idea of where to look inside to see if there's a problem. If you have ground level above the foundation, where it's actually touching the stucco or the siding, you have a very high potential for moisture intrusion and other problems too. But it gives you an idea to look on the inside of the building to check for that. And that's all part of learning how to do this inspection process and assessment with a new set of eyes.
Yeah. Yeah, look, we have a huge opportunity. I would like to see us begin to take a position that it is absolutely a health issue. It's not a water damage building component issue. This is a health issue. If the California Department of Health says damp to water damage buildings are unhealthy, I'm saying damp to water buildings are unhealthy, and I can prove it, right? So, and that's what it is. It's a major health issue.
Well, with that being said, again, we're going to take this and play this across our TV and radio platforms. So hopefully we will get some feedback from people out there. We have a lot of people that are watching and listening to these shows. For the Normie members here in the room, again, any help you can give us, getting us in contact with the people that could possibly help make a difference. That's what we want to know. You're familiar with your areas. Let us know who we can reach out to. And for anybody from the public side, from public health, health agencies that may see this, please reach out to us. We want to be your resource for you. If there's anything we can do, let us know, and we will try to help. We've worked with several of the states as stakeholders during their development of the licensing laws. So we've been involved in doing this for a while, and we know what it's like. We work with DC, we work with Florida, New York, and Louisiana, can't forget them. So please feel free to reach out to us.
Yeah, hey Lance, can I make a comment here? I just saw a question pop up. Does the cost of an inspection and this and that and everything else covered by insurance? I just want to say that 99.99999% of the jobs that we do are not insurance jobs. Because out here in California, if it's not a catastrophic pipe burst and or it's gone longer than 7 days, they don't cover it.
Yeah, the rule of thumb is usually water from above is often covered. Anything from below, flood type, usually isn't, or mechanical failure, sump pump failure, broken pipe, things like that. But again, if you're treating it as a mold loss, you're very limited. They cap that at usually $5,000 to $10,000. If it's a water loss, it could be even up to the value of the property, depending on the type of insurance you have. So you have to understand your policies. You have to understand the state that you're in and what they're going to allow. There's also an unfortunate situation that happens with hurricanes and massive flood conditions. A lot of times, and we've seen this with Katrina and a few other storms, that the insurance lobbyists have gone to the government entities and say, we can't pay these claims to the full amounts. We need it capped, and they cap it. And it may not cover even the replacement of the home. So you need to be aware of a lot of these things. And again, it's public education and trying to get the information out to the government entities that need to know this stuff.
Can I ask of you, is it appropriate, Lance, for me to just ask those that are in attendance tonight, kind of like a show of hands type of thing? How many people talk about water damage building, damp or water damage building is a health issue?
Sure. If you're listening in the room, if you just hit the hold your hand up, and we'll see there how many people do that. Yep, I see quite a bit. Yeah, we're at more than half already.
Let me follow that up. Let me follow that up with, what could Normie do for those who didn't raise their hand, or even those who did raise their hand? What could Normie do to better equip you, or more comprehensively equip you with information that makes you very, very comfortable and confident to be able to talk about this without hesitation? That damp or wet buildings are health issues? Is that studies? Is it what kind of information do you need to be able to present that? I'd be curious to know that.
If you would, just type it into the chat area, and we'll see it scrolling through, and then we'll read some of it out as they come across.
The reason I do that is I don't think we have to reinvent the wheel here. For example, if the state of California says damp to wet buildings are unhealthy, they just did most of our work for us. Now, what we can do is come in and show them why and how to solve it. So this is a medical issue, right? It is. It's a health issue. It's no different than breathing asbestos. It's no different than a pandemic, breathing in SARS-CoV-2. This is a health issue. It's not a water damage building issue. This is a health issue. The cause is the water damage, but it is a health issue. And so that's my passion. I want to bring that to the forefront and want to help my fellow Normie members out there to be better prepared to confidently discuss, even if it's rudimentary and simple, that here's a proof source, here's another proof source, here's another proof source, here's another proof source. It's conclusive, right? So that not that we want to be alarmists, not that we want to drive up anxiety for any occupant or building owner, but rather let them know that this has to be taken care of quite effectively. And I will also add that we are in the best position to be the source of comprehensive decontamination and solving this problem. Most of the other certifying bodies are not a high-level mold certification. I'll leave it at that.
There's a comment in the room that from one of our members here, states must recognize that indoor air quality is a critical health issue and a major trigger for respiratory conditions and other illnesses. Addressing it is essential to protect the public health, reduce healthcare costs, and improve overall quality of life. Prioritizing this issue is long overdue. I agree completely. We have some other comments in here about things that they were asking for: studies, articles, professional journals. We've started putting articles together, and we're putting them out in our blogs. I want to, again, after the first of the year, be hitting the blogs on the normie.org site. I've already started adding some to the normieproacademy.com site, blog articles, so that's there. And this is the type of information and feedback from you, our members in the public, that we're looking for, so we're able to help address your concerns, which hopefully is helping others. Let's see. I think you mentioned the Jordan Peterson interview earlier. Mm-hmm. Is there a link that you have to that interview?
Yep, I can do that. And one of the sidebar conversations that you and I have had, Lance, is one of the things that motivates me to help with everybody else is I have a half a dozen or 10 studies that I constantly refer to. I would love in one of these CE credits, should the powers that be find it to be useful, to go through some of these studies and make them available where you can find these things. I mean, these are public domain articles, right? But if I can go through it and help you make sense of it, and you can use it in your daily activities in helping other people, I would love to be able to do that. But yeah, we can do all of this stuff that you're talking about.
Okay, and I think that's something that we will do. I think there's a definite interest here. We saw people raising their hands. They do talk about this stuff. Brian, you have your hand up. Did you have a question? I'm going to turn your mic on for a moment. Just unmute yourself and you should be live. Give Brian a second. I'm not sure if he hit that by accident or if he actually wanted to speak. I got another one in here. People usually come to me with health issues saying it is mold. I look for water and leaks, mold, and test to be sure it is mold. And Normie is trained well on a house walk around, basement, bathroom, under sinks, etc., being aware of musty odors. Absolutely. And it goes on and on how important clean air is, or cleaner air. So we're all on the same page here, Skip. We really are. Brian, I guess you didn't have a comment there. If you change your mind, let us know. We're getting a bunch of comments in here. Okay, yeah, it was an accident. No problem. Okay, does anybody else have any questions? Well, we can open this up as more of a Q&A right now. We have a little bit of time left. Any questions for Skip or myself? Anything that we could expand on that we've just talked about? And the cost of testing and inspection, purchase equipment, etc., covered by insurance companies because people can't afford to pay these costs. You know, there's an issue with the statement that people can't afford to pay these costs. We're in a position where we have to do what's right. And often for us to help the customer, we should not be the ones deciding what they can afford. We need to tell them what they need to do. It's up to them to decide whether they can afford it or not. You know, and if somebody says, well, I can't afford that, you know, and they have a lot of health issues, their kids are sick, they may decide that, you know what, I don't need that 80-inch TV right now, but we do need to get our indoor air quality or this mold issue corrected. Let's do it. Let's go forward. It's not our decision to decide what they can afford or not. We need to offer them the right way to do it. It's then up to them to decide if that's the path they want to go. And if they decide not to, that's okay too. That's on them. Yes, Dan, go ahead. I see your hand was up. Just unmute yourself.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Oh, perfect. I think you touched on this earlier about someone going home from a hospital with a broken leg and in their order situation. But people go home from hospitals all the time, either with a wheelchair or a walker, and they'll send the best people in the industry out there to build a ramp and to widen doorways and to lower cabinets and to do all kinds of other stuff like that, which totally makes sense. Perfect. So why couldn't it be the same in this industry? We're sending you home after, having breathing issues, things like that. We should make sure that we're sending you back into an environment where you can actually live and not be constantly under attack. So that's my 2 or 3 cents on that.
You know, from my background, what I do with the emergency medical services, we see this all the time. People that were in the hospital are treated by doctors for some walking issue, or they're in a sling for their arm, and they do have trouble walking normally. And then you go to their house because they've fallen, and you see the trip hazards all over. And I'm using this because it's something that's very common. You can see it, you can touch it. You know, when you're dealing with indoor air quality and mold problems, a lot of people don't understand it, they can't see it. But the concept is really the same. You know, it's the living condition, it's the lifestyle that needs improvement. You can't just send people back to the place that's causing their problems or making it worse. I agree with you, Dan. Thanks for that.
Yeah, that was a good one, Dan. And, here's the other thing. If a senior citizen falls, breaks a hip, yeah, they're going to be in a walker. Somebody needs a knee replacement. That's a problem. The difference is they feel the pain. They know what happened, right? I fell and broke my hip. My knee has worn out, right? The difference with what we're talking about is you can't see the mycotoxin. You can't see the gram-positive or gram-negative bacteria. And people have been living in this state of funk, I'll say it, including, here's a classic example. 20% of all Alzheimer's patients are classified as atypical Alzheimer's, according to Dr. Neil Nathan. And it's 100% attributed to being exposed to mold in damp to water damaged buildings. 20% of Alzheimer's, and it's treatable. They didn't know it, right? So this is where this, I saw some folks on here say, we need a massive campaign. We need an awareness campaign. Yeah. And it starts with all of us talking about this stuff individually in our own respective marketplaces. There's always been this, mold, 20 something years ago, there's the black mold. It was on every article, every newspaper, every magazine, but it kind of went away. The data now, I mean, it's irrefutable evidence of the volumes of people. One of my education lectures I did in the spring out in Ohio, I cited the lab testing data, a 10-year retrospective analysis, and I'm going to use the city of Cincinnati as a reference. 13% of the population of Cincinnati are confirmed mold sensitized people. This was in a study from 2000 to 2010, and the data was LabCorp. And then or Quest Diagnostics rather, 13% of the population in Cincinnati confirmed mold sensitized. Now, when you do the data, you do the math, 13% worked out to be 48 or 52,000 people who can be helped by us, who don't know that help exists. It's a quandary. It's frustrating to all of us in this room. I know that. It's frustrating to Normie. How do we let people know that we can help them? We got a lot of opportunity to help change the world. I can't think of it any other way. It sounds corny, but I see it every day out here with other companies that come in and do analysis, and we'll check our work and don't find the stuff that we find, but yet here we have documenting it, and they're not certified, and they're not talking about the same stuff. So, I'm not trying to sound like a Debbie Downer here, but awareness, technology, knowledge, and proof source, not Skip or Lance or Tim talking about this. Here it is. And it's out there, and it's voluminous, and it's peer reviewed, and it's been reproduced all over the world. And we got to do it. And Normie is doing it. We got to do more of it.
Well, it starts here. It starts, if you want to say now. Everybody in this room is exposed to what we're talking about. Any help that you're able to provide us, information, it's great. We have John in the room here who's heading up our international side of this over in Asia. It's making a big impact over there too. And you're going to see a lot of changes coming in this industry going into next year. But right now, we can make a big difference. And every one of us here in this room or that's watching this broadcast can help. Call us, let us know, give us suggestions. We want to hear from you. And as far as what you had offered up about the trainings and doing some short classes on the stuff that you've gone over, I think you just created some work for yourself.
I'm happy to do it. Failure's not an option here, and there's no amount of time, there's no amount of dedication, there's no amount of anything that I know that I found. And I'm not the brightest, bulb in the ceiling, but I look for, where do I have relevant information that helps me identify these issues? And so put me in, coach. I mean, for those that want to know, what can I refer? What can I reference? What does that mean? Time, date, place. What do you need? It's so important to me because it translates into doing a better job, creating a better outcome. And I use, I'm sure I may not be alone here, but I talk about the objective is to reverse the microbial contamination in the environment. Anywhere in the environment that you could take a breath, We need to reverse that microbial contamination because something may have happened in the kitchen or in the bathroom, but it's everywhere.
Exactly. All right, Skip. I know you've been working all day and you just continued a longer day. A few of us had a break for an hour or two or three, but we appreciate you spending the time. And I think everybody knows you're going to be with us here for a while, and we're going to be doing a lot more of these type of presentations. So again, thank you for spending your time with us. For everybody else in the room and all your comments and participation, thank you all. We appreciate that. And please send us information at support@normie.org. This goes for anybody else watching this, not in the live session, but if you're watching a recording of this, we really want your assistance. We want to make this impact in this industry. We need to know who to talk to. And if there's something specific that you heard us say tonight, you want more information about, reach out to us. Let us know. All right. I want to remind everybody here in the room to register your CEU for tonight. It should pop up on the screen after you close out the main screen. If not, just go to normie.org and log in. If anybody is interested in watching the Dr. Oz interview, you can go right to normie.org. I believe it's on the front page there. You can get to the actual, not interview, but presentation that was done about the mold scams in New Jersey and how they refer to Normie as the good guys. And thank you all for being here. If we don't see you before the holidays, have a healthy, safe, and happy holiday season coming up. We got a bunch of holidays in there, including New Year's. And Tim, do you have the exact weeks that we will not be doing CE training? I just want to put that out there for tonight.
Yeah, I think it is actually the week of Christmas and New Year's because it's going to fall on Christmas Eve and New Year's Eve. So I don't think we will be doing them those nights. We can verify by next week, but I'm pretty sure that's the way it rolls.
Okay, and yeah, I just don't want people calling me again the day after Christmas. How come we didn't have training last night? It's Christmas.
Well, they'll call you on Christmas Day. So how about that?
Yeah, that's possible. That's possible. All right, everybody. Thank you again. We appreciate you all being here and spending time with us. Give me a moment to shut this down, and we'll be right back if there's any other questions. I want to welcome my guest speaker today, Marvelous Mark. And I'm going to leave it short just like that because Marvelous Mark is really not just a name, it's a description. And I really think that's the easiest way to describe him. He is a best-selling author. He's a motivational speaker. He's a team builder. He energizes teams. He energizes companies and people. I've seen him at some large trade shows speaking, and it just takes the entire level of activity higher. As you can see, or you won't see until he comes on the screen momentarily, he's just sitting there with drumsticks ready to go. So Mark, come on in, say hi.
Hey, good morning, good afternoon, good evening, and in case I don't see you, good night.
Well, thank you. And just a reminder that the way that we do this is when someone is talking, they're the actual entire screen.
Okay.
So just kind of
I saw that on the program. So
just jumping back and forth with that. So I kind of gave you the buildup of what you do, but it doesn't really explain what you do. I don't know if you can kind of get into that, and then we'll go from there.
Well, that's interesting that you say that because that's been a challenge most of my career because I've tried to run my business by one of the groups that I speak about, which of course is KISS. And the KISS question in my presentation is, what are you willing to do that others are not? Well, KISS was willing to put on makeup, spandex, and get a tongue implant. So the rumor has it. And they just wanted to kind of create a disruption and set themselves apart. So what happened was they wound up setting themselves so far apart that you couldn't help but remember them. And they actually were in a league of their own for many, many years before people started seeing that, hey, the clown makeup rock stars really were scaling their business. They weren't just music giants, they were business giants. So that's really, in a nutshell, what I try to teach businesses, whether they're entrepreneurs, small or large, is, what's your disruptor, what's your KISS, how you can set yourself apart. Hence the name Marvel Less, because less can give you more when you start scaling back of all the busyness in your business.
Well, it's interesting that you describe their business model that way, because we've talked in the past about a book that we recommended called Blue Ocean Strategies. And it's a heavy read. There's no question about it. It's very detailed, but it basically teaches companies how to set themselves apart. Don't fight the competition. Don't get caught in that race to zero pricing. Be out there, be the individual like you're talking about.
No, you're right. And I love that book. I've read it a couple times and it's so true. And you can use that comparison to anything. And I think, a lot of times, when we were talking in business today, how we're sometimes too busy being busy, we don't have time to go for the deep sea fishing. So many businesses chase each other's clients, or we're all going after the same piece of business. We're all bidding and, sending out RFPs a lot of times, unless we have our, loyal client base. But when we're trying to generate new business, what's going to set yourself apart? Are you fishing in the shallow water, or are you going to go for that one big fish, that one big account that will be loyal to for you for the next 5 to 10 years?
Well, we have a very niche market with what we do, and we deal with everything under the umbrella of indoor air quality. And basically, it's all about the market being just people that breathe. So it kind of narrows it down to everybody. And that's kind of what our membership base is, which consists of sole proprietors, mom and pop type operations, up to very large corporations and franchises and licensees, companies, and things like that. So for you to talk to this group, I don't know if you could find a common ground that fits across all of that span, or do you need to address it separately?
No, what I want to talk about today is some heavy duty psychology on using the 80-20 principle or the 80-20 rule in your business, because I've found, whether I'm talking to people like myself that's been an entrepreneur since about 1985 and a small business owner, usually anywhere from 2 to 8 employees, to the people that I speak to that are large corporations that have thousands of employees and their sales teams or their business development teams. We really need to spend more time in that blue ocean where the big fish are on that 20%, and we have to strip back that 80% to find that 20%. And that's a couple of things that I want to share with today.
Well, why don't we get started? And I'll turn it over to you. I think you wanted to share your screen there for a moment or two.
Yeah, I will in just a second. The first thing, I just want to make sure that everybody is aware of the basic principle of the 80-20 rule, which is 80% of your results come from 20% of what you do. So many of us are working in that 80% area, which I'll show a little graph a little bit earlier on what that means. But what does it look like, and how do we get to a position where we have that confidence and courage to get to that 20%? Because really getting to that 20% is letting go, or as I call it, since I'm from Las Vegas, how to be a stripper in your business without taking your clothes off. And that's really taking away, stripping away everything that's not, really going to drive what your business is. But the first thing that you want to do in your business for yourself, and this is going to take some time. So it's going to, whenever you have planning time, you're going to have to actually go a little deep with yourself. And that is clarifying what I call your future rock star self is. Who do you want to be in the next 3 to 5 years, or where do you want your business to be in the next 3 to 5 years? Because so many of us have a hard time looking, especially in today's world with labor shortage and all of those challenges and supply chain shortages. We have a hard time looking 10 days or 10 weeks into the future without, going 10 months or 3 to 5 years into the future. So I call it the stage. The first stage that I challenge your audience to do is to take a few minutes sometime, turn off the phone, turn off your dings, find a private place, and really write out who you are in the future. Who's your future rock star self? Where do you want to be in the next 3 to 5 years? And that's going to take sometimes looking back of where you were and how you reframe your past and defining your future rock star self, if that makes sense.
Oh, it does. And I'm going to ask you as we go through this today to think about how you can help motivate some of our people, because we talk to the people that we train, our students, our members, all the time about planning for the future. And it gets as granular as somebody will have an assessment coming up and they'll order a dozen swabs to then go out and do the assessment. I mean, they cost $1 or $2 a piece. I mean, come on, guys, you're in this business. Have the tools that you need. Think down the road, you're going to get another job. And we have that extreme all the way up to people that just buy in tons of stuff and they're prepared. So it's everything in between that we're dealing with. So we need to motivate those people that don't think ahead like that.
Well, and one of the problems is, and this leads to my next statement, is that a lot of people really don't know how or why they need to look into the future, because we've been taught for years in the industrial age that, you set a goal and then you work towards that goal, or you set a goal that you think you can easily achieve, and then you work towards that goal. And then when you achieve it, you give yourself a pat on the back. But the real question is, if you remember the movie The Jerk and Steve Martin, he talked about his special purpose. My question for your audience is, what is your special purpose? What is the 1 or 2 things that you love to do and that you do best, better than anybody else? And I'll tag on to that by saying, don't confuse purpose with passion, because a lot of us are passionate about certain things. You may be passionate about, getting clean water to everyone in Africa, but is that going to scale your business? Is that going to pay your bills? Is that going to support your family? For me, my purpose is, getting on and rocking as many stages as possible. And that's pretty much what I've done my whole life. That's what I love to do. That's what I'm good at. I'm good at connecting and energizing audiences. And I recently put on my vision board, I will never retire. I will die on stage. Because people ask, all the time, why are the Rolling Stones still touring? They don't need the money. You're right. They don't need the money. But if they stopped, they would die. That's all they've ever done. That's what they love to do. They've been on planes. They've been in buses. They go from city to city. That's their special purpose. And the special purpose is that 1 or 2 things that you, as a business owner or as an employee, that you do really, really well. And if you focused on that, if you put like 80 to 100% on that 1 or 2 things, how would it take your business or yourself to a volume 11? I call it the V11 mindset. How can you raise the volume on your life?
So that's step 1. Where do they go from there?
All right. Step 2. Is letting go. All right. And this is the hard part. This is the Disney part. I'm going to go ahead and share my screen because I got a nice visual on this. This is kind of the there we go. So this is kind of my version or graph of the 80-20 rule, which I was talking about in the beginning. So most of us are in what I call cover band mindset. We keep doing what we've always done, or we keep 80% of what we've done most of the time. So you see that I've, put some ideas over there. So 80% of what you're doing is your current self or your past self. We're doing the same things. It's linear growth. It's more of what you're doing. When you play in the 80% area, it's non-transformational. It's lesser goals. It's easy to achieve goals. It's spreading yourself thin because 80%, you're busy being busy again. It's your comfort zone. It's where you feel safe and security. And then it's basically the same stage that you had 5 or 6 years ago. You can turn up your volume probably 2 times and by just keep doing what you're always doing, but the path to your big unreasonable dream or your special purpose, that's going to lie in that 20% area that you see on the screen. And that 80%, that's what you're going to have to learn to let go of. Because I say what got you here won't get you there. The same level of action, the same level of knowledge, the same employees, the same skill levels, it's not going to take your business from here to here. Now, if you're happy with what you're doing and the volume and the business and the dollars and your level of service, if you're happy with that, that's great. There's nothing wrong with that. But for those that really want to scale their business because you're tapped out right now, your bandwidth is pretty much at its wit's end. So what are you going to be able to, as I said earlier, strip away of this 80%? What can you strip away and only leave the 20?
It sounds to me very much like what we refer to as growing pains.
Yeah, that's exactly right.
And people avoid the growing pains usually.
And the reason they do that is because they want to stay comfortable. One of my favorite quotes, I think it was from Jim Rohn or Jim Collins, you're the average of the 5 people that you hang out with the most, or that's your comfort zone. Well, to go to 20%, to scale your business and go to that 20%, you're probably going to have to find new band members. And what the cool thing is about it, if you're smart, is that you can take that 80% that you may not want to let go of, and you can hire new people to take care of that. A great example was back in the 90s. I was one of the highest paid wedding DJs back in South Florida, and in the mid 90s, I was making more than anybody else. And I got hooked up with an agent, and we decided to put together this big international touring show. Well, I was doing like anywhere from 20 to 25 gigs a month. And I loved it, but I was always tired and I was always tapped out. So my philosophy was, I can triple my price, do this national touring show. And if I lose half of my business, even if I lose 2/3 of my business, I'm still going to have the same amount of money coming in. Well, what happened was that when I let go of my old self and went to my new future rock star self, I went to a whole different level of clients and budgets. And I was almost as busy at triple the price as I was at my lower price. But what I did was I hired a local DJ guy and took him in as a partner, and he took care of all my old business and was just paying me 10%. So I was still getting residuals as I was exploding into a new growth, that new 20%. So I hope that makes sense to your audience. You got to strip away, you got to let go of that 80% and figure out where the 20% is. And then eventually, here's the cool part. Eventually that 20% will become your new 80. A couple of years down the road, you're going to master that 20%, and then you'll have to strip that away. And you can see over the next 3, 5, 10 years, who knows where your business will be.
But we use another term, we call it verge. We're always on the verge of moving into the next level, and you get to where you anticipated being, and now you're pushing beyond that. And you look in the rearview mirror and see the verges behind you, and now you're into all of this new territory again, and you're relearning all this new stuff again, but you're getting bigger.
Right. And I think that's brilliant. I love that term. I'm actually going to research that a little bit and see if I can put a little rock star spin on that. But here's another area where a lot of us as entrepreneurs and business owners fall short. We're not really 100% committed. If you're really going to try to scale your business, you really have to go all in. 98% is not 100%. 100% commitment is actually easier than 98%, because there's a great quote from Robert DeBrawl who says, "We are kept from our goals, not by obstacles, but a clear path to a lesser goal." So if that makes sense, like when we're 100% committed to, whatever our future rock star self is, or whatever our future rock star business is, then that means that there are less ways to get there. It's called pathways thinking. There are less pathways for you to get there. and it actually becomes easier, and you actually start saving time or gaining at rapid growth, because 80% doing 80% of what you've already done, you already know how to do that. You're doing maybe 5, 10, 15 different things. But when you commit to that 20% or a high level, that kicks in the pathway thinking, and there's less things that are going to make you scale or make your business scale to that area. And then it actually becomes easier.
Well, I don't want to derail you from what you're talking about now, but just what you're talking about and looking at the 80-20% brings up something that I've experienced from being in the government arena for so many years. And I see a lot of it in private industry, where you're seeing 80% of the work being done by 20% of your workers. How do you change that? How do you motivate that percentage that is not doing the workload like the other top performers?
Well, there's a couple of different ways. And that's funny that you say that, because that's something that comes up a lot. You know, personally, my opinion is you take that 20% and you invest more training and pay them more and give them better benefits than the 80%, because that's going to fuel them and give them more incentive to stick around. It's going to make them think better. It's going to make them scale what they're doing, because that 20% has a way, you know, they have an ethic and they have a vision on how they're doing things. And now they can take that 20%, turn it into the 80%, and then strip that away. And then you would probably promote them. There's a phrase called, are you a manager or a maker? You know, a lot of your 80% people are going to be managers. And as business owners, you know, you don't want to be a manager. Hire someone to be a manager. You want to be the maker. You're the one that has that special purpose. You know the vision. You know the goal. You know, when you're working towards that 20%, the question is, what is the most important thing that you could accomplish right now that would give you a clear path to that goal or to that future self? If you had to take the time to figure out, what is one thing that if I put all of my energy, or if I took the 20% of my rock stars and we all focused on that one thing, how would that explode our business? And what would that one thing be? So I think once the other 80% of the employees see how the rock stars are being treated, some of them are probably going to get disgruntled and quit. Good, bye-bye. You know, we don't want you in our band anyway. And some of them, I think, are going to maybe, how can I get some of that action? How can I get that raise? How can I get in the elite group, or the, you know, you're going from garage band to name act or Lollapalooza band, main stage band. And I think you'll be able to nurture and train some of those lesser gold employees and get them into the 20% with the rock stars. And I would even set up a mentor program, have them take someone that they feel will be, you know, the more 20%ers you have, the faster and exponential growth your business is going to have.
You know, that 20% is really, I would classify as your people. And one of the biggest things I've seen is to motivate them is to take care of your people, exactly what you're saying. And then you'll see the other people come along. I want to be part of that. I want to be on that team. And you do team building. You talk all about that. And that's really, people want to belong. They want to be on the team. They want to be going forward. They want to be involved.
Yeah, and having play at work, I've got a few articles on my blog and on my LinkedIn about how important play is in the workplace, and being transparent with your bud. You don't want to keep your bud, or you don't want to keep your special purpose to yourself. You want to make sure that everybody knows what it is. And hopefully, you know, especially the 20%, they're going to buy into it as much or greater than you. And they feel like they're part of something greater. They begin to feel like it's their company and it's their purpose. And those are the ones that are not going to be able to leave or want to leave. Those are the ones that are going to be loyal to your organization, because now it's like their band. I'm not just a player in the band, it's my band. And I spoke to a company last year in Cleveland. It was a franchisee company called USA Insulation. and their employees are blowing in insulation. They're in 130-degree attics, crawling around in itchy material. You know the drill. And this one franchisee out of Austin, Texas, told me they had a waiting line of people wanting to come to work for them because of the culture that they created. They like treated their people well. They got to know their families. They would have picnics. They would open their vision. They were really flexible on time off if they had kids, doing activities at school. And when I thought about that, I was just blown away. Like everybody else almost in that meeting were suffering from a labor shortage. And here these guys figured it out. Like, take care of your people and be flexible with their work schedule. And you're going to have people that want to come to work for you. So they're actually waiting to grow their business because they have people that want to work for them so bad.
If you go back and you look at the humanistic studies of how people act, the behaviors of groups of people want to belong. They really do. I mean, even on the negative side of people joining gangs and stuff like that, they don't have family lives or whatever their situation is. They're looking to belong, be accepted, be part of a group. And that's really what this is. You want your employees to feel engaged. At least what you're talking about lines up with the, philosophies that we try to go by. You can't be the only one with the great ideas. There's other people with a lot of talent out there that usually work for you.
Right. And that brings up two points. One is purpose trumps knowledge, every day of the week. I love that you brought that up because it's so true. You want your people to have the same goal and vision. You want them to see the greater good of what, your business does for the general public and other businesses, because it's amazing work that your viewers do and what their companies do, and keeping them happy and engaged, and doing some sort of teamwork is just one way towards doing that. And actually, this company, this USA Insulation Company, also would do one-on-ones with them, like come to us if you have something going on in your life. Don't hold it in. There's the mental health buzz, going on in today's workplace. And we as business owners, we as managers, or we as makers, that's part of our responsibility now. Back in the old school days, when the boomers were running everything, it was just like, show up, do your work, or get out, but now it's not that way. We have to be more compassionate. We have to be more flexible in our management skills and our level of compassion for our people, if you want to keep them.
So what would step 3 be if we've gotten to that point?
Yeah, step 3 is what I call find the bottleneck, or identify and find the bottleneck. There's a thing. That's one thing I didn't figure out. How do I get this to advance?
Just click on the screen.
Man, you are so smart.
Thank you for calling Normie Support.
Yeah. and it's a real person that I'm talking to. Yeah. So stage 3, I call is identify and find the bottleneck. And I say bottleneck is because most rock stars are very familiar with a bottleneck. But it's originally called the theory of constraints. So on one side, that's where most of us play. We're in cover band mode. That's 80% of what we're doing. And we're being busy, our business is doing okay, but man, we're stressed out. We're tired. We got people coming and going all the time. It just seems like we can never get caught up. And on the other side, that's where we want to be. And that's, in name, act mode. That's our future rock star self. That's where I was saying, who do you want to be? What goals do you want to achieve in the next 3 to 5 years? Well, almost every goal, every goal and almost every business has a bottleneck. There's something keeping us going from cover band to name act. It's almost like a kink in a garden hose. You can have a kink in a garden hose, and you can keep cranking up the pressure on the one side, and it doesn't matter. It's still going to be dripping out on the other side. And that's the same way with finding the bottleneck in your business. You know,
How do you find that?
Well, I mean, there's a couple of different ways. First is, like you said, talk to your employees. They're the ones that are out in the field. They're the ones that, you know, are having interactions with the customers. They're seeing what's going on. So, you know, that's the first thing that I would do, would be, you know, talk to them. What's keeping us from growing, or what challenges, what can we do as a company? What can I do as your boss, your manager, to make your job easier, or to get the job done faster or better or more efficiently? Could be technology. Maybe we should invest in some new software and new technology, or maybe, you know, you're running with old gear and old equipment or old products, and we need to upgrade and try some new things. But it doesn't matter how much energy your whole band, you can have your whole band over there on the left side, but pushing, but it's not going to get through to the end game on the other side until you find the bottleneck. Now, here's the fun part. If you can't find the bottleneck, then guess what? You're probably the bottleneck. So we're stuck in our old ways of thinking. We don't want to change, or we don't want to take a risk, because for some of us, you know, hiring new people when we think we can't afford it, to take care of that 80% so we can scale on the 20 is scary. You know, there again, and that old graph, the 80% is fear. It's scary. It's your comfort zone, but you can't afford not to. You know, figure out a way, where can you cut costs, or where can you get a loan or something to hire that extra person or two so that you can let go. And then as an individual, if you're the bottleneck, then that's, you know, you got a fixed mindset, or you don't have a growth mindset. So look in the mirror. Am I the bottleneck? You know, am I keeping my company from growing because I don't want to change, or I want to keep doing things the same way, or I don't want to invest in my people? Let them leave. I'll just hire somebody else. And then you just keep going on with the same problems over and over again.
You know, we deal with a lot of people that have been in the indoor air quality, mold assessment, mold remediation industry for 20, 30 plus years. And they'll come to our classes, and, you know, you can see when they're sitting down, they almost kind of have the chip on the shoulder. I've been doing this forever. I've seen it all. I know everything. And we're doing it the way we did when we started. And, you know, you think about it and you go, so you're still using a telephone that plugs into the wall, right? Oh, no. We have cell phone. Well, you've changed. Things have changed over 20 years or 30 years. You know, you are doing things newer now. There's more concepts. And usually by the time we've gotten to the first day of one of our classes, their response is, I have actually learned how much I don't know. They haven't learned what they need to know, but they've learned what they don't know. And that's a good start.
No, I love that mindset, because you don't, I think it's Brian Tracy said, you don't want to be the smartest person in the room. If you are, you want to find a new room, you know. And the fact that, you know, instead of trying to defend your decisions, why not ask an opinion? I was listening to something this morning and I thought, oh, I got to share this, you know, instead of trying to prove why you're right or why you're doing it the right way. And a lot of times, you know, at the trade shows, I've seen, you know, very smart people up on that stage, but they keep trying to defend their way. You know, they keep on trying to say, this is the way to do it. This is, you know, if you want to grow your business, if you want to get X, Y, Z, this is what you got to do, rather than asking an opinion. Well, what do you think? You know, this is what I do. And what I'm sharing with you now is just what's worked for me for the last 2 years. I've done a V11 in the last year and a half. I mean, I started applying these principles, and coming out of the pandemic, my business has exploded. So I'm getting ready to take the year and a half, 20%, which is now my 80, and getting ready to strip away and find the new 20% to go to the next level. So that's a great point. I love that.
So we have like I said, a lot of very small companies and a lot of large companies. The smaller companies, it's much, much easier to pivot, to change your direction, to come up with new concepts. But you get some of these larger companies and organizations, it's like trying to turn an aircraft carrier. It's eventually going to get there, but you're, 20, 30 miles down the road or, across the ocean. How do you talk to them and say, find these bottlenecks, and how do you change direction?
Well, I think, the one thing that larger companies do have, and sometimes it's good and sometimes it's bad, is, their teams, their board of directors, or, their masterminds, so to speak. And I think, first, there again, it goes back to these 3 stages. That large company, just like the small company, they got to be crystal clear and 100%, not 98% committed of where they're going in the next 3 to 5 years. So you have to really, really spend some time on that first stage and defining your special purpose, defining who you are or where you want to take your business. So, if you don't know where you're going, you better be careful, because you might end up somewhere else. So before they even need to think about turning the aircraft or turning the aircraft carrier, on that big, wide, slow turn, you better make sure you know what direction you need to turn it into first. And then once you're clear on that, that's when you get together with your teams. And sometimes it's good to bring in outside sources, depending on how the company structure is and the level of secrecy or what they're willing to share and not share. But then you have a better opportunity of finding out what the bottleneck is. And then, you see that 80%, take the 80% of what you can and just throw it all in and, start turning that wheel, and you'll eventually get there. And that's one advantage to the small business owners listening out there. Remember, that's one advantage that you have over the big players in your industry, is the power of the pivot. You can make decisions faster. It's kind of like the little, I don't know what the name is because I'm not a big Star Wars fans, but I remember, not the stormtroopers, but the good guys. They had their little bitty ships and they could weave in and out of there, and they went into the big mothership and was able to knock out their power and that sort of thing. That's how I see the small business owners. But there's something to say about size. You have more resources, you have more cash flow a lot of times. So you can make bigger jumps and you can take bigger risks. So there's pros and cons to being big and being small.
Okay, well, you got the constraints that you're talking about, whether it's something you can move out of the way or move out of your own way. You're basically going to have to go forward and push forward. Next step.
Well, that's really the final step. And to kind of bring it all full circle, after you figure out where you want to be, your future rock star self in 3 to 5 years, once you determine or strip away the 80% to find the 20% of what you need to focus your best people on and your best resources on, and doing that, it's probably going to make the bottleneck appear or help you find the bottleneck easier. And once you open up that bottleneck, I say, you just got to remind yourselves of the 4 C's, and these 4 C's come from Dan Sullivan. And the 4 C's of what I call V11 or volume 11 is, first, you have to make the commitment. Whether you're the big business out there listening or the small business owner out there listening, you have to make the commitment and take the time, as I said, to find and define your big unreasonable dream, your goal, or who you want to be in the next 3 to 5. So once you commit, the next C is courage, because it's going to take courage. It's going to take courage to leave the 80 and go for the 20, because the 20 is uncomfortable. The 20 is the unknown. The 20 is things that you don't know yet. You're probably not going to know how to get to your future self, but that's where you have to focus on. It's going to take courage. So when you have that courage and you take that leap of faith to do that, and maybe hire new people to take care of the 20, because that's or take care of the 80, that's courage as well, then that's going to lead to capability or capabilities thinking. places like, Normie, where they can get education, where they can get ideas, because again, what got you here won't get you there. So when you're going to scale 20, there's less options that are going to get you there. So you're going to have to find new capabilities, new pathways to get you there. And then the final thing is confidence. Once you start seeing the results, your confidence is going to build. And then it just goes back to the rock and roll world, step and repeat, step and repeat. Your 20 will soon be your 80. And then you strip that 80 away and find that 20, and you focus everybody on that 20. And then that 20 in a couple of years will become your 80. And then you strip it away, and who knows where you'll be in 3 to 5 years. It's really exciting once you wrap your head around it and really watch it grow. And, full transparency for me, when I was, in trying to absorb or be a sponge for all of this, it took me a good 8 months to be fully committed. I was just trying a little bit at a time. Okay, getting some good feedback. Maybe I'll step out a little bit more in the deeper water. Okay, that's working. And so don't feel that you just have to go all in and spend all this money hiring new people and things like that. You can do it at a little at a time, but the faster you do it, the faster you're going to get there and grow.
So I have to ask you a question on a personal note.
Okay.
What's with the drumsticks?
The drumsticks, that is one of my disruptors or differentiators that I incorporated in my shows back in the late 90s. So as you can see, I use them in my presentation, and they can brand them. So I actually, when I'm speaking on stage, every person in the audience gets a pair of company branded drumsticks, or if it's an association, sometimes sponsors sponsor them. And instead of doing old school applauding like we've done for 2,000 years, we have new AI. We have these drumsticks to keep everybody engaged, keep something in their hands. I call back to them. I ask people, to play along with the music and things like that. Then at the end, I bring it full circle on how we can drum up business, how we can beat the competition, and how your company walks to the beat of a different drummer and set yourself apart. And then I'll divide the audience into a team building activity, and we'll actually build a band, and then imagine, 100 to 1,000 people with drumsticks with some great classic rock and roll. And then I kick the mic stand and body surf off the stage.
There you have it. Well, I kind of knew that, there was a specific reason for the drumsticks. And to go back to where we started, it helps you separate yourself from everyone else.
There you go.
It's as simple as that, drumsticks.
And at trade shows, I carry these everywhere. I carry these to restaurants. My wife gets mad at me sometimes, like, we're going out on a date. I don't care. And I take them everywhere, and people will come up and ask you, hey, what's with the drumsticks? Are you a drummer? And I'll tell them I'm a tabletop percussionist. And then it starts a conversation. Back in my crazy days in the 90s, I used to walk around with a rubber chicken, whether it was a black tie event or whether it was a trade show. And either people would ask me, what's with the chicken? Or people would ask someone else, hey, who's that guy with the chicken? And the same way now, who's that guy with the drumsticks? And everybody wants a pair. So find that disruption in your business that sets yourself apart, and try to run your business like KISS. Find your spandex and makeup.
We were just at the Experience trade show a month ago, and we were down in Fort Lauderdale. One of our members, he has a manpower company. He can supply 1,000, 2,000 people for like major disasters, stuff like that. But his name's David DeGroff, a really good guy. We've dealt with him and done a lot of things together. But he showed up in a fluorescent yellow 3-piece suit. The only thing brighter than the suit were the shoes he was wearing, which were an orangish color. And I actually asked him, does it take batteries, just to produce that color? And I said, why are you doing this? He says, I could not purchase this kind of advertising for what it costs for this suit. The suit was very inexpensive. I got it off of Amazon, and everybody's coming up to me. What do you do? How do you do it? Why are you wearing that? Like you carrying drumsticks. He separated himself from the other 1,000 or so people that were there by wearing that.
Yeah, and my challenge for your listeners out there, if you're a supplier and you go to trade shows, what can you do to make your booth stand out and attract people to come to you? Everybody, does the stress balls, or they do candy in a dish, or maybe they'll have a little wheel of fortune and give away some cheesy prizes. I saw one. I was just at the National Apartment Association in Atlanta. It was 11,000 people, and they had a putt-putt green in their booth. Okay, we've seen that before, but instead of holes, they had like $20 bills. So when you putt the golf ball, if it landed on a $20 bill, you got to keep it. And I thought, there's an old school game that they just took to the next level. I love it. So that was just one thing I saw. So for the supplier members out there, what can you do to set your trade show apart from everybody else to draw people to your booth? And for the business owners, whether you're a large business or small, what is your KISS? What can you do? What can you have your employees do? Where, a lot of people say, well, we have the best customer service. Well, then if that's your disruptor, your differentiator, that's easily copied. Your competition can easily see what you're doing. And then next thing you know, you're not a disruption anymore. So, what can you challenge yourself or your people to do that's going to set your business apart and remember them? How are they going to think of you first?
Well, the next really important question, how does somebody get in touch with you? Or if they want your book or to bring you into one of their trade shows?
Yeah, I'm a pretty easy find. You can just Google Marvelous Mark, and you can spell it the way I spell it, which is MARVELLESS, or you can spell it the correct way, MARVELOUS, on Google, or you can just go to marvelousmark.com, and that's the easy way. You can actually type in Rockstar Keynote Speaker, and I'll pop up. So.
Well, I've seen you at trade shows. I've seen the energy that you produce. You're much more low key today. I think it's good because we have a small screen that we're looking at. But I will tell you, from what I've seen of you and listening to you talk and the passion that you have to correct you on a statement you made earlier today.
Uh-oh.
You said that you were going to die on stage. I disagree. I don't think you'll stop working until 6 months after you die on stage.
Well, I appreciate that. I don't know if my wife will, because that's just going to delay her benefits, but
it is what it is.
It is what it is.
Mark, I appreciate your time. Thank you very much for spending it here with us. I'm sure our listeners will get a lot out of this, and maybe we'll do a follow-up in the future and hope to see you at some trade shows.
Yeah, and I want to say to your people out there, because some of this stuff is really, really deep till you really think about it, because the psychology behind it is kind of against what we've been taught in schools or what our parents and mentors, many of our mentors, have taught us. If anyone out there in your audience wants to private message me and ask me to explain it a little bit more, or I can share with them a couple blogs that talk about it a little bit more, I'm really, really happy to do that, because I love what your industry does and what it's all about. And, you have some of the greatest American loving, people out there in the world, and my heart goes out to them and what they do.
Thank you. Take care, Mark.
See ya.
Imagine a river in the sky carrying vast amounts of water vapor equivalent to what some sources say could be 25 times the flow of the Mississippi River, surging through the atmosphere and unleashing torrents of rain when it makes landfall. Have you heard of these? If not, you're going to Google it. It's interesting. These are atmospheric rivers, powerful weather phenomena that can bring life-sustaining precipitation to drought-stricken areas or floods and landslides to others. It's not good news. And to talk about this issue today and what's going on in the world around us, I welcome Dr. Gavin McGregor Skinner with ISSA and Doug Hoffman with Normie. Gentlemen, always a pleasure.
Hi, Jeff. Hey, Jeff. Great to be here.
Good to have you both. Gavin, let's start with you. What are you seeing out there that's happening as far as interesting storms or deadly storms that we need to know about?
Yeah, this is really important for people to understand, Jeff, that California storms can be just as intense and destructive as hurricanes in the southeast and the south of the US. Wet buildings can lead to microbial contamination and growth. Now, we know in the past 25 years, all 58 counties in California have experienced at least one significant flood event. And we know that more than 7 million Californians, that's 1 in every 5 residents, lives in an area at risk of flooding. But what happened 2 weeks ago, Jeff, as you said, that this atmospheric river or this bomb cyclone that hit California broke records. The storm brought to Sonoma County 3 times its normal November rainfall. The storm dumped 12.47 inches of rain in 3 days in Santa Rosa. That qualifies it as a 1,000-year rain event. And so we have to remember, wet buildings lead to microbial contamination growth. But more importantly, preparedness, Jeff. Preparedness for disasters should include the anticipation of internal events as well as external events in order to ensure the best response when disasters occur. So through the NORMI ISSA Alliance Agreement, we are focusing on helping people find the right resources, not just after hurricanes, but also after these huge, massive California storms.
Thank you, Gavin. Now, Doug, I know your team at NORMI is always ready. You do training, support, you're there to help. What are your thoughts about what's happening right now?
Well, I want to really underscore what Dr. Gavin said about preparedness. I think oftentimes folks don't even think about this until after the fact, and then they say, now what do I do? We, of course, have made available through our task force, flood.normi.org, hurricane.normi.org, short videos that help folks think in terms of preparing for what's inevitable. And then I think giving them the tools that they need and the training that they need to not only deal with the problem, but maybe supervise the work to make sure that it's done correctly. One of the interesting things that happened to us, Jeff, after Hurricane Katrina, we were doing a training, actually doing it in my house because there were no hotels available. But half of the people that attended our training, and that was a licensing class, were homeowners. They weren't going to get licensed. They weren't going to get certified, but they wanted to know that the work was done correctly. And I salute the states that have moved toward not only licensing, but also toward regulation to make it available, information available to the public dealing with mold, the effects, the bad effects of mold, and then recommending professional organizations, not companies in particular, but professional or trade associations that can do training for professionals as a resource for clients to find people who can deal with these mold problems after some type of water event.
So we don't hear about the issue like in California as much as we hear about hurricanes when they hit land. But it sounds like they can be just as devastating in many ways. So why is that?
Yeah, again, these are rare events, Jeff, but they're happening more often now. And as we said, 25 years, all 58 counties of California have experienced at least one. The event 2 weeks ago was a massive storm. You heard the terms used, atmospheric river. Doesn't really resonate like it does hurricane, tornado. But yeah, and then we heard bomb cyclone. Okay, now we're starting to get into the sort of disaster type lexicon of words that actually resonate with people that something is going to happen. But what Doug and I really wanted to emphasize, these destructive storms lead to water problems, not just the flood. So again, people focus, oh, you're in a flood zone. That's great. No, when you get such intense rain, you get water in buildings, and water in buildings leads to, again, dampness, wetness, that leads to microbial contamination. And as Doug said, the struggle we have is people go, oh, I've now got a problem. Where do we find it? California Department of Health has got a list of frequently answered questions, which includes the resources available through NORMI to address these problems. So we're trying to make it easier for people to find the necessary resources to prepare, but then also to recover from destructive rain events like this one.
I think that's a great point that Dr. Gavin's making about wind-driven water. A lot of people don't realize that all those little cracks and crevices in your home is going to allow moisture intrusion. When you get moisture intrusion in any building, you've got the potential for mold growth because there's mold spores lurking around everywhere, waiting for a little bit of water. And so I use the illustration sometimes. You think about walking around your house with a pump sprayer and spray a little bit of water around the house and then shut down the power for a few days. What do you think is going to happen? You're going to have a mold issue. So he's exactly right. It's not just the flooding, which obviously carries tremendous number of contaminants and microbial issues with Cat 3 water, but also then you've got the wind-driven water that you've got to deal with, which is elevating the moisture content inside the house.
You know, I hear it all too often that when something like this happens in an area, talking about California today, what happened there, homeowners and professionals are wanting to help, but homeowners, they call their insurance company and they're not always given the right direction and they don't always get the right help. Let's talk about that. Let's talk about how homeowners can find someone to do the right inspection, to dig into the issues, locate the source of the mold or the moisture. And we talked about ISSA and Normie, but specifically those watching this right now, where can they go to get this help?
Well, of course, they can go to the Public Health Department in Illinois, the Public Health Department in California. Those two states have specifically recommended trade associations like Normie, like the ISCRC, where they can find the help that they need. We've provided a website, Normie Pro Environmental Task Force, where there are 2 documents that they can download if they're just simply helping in the process or they're a residents. What should they do? There's a lot of information out there, and I think directing them to these individual websites is a really, really smart move. And I appreciate the public health departments realizing that they can't ignore the issue.
Mm-hmm. And Gavin, what would you add to that?
Yeah, it's really important, Jeff, that everyone understands we have the tools and the technologies to be data driven. And what that means is that if you've seen water damage to your building, get an indoor air quality monitor. Monitor the air. Also, if you see water damage, if you see growth, if you see discoloration, if you see something that's not normal, then go back to what Doug was saying, find the professionals and take swabs. Get those swabs sent to the laboratory to really work out, am I dealing with a fungi, bacteria? Am I dealing with yeast? What else grows? Lots of things grow when there's dampness and wetness in a building. So really important to not just treat it all with the same brush, but more importantly, you be data driven and go to the specifics. What am I dealing with? And then find the proper solution to deal with what you're actually dealing with.
Thank you, Gavin. And Doug, I'd like to close with this question to you. We can go to these departments. We can go to the trade associations. Where the rubber hits the road is when that company shows up in my driveway to do the work. How do I know it's the right company? Because we know that every company is different. How do you know it's the right fit?
I think that's a great question. Of course, there are several states, 5 in fact, that have licensing laws for guys that are dealing with mold assessment, mold remediation. That leaves a lot of states that don't have any licensing. But I would suppose that the best resource would be for a client to find out in one of those states that does have licensing, who are they approving for the training? Who are they approving for the exam? Who are they approving for the certification? And so I think that's a great place to start. If you're looking at Louisiana, Florida, District of Columbia, New York, Texas, those are all states that have licensing laws. Portland, Oregon has a licensing law. Those are places to look and see who are they approving, because that frankly is where Normie gets its credibility. There's not an agency out there saying, oh, this is a credible company, but the states certainly recognize the professional practices that are being taught. They certainly recognize the certification. And then, of course, the next step is not just finding that person, but making sure that they're insured properly, that they can be protected from any potential liability, and making sure that the work is done correctly, following the standard of care from the ISCRC, professional practices from Normie. So a lot of work to be done. Of course, that's part of the preparedness we were talking about. Get ready. If you're going to get a flood, you're going to have a problem, you're going to need a solution. You need to make sure that you're using the right person.
I like that angle to use those states that have those requirements as models. So companies in states that don't have it can say, we follow the strict guidelines that these others do. Great advice, Doug.
I was just going to say, Jeff, one of the interesting things to us is that when we do a class, whether it's in Anaheim, Phoenix, Covington, Florida, wherever it is, we'll have typically a third of our class attendees will be from states that don't require licensing. And the reason is because they know the power of the certification in a state that does require licensing. So I think that's a really, really important step for the professional to realize that having that added credibility is going to put them in a place easier for them to compete in the marketplace for the business.
Let's get out our crystal ball. Do you see all states, or maybe most of them, doing the same thing in years to come?
I think that the interesting thing, and Dr. Gavin and I have talked a lot about this in the last couple of years, states that are moving down the licensing path, that's certainly going to continue. The issue with that oftentimes is because that's an expensive proposition. They have to create a bureaucracy of some sort, a board or something to manage that. I love the fact that some of these states, like Illinois, like California, have put this in the hands of the public health department, because truthfully, that's where people are going to look for answers. And so seeing states that say, we're going to treat it as a regulation rather than a licensing law, I think is probably the path of least resistance for most of these states.
It makes sense to me that that's where it goes, to the public health department.
Yeah.
Yes. Any final words of advice, Gavin?
Many of our members from ISSA and also from NORMI have already deployed this year to hurricanes. We know they're now deploying to California after this severe destructive storm. They need our help. And again, through the NORMI ISSA Alliance, our focus is to help people. Can we do better? Yes, we can.
When you start on the pathway toward professional success, you have to know what the goal is and how to get there. NORMI exists to help in that process. It's not just about taking a class to get a license, but also about starting on a pathway to professional success. Whether you want to work for yourself or be the best qualified employee on the team, this path will take you there and help you succeed. Pick a track, click on the class, and get your journey started. NORMI is here to support you all the way to become the NORMI Pro professional you want to be.
I want to have a quick conversation with one of the people that went through several of our classes and become a friend of mine, Skip Jankowski, if I pronounce that correctly. If not, please correct me, because
we're good, Lance. We're
talked
good
about this in the past. So, Skip, if you would, just tell everybody quickly who you are and about your company.
Sure, Lance. Skip Jankowski, owner of Pure Maintenance, Santa Barbara, out here in California, and started this, we're probably coming up on 5 years, but I had 24 years of background in healthcare, predominantly. Therapeutics, medical diagnostics, medical implantables. And I wanted to get into this business because I looked at the industry and said, it needs to be enhanced. They're not looking at this from a organic microbial standpoint. And that's where I felt a lot of the capabilities could be enhanced. And we've been successfully performing these types of disinfecting protocols, decontamination, and also remediation for water damaged buildings. We actually do remove damaged components where appropriate.
Well, recently, and one of the places where I had been in a class with you was you had taken the NCRSI class, the NORMI Certified class for remediators for sensitized individuals.
Yeah.
And, I saw your reaction to taking that class, and I know your background, we've spoken about it during the class and everything. You've had an established business model. Have you seen changes to your business model because of this class?
Yes. First of all, let me say something about Normie. There are a lot of certifying entities, agencies, bodies out there, but from my lifetime of work, I couldn't be any prouder of working under and being certified by Normie.
Well, we appreciate that.
Yeah, it is elevating, influencing, top-notch, comprehensive. The body of its membership is extraordinarily knowledgeable. There's a thirst for constant learning, and there's a dedication to the principles and standards of care to do things to the extent that you can, to the highest degree. And it's just a very proud aspect of my life. So answering your question directly, it supported a lot of what I felt was important years ago when I started this business, and then has added to it. And what I took from that class is being implemented today because, look, you can't know everything, and every day knowledge comes our way, and we are incorporating some of the many aspects of what was presented in the Normie remediation class for the sensitized individual.
Well, let's talk about your business. As a whole, you've been doing this for many, many years. Have you dealt with sensitized individuals in the past?
Good question. Yes. In fact, that's where the rubber met the road for us. Because of how we set this up, because of how we presented ourselves, our storefront, so to speak, on our website, the types of information we put on there, a lot of research data, right? Science was really stoked to be in Florida and listen to Michael Pinto, a gentleman who is a noted authority on this, and his life's passion and work, talking about constantly the science. The science has evolved so much that the data today is irrefutable, and that was really, really confirmatory. And then, of course, learning more in that class will add to our resource page. But yes, the sensitized individual, very early on, we started coming in contact with folks that had traditional remediation and they were still sick, and we were able to we received unsolicited testimonials from them, emails, text messages. I can't believe this. My whole family feels so much better. And it wasn't just that we were doing something different. We were doing something that was that really Normie only talks about. And so, and that was long before I learned of Normie. And then once I found out about Normie, I went, yes, this is an entity that gets this. And I can't state enough that what we talk about, and I say we because I am Normie, right? And so what we talk about is something that no one else talks about. And through my research here, the other well-known name brand franchise types or independents, they don't talk about the biocontamination, the toxicity of the fungal amplification or mold spore and its byproducts, whether it be allergen or toxicants that get into the environment. And Normie talks about this. This is a advanced, leading edge, influencing body, because we now know that the data is irrefutable.
When we do our CMA CMR class, which is usually the beginner class for people getting into this industry, we hear from people that have even been in the business 10, 15 plus years that they've learned how much they need to learn.
Yeah.
You went through the NCRIS class. You've obviously been dealing with, sensitized individuals for years. Did you pick up anything that you really didn't know about, or something new or different view of it from the class?
Oh, absolutely. one of the, it was one of these, how could I have missed that, right? Smack on the head, wake up, Skip. Gosh, you got to look at this. The big picture, right? That stood out to me, and that was at the forefront. We're going to be talking about a lot of things for the sensitized individual, but let's not overlook the occupants or building owners or homeowners, social, emotional, financial, legal. I mean, you can go through all of the various dynamics. And I was stunned that this was an aspect that we were starting this class over, right? And basing it on everything that we were going to learn about had everything to do with the totality. You know, let's look at this from 30,000 feet. And these are families that have gone through a lot, right? The financial, you know, insurance denying this, the healthcare not paying for it. And so for us to have clarity on that person's personal situation, which is different for every client, and look at all the totality of everything they've had to deal with. Look, when you're dealing with the sensitized individual, they are in many cases, as has been the case with the folks that we've worked on with out here, they're kind of at the end of their rope. It's not just necessarily them. It affects multiple people. If it's a family, you know, I can cite several examples where it was a mom and a child, or a dad and two kids. The degree to which they are depressed and their lives are so negatively impacted by this is extraordinary. It's not psychosomatic. It's very, very real. To be able to have empathy, in other words, the Normie member already has a very good bedside manner, right? It's not cut and dry, but to have empathy and sympathy for what they're going through acknowledges that we understand that journey that they are on. And the other thing is the team approach, right? We're dealing with the doctor, we're dealing with their insurance agent, we're dealing with them, we're dealing with the nurse practitioner, we're dealing with the labs. It's a team approach. It's not just one, you know, I'm not going to solve that problem by myself. I'm in the rowboat pulling on my end of the oar, as is everybody else. And the objective is to get across that body of water in a straight line and conclusively and safely and deliver somebody to the other shore.
You know, because of your background, questions are going through my mind that I want to ask you. More specific to the class, as far as, well, let me ask this in a two-part question. One, I know we present a lot of resources during the class and things to help, you know, the students go forward and develop, you know, their business model with, you know, what we're showing them. So one, were there resources that you saw that you weren't even aware of that, you know, we put out there, made available through Normie? And two, who should really take this class? I mean, we have people that just want to be a remediator or an assessor or a water giant company, but who really should take this class?
All right, first aspect of that question, resources that were made available. The amount of data that was provided in the classroom was one thing, but then the ancillary supporting documentation in that large file that was provided to give us as much information as we could, whereby there's so much of it that you're not going to cover in a 3-day class. And our personal commitment to our profession is to go through all of that data. You know, again, Michael Pinto, a published author of hundreds of articles, and I've started the process of reading that. I'm constantly looking to gain as much knowledge as I can and, you know, absorb it. Tremendous amounts of data, tremendous amount of studies, tremendous amount of case examples, right? And through that entire amount of data, you learn, you pick up things. There's things that you know, that old colloquialism, you know, you got to overturn every stone, right? And there's ample justification for, if we think we're doing it right, we're nowhere near where we need to be. right? And so lots of data. Now, who should take the class? My personal opinion is because we're dealing with living organisms that are capable of respiration, and it's not just mold. It's the mold, it's the mycotoxins, it's the endotoxins, it's the interaction between the microbial environment in totality. That's bacteria, that's mold, right? It's water damage, it's moisture. Well, if you're in this business, I don't care who you are, if you're a water damage restoration company, if you're a traditional remediator, if you are an industrial hygienist, you need to take this class. If you're affiliated or associated in any way, shape, or form within this vertical marketplace, this is a class you should take. That's
Well,
my.
With that being said, is there any other place out there that you've really found this kind of support, that we're actually offering and presenting in the class? I mean, it sounds like you've been doing and looking for this for a long time.
Long time. No, Normie is, look, I in our own sidebar conversations, I have stated quite emphatically that I think Normie should own the penthouse suite within the IAQ category, because this is indoor air quality. There is no other certifying entity that talks about these. The sum of the parts is really what I'm getting at. There's a days to discuss mycotoxins. There's days to talk about endotoxins. There's days to talk about actinos. There's days to talk about all of this stuff. Normie's the only one who talks about it. Everything else, it's about how much water is it? Where's the fungal amplification on that wall? Let's get that barrier up, and the whole world within this indoor environment will be solved inside that plastic. And that's in my humble opinion, although very relevant, very important, at the same time, very antiquated, because the totality of the environment is adversely affected because we're dealing with things that are living organisms, right? And if you leave it, they're still viable. And there's no perfect environment, but you have to look at everything. In other words, I'll go back. Let me conclude this aspect of it with the following. When you go to the doctor and you say, well, my knee hurts, right? Okay. There's water damage in a kitchen, right? There's the bad knee. It's sore. It needs to be healed. Why do they put a blood pressure monitor on you? Right? Why are they talking about other things when you go to that doctor? Because they're looking at the bigger picture. They don't want to miss something when they have an opportunity to see and be with you at that moment in time. And it's the same thing here. We have an opportunity when we go into an environment, we know where the bad knee is, but we also don't want to miss something. And Normie is, look, I've gone through IICRC. I'm not bashing them. I'm not adversely, trying to disparage any other certification entity, but the comprehensive nature upon which Normie approaches these challenges is unrivaled.
Well, let me throw one final question out there for you. I've done a lot of interviews with people. I've talked with a lot of students in these classes, and one term keeps popping up about Normie, and it's referred to as being on the leading edge for specifically sensitized individuals.
Mm-hmm.
Would you agree?
Oh, absolutely. Absolutely. Normie is and that's about, let's talk, your dedication to this, right? This is your life's mission. This isn't a job. Doug Hoffman, this isn't a job for Doug. This is, we know stuff, and we got to get the world out there to understand this. It's an avocation. And so Normie, National Organization of Remediators or Microbial Inspectors, it says it all right there. just in its designations, right? And you talk about influencing and industry influencing. The biggest challenge we're going to have are the people who don't want to readily acknowledge what we know. When people learn things, I generally feel people are want to do the right thing, right? And the people who don't acknowledge what we talk about, it's either they don't have the time or the interest to learn about it, or they want to avoid a risk. But we know what we're talking about, and from an industry innovator, an industry influencer, and I guess the word that pops into my head, subject matter authority of all of the certifying entities, agencies, bodies. Normie, in my humble opinion, for what it's worth, is the subject matter authority on this.
Well, we appreciate that, Skip. And I know we talked earlier and you had a really busy day coming up. You're 3 hours behind me. So why don't we cut this short and try to schedule something for the future, and we can do a more in-depth discussion on this.
Yeah, love to. Anything I can do to offer, what little I know, and as I gain more knowledge, maybe I'll have something that will also contribute to a future conversation. But just I'm pulling on my end of the oar until I'm no longer capable of pulling on my end of the oar. That's what this is all about.
We appreciate you spending the time, Skip. Thank you.
You're very welcome, Lance. Thank you. I'm humbled to have been asked to have a little chat with you this morning.
Take care.
Okay.
I want to welcome today's guest, Dan Reese, who is and I'll use the terminology that he prefers, a wildfire strategist and aviation advisor. So I'm going to say, Dan, say hello to everybody, and I'm going to follow it up with, could you explain what that is? Because it's a big set of terms, and I really want to understand it.
Sure, got it. Well, thank you for having me here today, Lance. So in my career, I finished out mostly in tactical air operations for wildfire events. And after I left, I started a consulting firm, International Wildfire Consulting Group. And that was shortly after I finished running Global Supertanker Services, which ran the 747 Global Supertanker, which was an air tanker, aerial firefighter with a 747. So I help people who call me engage with questions regarding wildfire. Oftentimes it's technology, or it's chemicals, or it's process. It might be, something along the lines of NASA presentations for people who want to engage with NASA, or new equipment like say a fire nozzle. People who want to understand what it takes to engage in the wildfire community is pretty much what I do.
Well, it's interesting. I actually, before we went live here, did a quick research on you with LinkedIn and a few other sources. And just what you're mentioning, it's kind of interesting, where I saw an article that you were involved with for water conservation and firefighting just by changing the shape of the nozzle and the stream of the water flow. It cuts it like in a third. So, I mean, that's kind of interesting stuff. I'll tell you what, though, some really sharp images and photos of those big planes dropping the fire retardant, on the site. So it's pretty impressive. Anybody watching this, you may want to take a look and find him on LinkedIn. Pretty interesting stuff out there. But before we started today, we were talking a little bit about the difference between the central part of the U.S. and the East Coast and California, which is where you're from. Now, California's been dealing with wildfires forever.
Correct.
The new phenomenon that's affected us on the East Coast, and I'm in New Jersey, is smoke from Canada, hundreds and hundreds of miles away, causing this choking of the air quality, not just outside, but inside of our homes. So what do you see, what we're facing now compared to what you normally deal with in California?
Well, it's clear and beautiful and a really moderate temperature here, this summer with the weather patterns, which is really nice. I think that El Nino probably has something to do with that. As I watch the news sources and the science research with the polar vortex, collapsing somewhat and changing the airflow and the cooler weather, it's really nice here in California. And we've not had the fires, this year that we've had in the last several years, and the air's been clear. So it's been really nice. A little agonizing to see what's happening on the East Coast and the Eastern Seaboard and in Canada, where we don't typically see that. And ironically, we see a lot of fire on the West Coast and it's highly publicized, but in the Southeast of the United States, there's a huge number of fires there that occur typically annually. Although I don't think in scope and size of what we see here with the integration of the population in what we call the wildland urban interface. But the smoke conditions definitely will get people's attention. And when we start seeing entire towns, being razed like Paradise and Greenville and the towns up in Oregon and now Canada, it definitely starts to get people's attention.
Well, I've seen a big change in, I don't want to say weather patterns, but just because of the way we've been for the last, I'd say 3-4 weeks here in the Northeast, we haven't had rain. I mean, everything's extremely dry. Now, normally for us, June, we usually run that week or 2 or 3 of, we'll run those 85, 90 plus degree temperatures, and they start calling it the heat wave and everything else. We haven't had that, which I'm not complaining about. But the point I'm trying to get to is when these fires produced this smoke that came down on the New York, New Jersey area, we actually got a glimpse of almost the start of what a nuclear winter would look like. And yes, it sounds very dramatic to say that, but we were barely getting to 70 degrees when the normal temperatures are 80, 85 for us here in New Jersey this time of the year. And we were told by the Weather Channel and all the other officials that are talking about it, that there is so much smoke in the air, it's blocking the sun from its normal thermal heating during the day. I mean, I have solar panels on my house, and I see my production was down, at ground level. It was horrible. So this is what you deal with out in California. We're only getting a glimpse of it now. And truthfully, we've been spoiled, out of sight, out of mind. We hear about the fires in California and, okay, on with our business. I mean, this brings it home to us. And I think it's an opportunity for you to explain to us what we should be expecting and, what happens, because this may not be just a short-term thing. It may continue.
No, unfortunately, I would say that for the people on the East Coast, you're in it for the long haul until such time that the weather patterns change and these fires are naturally mitigated. We can make a difference. When I say we, and the fire service can make a difference when these fires are smaller, when they are in their incipient stages, when we get on and we can handle aggressive initial attack, and we've got the weather, in our favor to be able to make that attack successful. Unfortunately, what most people don't realize is once these fires become of that magnitude and size to where they're calling them mega fires, we can black the sky out with aluminum, meaning air tankers and aircraft. And that's all limited. And the bigger they get in scope, the more resources they demand. And we have a finite number of resources internationally and nationally, whether it's in Canada or the United States. No one agency can be fully prepared for this type of event, right? We have agreements that are between local agencies, we have state agreements, we have federal agreements, we have international agreements, where we have standardization that takes place for everybody to engage. But, you know, when we lack the capacity to adequately attack these fires when we can, that will cost us, and trying to build capacity during the event is just impossible. And once these events get up and running, they become very, very expensive. So the catch really when they get this big is that we need the capacity to keep fires small when they first start. And when they get this big and they draw this many resources, we have in the fire service what we call drawdown, meaning we've drawn the resources so thin that now our ability to rapidly and successfully initial attack fires becomes compromised because we just don't have the resources there to do it. So for, you know, my small part of life here on Earth and the fires that I've, you know, had to deal with in these quote nuclear winters, and my first experience with that really was in 1987. And the scientists actually came out in the Happy Camp in the Klamath area of Northern California to study what a nuclear winter would be like, where we had these major fires going in August, and we have what are called inversions. So anybody that's been camping and seen a campfire burn, the smoke will rise and then it'll kind of flatten out and form a haze. And that's what you're seeing here, only on a massive scale. And it does get cold. Unfortunately, those fires burn, they continue to burn under those inversions. And then when the inversion gets hot enough, we have what we call an inversion break, where all of a sudden the air will escape up through the inversion and the fire takes off madly for several hours under the inversion. But once they get to that point, it makes it very difficult for aviation resources to be successful to even get in to help the people on the ground, because it's just so smoky. We can't safely operate those aircraft in those spaces. So unfortunately, I think right now it's going to be enduring, right? The population that's being impacted there on the East Coast and the central United States and Canada are at a point, unfortunately, where they're going to have to endure until Mother Nature changes her mind.
What you're talking about resource-wise, is this what's caused some of the problems in Canada, not being able to get a handle on these fires?
Well, I think it's important to put a couple of things in perspective. Fires traditionally need to burn. I mean, that's one way that Mother Nature, takes care of dead and dying material, beetle kill. There's a lot of reasons for fire to burn that's good. Managing fire during peak burning conditions is almost virtually impossible. It only takes a few degrees of relative humidity, meaning the moisture in the air, or a change in wind to really affect what a fire does. So when we talk about resources and capacity, it becomes part of a matter of perspective. It's kind of like insurance, right? Do we want to spend money to build capacity so that when these events happen, we can really go after them? Or do we bet on the come that it's not going to happen? And unfortunately, when we listen to climatologists and scientists around the world and we experience what we're experiencing, where we see years and years and years of dry weather, where we see reservoirs drying up, where we see millions of trees dying, that just all adds to the fuel, no pun intended, for these fires to really take hold and go. And there's two ways fires are put out. A, Mother Nature lets them die out naturally, or B, there are firefighters on the ground that actually go dig those fires out and around to make them go away. So capacity. I think in Canada right now, you're seeing probably firefighters from around the world responding. I know that aviation resources and hundreds of firefighters from the United States are battling those blazes. And I'm sure that there are people from Australia and probably many other countries engaging to help, Canada. And it's not just a regional North American problem right now. We're having this problem. We don't see it, in Siberia, in Asia, in Europe, where you see fires, burning in Germany, where they don't typically burn. And when that doesn't happen, people don't think that they need to get prepared because they don't think it's going to impact them. And unfortunately, for those on the eastern seaboard here in the United States, that they don't really realize the impact that they are contributing to, say, tax-wise, right? We have realized and unrealized costs of fire suppression in this country in the tune of tens of billions of dollars a year, which really affects the GDP of the United States. So wildfire is a big problem, whether you're experiencing that smoke or not. We're all going to pay for it.
Yeah, you're absolutely right. And to bring it down to a level where people watching this will have something in common with, recently we had the heavy smoke conditions. And that's what I'm going to call the smoke conditions. And they were telling people, stay inside, avoid going outside. Now, we know from the indoor air quality side of our industry that the inside air is normally up to 10 times more polluted than the outside air. So we're already now telling people to stay in an environment that we know is more polluted than the normal outside air for them breathing. We have sensitized individuals. There's a whole class of people that suffer because of that. But also because of the building codes, commercial buildings, public apartment complexes need to bring in fresh air on their heating and air conditioning. So now the systems that are ventilating the inside of their buildings are bringing in this air from outside, which is all smoke, VOC laden with chemistries. And that's a whole nother side that nobody's prepared for, because you still have to breathe. You can't hold your breath for 5-6 days. That doesn't happen. And we use an example in some of our teachings about the importance of breathing. And we say some people are able to go 20, 30, 40 days without eating, 3, 5, 7 days without water, 4 to 6 minutes without air.
Correct.
So it's not like you can avoid breathing. So you have to do things that are going to help. And that comes back to your point before about preparing ahead of time. We don't spend the money on the resources. I've been involved with the government world for many, many years from my background, and money was not usually spent on preparedness. It was always throw money at it when there was a problem. And to your point, if you don't stop these things when they're very small, they become unmanageable.
Correct. Capacity it's a big deal, right? Being prepared both nationally and internationally is extremely important. My background really, I put myself through school fighting fire, and putting myself through school, I became a critical care nurse. And so I worked as a critical care nurse for several years prior to me becoming a firefighter. So it's concerning to me. I have 2 children, one 16 and one 19. And we were impacted, for instance, by the Camp Fire, which burned the town of Paradise down. And in that fire, I think there were upwards of 20,000 structures that were burned to the ground and 80 some odd lives lost. And that fire burned into my town. That's where it stopped. But my children were exposed to something that I chose to expose myself to as a professional firefighter. And that's unnerving, because it's not just the smoke that you burn, that one breathes in the minute. It's the side effects many years down the road that impact, firefighters. And firefighters are notoriously prone to all different kinds of cancers, and they're called assumptive conditions that the government pays for when we get it, and oftentimes our lives are cut short. So that's what goes through my mind. And personally, when we were inundated with that kind of smoke, I did limit my children going out because the air, like it or not, was worse outside. I did ensure that they were wearing N95 masks, similar to what, people did and I'm sure have in their possession as a result of COVID. Anything to be able to catch that particulate, changing out the filters, regularly in my home. Those were all things that were, top on my mind just from my medical background and being conscientious of my firefighters when I was in the station as it related to, diesel exhaust fumes and the bays when we were pulling engines out or pulling engines in, right? That wasn't a place to idle because we just didn't want to be breathing that. Same for the public.
There's an educational component that is missing in many industries. And in our industry, again, out of sight, out of mind, because you don't see the microscopic particulate and organisms and everything else that you inhale, people don't think about it. But when you're dealing with the fires, again, when it's in California, here on the East Coast, we don't think about it. We don't see it. It's not affecting us on a daily basis. But the submicron particles that are in these smoke plumes that are going out, they go straight into your lungs and they pass right into your blood system and all the chemistries that are associated with them.
And there's thousands.
What's that?
There's thousands of these, even just from a burning pine tree.
Well, and I've heard people even talk about, well, it's a campfire or it's a fire pit. We do this all the time. Well, that's true. But the factory up the street that burned with ethyl methyl nasty stuff in it, that's now aerosolized in the flames, that's the stuff that's involved in what you're breathing because of the homes that burn, the factories that burn, and all the things that are inside of it, just the glues that are in the furniture, that you're sitting on, is all poisonous to inhale. And again, to me, it's an educational piece that people don't understand about emergency medical services, about law enforcement, about firefighting, that I look at this as an opportunity to provide awareness. Something as simple as a firefighter coming out of a burning building, the last thing you would want to do is cool him down by hosing off his turnout gear while he's wearing it.
Or give him a hug.
Or give him a hug. That jacket could be 300, 400, 500 degrees. As soon as you hose it down with water, you've created instant steam and you've scalded that individual.
Well, the technology has changed drastically, from the time when I was a young firefighter. Nomex was just coming out, and that's the protective clothing that wildland firefighters wear. And my first several years of fighting fire, I did not wear Nomex. And then when I was in the structure world, in the municipal world, I had one set of turnouts, and those turnouts were by my bed, by my bunk. When the bell rang, I would jump into them and go to a call and come back and peel them down, put them right next to my bunk and go to bed. That's just not the case anymore with what science has shown us and the medical world. Now, firefighters typically have two sets of turnouts, and they rotate them through structure fires, and they go right to the extraction machine, and they have to go out and be professionally extracted if you're following an FPA every now and then. I used to go do school programs with the kids, and I'd have my turnouts and let them get in it. Turnouts are the gear, that we wear, and let them touch and feel and see. And now that's even been outlawed where, nothing that's been in a fire like that can go into a school. It's new turnouts that have never been exposed to smoke. A lot of changes environmentally in our profession, which, I think it's important for the public to understand the reasons for that. And it's important for the public to protect themselves as well, such as the things we just talked about, changing filters, not going outside, having your kids wear a mask. I mean, if I have two masks and I'm going out with, two kids, well, the kids are going to wear the mask, not me. I'm going to endure that change. But it's a matter of perspective and doing what you can to research on your own, read about the effects of smoke and what science is showing, read about the cost of fires and what's causing it. And it's a very complex, wildfire is very complex simply because there are those fires that need to burn, and there are those fires that probably should be put out.
From your experience in California, your years firefighting, and from dealing with the smoke out in the California area, what would you say to the people in the middle part of the country and the East Coast that have experienced this? And the wind could shift tomorrow, and the fires that are still burning could cause this to come down on us again. What would you recommend them doing as far as indoor and outdoor air quality, and what things to be aware of odor-wise and things like that?
Well, wildfire smoke has, in my experience, two different kind of smells. There's a smell when a fire is going through a residential community, for instance, when we have many homes burning and it smells like a structure fire, or if anyone's thrown, plastic garbage and things into a campfire, you kind of have that acrid smell. And that's the nasty stuff that you don't want to see burning, and you definitely don't want your children burning. As firefighters, sometimes we can't get out of those situations where my firefighters could put on a self-contained breathing apparatus. We call them SCBAs. Until that smoke was clear, that's what they did, and their turnouts were washed. So for those in the public, it really is limiting your exposure outside when you're listening to the environmental air pollution control advisories. Those people that are susceptible to lung issues and problems, I would speak to your doctor. I would see what kind of HEPA filtration systems that could be put into your homes, to help filter that smoke in your homes. And once again, my children, I put them into masks, no different than when they were in COVID, when they were walking around out there, when they had to be out. Otherwise, I kept them indoors.
Yeah, just to a point that you just made about wearing masks, the N95 masks, N100 masks, whatever you're able to get, they work great for particulates, but they don't do anything for the VOCs, the volatile organic compounds, which is the gases and the chemistry in the air. Right. That you need scuba gear, like you're talking about, self-contained breathing apparatus. Mm-hmm. And the public isn't going to wear that.
No.
So staying inside, it's really your best bet, at this point, and try to avoid these situations if possible.
Agreed.
All right. Well, I really appreciate your time. This is all about a public education and awareness that we're trying to push out there. There's many other segments that we will be playing following this. And I really wanted to set the stage, which is, I feel we've done that, as to the problem that's out there. It's not going away. It wasn't the 3 or 4 days that we had here, and the problem's never going to come back. It's things that we need to be aware of. Correct. And I really appreciate your time and help with that.
Absolutely. Thank you for having me today, Lance. Appreciate it.
Be safe, and good luck with your new adventures out there. And I look forward to seeing some more of those interesting images and videos of all these firefighting planes and stuff you got out there on your site.
Yeah, there's some amazing pilots and people. Yep. Thank you.
Thank you.
All right.
Okay, we are back with Jeff Jones. And Jeff, we were talking a few minutes ago, and our system dropped out, so we had to come back in here. And that's the good thing about doing this stuff live. So I'm going to ask one more time just to describe what you do so we can make sure everybody hears it, because I don't think they did before.
Okay, well, I'm Jeff Jones again, and I've been in the restoration industry for over 55 years. I literally grew up in it, and I've been doing forensic restoration for right at 53 years. Forensic restoration is defined as the comprehensive remediation of microenvironments. That's a term that was first coined by Dr. Michael Berry, a former director with the EPA, in his wonderful book, Protecting the Built Environment. But forensic restoration is the comprehensive remediation of microenvironments that have been contaminated or suspected to be contaminated from biological materials or hazardous materials. So that could come from homicide, suicide, accidental, or a natural death. Any one of those can become an unattended death, leading to advanced human decomposition. We know this now, that human decomposition begins approximately 4 minutes after death. But it could be a synthetic contaminant like tear gas, which is specifically made to be a human irritant.
That's CN, correct?
Sure. Yeah. Sure. There's more than one type of tear gas, but that's predominantly what is used today. And then we have other synthetics contaminants like fentanyl and carfentanil, definitely the most dangerous contaminants of our lives right now. And then we're also working on training protocols to respond to, because unfortunately it's not a if this is going to happen, it's a when is this going to happen, biological WMDs. But Microbial Warrior, that's our training program, and Normie actually mirror each other so much, because we're both dealing with biological contaminants. And I believe that both really our tactical approach pretty much is the same. We want to contain, control, neutralize, and remove the contaminant safely based on science.
Well, like you said, we're very similar. You as an organization go into much more detail on the forensic side. And again, you're talking about crime scene cleanup, which is a whole different sector of the industry. Yes, it's remediation, but not due to a microbial problem. And then when you get into the chemistry side of it, like fentanyl, we're dealing more of a hazmat situation.
Correct.
More so than even lead and asbestos. I mean, this is something that just by touch can enter your system and seriously affect your health. So your training is very specialized with that. I know when I was talking with Lori earlier today, and we talked about some of the teaching that she does, she was talking about using real life situations where your classes, you're using blood to clean up. She had this kind of like smirk on her face when she said animal brains and things like that, because it makes
That's my wife.
It makes it realistic.
Well, it has to be. And, to me, that's not really a big deal that we use real biological contaminants. And now I see that, there's some other trainers going out, and they're saying, we use real blood. I'm like, well, that's not very stimulating to me. That's like saying we've got a water class and we're using real water. You should train to what you're going to go and engage.
Absolutely.
And this is, of course, microbial warfare. And so we want to go out and deal as close to combat situations as we can and make it realistic. Some people think they want to do this, and then they find out really fast they can't even perform under simulated microbial warrior conditions.
Well, I know things like the odor bothers people, and that's something that can make people sick and leave the environment. But I was over by your booth earlier, and you guys somehow talked me into putting a helmet on, which is a breathing apparatus that replaces masks. With the positive pressure in there, I think that's like eliminating the odor problem, isn't it?
Sure. If you put an OV filter on that, and a lot of people use those. I don't. Okay. I grew up, you never forget the smell of death.
No.
Okay. But let me be honest. My clients are not going to be wearing one when they walk in at the end of a job. I need to know what this smells like.
Oh, understood.
And we do not use deodorizers in any fashion or form. We use no masking agents. If you have an odor, you have a source. What's the general rule? Remove the source, you'll remove the odor.
Correct. And if you're using a masking agent, never mind hiding the odor itself, you're creating more of a VOC or chemical problem in the environment.
Absolutely. So we need to think about, not only what are we cleaning and why? What's the source of contaminant? Is it mold? Is it biologicals? Is it blood? Is it human decomposition? What is the contaminant? But also, how are we leaving that? What type of chemicals are we using? And, we saw just insanity during COVID. People were going in and spraying everything under the sun with no forethought of how's that going to affect that surface in the long term.
Correct. And again, if any of you aren't sure about the timeline, that's when the world ran out of toilet paper, I believe it was.
Yeah.
Yeah. And again, panicking, people not knowing what to do, and that's what happens.
Well, you know what? I did an interview on COVID on January 3rd, 2020. And at that time, when I did the interview, there were 2.5 cases in the United States. And I had the numbers, it was like, oh, there's 17 in Italy. And that's how low it was at that time. So there are 2.5 cases. 2 were in a nursing home in Washington State. And the 0.5 was in Chicago because they had not been declared positive yet.
Right.
So a couple weeks later, we got a call for a very large scale unattended death in a 2-story condo, and everything had to be emptied out. Everything had to be deconned. Everything had to be cleaned. Everything had to be disinfected. Everything had to be tested. And it took us 3.5 days to do that. There was a lot of contents and it was really bad. At the end of it, because this was just inside of Texas, we drove back at the end of the day and I walked into the kitchen. I said, oh, I need to go get some creamer because I want some coffee in the morning. And I hadn't been to a store during the duration. I walked into the store and I was like, what happened? Well, because I was focused on my job.
Yeah.
Like all the toilet paper was gone. All the soup was gone. I was like,
yeah,
what happened? People just lost their minds.
Yeah, well, I don't know if you ever saw it. It's a short video that they play online every once in a while about the got to get the bread and milk.
Yeah,
guy running around panicking because it's going to snow.
Yeah,
gotta get the bread and milk, and just pure panic. And a lot of that was hyped with the media.
Of course,
that was a problem. But COVID, like a lot of other things, was a serious situation. Have you ever dealt with things where you had to wear, I guess it's called a level 4 suit, where you're basically built into the suit?
We are at level 3 when we're working on that. Okay. If I were to put on that level of protection, SCBAs and stuff, that means I'm working on a full blown, something like a fentanyl distribution center.
Right.
And so, we have 3 levels of contaminants when we're dealing, 3 threat levels when we're dealing with the remediation of fentanyl. Definitely the most dangerous contaminant of our lives. Oh, but don't worry, they'll come up with something new.
Oh, absolutely. I mean, just the thought process of creating more things like that.
Sure.
If they could turn that into positive, imagine how far advanced we would be.
Oh, yeah, absolutely. Absolutely. Unfortunately, and this is the real world. There are bad people that don't want us on this planet simply because this is where we grew up.
Telling people that and they don't believe me. No, you're absolutely right. And the seriousness of it is we need to be trained to deal with this stuff. We need to be aware of it, because just throwing out garbage and touching stuff that had fentanyl on it is enough that could kill you.
Absolutely. Absolutely. So it all comes down to, on a professional level, training, tactics, techniques, and tools. And notice I said it in that order: training, tactics, techniques, and tools. Too many times, people in the restoration industry get wrapped up in the newest sprayer, the newest this gadget and everything. And that's not where it's at. You've got to have a protocol.
Yes.
You want to be able to contain, control, neutralize, and remove that contaminant, and ask yourself, what are we cleaning and why?
Why was the word I was going for, because you can buy the tools. Why'd you buy that?
Yeah.
Well, I'm going to go take care of this. Are you trained to? Well, we'll figure it out. You can't figure this out. This is too dangerous.
This is the one part of the industry, whether it's mold or whether it's some of the dangerous contaminants I work with. Here's the word you do not want to hear: oops.
Yeah. Yeah, we joked about that when I was on the police department with the guys from the bomb squad, and they used to have sayings in the back of their shirts: if you see me running, try to keep up. You don't want that.
We talk about, training, tactics, techniques, and tools, and we talk about our end. But, I think one of the things that we always need to stay focused on, no one calls you, and no one calls me because they're having a good day.
Yeah.
And so what we also need to keep in mind, but our prime directive of safety, but that client, that has potentially dangerous mold and contaminants in their house, or in my end, that client that may have lost a loved one. Okay. If we handle these people with care, compassion, and concern, and base all of this on science, and conduct ourselves with honor and integrity, there's no way you cannot succeed.
Agreed. Have you ever come across any radioactive situations?
No, I have not.
It's a very strange feeling because I've come across the scenes that would qualify as a crime scene cleanup and stuff like that from my previous life. And I came across one situation with radiation.
Really?
And there's a definite change in the way that you feel because it's such an unknown to the general public. And I'm considering myself general public in this because I am not trained in that level of a response. With the police department, we responded to a burglar alarm. As we went into the building, we hit a door that said, "Do not go beyond this point, radiation." The guys that I was with, they started backing out, had me there as a supervisor. Turned out it was a storage place for ground sensing equipment.
Okay.
And they use radiation to do that. Well, it was safe, very small chips, and they have to mark the building. But it was an extremely unsettling feeling being there and knowing what to do. We backed out.
Right.
Because we're not trained in that type of response.
Right. And you know what? That's one thing that, like, especially new remediators, whether it is mold or whether it is on the forensic end and stuff, need to realize their limitations and need to know when to pull back and call and ask for some expert consultation and help.
That's something that actually needs to be taught because people don't realize it. People are, in general, pleasers. They want to have the answer. If they don't have it, they try to make it up. And in our line of work, that can be very, very dangerous.
Absolutely. Remember the Clint Eastwood movie, Magnum Force?
Yes.
The line he used in that, man's got to know his limitations.
It's absolutely correct.
Absolutely correct.
I've seen it from the emergency services side. You've seen it. You were in the military. People do things that, beer muscles, if you want to call it, here, hold my beer. I'm going in, that's where you get hurt. And if you're doing a job and you need to climb up and reach something, you don't have a ladder, you don't stack 4 chairs on top of each other and try to climb it. But people do. And then you laugh about it afterwards. Could you believe what this guy did? Could have seriously gotten hurt. The same problem with these microbes and chemistries and all the biohazards we come in contact with, not wearing the right equipment is the same thing as standing on 4 chairs piled high.
Absolutely. Have people died cleaning up after fentanyl? Yes, they have.
Yes.
Okay. And so we need to be aware of that.
Yeah. And it's not just coming in contact with a lab. Our remediators, our assessors, you're going into homes, into businesses that it's an unknown. You don't know what's there. Should you be wearing gloves? Absolutely. PPE? Yes, you really need it, even in a normal looking environment, because what is normal? You never
If it was
know.
normal, you wouldn't be there.
Exactly. They've called for a reason.
We're biological SWAT teams. Okay.
Okay. Yeah. I haven't looked at it like that, but yeah, I guess it would fit. But that's this industry. And as we look around, there's people all over here from all over the country. Actually, there's a lot of people here from Australia and the UK. They come to this show because they get to see people in the industry, their peers, how they work, how they do things, the training available. They meet people like you with the technology and the upper level training that you do, that even with our most advanced training, we don't cover crime scene and cleanup. So this is the place to be in a show like this.
I love being around my peers and colleagues here because I pick up things left and right.
Yeah. It's, a good experience. And I'm glad you were here and had time to talk.
Thank you so much.
It's always a pleasure.
Thanks, Lance.
I told Lori I'd really like to get into one of your classes one day.
Oh, we'd love to have you.
I think it would be of a big interest and value for me.
Anytime. The
All right.
door's open.
We'll hold you to that.
Okay.
All righty. Take care. Thank you.
So I'm talking with Mark Quigley, who had recently taken our NCRSI class. And I wanted to get his feedback because he's been in this industry for a very long time, actually on several different continents, and definitely has the experience of this industry. So first of all, Mark, welcome. Let's start with that.
Thank you,
And
Lon.
if you could just mention everybody kind of a little bit about your background, because it's pretty diverse.
Okay, so I actually come originally from the asbestos industry. So up until a year or so ago, I was a licensed asbestos assessor down in New Zealand and Australia. And I actually ran and owned the largest asbestos consultancy in New Zealand. But I also lived in Florida, South Florida. So it was a long commute. So I ended up closing the New Zealand business down and focusing on my business here in the US. And what I found is once you get over the equator, apparently your intelligence diminishes and you are not able to use the licenses that you hold in other countries. So I took a step sideways into biohazard and basically dealt in that industry. So my specialty, if it's anything, is dealing with non-viable pathogenic molecular structures like asbestos, like mycotoxins, those things that aren't alive that cause incredible illness. And so that's where I sort of focus my attention in my business in Florida. So my business in Florida is BioRisk. And while I am in the biohazard industry, I was doing a lot of sampling for mycotoxins. And so because mycotoxins are related to mold, I decided to become a mold assessor. I'm highly allergic to mold, and I don't really want to deal with mold if I can avoid it. And so I deal with a lot of mycotoxin type issues, but I never wanted to be in a position where people are questioning why I'm taking mold samples or mold related samples. So I got my assessing license through Normie and have just progressed and taken, gosh, I don't know how many certifications with them now, with the latest being for the sensitized individuals. And so while I said non-viable pathogenic molecular structures, that has now evolved into bacteria as well. So the likes of endotoxin and actinomyces. And so that's really mycotoxin, endotoxin, actinomyces is where my focus is. And so that's really a little bit of background about what I did. And so this course for that I took, gosh, 4 weeks ago, it dovetailed quite seamlessly with that.
So, I mean, I think we could say that your business model has shifted a little since you got exposed to Normie.
Yes, a little bit. So, and while Normie isn't necessarily involved in the biohazard per se, there are crossovers. So I certainly learn an awful lot from being involved with Normie and those professionals that I come in contact with.
Have you dealt with sensitized individuals in the past?
That's really all I deal with.
So that's a very large piece of what you're doing then, I guess is what you're saying.
Correct. Yep, definitely.
Oh, okay. Well, I guess then the NCRSI class would have been the next logical step which you took to enhance that. As far as that goes, did you get anything from the class that you really didn't know before, or a different way or a different view of the industry with the NCRSI background?
One of the things that with biohazard you've got to be very strong on is the paper trail, and you've got to follow up with procedures and documenting exactly what you're doing, because there is no assessor standing over you. Like with a mold remediation, you've got an independent mold assessor. So in biohazard, you are your own assessor, and the only thing that you can back that up with is your paperwork and the validations that are done. And so it's a little bit different how we approach it, but essentially it's the same. I know that's a bit of an oxymoron, but for example, we can do gross bio cleanup before we will do disinfectant and sanitization, because sometimes we're dealing with body fluids and those type of things. So it's a little different, but it's not that far removed, because you're still removing the likes of mold from an environment. And so one of the things that I learned from Normie is the paper trail, and making sure that the ID testing that is done is the same as the validation. And so you can compare apples with apples. So that was one of the key areas that I suppose Michael Pinto emphasized for me anyway, is the making sure you've got the same ID and validation. You can add other validations, which I do, but if we ever get into a situation where we're challenged in court, we can actually show this is what we had originally found, and this is through the same test why we know it was clean.
So
sanitized.
I mean, you have such a diverse background, and even though you're in the mold industry where we are under microbial industry, you kind of have a different take on this. So if you were stepping back and looking at the several industries, the verticals, who should take this NCRSI class? Who do you think it would benefit the most?
Anybody that's dealing with sensitive individuals that has a microbial contamination. So I don't expect a mold remediator to be able to step into my world and clean up some of that gross contamination that I come upon with body fluids, etc. But a biohazard or trauma contractor would benefit from this class tremendously, as does obviously other mold remediators, because we're now finding that there are more and more people that are sensitized, that need a different type of remediation. And so while I may not be involved in the mold remediation per se, I'm definitely involved in the biotoxin side of some of those residues that can be left.
You know, I've done several interviews with other students that have taken the NCRSI class. And one of the common themes that comes up is the terminology of ahead of the curve, or on the leading edge of this whole new industry breaking out with sensitized individuals. Are you kind of comfortable with that terminology with Normie?
Pretty much, because most mold remediators that are licensed and not involved with Normie probably aren't aware of what needs to be done. Before I did this course, I was already doing HEPA vacuuming, wet foaming, wet wiping, microfibering, specialized microfiber wipe downs. So I was already going through those three, I think it was called the HEPA pizza steps. And then I will also follow up with a specific type of fogging. So, I mean, we all know about the HEPA sandwich, but when it comes to sensitized individuals, we need an extra layer, or maybe even a couple of extra layers, to make sure that environment is clean. And as Michael Pinto says, clean is clean. And so you have to sometimes do something a little different to get to the cleanliness you need for those sensitized individuals. So yes, definitely. Head of the curve would adequately describe what Normie is trying to do. And basically anybody that's involved in microbial remediation would benefit from it.
All the interviews that I've done with people about this class, everybody brings up the pizza. It all goes back to that. Everybody was like impressed by the term, the HEPA sandwich, now the HEPA pizza.
Right.
It's interesting that everybody picked that out. Well, I know that we spoke earlier, and you guys were dealing with a lot of that flooding and stuff down there too. So you've been extremely busy in Southern Florida. So I really appreciate you taking the time being here with us. It's always a pleasure talking to you. And we still need to do another interview on the biohazard stuff. We just haven't gotten around to that yet.
Yeah, for sure.
All right. Well, thank you very much for the time. I appreciate it. And we'll talk again soon.
No problem at all, Lance. I'm more than happy to always assist wherever I can.
Thank you.
Thanks very much.
Today, I'm with Dr. Gavin McGregor Skinner, Senior Director of GBAC, which is a division of ISSA, along with a special guest, Doug Hoffman, the Executive Director of NORMI. Gavin and Doug, how are you both doing?
We're in Florida, Jeff.
What does that mean? Does that mean things are great?
Yeah, it's just amazing, Jeff. Just the power of ISSA, our trade association, the alliance that we've had with NORMI now since 2018. And it just keeps getting stronger every day, especially here in the state of Florida.
Fantastic. And Doug, we do value your partnership. Thank you for all you do with ISSA, and of course, to support our members and those that are part of NORMI. But I understand something happened recently, and that's why you two are in Florida. You're not on vacation, but you're working, right? You're working.
We're working. Sure. Yeah, we're working.
What's the news? What's the news?
There's two big news items here, Jeff. The big news item is that Doug and I have been talking about training facilities, globally throughout the world, schools, universities, community colleges. When you put people in a classroom, we know that they spread droplets through coughing, sneezing, talking, singing, if you go to those sort of classes, and that spreads germs. And then Doug and I were talking about, well, then how do you clean a classroom after a training to make it safe and healthy for the next class? And so the NORMI Pro Academy, which is a wonderful training center in Sunrise, Florida, has gone through the GBAC Star accreditation program. And really, it's about telling their cleaning story. Is it based on best industry standards, science and evidence, which it is? I've now done the site visit, we've filled out the documentation. So the NORMI Pro Academy in Sunrise, Florida is now a GBAC Star accredited facility, following our 20-element program, which really brings them into the family of being a certified ISSA training facility for all of the ISSA members.
And I can't tell you how excited we are about this. I think bringing this to the table for remediators, especially mold remediators that we do so much training for, indoor air quality specialists, this is really just a perfect marriage in a lot of ways, because all of them do cleaning. They need to know how to do it correctly. And so bringing this side of the industry together, this merger, as it were, is pretty cool.
Yes, I agree. Now, Doug, you've been doing training for a long time, and obviously working ISSA and NORMI together is a smart move. Tell us about your training center that makes it special, and why will this be such a good thing for the industry?
Well, the unique thing about our training center is we've been doing Zoom, of course, for a really long time, Zoom training. And so we took this classroom and created essentially a television studio. So when we do training at the NORMI Pro Academy, we can do it on site, obviously, where we can do hands-on training and so forth. But Jeff, we have 4 cameras, 16 microphones, and we have 3 televisions there. And so what we can do is we can actually broadcast live online training while we're doing on-site training. We call it simulcast training, and that's been incredibly effective. Think about the last couple of classes we've had. We had someone flying. We had several people from the UK. So being able to offer that kind of level of training and for them not to have to travel, that's pretty cool.
I'm still looking for the workshop that the location that has a good popcorn maker. Do you have that, Doug?
No, but I'll ask Gavin if he can provide one.
Yeah, sorry, Jeff, not a big fan of popcorn, but I wanted to emphasize that what this journey has been. The Cleaning for Health curriculum based on Dr. Michael Berry's Cleaning for Health book. Really, it's a textbook that was written 30 years ago, 1993. We used that book from Dr. Michael Berry in a workshop in November 2022 at the Normie Academy to train 20 master trainers, but also to develop and update the curriculum. So we spent 10 days developing new curriculum that we then presented to the US Department of Labor at the federal government level. They went through and reviewed it and told us it was approved. Since then, in this year alone, our partnership, the work we've done together, we've now just this morning completed our 40th workshop. That's over 720 people trained in just under 9 months.
Yeah, that's amazing.
And the feedback we're getting from the 720 people that we've trained in a face-to-face environment, like at the Normie Pro Academy in Sunrise, Florida, was that they haven't had any training in the last 5 years. 87% of everyone that's come to our workshop, that's a big number, have not had any training in the last 5 years. And as Doug said, what makes this training center special, it's all hands-on. But what that means for me, adults learn by doing. And if you learn, so this morning's workshop, we just finished a 3-hour Cleaning for Health workshop here in Lake Worth, Florida. And it wasn't about how to clean, it was about why to clean. The Cleaning for Health workshop, the introduction to our program, is why do we clean based on reservoirs of germs from people as well as reservoirs of germs in the environment. And that was brand new information to everyone who attended today. We had such a fantastic morning.
And everyone stayed awake, alert.
So far. So the exciting thing about this to me is that we hear this so often that someone's been in the industry for a really long time. They've not heard this information before. I think Gavin is bringing to the table the science behind why we do what we do. And that's just, for a lot of these guys, new information. So it's fun to see their excitement and to tell us after this kind of event, this is the best training I've ever had. So it's really cool. That was really fun this morning.
Thank you. Can you talk to maybe the requirements that people have for training, the need for that you're fulfilling? Licensing or governmental requirements, or maybe to get a contract for cleaning. Does that fit into this?
Well, I can tell you on our side for the mold remediators and mold assessors, of course, we're an approved training provider for all of the states that require licensing. And, they've never thought about themselves as cleaners. But the truth is they are. That's exactly what they do. And you've got to remove the contaminants, microbial growth, before you really do anything else in a remediation project. So I think being able to bring this kind of training to them is really, really neat. And it allows them to I think, kind of ramp it up a little bit in terms of the way they see themselves. We've talked a lot about this idea of making sure that these guys feel like they're essential, because they are. And when you talk to remediators and sanitizing companies and restoration companies and are able to show them this is a side of the industry that you can specialize in, I think that's really exciting.
It is. And I found that interesting that restoration people don't realize that they're also cleaners, because isn't that what it is? It's you're cleaning. You may be doing some construction as well, but you're cleaning. So
yeah, that's exactly right. During the COVID outbreak, one of the things that we pivoted toward was a certified sanitizing professional. And the purpose for that was that we wanted our guys to understand what we've always said. Mold is just a surrogate for other types of microbes, and you are actually in the microbial business. When you use some kind of sanitization protocol to remove mold, you're also removing bacteria and other types of microbes. So it's just, I think, a great addition to what we're doing.
So Gavin, there's lots of training centers in the country, around the world. We need more. I think that's your angle. This is our second interview about a new training center. Why? Why do we need more? What's going on?
Great question, Jeff. Really important. And we've used this term, essential cleaning profession. What makes anyone, electrician, a plumber, a builder, anyone that does a trade, and cleaning is a trade, be recognized by federal and state government, insurance companies, for example, and just facility managers across the country, around the world. It's training, it's education, it's workforce development. And it's so important that we look at, if you're going to clean for health, not just for appearance or smell. That was a long time ago. It's now clean for health. You use best industry practices, science and evidence that comes through training and education. But more importantly, Jeff, it's recognition. So the ISSA Cleaning for Health curriculum, the courses, has been reviewed and approved by the US Department of Labor. What in our alliance, again, ISSA has an alliance partnership with NORMI. What Doug has done down here is worked with the state government. The Florida state government has now received both our workshop, our face-to-face workshop, as well as our online material, and they've peer-reviewed it, and they've now said, we now approve the Cleaning for Health workshop curriculum for both face-to-face and online for workforce development in the state of Florida. Every state in the country has workforce development programs, but more importantly, they don't do it for the cleaning industry. And as we found this morning, everyone that attended the course today haven't had any training in the last 5 years. They would love to get training, but it's not here how to use a piece of microfiber or how to use a mop or how to use a vacuum cleaner. They want to know the why. Why is it so important to create indoor spaces, safe and healthy? Because you and I know, Jeff, everyone spends about 90% of their life in an indoor space. And if you live to the age of 80, Jeff, that's 72 years indoors. Wouldn't you like that to be health and safe?
I think so. I would agree with that. So Gavin, what's next on your agenda for more training centers? If someone says, hey, I've got a good classroom, I'd like to be part of this, what should they do?
Well, within the GBAC Staff Facility Accreditation Program, it's a continuous improvement program, Jeff. It's no pass or fail. First of all, you've got to tell us how you clean. Your cleaning story. What tools, what equipment, what products, with what chemistry do you use on different services in different areas? How do you measure that? How do you implement that? How do you do that in a way that creates a safe indoor space? We start that as the baseline, and then we put them on a continuous improvement program. And so what we did with NORMI, and I said, Doug, you bring in all these people into the NORMI Pro Academy, they leave. We do it. We measured it, it works. We used our ATP meters, we used our UV black lights, we used our indoor air quality monitors to monitor the cleaning process, and we created a healthy indoor space for the next class. And it's a simple process. People know how to do it, they just don't know how to tell the story, Jeff. And the GBAC Star accreditation process is about telling the story, science, evidence-based. You get the accreditation, and then you keep improving. And so it's so important. We want to see a network of training centers in the US, around the world, that teach standardized, approved curriculum. And now we've got our Cleaning for Health workshop approved by federal government as well as now a state government.
So one of the things that I found, if I could say this, Jeff, one of the things that I found that's so neat about this accreditation is that you can know what to do, but you can't teach what to do unless you do it. And I think that's what we're trying to do, is we're trying to say, look, you come to our facility, we know how to clean, so we can intelligently talk to you about how to do it in your environment. And it just makes sense.
All right, you both can chime in on this question. What's coming up in the future, in the short term and the long term?
Well, I'll just tell you that we have big plans. NORMI has big plans this next year, 2024, to expand out to the West Coast. We've already talked with some folks and trained some folks in the UK. Interesting thing is we find out that the only people who need solutions are people who breathe. So we're really excited about being able to do our training out across the country and to expand that way. Part of that's going to be our effort at the ISSA conference to have a booth there and start talking to folks in other parts of the country.
Yeah, so Jeff, at the ISSA show in Las Vegas, November 14th, Tuesday, we have a free 3-hour Cleaning for Health workshop in English, and also a free 3-hour Cleaning for Health workshop in Spanish. And Normie's providing the instructors for the Spanish course. And it's so important. We've had the Cleaning for Health workshops now translated into 8 languages. As Doug said, we're looking for Haitian Creole instructors. Are we going to find them? You bet you we are. We just got to look hard, but we're going to find them. So what we're going to ensure that the training material that ISA has, Normie has, is available for every essential cleaning professional. This is probably over 6 million people in the US alone. And then we put them on a pathway of continuing education, workforce development. But more importantly, we make them feel that they are essential. We make sure the government realizes they're essential. That's the next step. So 2024, Doug and I and many of the other people that we work with, there's about 20 of us in the team, have come up with curriculum, dates, times for workshops. We're going to publish that soon. But we're so rich in training material, we're just going to put it into a program that helps people.
There's one thing I know for sure from this conversation. There's no vacation for either one of you for a long time. So get back to work, and thank you for this today.
Thank you, Jeff.
Thanks, Jeff.
Okay, everybody, we are here with a special guest today at the Experience Trade Show, David DeGroff, and we've been dealing with, and I say dealing in a very calm way, with you for several years now. Actually, you've been a sponsor at some of our training classes, and we've dealt with you with other stuff down in Florida. So we really appreciate that. But you have a very special, I want to call it service, at Always On Call for this industry. Let's tell everybody about it.
Basically, I have a restoration specific labor source. Contrary to everybody else out there who is a labor provider that saw opportunity in our industry, and they do roll call. There's plenty of negative names out there that exist for those types of companies, rent-a-bums, rent-a-drunks. And I saw an opportunity and able to provide something a little bit different for the industry. I've been in the industry since 2004. I ran a build back company. I ran a DR company to expansion and then into sale. And I actually only ended up doing labor and saw that it was a good opportunity, and we capitalized on that. My labor guys, it's not a roll call to see who's the most sober in the morning and they get to go to work. They're my employees year round, and they do restoration every day of the week. They weren't cleaning a Walmart parking lot yesterday. They were doing containments, right? They're doing micro cleans.
And I speak David, so I can translate what he just said. Actually, you were a little bit low, so hopefully they heard you.
Sorry.
But I think it really comes down to, you get somebody in the restoration industry that comes across a very large job, and they're not going to have 100, 200, people on their payroll. They need people that know what to do in the industry, and they call you.
That's right. We can help increase the size of your company, allow you to take on any project, no matter the size. But we also offer an alternate option where if you're a smaller company and you just get a stack of jobs going on, we're able to help provide, relief for that type of situation as well. I mean, realistically, you don't need anybody on your staff that isn't a future part of your company. We're able to come in and fill the gaps in your schedule. If you had several mold jobs, you could stack them all up together and bring us in, and we can help you knock them out. And then you don't have to worry about paying them guys 40 hours next week.
Do you have supervisors on your crews?
Yes, we do.
So you provide supervision also. Now, are they licensed to do the work? Like in Florida, I know you need licensing, or do they still work under the company's license?
Yeah, they some of the people are certified that we have. We're working on increasing that presence right now. It's kind of a new demand and a new supply for us. Typically, we've always just done general labor and worked very hard to be able to clear that bar. I'm a under promise, over deliver type of guy. So now we've been looking at adding the new dimensions and being able to offer supervision as well. I know that's a much needed resource in the industry as well.
Well, I know you're located in Florida, but you do cover other parts of the country, don't you?
Well, we started the company in 2016 in Orlando, and then we've expanded from there. We're able to respond nationwide with as little as 4 people. And we also have local response out of 8 cities. It's Miami, Orlando, Atlanta, Charlotte, and the 4 major cities in Texas.
So what do you do as far as you need to mobilize 100 people to head to Texas? Do you guys handle logistics of transport and accommodations, or how's that work?
Yeah, I mean, typically we handle the transportation, but at the end of the day, I'm trying to be a good business partner, and we all want to just help each other reach success and profitability, right, and get on to the next job. So it really comes down to the relationship. When the specific situation, do you need me to handle lodging? Do you need me to handle transportation? How can I best assist your situation to make it as seamless and stressless for you as possible? And we work hard to fill in all those gaps to take whatever we need to off your plate.
Okay, well, it brings me to the most important question. And I know we've done interviews in the past, but anytime somebody sees an interview I've done with you or just sees us talking, they always ask me 9-volt or AA for the suit.
It's a lot larger battery than that, bud.
What powers this thing?
It's my energy, right?
It's your energy.
No caffeine.
What's the deal with the orange? And now the glasses, that's a new one.
You got to step it up. Everybody's expecting there's something more each time out. Very simply put, the company colors are orange and black, and I'm a little bit outside the box when it comes to marketing. And so I conceptualized this idea on the fly of maybe an orange suit would draw a few more eyes, and it certainly has done that.
I heard rumors about a Lamborghini someplace out there.
I don't know. They're unconfirmed at this point in time.
Oh, okay.
I don't know one. I can tell you that much.
Yeah. But orange?
An orange Lamborghini? Well, it'd have to be a marketing expense and it'd have to tie into the suit. So a little bit of work to go before we're able to roll out that idea, but we're going to see what we can do.
Well, I'm waiting to see that one. Just to have you pull up at one of these shows, and something like that, I think that speaks volumes.
What kind of volumes will it speak?
I don't know.
We're not fitting very much labor in the back of it.
That's true. Are you going to be at the experience in the fall?
Well, as everybody knows, that one is in the fall and it's the beginning of September. So that's kind of the hot zone for us for hurricane wise, assuming that there's not going to be any hurricane at that point in time, which is not a safe assumption. I will certainly be there to the best of my ability. So, but we'd all rather be working at that point in time too. But the experience is a great show, and I love to be in there in Vegas and turn out for these guys. Great people, great event.
I also heard a rumor that you were thinking about our training coming up in Mexico in a week. Don't know if you were able to make that one work or not.
I'm a little bit sad at this point in time. I found out about it too late, and due to the restricted time frame and so much to move that I don't think I'm going to be able to make it. But I'm sad. I'm still going to put the effort into it, and if not, then you can certainly keep me on the agenda for next year. I've been to a lot of special Normie events, and I appreciate and love them all. I've always appreciated the way Normie's had not only my back, but definitely supports the industry across. It's a huge asset and a huge addition to everything that we all believe in.
So it has nothing to do with the orange suit, or being on the no-fly list.
No, if I wouldn't be able to be here if it were that case.
Oh,
I don't
okay.
know how it works internationally.
Yeah.
I have to, pop the fuse or something.
Pinata if you're down in Mexico, Anyways, I appreciate you spending time. There's a lot of things going on here. We're coming up on a little over an hour to go in the show yet today. So enjoy. I appreciate
Thank you very
it.
much for all your time, Lance.
You take care.
Thank you, Normie. Thank you, Experience. Have a good day, guys.
Experience Conference is super practical, meaning you're not going to be stuck in a chair all day long. You're going to get your hands dirty. You're going to spend time with experts who are going to show you the craft.
We have been attending the experience for probably the last 6 to 8 years. I will say though, over the last 2 years, we have seen such a beautiful increase in the ROI that we have received from this show here in Vegas specifically.
I'm able to meet with industry leaders and talk to them one-on-one, which totally amazes me.
Good afternoon, everyone. I'd like to welcome you here to our webinar we have going this afternoon. And I want to welcome our guest speakers, Doug Hoffman, the Executive Director of Normie, and Gavin McGregor Skinner, who is the Senior Director from ISSA, I believe. I got your titles correct. If I didn't, I apologize. But I think I got it correctly. I'm
They're
glad you
just,
took the
they're
time.
just titles, Lance. They're not that important.
I know. Well, I want to thank everybody for joining us today. In recent events of the hurricane or hurricanes that have gone by, we've started to notice a lot of things happening within our industry and a lot of the verticals around us. And a lot of it's concerning, and we wanted to bring it to everybody's attention and offer some options. That's the easiest way for me to explain this. We're going to try to talk about staying healthy as workers through these events that have just happened with the two hurricanes. A lot of the risks that are involved with exposure to mold, and there's a lot of myths out there that people hear and they try to run with without following the science. And I know these are terms that we use a lot in our industry, following the science especially, but people don't really do that. So I want to turn this over to Doug and let you just start off with an introduction as to what your feelings are with the response to Helene and Milton, the two hurricanes that just passed, and a lot of people are still reeling from both of them.
Yeah. Well, I think some things have changed a lot since we first experienced Hurricane Katrina in 2005. I think there's a lot that's been changed for the better, but unfortunately, some things seem to remain the same. And I remember when we did Katrina in 2005, one of the things that we were invited to do, which was really helpful to us, and I think to the public, was to be able to hold seminars in the libraries and actually talk with folks about the things that they should be doing to not only know for sure that the work was being done correctly, but maybe more importantly was to how to protect themselves and make sure that they were protected from the health effects. And one of the things that prompted us to do that, Lance, in 2005, and why that was so important to talk about was, as you recall, just a few years earlier in 2001, when the towers fell, people were really concerned, and they began to realize that those health effects from that kind of disaster could go on for years. And as far as I know, it's still going on. And so it was pretty easy for us to talk about that in 2005. The unfortunate thing is that it seems as though we were dealing with kind of the same situation here. I see pictures of people dealing with contaminated environments with no kind of personal protection equipment at all. Volunteers jumping in, which of course we're always grateful for, but volunteers jumping in and doing work and not protecting themselves, not considering the potential health effects that they're dealing with. And then on the other side of that, you've got the problem with guys that really aren't licensed or trained to do some of the work. And so that's, in some ways it's changed, in some ways it's not changed. I think the government has been a much better, much better in their response. I don't think it's ever what we would want it to be, but I can tell you that they're better than they did in 2005. So that's how I see it. I see some things have gotten better. Other things seem to remain the same.
Hey, Dr. Gavin, before we get into specifics, your take on what's been going on, just like Doug was saying.
Yeah, this is really important just to put everyone into the big picture of what's happening right now. So Normie, ISSA have an alliance. We're working together as Normie has promoted this initiative to create an environmental task force to actually respond to disasters and emergencies based on science and based on evidence. Now, for me this week, Tuesday night was not a good night. I had a whiskey tango foxtrot moment, and you should know what that means. And I went, I've got to ring Doug. And what happened throughout Normie Environmental Task Force, Lance, people on the ground in North Carolina, Tennessee, and Georgia, working really hard during the day, get a bit of downtime when it's dark at night to make phone calls, contact me and said, they're handing out bleach, sodium hypochlorite. And I said, to whom? Everyone. To do what? To prevent or clean the mold that's already there. We're actually seeing buildings right now in North Carolina, Tennessee, and Georgia with mold growth, visible mold growth. And I said, oh, okay, that's okay. Probably a few hundred, containers of, yeah, we're not going to fight that battle. No, it's thousands of containers they're seeing in those different states. And that's a big problem. And straight away, I called Doug, and I said, look, we've got to be responsible here. This is where we're going now. We've just had Hurricane Helene. We've had Hurricane Milton. Let's make sure that this time we do what's based on science, based on evidence, and we do it with the right advice. And I think it's really important in this session we had today to talk with Doug, yourself, but also look at what's out there right now, what is wrong, and I'm going to use that word pretty strongly. It is wrong, and what is correct based on science and evidence.
There's two different components to what you're talking about here. One is the effectiveness of bleach in this case on a mold environment. And the other one is the precautions and health risks to the people using it. So Doug, I don't know if you'd like to start with, I know you have a lot of research and data behind the effectiveness side, if you want to start there.
Yes, I'd be happy to. It's interesting because we were talking yesterday about this. The article that I wrote actually in 1998 was about how bleach should not be used to deal with mold. And so again, as I said, some things have changed, some things are better. I know Clorox, for instance, has a good portfolio of products that do include sodium hypochlorite and have been approved by the EPA to do work. So we're not talking about a specific company. What we're talking about is jug bleach that you would buy over the counter that has nothing in it except sodium hypochlorite. And I'm reckoning back again, Lance, to 2005 for Katrina. And I can remember one of the frustrating things was I'm at the library talking about don't use bleach, and it's being handed out by the gallon, and because it's inexpensive. But the problem that I knew then, and that we've continued to teach on, and I think the science is coming around, obviously, for people to realize that this is the case, is that unfortunately jug bleach will get rid of the staining, but it does not get down into the bioslime, as we call it, and actually destroy the mold that's there. And so oftentimes it'll come back. And of course, then you also have the health effects. We talked about a minute ago, PPE. What are they using? Are they using the right kind of mask, the right kind of gloves? If they're using bleach, are they mixing it with anything that's going to create a toxic environment? So that's our big concern, is how do they protect themselves? And then how do they utilize the right kind of chemistries that are not going to present problems for them, not only now, but later?
Gavin, following up on what Doug said, looking at it from more on the medical side of protecting yourself, I want you to address that. But there's one other thing that you had mentioned in a previous interview where you were working overseas dealing with Ebola. And I remember you mentioning pits being dug around the tents and filled with bleach. The bleach had a specific purpose there for the bacteria, but where do you stand on it with the mold issue?
Yeah, good question, Lance. I'm going to just emphasize bleach, sodium hypochlorite, made from reacting chlorine with sodium hydroxide, is an excellent disinfectant and an antimicrobial agent. I'm going to make it really clear. In 1998, Doug Hoffman wrote, bleach doesn't kill mold. In 2024, I'm going to say again, bleach doesn't kill mold, but we're seeing it handed out. Now, in 2014, I had 3 trips to West Africa. We had the Ebola outbreaks. I was setting up Ebola hospitals and managing teams to run those hospitals. And our metric there was, Gavin, you're not safe. You don't smell strong enough. And what they were spraying me with was bleach. And probably some people have heard the story. I lost my sense of taste and smell for months after my 3rd trip. Each deployment's about 21 days. After my 3rd deployment, I came back and went, I'm done. I can't do anymore. I've lost my taste. I've lost my sense of smell. My wife was great. Was very happy to see me to come back and said, I'm going to take you for the biggest steak you've ever seen in your life, because I hadn't eaten very much and lost a lot of weight on deployment like we always do. But the bleach had destroyed my sense of taste and smell. Now, so it's a good disinfectant. It's a good antimicrobial agent, but it doesn't kill mold. And I just wanted to highlight here, Lance, that this has been going on for a long time. Right now, let's get it really clear. The U.S. Environmental Protection Agency, we call that the EPA, has a website. Should I use bleach to clean up mold? And what do they say on that website? Bleach is not recommended. So I'm going to put that in the chat so people can actually see that website. US Department of Labor, Occupational Safety and Health Administration, we call that OSHA, on their website, they have a brief guide to mold in the workplace. Doug published his article in 1998. They published this website in 2013. They haven't changed it because it's correct. It says, the use of a biocide, such as chlorine bleach, is not recommended. And I'm going to put that website in the chat. This is from the EPA and from OSHA.
While you're typing that, I'm just going to give everybody a hint on finding these sites if they can't use the link. The first one would be just do a search on EPA and mold to clean, or I'm sorry, and bleach to clean mold, and it'll come up with these sites, and you'll see exactly what it's talking about. And the same thing with OSHA. It would be OSHA and bleach as a biocide or bleach killing mold, and you will see this information that Gavin is talking about.
And this is where it gets really, really critical and really important here, Lance. I used to work for the US Centers for Disease Control and Prevention. I was an Epidemic Intelligence Service Officer, an EISO. Loved that job, had a fantastic job, did fantastic things with Ebola and many other highly infectious diseases like avian influenza or bird flu, tuberculosis, malaria. Really had a great career. I really enjoyed working at CDC. But, and I'm going to be very critical, the CDC has a website. It's called Guidelines for Cleaning Safely After Disaster. So Guidelines for Cleaning Safely After Disaster is the CDC website. Now, American Red Cross, many other volunteer organizations, many other non-government organizations, even local government officials, state government officials, all reference that website, the CDC website. And on that CDC website, it says, clean up mold with a mix of bleach and water. And that website was just updated February 9th, 2024, and it still has it there. Clean up mold with a mix of bleach and water as a guideline for cleaning safely after a disaster. I'm going to put that in the chat as well, Lance, and that's our problem. Doug wrote the article in 1998. OSHA, Department of Labor, Occupational Safety and Health Administration published a website that's still up today in 2013. Bleach is not recommended. EPA says bleach is not recommended. The US Center for Disease Control and Prevention, CDC, says use bleach. Who's right, who's wrong? CDC is wrong.
One of the things that comes out of this is basic communications. When you say bleach, that means a lot of different things to a lot of different people. Bleach can be very watered down. It can be extremely, extremely strong. And I think the problem that we run into is people don't know the difference. Well, they said to use bleach. That's what I'm using. And it may not be effective. It's like when COVID came out and people were looking for alcohol that had to be over, I believe it was 90% isopropyl alcohol to have any real effect. People were just grabbing whatever they could find. So understanding the full meaning of what you're saying of using bleach, like the CDC was saying, is where you could create a toxic environment, dangerous to your health. I mean, you have to survive the cure, basically, in those situations with proper training, PPE and everything else.
And unfortunately, Lance, I was a victim of overuse of bleach because our metric was when I came out of the Ebola hospital, which Ebola scares me. There's no doubt about it. It's a virus that I really get worried about when I'm treating patients or working in a hospital. But when I came out of the hospital, they went, Gavin, you don't smell strong enough. So they re-sprayed me with more bleach. We're in 2024 now, and we've got to go back to the science, go back to the evidence.
So the picture,
there's another side of this, Lance, that we haven't really talked a lot about, but I think it's interesting to note. We've been talking about folks' health and sodium hypochlorite, but there's another issue with jug bleach if you're talking about a long time solution, because apparently from what we've seen and learned, that once you've cleaned a surface with bleach, it may set up a surface environment, a pH, that will not allow the protectants to bond to that surface. So if you're using a protectant that will keep the mold from coming back later, it may not even bond to the surface because of the pH the acidic environment, I think, that's left after the bleach has been put on that surface. So it's just another factor that I think we're learning more and more about.
Well, isn't it also an issue where bleach is really made up a large component of water, which as they start to separate over time and leach in different directions, one could be feeding the mold growth while the other one is inactive because it doesn't have the water to drive it? You know, it's a chemistry.
I was just going to say, I don't know if I can speak to that specifically, but I do know that, yes, you're talking about a very small percentage of sodium hypochlorite compared to a huge percentage of water. And I don't think adding water to a potential mold issue is probably a good idea.
And you're right, Lance. A lot of the guidelines out there are misleading. They're not, the lack of specificity. I often hear that, oh yeah, we took bleach and we put 1 cup of bleach into a gallon of water. That 1 cup, 1 gallon, idea that you can clean everything, disinfect everything with 1 cup, 1 gallon. No, that's not how it is. And there actually requires, when you're doing dilution, more precision in the measurements. And so if I'm hearing from colleagues on the ground through the Normie Environmental Task Force in North Carolina, Tennessee, and Georgia, that they're handing out sodium hypochlorite bleach, we don't have a lot of details on the products or how that's being handed out, but we know a lot that's been handed out. There are no use guidelines. So where are the use guidelines? And then, as you correctly said, Lance, before, where are the safety guidelines? And that's really critical. And then when you go to safety, they start talking about, and even on the CDC guidelines for cleaning safely after disaster, right at that very top of that page is get the right safety gear. They talk about eye protection. They just mention goggles, but they don't give any details on what goggles are. They talk about N95 masks, or as we call them, N95 respirators. Where are you going to get those from? Have you been fit tested from them? Do you know how to use an N95 respirator the way it was designed to be used? Heavy work gloves. What does that mean? Is it Lowe's? Is it Home Depot? Is it Amazon? Where am I going to heavy work? Be more specific. Waterproof boots with steel toes and insoles, not just steel shank. Okay, fair enough. Earplugs or protective headphones, and at least 2 fire extinguishers. And then it says, is sewage involved? Now, we just saw the storm surge for Hurricane Milton. We know how toxic and dangerous that water is. We saw on TV, and you and I discussed this just yesterday, people in T-shirt and shorts walking through waist-deep water, celebrating that the storm surge wasn't so high they survived in toxic water. But here on the CDC website, it says, is sewage involved? Yes, it is. All that water has to be considered toxic because we're not testing it for water quality. Make sure to wear rubber boots, rubber gloves, and goggles if sewage is involved, which I agree to, but be more specific, add some more details, help all these wonderful people, again, that we know of that have deployed, or even the building owners and the homeowners, be more specific in how they protect themselves safely. And that detail is lacking.
We talked the other day about something similar to this where, the rescuers, the people going in right away in the water like you're talking about, well, I had my tetanus shot, I'm good to go. That only does one piece of things that you could be exposed to. So proper PPE, understanding it, knowing how to use it. You mentioned the N95 mask. That doesn't do anything for the fumes given off by these chemistries. The fumes from chlorine and stuff like that. So, just because you have a mask on doesn't mean you're protected. So there's a whole series of issues that come up with this with lack of information. And Doug, I know that's a lot of the training that we through Normie and the Environmental Task Force try to push. And it's got to start there.
Yeah, well, I wish we had more and more opportunities. Maybe this will give us the chance to speak to the public, to be able to have those forums and the libraries or with the businesses, to be able to talk with them ahead of a storm. Hey, you've prepared for a nuclear war. How would you like to prepare for a nuclear microbial war? Let us tell you how that works. And I wish we had more and more opportunities to speak to the public and let the public know ahead of time before they get into this situation what it is that they need to do. And of course, that's one of the purposes of our videos that we have, flood.normie.org and hurricane.normie.org. That's one of the reasons why we have those, is for hopefully the public will see that before they get themselves into a jam. And that's the real challenge. And I thank Dr. Gavin for working so hard to help us get this out in front of the public with his influence and his resources. I'm hoping that we're going to be able to talk directly eye to eye with these folks who need protection, whether they're a volunteer or whether they're actual resident. Both sides of the coin. Somebody coming from Tennessee to work on some building in Naples, Florida, he needs to know how to protect himself.
That's a really good point. It's a really good point, Doug. In a post-disaster situation, we do very well with chainsaw safety.
Yeah.
Because we know a chainsaw is going to hurt you if you're not trained properly on how to safely use a chainsaw. What protective equipment should you wear when you use a chainsaw? How do you operate the chainsaw? How do you maintain the chainsaw? Why do we not take that same chainsaw philosophy, approach, practices to cleaning up and looking for mold or preventing mold or taking out mold? Why do we not use the same principles of chainsaw safety when it comes to pressure washer safety? And that always seems to be a step down for me.
Well, and you want to have that balance, which I think is one of the reasons why it's difficult to do. And frankly, I think together we can reach that balance. I've always said in our classes, people talk about mold. Well, it's been around since Leviticus. What's the big deal? That's one extreme. Then you've got the other extreme. Oh, you got mold in your house, tear it down and build a new house. Well, the truth, like so many things, is in the middle between those two extremes. And I think us being able to talk about, here's how you protect yourself. Nobody's trying to scare you to death. We're just trying to tell you that it's a concern and you do have the ability to make sure that you do it correctly. Don't look at it as if it's no big deal.
So let's move over to some of the myths that are going on, because I think that's the next piece of this that we really need to talk about. We've talked about what doesn't work or what doesn't work well. What does work for taking care of the mold problems? If you want to address that. Either one of you, whoever wants to jump in here.
Well, I can tell you.
I'll start, then I'll hand it over to you, Doug. Those websites that we've shown have to be corrected. And hopefully we'll have this discussion to do that. More importantly, we've said, straight out, bleach does not kill mold, but we're seeing it being used. The challenges that we have also then, Lance, is that, the Federal Emergency Management Agency website talks about hurricane cleanup hurricane cleanup for your property and how to do it safely. And it says on that website, clean and disinfect everything that got wet. We know we can't disinfect everything that got wet, so that's wrong. US Department of Housing and Urban Development, we call that the HUD. Their website says, dealing with the aftermath, steps to take for a storm-damaged home, clean with hot water with laundry or dish detergent. How do you get hot water in an emergency in a disaster that has no electricity? So, and why are they even saying hot water? For when it comes to restoring, remediating, and getting these buildings back into a safe indoor condition. And so there are alternatives, and I'll hand that over to Doug, but because the problem is that many of these websites say, yeah, I totally agree. EPA, OSHA, I agree with you, don't use bleach, but then you don't give the solution.
Yeah, Gavin, real quick, you used the term to use hot water. Words mean things. What is hot water? Does it have to be boiling? Does it have to be where you can't touch it? Is it warm? There's no explanation there to your point as to what it actually means.
Well, let me just put that FEMA website in there right now that says clean and disinfect everything that got wet. And in our industry, we have definitions for clean, we have definitions for disinfect. That's not possible. The US Department of Housing and Urban Development, which we call the HUD, talks about clean with hot water and laundry or dish detergent. Yep, fine. But again, as you correctly said, Lance, How hot is hot? What is hot? And how do you do it in a post-disaster situation?
Yeah, let me speak for a moment, if I could, to chemistries, because I think that that's a really important part of this process. Sometimes you absolutely need to use some sort of chemical to get things actually clean and to kill the microbes that are there. One of the things that we did last week was we sent a case of enzyme cleaner to Florida, to a church down there that needed some help, and they were looking for what kind of chemistries to use. And it was a natural, 100% biodegradable, water-based type of enzyme cleaner. Hydrogen peroxide, vinegar. There are a lot of things that really work. And to Dr. Gavin's point, he's exactly right. It's frustrating when somebody says, don't use this. And we learned that unless you have an alternative. And that's what we learned. Remember when we started Normie in 2004 and we were doing training, and we would say, now you don't want to use bleach. And what was the first question? Well, then what should I use? And so I think the point is that you want to be careful, obviously, with the client that you're working with, or maybe the individual resident needs to be careful that they're using something that they can tolerate. Make sure you've got an SDS sheet, understand what the ingredients are, protect yourself just like it tells you to. And I'll just tell you, if most people actually read an SDS sheet for Windex, they'd be dealing with it completely differently. But read those SDS sheets, enzyme cleaners, botanicals, natural products, hydrogen peroxide. There are a lot of alternatives, and that's why we just want to get the word out.
It's important to understand what the product will take care of as well as what it won't take care of. And you can't do the substitution in your mind saying, well, if it kills this, it's going to kill that. Because we're dealing with completely different entities between molds, bacteria, viruses. They all have different strengths and weaknesses, and they're susceptible to different things.
No, and you're right, Lance. And I just want to reiterate what we've been talking about this time that we've been on. Bleach, sodium hypochlorite, is an excellent disinfectant. It's an antimicrobial agent. It doesn't kill mold. As Doug has correctly said, white distilled vinegar, hydrogen peroxide. I'm going to throw a question out to you, Doug. I get a lot of calls in the last probably 48 hours. Sodium borate, borax. pH of 9 creates an alkaline environment. We know it kills mold. I see some use, but not a lot of use in a post-disaster situation. What do you think about sodium borate, borax?
I love it. I just think it's hard to pronounce. No, it is. I think it's hard to find. But no, I agree 100%. And I think it's been proven over and over again that fungus will not grow in alkaline environments. And so having something like that, I think it's a great idea.
And so here's a real...
You probably know that one of the real effective cleaning processes to mechanically remove mold from rafters and from flooring and so forth is a soda blasting. And that's baking soda, So it's a great option, I think.
So here's our problem, and it is a problem. We've had people on the ground through the Normie Environmental Task Force, and we've done a number of videos with Mason Tamano. We did some videos with Jeff Cross. We got those out. We've had phone calls from the front line saying they're handing out, and I thought it was a few 10 or maybe 100 units of, it's thousands. What I'm hearing is thousands of units of bleach sodium hypochlorite. How do we transfer that? How do we change that to say, why aren't we seeing thousands of units of white distilled vinegar, hydrogen peroxide, borax, baking soda? Why? Just why is that not happening? And why do we still have sites like the CDC, the Center for Disease Control and Prevention, with their guidelines for cleaning safely after a disaster, saying clean up with mold with a mix of bleach and water? Why is that happening in 2024?
Yeah, I think a lot of that has to do with just resources, frankly. Sodium hypochlorite is pretty inexpensive, and it's pretty easy to give away. I'll just plug, if I could, the Normie Pro ETF.org. It's a 5013C. It's anything you donate to that's just like donating to the Red Cross, fully tax deductible. Dr. Gavin, if we had thousands and thousands of dollars, how easy it would be to provide that kind of product and those kinds of services to those disaster areas. It's just, limited resources. And I would love more than anything else to overwhelm those trucks that are bringing sodium hypochlorite in with trucks that are bringing in something that really actually works.
Yeah, and I totally agree with you, Doug. I'm so grateful to the members of ISSA, the members of Normie that have reached out to us, but more all those that have left their families and gone and deployed themselves and responded to Hurricane Helene. And now we're seeing, big deployments from our members for Hurricane Milton. And again, we're going to have boots on the ground. The key is the message has to be clear, it has to be loud, it has to be specific on how to do things safely, but more importantly, based on science.
Well, the Environmental Task Force, Doug, you just mentioned, I mean, we do a lot of training, and it's all about educating not only the public, but the contractors, the people that are doing the work. And if you're a contractor in any of these industries, water drawing, remediation, assessment, you've come across people that are getting educated themselves. So you need to be educated to be able to talk to your customer. The last thing you want to do is have your customer more knowledgeable than you are.
Lance, this is the kind of thing that's interesting. We talked about this morning in our admin meeting. We've got a class coming up here in Louisiana in the first week in November. We've got a class scheduled in Tampa the first week in December. Those are scheduled classes on our website. And you know what's happening already. There's people coming out of the woodwork. Hey, I need to get trained. I need to get trained. Where a year ago it was, maybe I'll do it, maybe I won't. And so I know it's like everything else. When there's a fire, you want to put on your fire suit and put it out. And so hopefully people will find out about this, the classes that we've got available that will help them with licensing and certification in the states that require it and in the states that don't require it.
And that's really important, Doug. People have to be making decisions for what we're seeing on the ground. And it's so important that through our Normie members, our ISSA members, we get to those decision makers and go, I know you're trying to do your best. I know you're trying to make, decisions that will help create safe indoor spaces, will recover from this disaster. But more importantly, how to do it based on science, based on evidence, based on a better process, a better methodology. So again, let's work as a team to do this. But it's so important that, again, if you're an ISSA member and a Normie member and you're on the ground and you see things, let us know, because Doug, Lance, myself will more than happy intervene and contact the mayor's office or contact the local emergency management agency. I'm based here in Washington, D.C. If I have to go down and talk to a federal government agency, that's not a problem. And I'll stand up and say, that's wrong, this is better, this is right. And really get that change. That has to happen now.
Yeah, Dr. Gavin, it's interesting. We've been talking the last several years about essential employees and what that meant during COVID. And we've said for years, and I think it's absolutely true, that our water mitigators, our wet restoration contractors, our remediators, our assessors, they really are the first responders to these kinds of events. They're not identified as first responders, but they absolutely are. They're some of the first ones in there to get things going. And so, if you anticipate a fire in your house, you have a fire extinguisher for a reason. And I think that's the whole idea of getting trained ahead of these kinds of events, because now you're ready. We've talked about FEMA training and all of those sorts of things. Now you're ready to actually be able to be value to those people who need you.
Hey, Doug, that example you just gave about the fire extinguisher is so appropriate here, because having the fire extinguisher in your house is very important. But when the fire breaks out, you don't want to take out the instruction manual on how to use the fire extinguisher. You need to know ahead of time. You need to be familiar with the equipment, train, understand what it can do and what it can't do. You can use a fire extinguisher and create more of a problem. So there's a lot of things that go into training. And Gavin, we talk about tabletops all the time. That's the kind of concept that needs to be out here, and to have all of these valid and scientific facts brought into our training.
Yeah, and what we're seeing, Lance, and it's, we've seen both with Katrina, Hurricane Katrina 2005, Hurricane Harvey, Hurricane Ian. I can name all these hurricanes off, Helene, recently with Hurricane Milton. These are water events. These are water damaging events. I had a phone call from some colleagues that are both doctors and nurses down in Florida who are in the hospital saying, look, the storm surge didn't reach what people predicted, but we got 2 foot of water through our house, and the house is now unlivable, and I'm going to have to stay in the hospital now before I can go home. What do I do, Gavin? What do we do with a house that had 2 feet of surge and is now unlivable? Okay, it didn't reach the 5, 10, or 15 that we all predicted or that we thought could have been the potential. 2 feet's enough to make a house unlivable. And everyone should be seeing those videos on TV right now from Hurricane Helene, as well as the flooding, as well as the surge from Hurricane Milton, going 1, 2 feet. That's enough to make a building unlivable, unusable. And that's the message that's not getting out there right now at the moment, Lance. So that's where this, again, the training that Normie does, but more importantly, the awareness of key decision makers is so critical. And as you're right, as we do these tabletop exercises, which I'm involved a lot through my affiliation with different organizations as we prepare for hurricane season, it's predictable. What I'm not seeing is that recovery is always a key part of the disaster cycle. And those that are involved in recovery are our members. They don't make the exercises. They don't come to the tabletops, and that has to change because we've gone very quickly from response, search and rescue, water rescue, now to recovery. And though our members are going down there right now, if not deployed for Helene, they're deploying for Milton, and they haven't been considered by both federal, state, local government, as well as non-government, as well as volunteer organizations, as a key part of the recovery effort. And they are. Drying a building is based on science. Responding to and preventing mold growth is based on science. And the point is that we have to do better at that. And that's something that Doug and you and I are all working towards. And our goal right now is, did we do well in 2024? Not well enough. Are we going to do better in 2020? Are we going to do better in 2025? Yes, we have to.
I want to move back to the 3 points or topics that we originally started here. But just before I do that, I just want to put out there, if anybody's interested in getting more information on the Environmental Task Force from Normie, you can go to Normie Pro ETF, EchoTangoFrank.org. And that's got a lot of information on that page, including how to join the Environmental Task Force and Project Safe, which we've utilized to have our members all over the country check in with us, let us know that they're okay. We actually use the term I am okay, which is I'm okay. So, it's more information that you can get. With that being said, what our original topics were, you must stay safe and healthy, health risks for mold exposure, and the myths of this industry. I'm going to put it back out there if you guys want to sum up these points and
I do have one thing I'd like to do, which I haven't really said yet, but I think we should ask this question. One of the things that we've learned is that Normie has grown because we have really good people, well-trained in the field, and because they look good, we look good. Can I just say that we see ourselves as being able to have an army of well-trained folks out there who can touch the lives of people we have not even met. And I say that to say this, I'm sure there's someone on this call who's listening who could get us in front of the people who make these kinds of decisions. And if you can do that, please reach out to us and let us know. If somebody's willing to talk or listen, we're willing to talk and to show them how important it is that they do things the right way. We love those kind of opportunities. So I just wanted to put that out there. Help us get this information out to people who need it.
Help us help you is really the expression that I like to use. But Gavin?
And the other thing, Lance, get the right safety gear. Practice wearing and using that safety gear before you deploy. I work with highly infectious diseases or those diseases of high consequence. I practice in the dark because most of the time when I'm working, the lights go out. And if I can't put on my personal protective equipment and take it off in the dark, then I'm going to fail in the real world situation. So get the right personal protective gear. If you're deployed, pace yourself. I see so many people run in and it's hot, it's humid, it's an austere environment. There are dangers there. There are hazards there. Pace yourself, ensure you've got a lot of these places now still don't have electricity, access to clean water, access to clean and safe drinking water. Stay hydrated. If you're going to take so much precautions and training when using a chainsaw, then apply those same principles to pressure washing, and apply those same principles to cleaning up after the hurricane or the disaster, the flood event, to prevent mold. And the other thing is that I see often, and we saw this on TV. You and I talked about this yesterday, Lance. Don't underestimate the danger of floodwater. It's toxic. And it's toxic because it has sewage in it, it has agricultural products in it, it has contaminants in it, it has all sorts of things in floodwater. And I think people underestimate what floodwater, the health risk that floodwater can pose to you, and understand that if you get open cuts or sores, which you will, that are exposed to floodwater, you've got to clean them, you've got to wash them with soap, you've got to ensure that they don't get infected. I deploy a lot in disasters, and I see a lot of skin infections. And so it's really important that don't underestimate the hazards that are in that environment you're going to help after a flood event, which we're seeing from these hurricanes right now. And I think that's the problem. I see people working right now in short sleeve t-shirts and shorts. Not on my team. Doesn't happen.
Common sense is the term that comes to mind here. The unfortunate part about common sense is people think they all use it. And common sense isn't something you're born with. It's something you learn. You've learned how to do things, and then you make your decisions based on that. How many times have you been to a disaster site where you see firemen running around, full breathable pack scuba systems, because they've been in fires, forest fires or house fires? They come out, they take off their breathing equipment. What's the first thing they do? Light up a cigarette. It's just not something that makes sense, though it's what people do in the heat of the moment.
No, you're so correct, Lance. The people that respond to disasters within our network are the most wonderful people you could work with in the world. And they become, very good friends because we all have the same commitment to service. The challenge I've had with so many deployments in disasters and emergencies is that those responders had to be rescued.
Yep.
They didn't drink enough. They didn't stay hydrated. They didn't know how to treat cuts and wounds or abrasions, and that got infected. And suddenly we had to get them out of the deployment area. They had to get them out of the disaster area because they just didn't understand what it took to keep themselves healthy and safe in working in such an environment.
Which then becomes more of a draw on the workers that are still there trying to work, taking care of the rescuers. So yes, it's a downward spiral when that starts to happen. Gentlemen, we're coming up on close to 45 minutes here. Anything else you'd like to cover that we didn't? I mean, we're pretty much open at this point. Anything that we have missed?
There was a couple of topics in the chat there, Lance.
Oh, let's see what we have here. I appreciate the feedback, very helpful. As someone who's just returning home from a fire department after Milton's landfall, with extensive water damage throughout the structure. I'm just shortening up fairly long here where it was written. What are the solutions you all offer for public servants to boost the message out to the community? Suggestions on what they can do. Offer free training to your emergency services. We have a program called FRAP, First Responders Awareness Program, where we help you provide instructions to your emergency service organizations how to protect themselves. It's pretty standard stuff, but you have to hear it over and over and over. Anything else, guys?
Well, I was just thinking about being bold enough to actually even address the issue. Sometimes people are kind of wary about promoting something that may look like they're trying to help themselves. But the truth of the matter is that when you are bold enough to be able to talk to folks who need to hear this, the decision makers, when you're bold enough to do that, think about how many hundreds and thousands of people that you are helping who are out there in the marketplace just trying to survive. I think, as Dr. Gavin said, we forget sometimes about those folks that had just a little bit of a problem, but it's, you know what, it's their house. It's a big problem. And it's something that they need to be able to take care of in the right sort of way.
You know, the first responders also need to be able to take care of their families and themselves to be able to have the time to go and be first responders. So that's another part of the equation that we didn't address tonight, but it's one of the important pieces. With Katrina, they learned where they had hundreds and hundreds of buses, school buses, staged to evacuate people, but all the people that were driving the buses were evacuated. This is the kind of thing that common sense doesn't take care of, but you need to be trained and have a plan for it.
Yeah, be respectful, Lance. If you're deploying down to a disaster, people are traumatized, they're upset, they've lost personal belongings, their businesses, the buildings, both home and commercial, have been damaged. Be respectful. Be a good listener. But more importantly, when you go back to the emergency operations center and they're telling you to go faster, that's not always possible. And there's times where I've been leading teams, I'm going, stop. That's going to make this whole situation, which is already unsafe, and it's going to increase the risk for injury and damage. We have to slow down. That's not safe to go in there. That building has been closed. The windows have been closed. The door has been closed. There's sandbags at the front. It got flooded. It's been a week to 10 days before anyone's opened that. And you want me to go in there and do what? And if they don't have the proper personal protective equipment, the gear, the safety gear, you can't rush into those buildings. And that's so important. You know, again, have good decision makers, good management, good leadership, and then you've used that word common sense. I try not to use that in a disaster situation. I try to focus on the hazards. I try to risk, and I say, you know, what's the worst that can happen? And I start that with all my conversations, because people they rush. When they go fast, they get hurt.
There's a very good comment here that I want to put out to both of you, and whoever wants to jump in on. There's a few things here. As a follow-up, community members are asking us directly, what do we do? What cleaner should we use? If not bleach, what? We're already getting those questions from our community members.
So I think there's a couple of links, and he identifies this, that's Ryan. A couple of links I put into the chat area, one for volunteers and one for residents, and that's in our Normie Pro ETF. But we also have a great section of our normie.org webpage on the very bottom, resources for the do-it-yourselfer. And I think that's a really, really powerful little paragraph. It's got several links in there. I was just looking at it again. I know we have a resource library that will help them with getting information that they need, accurate information. There's information there about enzyme cleaners. I also have my book there, Mold-Free Construction. So I think there are a lot of resources at the bottom of normie.org that would really help give you the tools that you need. And I'll tell you, Ryan, if I were there, I'm in Louisiana right now, but if I were there, I would take those flyers and I would be printing a bunch of them out and probably handing them out to everybody I know walking up and down the street. That you talk about how you could help. I think that would be phenomenal, is just getting that information out.
Just try to pay attention to the addresses that we're giving you. The chat may not be available if you go back to watch this as a replay. It's normie.org is one of them. And the other one that we gave out a few times was normieproetf.org. And from there, you can access a lot of information. Gavin, I'm not sure if you had another site you wanted to give out.
No, I totally agree with Doug. Let's, again, the challenge we have, and I think we've correctly, and we've been good citizens on this webinar by showing the U.S. government, at the federal government level, which also then translates to what's at state government, local government, as well as those other wonderful organizations that respond. The information at the moment is misleading. In some situations, it's completely wrong. In some situations, there's not enough detail to be able to do a job that keep you safe. So really important. If we get too many mixed messages, as we're seeing right now, and we've talked about in this webinar, it leads to unsafe or it leads to actions that aren't based on science and evidence, and that leads to mistakes. So it's really important that these events aren't going to go away, Lance. This is just, we've had 2 hurricanes, both made landfall, caused significant hardship, significant damage, significant problems, and we're seeing from our wonderful ISSA members and Normie members on the ground right now, real reports that things are not being done the best that they can do, and there are ways to do this better.
Doug, any last comments here?
I don't think so, except that I just want to really thank again Dr. Gavin for being here. A great asset. He's been a big help to us, and just thank you so much to him and ISSA. This has been a great collaboration and a good partnership. I'm looking forward to the great things that we're going to be able to accomplish together.
Yeah, it is as important, Doug. I'm glad we met all those years ago. I'm glad that but more importantly, we're doing this as it's a team. It's a true collaboration through our Normie ISSA Alliance, and there's room for many, many more partners.
Thank you both for taking the time to be here. We appreciate it. And everybody else that's watching, thank you. And I'm sure there'll be more information coming out in the near future. And please be safe, whatever your involvement is with this disaster. Thank you.
Okay, and we are back at the Experience Show here in Chattanooga, and we now have somebody special here. And yes, I'm giving you a bigger build-up because, when you start going up the pyramid and you have different players that you're talking to, eventually you get to the top. And I think that's where we're at. This is Scott Walters from BNP Media, and I guess you're like the top of the pyramid for what's going on here and all the trade shows you do.
Well, thank you for that elaborate introduction, Lance. I don't know how true it is, but I'm happy to support Normie, and we're glad Normie's part of the experience, and we love everything you guys are doing, and I'm happy to sit here and have a conversation with you. Absolutely.
Well, that's appreciated. And truthfully, the experience is just one of the shows that you do, and you're involved with media production and everything else. What actually do you guys do at BNP?
So BNP Media is a 4th generation family owned business.
A little closer.
B2B media. We cover many different sectors. We're in obviously restoration, remediation, cleaning, but we're also in security, packaging.
You might want to just keep the mic a little closer. There's a lot of background noise.
Okay.
There you go.
We're also in security, manufacturing, architecture, construction, food, beverage, packaging. We cover a lot of different business sectors. I'm the chief events officer, so I oversee all of BNP's in-person and online events. And then I also have P&L responsibilities for all of our webinars, our video, and our podcast business. So we're a full service B2B media company, and the in-person event business is what I primarily oversee.
Well, I mean, you touched on a lot of stuff that we do. Obviously, we do live streaming TV. We do live radio broadcasting. We're on 6 different radio platforms, streaming radio, and 13 podcast platforms. So I can't imagine what you're going through dealing with all the live shows all over the country, too. I know logistics of that.
Yeah, we do. At BNP, we do over 50 in-person events a year. It's a huge, obviously, revenue generator for the company. We have a full service events division, marketing, operations, logistics, everything's in-house. So yeah, the events business is very important to BNP Media.
And the Experience Show is new to you guys.
That's right. Yep.
You're new owners of it.
Yeah, we purchased the Experience events, the spring conference and trade show in the spring, and then the fall trade show in Las Vegas from Larry Cooper in 2022. We took ownership of the 2 events in 23. Larry and his team helped with us on that transition. So they were still very much a part of, the transition period there. But this year in 2024 is the first year that we're Cooperless, for lack of a better term. And the way the community has rallied and all the participation and support we've been given has quite frankly been overwhelming. So yeah, we're excited to be the new owners. It fits nicely under our R&R brand magazine as a sub-product of that magazine. And, we're happy to be here.
So the training wheels are off. I don't see any skin knees or elbows. So this is all good. And, we've been to both shows that you guys have been in control of, and we've been to a lot of the shows that Larry had. over the years, and it's exciting. We're looking forward to the next show, which is in Vegas. That's your big show of the year.
Yep.
And I understand you're already selling booths and selling out all kinds of services for that already, and we're just now into this one.
Yeah, the spring show is by design a smaller event. It's East Coast based. It rotates. Last year it was in Fort Lauderdale. The year before that it was in Cincinnati. It goes to these kind of tier 2 cities to be more relevant to a greater portion of the population in the community in the restoration remediation space. The Las Vegas show stays in Las Vegas. It's at Caesars Forum. It's the first week of September. I think this year the dates are the 5th through the 8th or something like that. It's that Tuesday through Friday after Labor Day each year. And that is the bigger of the two events. Yes, we've been selling booth space. We've got, I think, about 35% of the floor already pre-sold. We're selling booth space here at this event before the fall. And then obviously, we're moving forward with selling space and sponsorships for Las Vegas. That's the big one.
I'll make a suggestion for the Vegas show. You need a Segway rental division, because the walking, it is so massive there, all the buildings. I mean, it's exciting to be able to go through that kind of an event. It's big.
Yeah. The Forum is, as you know, across the street over a walkway in the Close Hotel in Vegas. Everything looks good on a map. Oh, it's right across the street. I'll get right to it. But nothing in Vegas is close. So, yeah, there is definitely, maybe that's a side business we could work up.
There you go.
Segway rental.
Segways are us.
Sponsorships on top of that. Normie produced or provided. You guys might get some action on that.
Well, we'll talk. We got some time.
I like an idea guy. That's good.
You know what? It's out of the box that the box comes in. That's the way to do it. Well, I know you're busy. You got a lot of stuff going on here, but I do appreciate you stopping by and saying hello to everybody. And again, the top of the pyramid. This is what I was looking for.
Well, I like reaching the top of the pyramid too. I know you and Doug are co-partners in crime here. No pun intended, but it's a pleasure working with you guys. You're true professionals, and
thank you.
Thank you very much for your support. We really appreciate it.
All righty. Thank you, sir.
All right. Thank you.
Thank you.
I want to welcome everybody today to another episode of Fire, More Than Flames and Smoke. And we have a special guest today, Alan Johnston. He's the founder of Green Tech Environmental, and he is a wealth of information on the science and technology side of controlling odors, controlling airborne and surface contaminants. And I just find it a privilege to have him here with us today. So Alan, if you'd like to say a quick hello, we'll get started.
Hi, Lance. Privileged to be with you as well today.
Thank you very much. Can you give us a real brief background, a little bit as your background of where you've come from and how we got to this point today?
Sure. My background is engineering. I'm a graduate of Purdue University in Indiana in electrical engineering, and I worked in the aerospace industry for 15 years. On some exciting programs involving NASA, the space shuttle, and a lot of different missile systems that protect our country. I had the opportunity to enter the air purification industry in 1997, now over 25 years ago. And it was really a combination of factors, but one that really drove my interest was the loss of my mother, who ultimately passed away from mold exposure in a school that she taught in. And as an aerospace engineer, I had a hard time understanding how something like that could happen in the world that we live in with such great technologies available to us. And so I've dedicated the rest of my professional career to finding technologies that solve the problem of indoor air quality, and do it in a way that really mimics the way that the nature cleans the air outside.
Well, I don't know if you really know how many lives you've actually reached, but just from the technologies that you've worked on and put out into the market, it's countless. So I want to thank you for that. I know how it's affected my family, my friends that use these similar types of technologies. So again, thank you for all of that. But speaking of the technologies, why don't we get into some of them? I mean, the central and eastern part of the United States over the last week or so has really been impacted by fires coming out of Canada. And, out of sight, out of mind, we think of Canada hundreds, thousands of miles away, depending on where you're located, but it's having a direct influence on us. And the technologies that you've worked on and are familiar with are really the lifeline for many people that have breathing issues or just regular people that are reacting to the smoke. So I don't know if you want to just start talking about some of them, or if you want me to request. Why don't we go with what you're comfortable with?
Well, the technologies are obviously something that I am passionate about. I'm the founder of Green Tech Environmental and started that company almost 15 years ago now. And the object of the mission, I'd say, of our company is to find technologies that truly solve the problem, or not just a Band-Aid on them. And there are technologies that, as I said earlier, mimic what nature does outdoors, and I'll share some of those with you. This issue that we're having recently with wildfire smoke is certainly a significant, and it's a problem that pops up periodically, certainly every month of every year, somewhere around the world, and the United States had a chance to experience it, affecting as many as 100 million people here just in the last few weeks. It is toxic.
Can I interrupt you for 1 second? Because what you just mentioned, affecting 100 million people in the United States, this is a part of the country that's not normally affected. But one of the things that came out of this, because of the thickness of the smoke, we actually got a glimpse into what the starting of a nuclear winter would look like. And, it affected the overall climate. In New Jersey, which is where I'm from, the average temperature this time of the year is normally 80, 85 degrees. When the smoke was as thick as it was for those 4 days, we barely got to 70 degrees. It lowered the temperature almost 20 degrees a day. So it made a big difference, and that affects things going forward.
Makes a huge difference. And we see the same from volcano eruptions, although not something that we often see here in this country, but in other parts of the world, not uncommon. And it's a scary situation. But from what affects you and I, and what we're really concerned about, our health, the effect of what the constituents that make up that wildfire smoke, more than just what we can see, it's the chemical compounds that are inside of that smoke that are of real concern. I have the privilege to be on multiple boards of committees with ASHRAE, and ASHRAE is the standard that is set for heating and air conditioning and indoor air quality. And one of those standards is 52.2, which is the standard for filtration. And what you hear most about when someone talks about the concerns over health and wildfire smoke is PM 2.5 or particulate matter at 2.5 microns. And that is just one size particle. Obviously, wildfire smoke contains particles of virtually every size, up to particles that we can see very clearly. But scientists have really focused in on that one size because it's one that they measure and have identified as one that can get into our lungs and get absorbed into our bloodstream and have a dramatic health effect. And so filtration becomes an important part of a solution to dealing with wildfire smoke indoors. I know that people are talking about setting up safe rooms within their homes, a place that they can go that will allow them to breathe and have a minimal effect from the wildfire smoke. And for those that have technologies that they put into these rooms, congratulations. It's something that we should all have to be able to have a safe haven. We never know when wildfires can hit. I'm sitting in Northeast Tennessee, not far from Gatlinburg, a beautiful, one of the most visited national parks, but was struck by a wildfire just a few years ago that took out thousands of acres and burned thousands of homes. Something that was unheard of because we just don't have many wildfires in this area, and we got a glimpse of what that can mean. It can strike anywhere, and preparedness is important. So as we've worked as a community within ASHRAE, developing standards for filtration, high quality HEPA type pleated filters that are able to filter out these ultrafine particles is very important. Most people don't have filtration in their home other than maybe on their HVAC system. And a lot of people are going out and buying 50 cents filters from Walmart. And one of the things that I would like to say right up front is don't do that. Invest in a quality filter that is pleated. And there are a number of them out there that are MERV 7 rated filters, and that's generally what a typical HVAC system can handle. MERV ratings have to do with the effectiveness of the particle capturing ability. The higher the MERV rating, the tighter the weave, the less air flows through the filter. And one of the things that we can't do is typically on most systems put a HEPA type filter, which is MERV 13 and above. A true HEPA filter is MERV 16. HEPA type filters start around MERV 13, but those are very restrictive to airflow, or can be, and most of your systems can't handle it. But if you can go from just a dust bunny catcher, which is a typical cheap 50-cent filter that is made of fiberglass that you can see through, to a quality pleated filter that would be a MERV 7, you're going to be light years ahead for that. But a filter doesn't take out another problem with wildfire smoke, and that's chemical constituents.
That's one of the things that we talked about, especially when COVID hit, that people were wearing masks, and the masks were fine for particulate, but it wasn't stopping something at the size of a virus. And the same thing with smoke. It'll stop the particulate, but nothing to do with the gases.
That's correct, Lance. The gases are of significant concern to health. Inside that wildfire smoke, there are toxic gases, chemical compounds that are harmful to our health. And for the most part, we're able to deal with lots of issues, lots of chemicals that we get faced with. Our bodies are wonderful at being able to deal with those, but as we get exposed to more and more chemicals, which we are, chemicals that come through our skin from laundry detergent, chemicals come from the cleaners that we use in the indoor environment to clean, to sanitize, which is great, but those chemicals get in the air and we breathe them in. And it's not a surprise that today the CDC and EPA are saying that over 15% of our population have chemical sensitivities. In other words, they've been exposed to so many chemicals that their body is no longer able to deal with it. And now they become what is often referred to as hypersensitive to chemicals and have an adverse reaction to them. And now they have to be extremely cautious because their body can no longer take that exposure. And so it puts them into a downward spiral. So those people are using hypoallergenic laundry detergent, for instance. They're using things that are for people who have chemical sensitivities. If you want to avoid becoming chemically sensitive, you want to remove as many chemicals as you can from your environment so that your body doesn't become overwhelmed. And certainly wildfire smoke with all the chemical constituents in it create a problem that do put people at risk in that way.
One of the episodes that we're doing, we're talking with a professional forest fire fighter, and he talks about the different types of forest fire smoke. A lot of people say, well, it's like a campfire. We do that all the time, and we have a fire pit. Well, that's when just the trees basically and the brush are burning. When it burns through an area with warehouses and homes, everything that is going airborne is toxic, beyond just the regular smoke from the firewood. So, it's a completely unknown situation as to what you're breathing. You can't just say, oh, it's a typical campfire, which I'm used to all the time. And just like with contaminated water from a flood, everything is in that water. It's no longer drinkable. Well, this isn't really good to breathe, though you can't stop doing that.
That's true. But there are technologies that exist which are able to deal with those chemical constituents, and whether it's from wildfire smoke or just cleaning compounds that we use, there are technologies there, and ones that I have been focused on in my career in indoor air quality for over 25 years. There are.
Could you tell us about a few of them?
I'd love to. One that I have focused on primarily is something called photocatalytic oxidation, or another term is photocatalysis. Photo refers to ultraviolet light. Catalytic refers to the catalyst, which the ultraviolet light activates, that creates a reaction. But by definition, the catalyst itself never changes, it never gets used up. What's happening is the photocatalyst, typically made of a compound that has a very high band gap energy, which titanium dioxide is the primary one that is used. It allows for the UV light to create enough energy to break the bonds of the electrons that rotate the nucleus of this titanium dioxide, leaving behind electron holes. Now, I'm getting a little deep in the technology side of it, but it's fascinating to think about, because these electron holes that are left behind, I mean, the titanium dioxide, which has a lot of, it's a very strong material. It has a lot of energy that holds the electrons to itself. So when it loses it, it has a strong pull to get them back. Well, as molecules come into contact with the surface of this photocatalyst, those electrons do get pulled away, and now it breaks down. Something called molecular dissociation breaks down these chemicals, and the chemical that existed prior to reaching the surface of the photocatalyst is no longer. It's broken down into its subcomponents, and it literally no longer exists. And that's the beauty of a photocatalytic system, is we can take things which are harmful in the atmosphere, put them through this system, and actually eliminate them. People do things like spray chemicals in the air to make the air smell better, because they don't like the smell of the wildfire smoke or other odors that may occur in the home. But that's just adding more chemicals on top of the chemicals that are already there. Photocatalysis is able to break those down. In addition to that, it also creates oxygen and hydrogen-based compounds like hydroxyls, HO, hydrogen peroxide, in a vapor form of H2O2, other types of compounds, hydroperoxides, HO2. They're all made of hydrogen and oxygen, but those compounds, also referred to as oxidizers, as they travel out, they oxidize molecules as well. So it's not just working inside this photocatalytic system that is used and put into HVAC systems as well as standalone products, but it also creates things that travel out and clean the air actively throughout the ventilated space. Everywhere the air is, it's cleaning the air. So we can create that safer environment by using that kind of technology. There are some other technologies in addition to photocatalytic oxidation, or also referred to as PCO, such as bipolar ionization. Now that can be used with needlepoint ionization, where you have both a positive and negative electrical charge, and it puts these electrical charges in the air that can come into contact with water vapor and break those down and create oxidizers in the same way that photocatalysis does. There are also DBI, dielectric barrier ionizers, which do not use needlepoint. They use a different kind of technology, but it creates this plasma of positive and negative electrical charges, which tend to last longer than just a bipolar ionization technology does. But these two travel out and are able to break down contaminants. So if we look at what all of these technologies I've just described do, it mimics what happens outdoors every day with the sun creating the energy that interacts with compounds that create this photocatalytic reaction, the sun creating these electrical charges that are in the air and cleaning the air actively. I often say there's no giant vacuum cleaner in the sky with a filter on it that purifies our air outside. And in spite of everything that we do outside, whether nature does with wildfires or we do with automobiles and cars and airplanes producing pollutants in the air, all the outdoor air is constantly being polluted, yet the outdoor air generally is 5 to 10 times cleaner than indoor air. And that's according to the US EPA. And the reason for that is nature has these systems in place that clean the air and create a healthier environment outdoors than we have indoors, in spite of what you might do to keep things clean. So our goal is to bring those technologies indoors.
Alan, I got to interrupt you for a second. I mean,
Sure.
You had said about getting too technical. I don't think you did, but I want to point out that all of these technologies are available. This is what is commonplace today. And, you know, we've talked about in other trainings, I use the term science fiction becomes science fact. It may sound like science fiction, but this is all what's working nowadays, and it's affordable. It's something that everybody can get their hands on. You don't have to go to NASA to request something like this. You know, it's there. You just have to know what you're looking for and asking for. We get a lot of people that say, oh yeah, I have an air purifier. Well, what do you have? And they tell you, and it's a inexpensive filter.
Mm-hmm.
And, you know, we know with filters, filters only filter what makes it to the filter.
Correct.
The proactive technologies you're talking about go out and find the problems and take care of it wherever it's at. So that's a big difference. And I applaud people for wanting to do something, but they really need to get the information to know what they're getting. Just like the people that wore masks when COVID hit. I mean, how many people did you see wearing masks made out of paper towels? I'm wearing a mask. Well, yes, you are. However, you know, whether it works or not. So where do you see this industry going with, like, the technologies that are there right now? They're not brand new. They've been enhanced. They've been combined together. But moving forward, especially with the changes in our environment, smoke conditions, temperature, relative humidity problems, where do you see we going, or us going with that?
Well, the technologies are slowly being accepted One of the reasons that I became heavily involved with ASHRAE and on a number of committees was there has been an overall resistance to electronic air purification, the technologies that I just described, and some of the testing that has been done on them, the way the tests have been set up, the results have not been positive. The problem with the test and their protocol was that they have done what is referred to as single pass testing. In other words, they'll put some kind of a challenge gas and put it through the photocatalytic reactor and measure what comes out the backside. And in this breaking down of the molecule, in some cases, the molecule that comes out the backside is worse than the molecule that came in. It's what is referred to as a cascading process. So you start with one molecule, it breaks to another, breaks to another. But if all you do is measure it after one pass, well, that's not really a good indication, because we don't put systems in our homes or businesses or factories that just go through once. We are constantly circulating the air through the room, through our devices. It's working continuously. And unfortunately, the people who can create these protocols for testing try and control it to a level that we end up with these protocols that make just a single pass. I'm very thankful at our international meeting in Atlanta in February. There was a great session with a number of PhDs that worked tirelessly on this subject, showing the results of what we refer to in the industry as electronic air purification can do, and the benefits of it, and really putting holes in what has been the standards, the protocols that have been used up until now. One of the other subjects I'll just throw in was that ASHRAE has a mandate to decarbonize, which means to save energy. And up until now, and still today, really, people have thrown their arms up as to how to deal with this indoor air quality problem, other than just to ventilate, which means bringing fresh air from outside inside. Because we know that the outside air is cleaner than the inside air, so the solution to indoor air pollution becomes dilution, which it is true. It does make the air quality better indoors to bring a lot of fresh air in, but you have to heat and cool that. So we're spending more money, we're using more energy in order to heat and cool, when we can get the same results through using this electronic air purification that really mimics what happens outdoors. So we're making headway, and I'm thankful for that. But the technology exists today. NASA has used photocatalytic oxidation technology in the space station since it was put up in the air. It's been critical for them in the growing of plants, but it also helps to purify the air throughout the space station and break down chemical compounds that are being used there. And so when people say, is it safe? Well, it's mimicking what happens outdoors, one. Secondly, NASA has been using it for decades successfully, and it has been key to the International Space Station, will be key to a Mars mission in the future.
Some of the issues that you were talking about, how some of the technology is not accepted, the testing data, things like that. Unfortunately, politics gets involved in this. During one of the episodes with the firefighter from California that we were talking with, he had been involved with a lot of litigation over using fire retardants on forest fires, where they're dropping these retardants from planes.
Yes.
And putting out the fires almost immediately. The problem is a movement out there saying that it's polluting the watersheds doing that. Well, here's the problem, the way he described it, that if you can attack the fires quickly with this retardant, yes, it can affect the watershed, if you don't attack it quickly and let it burn, there is no longer a watershed. And, you know, it's, I don't want to say the lesser of two evils, but the politics gets in the way of putting out the fire, basically. And that's unfortunate. The stuff that you're talking about, people not understanding the technologies and not being mainstream, is because of, like you said, the testing, the way it's done, the cascading effect. You know, everything goes through that process. Another component of indoor air quality is radon. Now, it's a radioactive gas. The difference is that it's not actually radon that causes the problem. Radon breaks down into three other components that are the radioactive material that actually cause damage to the human lungs. Nobody talks about that. They just say radon, and radon is not really what's even being detected. So the politics, the buzzwords, I guess that gets in the way.
It does. People grab hold of a small point and run with it and discount technologies, processes without really understanding them. We have here at Green Tech spent almost $2 million on testing over the last 3 years. Some of that was on COVID, the SARS-CoV-2 virus, which was important, obviously, during the pandemic, but testing on mold, bacteria, on VOCs, looking at monitoring formaldehyde and toluene and some of these other chemicals that are harmful to human health, yet are found frequently in the indoor environment, you know, and been able to show through the use of our photocatalytic technology, the use of dielectric barrier ionizers, bipolar ionization, unipolar ionization, that we're able to reduce the chemical load in the environment over a matter of hours and days, that even when we inoculate the space with compounds that, when they get broken down, create things like formaldehyde, that we actually don't even see an increase in formaldehyde as we monitor that. We see it go down continuously from one day to the next, and it stays down as long as the technology is running in the space. So it's, you know, we don't have the luxury of that in a laboratory environment. And that's the reason that the data is not able to show the true results, because typically tests are run for 30 minutes or an hour or 2 hours, but not longer than that. And that's not the way that our products operate. We're running continuously, and they're constantly breaking down and getting down to a level where the contaminants in the space, whether they're chemical, whether they're particles, whether they're biological, that we have reduced them down to a level that allows our bodies to deal with the remnants that always exist. You never get 100% of anything out of the air, but if we can get them down to where our natural immune system can deal with them, that's the key. And that's why people that have COPD, that have asthma, respiratory issues, get such relief from the use of this electronic air purification technology that I've described today.
How about odor control? Because that's another big component of the wildfires that are affecting people now. Again, they see it, so they're reacting to it, but they also usually smell it before they see it.
That is so true.
I did here in New Jersey. It was like all of us, the morning was fine. The afternoon was like, I smell a fire. And by that evening, it looked like sunset at 4 o'clock in the afternoon. It was just so dark. So what's available out there for odor?
Well, and some of the odor gets dealt with through the use of the technologies I've described, photocatalysis, dielectric barrier ionization, bipolar, unipolar ionization. But not 100%, especially because wildfire smoke, the smell from it is so overwhelming. I am really excited about a technology that I learned about that was developed by a tiny company up in Kentucky. And my company was able to get the exclusive worldwide rights for applying this technology to a filter. It's the trade name is called OdorGuard, and by the name, it is something that deals with odors, but it goes way beyond that. But it's used in different areas where odors are a big problem, like inside of trash bags today. Glad has an odor reducing trash bag that uses the same technology applied inside the bag. Adult diapers obviously we understand the issues with odor there. It is so fast working and so complete at being able to break down lots of different odors. And what's even, to me, even more exciting, because the odors are something that are offensive, but it's what's causing the odors, the chemicals behind it that concern me. Its ability to break down VOCs as well is important. It's a totally non-toxic chemical. It is very safe. It has no odor in itself. It's applied to a filter surface. And we have put it into a number of different products, including just regular HVAC filters. So I started talking today about the importance of having a quality filter for your return air of your HVAC. We do apply these to pleated filters, MERV 7 pleated filters, and so that not only can the filter trap those particles that are so important to be trapped, but they can also, the coating on the filter can break down the VOCs that are important to be broken down, as well as breaking down the odor. And so we've used OdorGuard in assisted living facilities where we all know what the smells can be in those kind of facilities. We've used them in dormitories where the smell, body odors can be a little bit strong. It is effective in so many different applications where odor is a problem. And what's exciting is it's not dealing just with the odors, but also chemicals.
Can I just change the path here a little bit? I mean, all of that sounds like there is hope. And for the next forest fire or next airborne contaminant, I mean, there are technologies that will absolutely protect us and help us breathe easier, if you want to call it that. But we also have fire situations out in California. And I mentioned before about the politics of, like you said, the testing and things like that. Can you touch on quickly why California, that has such a large air pollution problem between smog and fires and everything else, is so aggressively against air purification? I don't understand that. And I think our listeners would want to understand that a little bit too.
Well, I have a lot of experience with California and air purification. In 2007, I was the representative of all manufacturing of electronic air purifiers in front of the California Air Resource Board, also referred to as CARB. And they had a law that they were wanting to put into effect, and they had the Air Resource Board spent 2 days reviewing whether or not they needed to pass a law which basically outlawed the use of electronic air purifiers that produce ozone. And I think there was a misunderstanding because California has had a big issue with air pollution. I spent the first year of my college education at a school in California before moving to Purdue to finish my college career. And I remember so well just being 4 miles from the mountains north of Los Angeles and not even seeing them for the first 2 months that I was at the school. And all of a sudden one day they appeared on the skyline. Pollution used to be and this was in the 70s, much worse than it is today. So I give a lot of credit to California for taking steps, whether it's car emissions, whether it's factory emissions, they have done everything that they possibly can. But there was the misconception was that pollution oftentimes is measured by measuring ozone because it's an easy gas to measure. The nitrogen oxides that are created through automobile smoke, much harder to measure. And what's interesting is that other pollutants, as they rise, ozone rises with them. It's I call it the fireman that fights the fire. Ozone is created naturally in nature as pollution rises because the ozone helps to break down the pollution. So it's by wanting to get rid of ozone, it's kind of like saying we want to get rid of firefighters because every time we see a fire, there's a fireman there. So obviously, if we got rid of the fireman, we wouldn't see any more fires. But the comment that was made to me by a number of the Air Resource board members, these are also government officials in the different areas of California from San Diego to north of Sacramento. And I sat down with every single one of them in their offices to talk about this. One of them mentioned to me, I said, I don't understand why we would want to generate ozone when we've been working so hard to get ozone out of our state. And I had to correct him to say, you've been working to get pollution out of your state. Ozone is not the pollution. Elevated levels of ozone aren't good, but the elevated levels of ozone are there because of the pollution that you have. They ultimately decided to pass the law against air purifiers that generate ozone. And therefore, that is one low-level ozone. We're talking about levels that the EPA said are safe and natural, that are found outdoors in very pristine parts of the world every day. There's no place around the world that doesn't have a low level of ozone except indoors, that they would not allow ozone to be generated in air purifiers. And you know, as much as I disagreed with that, you know, we just looked for ways that we can still help people through other technologies to be able to purify their air. And our photocatalytic technology, bipolar ionization, dielectric barrier ionization, they're all able to do that without generating ozone. But the one thing that was a challenge was odors, because one thing that is really great about low level ozone, I'm not talking about high level, I'm talking about ozone that's so low you can't smell it, which and the levels that are safe and acceptable by the EPA and OSHA and WHO and any other health organization you can name. It's great at breaking down odors, and that's one of the things I loved about it. And not having access to it for people who live in California was disappointing. But that's one of the great things that we found with OdorGuard and the ability to break down odors. So we're able to create products that people in California can use with high quality filtration, with odor reduction through the use of our OdorGuard technology, and then incorporating these other technologies like photocatalysis and bipolar ionization.
Well, I appreciate that, and thank you for answering that question. We're almost out of time here. Is there anything that you'd like to sum up with? I know we covered quite a bit and extremely informative. The technology side, I think, is something that people need to hear and understand so they don't just wear the paper towel mask and think they're protected.
So true. I mean, one of the things that I say about technology is you know, nature uses a lot of different mechanisms to keep things clean. Don't get locked into just one technology. Filtration's important, but it's not the be all to end all. They use a multi-technology strategy, and there's a lot of wonderful technologies out there. I'm proud of what we've been able to put into products, but you know, there's some excellent products out there. But look at what they do, look at their test data, make sure it's real, filter inside of a box. Is it doing something? Yes, but is it enough? Absolutely not. You need to do more than that. So I appreciate the opportunity to speak to you today, Lance, and be on this this webinar, and hopefully this benefits some people that listen to it.
Absolutely, Alan. And I want to thank you for the time you spent with us, the great information. And I look forward to doing more interviews with you in the future.
Thanks
Thank
so
you.
much.
Hi, everybody. I'm Mike Balzano, group publisher at BNP Media with R&R and the Experience Events, and welcome to episode 2 of Trade Talks, Unlocking the Experience, our weekly venture into the great event that we're running right now, and we're so proud to be here. Joining me is my partner in crime, the editor-in-chief of R&R, the lovely Mildred Ingram, as always. And I'm so proud. Our guest today, he is an educator, a business owner, a speaker, a leader, a husband, a father. He's a microbial warrior. He is a gymnast, I just found out.
What? And a
Here's
writer.
get started. Hold on. He's a 50-year industry veteran. He's been to more experiences than I ever will. And he's just a good guy. Please welcome Barry Costa.
All right.
Hey!
I know.
Well, you know, gymnast, that's in my a long time ago. Now rounds in official shape, not found on a Wheaties box. And that's me now.
Hey, once you have it in you, you can still do it.
Oh, yeah.
That's the joke, right? What do you mean? I am in shape. I'm round, right?
Yeah, there you go. There we go. And Mildred, you will visit me in the hospital if I try to do it again.
Oh, no.
Barry, thanks for being here. We appreciate it. You know what? I want to, we don't get to talk about the experience in depth, I promise. But I was looking back at your career. For the three people who don't know, it's amazing. You've really done so much. When did you get started with the Costa Group?
With a cost group. Well, actually, I had a cost group in Peterborough, New Hampshire, when Carol and I lived out on the East Coast. And then about 11 years ago, we moved to Arizona. And so it's been in existence for quite a few years. Prior to that, I had the Carpet and Cleaning Craftsman, carpet cleaning, restoration, carpet installation company that I was doing right along as well. And prior to that, it was my dad's company, Cost Group. Let's see, no, Costa Carpet Company Incorporated. You got to have your C's in order, right? And learn how to walk, keep back on my knees again. And that's how it all started when I was 12 years old.
That's amazing. Then you were a public school teacher as well for 10 years.
Yeah. 10 years. I taught at the elementary school in Peterborough, New Hampshire, and very proud to say I was a teacher of the year with the New Hampshire Physical Education Association. So it's kind of nice. I really enjoyed it. The kids were great and the parents were awesome.
That's wonderful. And then eventually you joined like you said, your dad's company.
Yeah.
And here we are. It's 2023, just like that, right? It seems
well, you know, it was amazing. We smashed the atoms together. I was a school teacher, but I had been doing this my whole life. And in fact, I talked to my sister this past week. She came to Thanksgiving with us here in Arizona. And she said, Mom was so upset. We spent all that money to put you through Springfield College to be a school teacher. Then you started a carpet cleaning company again. I said, but look what I did to it. I smashed the atoms together. Now I'm teaching in the industry that I love. And absolutely, it's not even work, it's play, as Nick Palella used to say. So
we've talked to a couple people on this interview. Yeah, indeed. We've talked to a few people on this interview and off the interview for sure. And they always seem to have the same. I said, well, gosh, you had a different background. What led you to restoration and all this? And they said, it's just the industry. We're helping people and we love doing it. And you can just see from your facial expression how passionate.
Well, yeah, you know, helping people, that's what it's all about. You know, I look at society today and I'm going, this is not the society I want for my son. Why aren't people really coming together and helping? Even Lincoln said a house divided will fall. And look at how much further we could be if everybody just helped a little bit and supported each other rather than step on each other. But so I'm not going to be a victim. I want to try to lead and hopefully get a lot of people along with me and others that are already doing it and make a difference.
That's what, you know, I'm not surprised to hear that. It's wonderful. And that's the kind of guy. I've known you for a year. And honestly, you're one of the best people I know already.
Then you don't know very many people, do you, Michael? I mean,
I
I feel
you're in the top 5 for sure.
No, very great.
Now how many experience events have you been to?
All of them except the very first, which was the Luxor, way back in 1999. And that was actually when it was Connections, and 4 associations came together to create that first meeting of connecting people together. And but every experience I've been to.
That's amazing. And your role is it's probably changed quite a bit throughout the years, I would think.
Oh gosh, it really has. And working with Larry Cooper all those years, Larry and I have been best friends for so long, and I'm really happy to see him move now in another direction. He's going to build some new things. He wants the baby that they grew obviously to grow, and it's in great hands with you guys. That's why I said when you asked, hey Barry, would you mind helping us? Absolutely. I mean, it's all about the event, and part of that event was being with your friends and doing things with your friends. But yeah, I've been involved in every one of them, the experiences, and each one is its own unique energy. It's hard to describe. And it's so funny how themes begin to grow out of them with each one.
Almost naturally. And I've only been to two, like absolutely. They do naturally grow. Yeah. It's the people. It's the people.
It really is. And it's the energy that develops within the event all in itself. And seeing people you haven't seen for at least 6 months or a year. And some of the best education happens literally when people get together and they start sharing, hey, this is happening. Have you ever had that happen? And, what do you do? And it isn't just the events that are organized by the organizers of the event. It's the side events that go on that really make it worthwhile as well.
Yep.
This year, as everybody knows, there are 2 experience events each year. The next one coming up April 3rd through the 5th at the Chattanooga Convention Center in lovely Chattanooga, Tennessee. Registration is open now. Sign up to be an attendee and be at this event. Early bird rates go until the 31st of January. rnrmagonline.com, our website. That's where you can find all the event information and sign up yourself. So let's talk about some memories, Barry. I know we talked a little bit off camera. Any things you want to discuss or point out that we should know to the people?
Oh gosh. Well, let's see. I'm going to look at it. I put some trivia questions here and stuff. In fact, like I said, in 1999, the first show that happened was, well, let's step back even further than that. Prior to the connections and or the experience being developed, associations used to have their own mini conventions. I remember John Masuri, who was Ohio Steamway, Dick Hook out of Michigan. These gentlemen were the pioneers of doing schools in our industry, and the various associations would put on their own convention. Well, think as a vendor now. You've spent an awful lot of money to support the association, their convention, but you only have an audience of about 50 people for traffic. Well, when you look at the ROI on that, it's not very nice, but yet the vendors were always there to support the associations, and I was so impressed. So 4 associations, some history here, 4 associations came together, they met, and that birthed the first connections in 1999 at the Luxor Hotel in Las Vegas. From that, it grew into a bigger amoeba with lots more pseudopodia sticking out there. And then there was a change in guard. Larry Cooper came in. He was managing the Connections events, but then they switched and it became the Experience with Meetings and Events running it. And from there, history's in its wake here. But I think some of the greatest memories, well, there were times when sadly people passed away. And during that event, people celebrated the life of those people. Some real icons of our industry, Cy Gant, for instance, from the carpet industry itself. He was on the board of the IICRC as well. And Tom Hill once told me, when Cy speaks, be quiet and listen. This is a man of great knowledge. We also had celebrations of Bill Yaden and Colleen's anniversary at one of them. But then we also had retirements when Jeff Bishop retired, Tom Hill, his wife Carol Lee, Lindsay Barlow, they all retired. We also had a celebration during the event for these people. So if you didn't know the people in the background that actually ran our industry, you had a chance to meet them up front, personal. And some of the events, oh my God, the first Flood House, and we always made it a show. We had this one time, a set of stairs. We had a toilet up at the top, and two 55-gallon buckets of water waiting that nobody could see behind the curtain. You know, it's like the Wizard of Oz here. And we hired a person who went up the stairs in a bathrobe, and he's singing. He was all mic'd up. He's singing. This is how we allowed people into the trade show. They walk over, they're watching this guy just hamming it up like crazy. He sat down on the toilet broke. He fell down the stairs because he was a professional. All the water's coming with him, and that's how we introduced the Flood House. So we've always tried to have a great time with people and set the tone of, it isn't just education, guys. You know, we work our tails off. Let's get together. Let's have a great time. Let's have a party. And yeah, let's learn too while we're at it.
When was that? When was the first Flood House?
Where was the first Flood House? You would ask me that. I think it was. I think it was at the Hilton. Okay, because we in the order we went from the Luxor to the Riviera. The Riviera was always known as being smoky. We didn't really like that.
It's
place.
a lot.
We were there once. Then the Hilton, Las Vegas Hilton. Then we went to the Mirage, Paris, and now we're at Caesars Forum, as we will be in September. I think it's what are the dates, Mike, for September?
September 4th to the 6th, the day after
4 to
Labor
6,
Day.
yeah. And it's going to be at the same location as we were last year. But there's been a Flood House at every one of those events in Vegas, starting with the Hilton, at least. And we've had it ever since. And then even the pavilions have increased in size. We've had vendors like Phoenix and Normie building their things. Clean Right in the center field of the trade show would do some hands-on. So, you know, everyone wants hands-on. Come to the show. You're going to get plenty.
That's the experience. That's the experience.
Well, you know what? I'm going to step back. I hope you don't mind me dominating here for a second.
No,
you asked about a memorable time. It all of a sudden clicked. It was really interesting. In fact, I sent you a few files of the history of the event. At the Hilton, up on the 28th floor, there were three, huge rooms. They were the best rooms in the hotel. And we didn't I interviewed the Hilton staff to find out if they had some problems with their carpets that could be fixed. So they sent me a bunch, and we actually took a crew of people during the event, went up and did live repairs on their carpet. And I had people who have never touched the tools before doing these repairs, sweating bullets, but I told them, no matter what you do, I can undo it and fix it. So I'm not worried about that. But the Hilton got a couple $1,000s worth of free repairs by allowing us to use their facility live. And we did that also in Clearwater Beach and a bunch of places where they were getting free repairs, free carpet cleaning and things, getting people to actually do their trade in the building, surrounded by experts in the field to kind of give them some hints or tricks of the trade to solve some problems. So that was really fun.
Amazing.
That was really fun.
That's cool. Yeah.
Yeah.
Off camera, before we started, you were telling me a story about Clearwater also about, and we were discussing how it's just everybody loved going there, but we just got too big. And but you said something about when the flood was going to happen, but it's going to happen.
Oh, Clearwater Beach, Florida. Everybody loved the white sand and the camaraderie ship. And isn't it great that a show outgrows the venue? But every single year, we knew that at some time during the event, we were going to have a water damage in the trade show because Florida, obviously, towels required 24/7, but you always had rain in the early afternoon, late afternoon, and we would have a crew every year have to dry out a portion of the trade show, which was in the garage below the hotel, and it would flood out annually. So we already, by the second time it happened, we already lined up, okay, you're going to supply the air movers, you're bringing the truck. But we had a crew ready to go.
Yeah, if only there were people that knew how to dry and clean and restore here. Oh wait, everybody.
You might think there'd be a few,
Perfect.
but go figure. You know, we're going to teach about this, and we got live activity with it. But you know, the sign of a good show is when things go on in the background that aren't planned for, but the participants never know about it. So you're hearing about it now because we never let people know that the place got water damage. You had a crew down there drying it up overnight and things like this. But because that happens in shows, and R&R, you guys are going to do awesome. Look, little tidbits of things are going to come up, and you just deal with them. You move on, and you always have a smile on your face.
We appreciate that, Barry.
Yeah, thank you, Barry. We went into this whole situation. It's been about a year now since we've been working with the Coopers and now our own. And with our team, we instructed everybody. We don't even know close to everything. In fact, let's learn everything we can as long as we can and keep learning. And that's not just an experience thing. That's in life, right?
You know what? You never stop learning. The moment you do, you should be 6 feet under.
Yeah,
and what you know what's exciting about this, Mike and Mildred, is that Larry, Trina, Jennifer, Jill, the whole staff, they were a phenomenal group, a phenomenal team, fun friends. They're more my family than sometimes my family.
Yeah.
And we absolutely enjoyed working together. But, you know, Ralph Bloss said, change is inevitable, growth is optional. And I think Walt Disney was quoted as saying the same thing. Of course, I'll give Ralph credit.
Yeah.
But bottom line, folks, now that R&R has the show, I can't wait to see what's going to come now. I mean, new ideas, expansion of what R&R brings to the show. The sky's like the limit of how this can evolve into something that, like every year, kept evolving to get better and better and better. I think the Coopers simply handed the baton to you and said, keep it going, baby, because we worked hard to bring it to here, and no one wants to see their baby fall apart. Even in business, when you sell your company, you don't want to see it to go in the hole. You want to see it grow. And that's why I'm here helping. Sean's helping. A lot of the people that have helped the Coopers are here helping because it's about the show. We loved working with our friends, but it's about the show. It's about giving back to the industry, which is the first statement you said about giving back. So let's keep this puppy rolling, and I can't wait to see the ideas you guys come up with.
We're doing our best. It's definitely, we're walking a tightrope on. We want some new ideas. We definitely want to continue with the great traditions that were given to us too. And
that's right.
And then that's okay. And that's why, as you mentioned, every year was new ideas coming from the Coopers and whatnot. We're going to try things like that as well. But
yeah,
you'll see floods. You'll see cleaning areas. We'll see the whole. Trust me. Like I remember talking to Normie last year on the floor, and people are like, oh, they're going to change the name. They're like, no, come on. We're not going to do any of that. We're just going to take what's working and go. Let me ask you something, Barry. It's been ingrained into me for last year that hands-on is the key to this. And that's the one thing that differentiates the experience from everything else. What are other reasons that you would know people would be, in addition to that people need to get to experience events, either of them?
Well, you know what? It's actually great that you asked that, because when you look back at the days of the Riviera, the first shows, it was mainly about cleaning, and then restoration, especially water, with the writing of S500. In fact, we had a session where we had the consensus body members at the show, and a good 3-hour program reviewing the new standard, and people in the audience could ask questions to the actual writers of why it says what it says, blah, 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 blah. And the doors were wide open. Well, at that point, the show then expanded from cleaning to add a lot of restoration. And then it kept adding more and more and more until Larry came up with the tracks of management, cleaning, restoration, remediation. Jeff Jones comes in. Abra came in before Jeff many years ago to do a biohazard situation, but Jeff came in and just wowed everyone with a Microbial Warrior presentation. And then we tried the cage. And it sounds like the cage.
We need to hear about this.
In this cage, we had like a 3-ring circus, a center area like a circus, outside areas, and there were multiple activities going on
Wow.
at the same time. Then we added contests to it. So yeah, the continual evolution, but hands-on is what everyone wants to have. And what R&R is going to be able to bring, I believe, is you're connected with many more industries outside of cleaning, restoration. You're connected with the installation community. You're connected in so many venues that and a lot of us, like I said, I grew up installing carpet, not cleaning it. We started cleaning in 1970. So what I think R&R is going to be able to do, like Larry and Trina were doing, and Jennifer, expanding the tracks, is you're going to theoretically be able to continue to expand the tracks as to what is hot in the industry right now. Case in point, World Floor Covering Association and CFI. Their number one challenge is getting people to become carpet installers, flooring installers. You can make all the greatest materials in the world, but if you don't have a workforce to install it, what good is making it? So CFI, I just noticed again, they've got for 100 people, they're putting out they're giving people tuition to training for the first 100 people. So that's an example. And you guys with your magazine, you're so connected with so many groups and people. Larry's big thing was he always wanted to keep expanding the science, expanding the knowledge, and look at the opportunities R&R has right now with the connections you have with people that have never been to the experience. So it's always nice to have new speakers, new concepts, new thoughts. And that's why I'm so excited about the baton being handed to you guys, that it's going to be successful. It can't fail. With that positive energy and the outreach you have, let's make it happen.
Yeah,
that's great.
Won't let it.
You know, it's all year long. Mildred and I have been talking, and we've been talking to our coworkers and the industry about, you know, we got to find a way to usher in the next generation. And every time I start talking about that, I feel like some of our veteran people give me, "What do you mean?" I go, and I have to pull out my AARP card. I go, no, I don't need to. That's what I'm saying. I'm saying we need to be the mentor to the next generation. Bring them in. And I talked to Jeff Jones and some other people who speak almost every time about our experiences, and said maybe we'll wait till Las Vegas. Let's get a couple new people, and there's new ideas and new things in here, and I want to make sure they're not offended, and they get it completely. We need them around, like you and me and Jeff and all those people.
So, well, like you said, the constant expansion. Normie brought in a Spanish track for those that Espanol is their primary language. You're absolutely correct, Michael. We have new people come in that aren't seasoned veterans in the industry. This show to them is one huge, I'm lost. It's kind of like surface. I'm lost. There's so many things going on. So some guidance for them to say, hey, welcome into the industry. We recommend you do this. If you've never done this work, we've got from the basics to the most seasoned veterans activities going on. And where do you fit? And maybe a mentor program where you have people that'll tag along with these people to get them introduced to other people out there. I mean, it goes with the name, connections initially, and what an experience. And we want that to always be a positive, formidable experience for people.
That's wonderful. Mildred, any questions?
No, definitely not.
On the spot?
No questions. No questions. I've already asked a couple of questions that I had.
April 3rd.
Awesome.
Go ahead.
No,
April 3rd to the 5th. April 3rd to the 5th, Chattanooga Convention Center, Chattanooga, Tennessee. Spell out r&rmagonline.com. It's our website. I wish I could change that, but that's okay. That's our URL.
That's it.
That's okay. We'll have links and we'll go to it. So early bird rates until the 1st of January. This is great. Barry will be there. Mildred will be there. I'll be there. We're all going to be there. Why don't you? What's keeping you from coming? We're going to have a good time. I think that we're doing as a... Go ahead.
Yeah, no,
Go ahead,
listen,
Barry.
I wouldn't miss it. I wouldn't miss it at all. It should be a great time. And for everyone listening to this podcast, unless you've been involved at this level of organizing an event like this, you have no clue the energy and work that goes in. So it's exciting to work with this new family that I'm with right now. The Coopers, I want to be a Cooper because they brought all their grandkids to Annie, and that had to cost an arm and a leg.
Yeah.
But you know what? I love Larry and Trina, and Larry's like my brother, and it's so nice because look, we're not getting younger, we're getting older. His focus right now is on his kids, his grandkids, where it should be. And they're still active. They've got a new venture they're opening up with wellness and health. And it's only going to succeed for them as well, just like this baton is going to succeed with R&R. So thanks for allowing me to play with you guys in the event. Hopefully I bring a little seasoning of experience that I can, hey, that's a great idea. No, we already did that. Let me tell you what happened.
Yeah,
But you know what? It might work this time.
I've told you 100 times, we need your brain, Barry, badly. So it's like a scarecrow occasionally over here. But I got a trick question I'll leave you with. This is a hard one for somebody of your stature, but do you have a favorite experience moment that you can think of? What, that was quite funny or whatever? I'll never forget that. I know. I should have warned you about that.
Well, you know what? I have to be selfish for once in my life, okay? Because Clean Facts did an article and asked 4 questions, and it was all about giving. But I'm going to take the moment to receive at this moment. I think the biggest moment for me, we had just lost our daughter to cancer, Kim, back in the year 2000. And in the background, there was so much activity going on with not only the staff, but the convention itself, the vendors, friends, colleagues. We raised $28,000 for the Leukemia Lymphoma Society during that event. And my heart was so touched. And I put together a PowerPoint presentation for my daughter's funeral. And they allowed me to actually present it at the experience. And I started crying and I just told everybody, you're my family. You're my family. And so with Chattanooga and Vegas, hey, I want to see my family because none of us know when it's going to be our turn next. So wouldn't it be a shame that we missed that opportunity to be together again and tell people I love you, tell people let's support each other, let's make a difference in the world. And as my daughter would say, her 5th life lesson, touch as many lives as you can. And when she said those words, she was staring at her dad. So she basically told me what my purpose of being on the earth is. And I appreciate you allowing me to share this because this is how open I try to be with everyone. And if it's positive, I hope it rubs off. If it's negative, then I'm so sorry because it is what it is. I am who I am. I'm Popeye the Sailor Man. And but I really, really want things to go so positive for everybody. And together we have so much more power. So I'll see you all in Tennessee and Vegas. Let's party hard and let's work hard.
Yeah, you have my word. That's what we're going to do. And thank you for sharing that with all of us, Barry. Really, just being around you, you exude positivity and optimism, and so I'm glad you took the time to join us today and be a part of the show, being part of the events in general. It's just a huge, really, really thank you.
Well, thank you.
I think that's it. I think that's episode 2 is in the can, as they say in the industry. Trade Talks, Unlocking the Experience. I'm Mike Balzano, Mildred Ingram, and our guest, Barry Costa. We'll see you next week. Thanks, everybody.
Take care.
On today's program, this GBAC TV Industry Alert, I am pleased to welcome Dr. Gavin McGregor Skinner, the Senior Director of GBAC, the Division of ISSA. Gavin, you look healthy. How are you today?
Oh, Jeff, couldn't be better. It's spring and we're doing great.
Yes. Now, Gavin, I wonder if you're so healthy because you know how to use cleaning products appropriately.
Well, Jeff, what if I told you that I knew that 90% of the cleaning workers that we trained through our Cleaning for Health workshops last year could not recall one cleaning ingredient that was in the cleaning product they used?
I would say that's not too surprising, but here's the thing, Gavin. I think our cleaning professionals, they do their work, they know what they're doing. They might not think about those products, they trust the manufacturer, or they know the products work and they want simple. Tell us, I know you have an article coming up in a publication ISSA produces about this topic. Why is this important?
Because I think, Jeff, in the industry, the cleaning industry, when we learn something, when we have real data, real information, we just can't ignore it. We've got to act on it. And, Doug Hoffman, Dave Mora, Jim Manus, and myself, we ran 54 in-person Cleaning for Health workshops in 2023. We trained 893 essential cleaning professionals, and 90% or 804 workers could tell us the cleaning product they use. That's where that's really important. But they could not tell us, Jeff, the ingredients, the chemicals in those products. And that's a real big health and safety issue, but also an efficacy issue. What products and due to their ingredients work on what surfaces?
I agree with that. I'm looking at your article now that people will be soon reading. You talk about surfactants, solvents, builders, enzymes, biological additives. Sounds like a science class to me. So tell us what the cleaner should know about the products they're using and where to get that information.
That's a great question, Jeff, because, the use of cleaning products, not just by the industry, the cleaning professionals, but by everyone, it's ubiquitous. It's everywhere. Cleaning products work because they contain certain chemical ingredients. And the challenge we have is that we need to formalize our training, our programs, our education programs to at least ensure, and this is where we really want cleaning professionals to really understand why that we're calling them professionals, is because they know how the products work, they know what the ingredients do, and it's not just by looking at the label, the safety data sheet, it's by understanding that little, you're right, it's a little bit of chemistry, Jeff, but understanding how a solvent works, a surfactant, a builder, an enzyme, a chelate, or a preservative, why are they in the products that we use, why they're important, and how to use them safely and, again, clean for health.
So thinking about that, what actions do you want our viewers to take moving forward? What should they do? Wrap it up for us.
Well, really important, Jeff. We went through in our Clean for Health workshops, the 54 that we ran. We talked to people about the labels. We talked about the safety data sheets. We said, if I said to you, Jeff, this chemical is considered hazardous, what do you do? This product causes burns to eyes, skin, and mucous membranes. This product has to be used and you need to ensure adequate ventilation. Or you need to use personal protective equipment, and it always says as required. Or maybe, for example, it's very toxic to aquatic life with long-lasting effects. All that needs to be understood. What are the actions we take when we know a little bit more knowledge than what we've got now on the cleaning ingredients we have in cleaning products? And then more importantly, Jeff, that critical next step, how to make informed choices. And that's where the ISSA has partnered with Penn State College of Medicine, with Dr. Rebecca Bascom, with the City of New York School of Medicine, Dr. Omrana Pashat-Razak, on a 2-year project on making safer choices, where we're going to develop a practical toolkit to ensure that we can increase the knowledge, the demand, and use of cleaning products, and so that people understand how the ingredients work, how to use them safely, how to use them effectively, but also how to talk about the ingredients we use in cleaning products as professionals.
afternoon, or morning, I guess. Good morning. Yeah, so I'm sure that Bo told you when we created Normie in 2004, one of the interesting things was what we created it primarily for the Louisiana licensing law. And the Louisiana licensing law was the first law to go into effect for mold remediators in the country. So it was the first licensing law, and then what happened in 2005? Katrina. And so we were right there able to help, I think, a lot of people with some of the issues that were of a concern to us. I'm not sure if he talked about the difference between the IICRC and us, but they come from the business more from we're not competitors, by the way. As you know, if you're an IICRC person, you get continuing education credits off of this class. So we work together. We just look at the industry differently. They come from the water restoration side of the business. We come from the building side of the business. And one of the reasons why we do that is not just my background with my licensing, but the main reason we do that is because we try to look at the house and the problem that they're experiencing in terms of a mold issue as a holistic kind of problem, not just fix this problem and everything is great, but think in terms of how we can actually improve their indoor air quality. So when I was moved to New Orleans in 2002, I was actually doing some of the things that you guys are doing now and some of the things that we would recommend that you do in terms of ongoing IAQ management, which is what we call our sanitization protocol. How you create an environment in which mold won't grow. And that was really based on my book, Mold-Free Construction, which you have access to if you have the Normie app. We do have an audio version there, so you can just listen to it. Might put you to sleep, but you can listen to it if you like, because it's on iTunes and on Audible as an audio book. But the sanitization protocol really does improve people's indoor environments, so you have the ability to do that. And I just want to tell you about somebody that I met when I was in New Orleans. I was doing some trade shows, and a radio program, and I got a call from a lady. Her name was Laura DeRocher, and she had 4 children. And her youngest child, who was 8, had some very severe sinus issues. In fact, as she was talking to me, she had, of all 4 of her children, the other 3 had constantly been to the allergist every month. Now think about that for a second. Every month, for years, they had been to this allergy doctor. And she had found some mold up in the kitchen area over one of the cabinets, and she was concerned about how that might be affecting their kids, because she heard me on the radio and she knew that mold was an indoor air quality problem. She'd never really thought about that before. It's mold, how could it affect my children's health? But she was putting 2 and 2 together. She was saying, maybe there is a problem here with this mold that I'm seeing. So I went out there and I did the assessment. It took the sanitization protocol. It was not the amount of mold or the type of mold, or there wasn't a moisture problem that actually was causing the mold. It was actually a HVAC problem with the relative humidity. So we did the sanitization protocol, put it in place just like you see it today, exactly the same protocol. And she was really excited because in about a week she was feeling better. Her kids seemed to be feeling better. She wasn't sure. But the interesting thing that she told me when I was there visiting her was that her little child, the one that was just a few months old, they had scheduled that baby for surgery, sinus surgery. And she said, we've decided to kind of put it off because things seem to be going better. We'll see how this goes. Well, interesting story to kind of shorten everything up. About 1.5 years later, maybe 2 years later, I got a call from her and she said, I got to tell you an interesting story. She said, first of all, I got a phone call from my pediatric physician, the allergist. He was concerned that we had switched doctors because I haven't taken my kids to the allergist in almost a year. We decided not to do surgery for the baby, and the baby is doing great. Now, a couple of years old, doesn't seem to have any allergies to the environment and what's going on. She said, I think you really solved a bigger problem than you maybe think you solved. The reason I'm telling you that story is because we hear that story over and over and over and over again. Maybe not quite as dramatic, but we hear that story over and over and over again. You are in a very, very important industry. You may not realize it, but one of the reasons why it's regulated is because you're dealing with people's health. The health of your employees, the health of your clients, That's what you're dealing with. And rather than thinking about just being a mold assessor or just being a mold remediator, as Mo's probably told you, we want you to think in terms of being an indoor air quality professional, because that's really what you're doing. I'm sure Mo told you already that when you start cleaning up mold problems in an environment, it's almost like a surrogate of other things that are going on in the environment. If you're reducing the mold, you're also reducing some of the other contaminants, the bacteria, the viruses, the particulates, some of the other stuff that's going on in the environment. So you can make a gigantic change to the environment. So our goal is for you to really think in terms of becoming an indoor air quality professional. And this is really the first step. If you haven't thought about that before, this is really the first step in that direction. And I'll tell you the other thing it'll do for you. I've been in business a very long time. I used to tell people I was unemployed in the construction industry. Been in business a really long time. And what you want is you want an edge in the market that makes you different from everybody else. And it's not about price, let me tell you.
Okay, we have reached the last interview of the day. I think. I never know. Somebody else may walk up and we'll be doing another interview, but this is the last scheduled interview. Let's go with that. So I want to introduce Vlad, and I'm going to let you completely introduce and tell everybody about yourself because you have kind of a unique business model. So go for it.
Thank you, Lance. Yeah, my company is called Restoration Inbound. We started working with mold remediation companies years ago, like 5 years ago, actually. It's when I got my first mold client, and I didn't know nothing about the industry. And then basically after a while, I discovered actually there's a bigger industry than just mold, and it's restoration. And there's something I call the big four, which is mold, water, fire, and bio are kind of the main four people do. And there's all sorts. And I've just been learning as much as I could. And we've tried all sorts of different models, everything from pay-per-lead to, monthly agency models in terms of marketing. And we're just here to help people grow. I like to say I want to be a scientist of helping restoration companies grow. And so I'm always looking to learn.
So you more of a marketing company?
Yes, sir. Yep. Marketing. We like to consult people on the sales side. We like to connect people to estimators, et cetera, but marketing is where we specialize in, especially
so you're
Google.
like facilitating the whole process.
Mhm.
But on the marketing side, are you actually taking over the marketing and doing it for individual companies so they would become your clients?
Correct. Yep. We go in and we optimize the website. We've actually built some AI to help optimize the websites even now, which is exciting. We can get to that. And then, we run the ads, we, write the content, social media, all that kind of stuff. Yeah.
Okay. Well, we talked just before we went on here about right now we're broadcasting live over 11 different platforms, several social media platforms, and the rest is streaming TV. And we found that works, putting it out all over the place so people can get it in the flavor they want it. And I'm assuming that's kind of what you're doing.
That's exactly it, actually. What I've noticed, Lance, and I'm sure you've experienced this as well, right? There's different audiences, and also state to state, depending on the restoration remediation business, different marketing channels will have different levels of success. So, even in some regions, some people like to use Angie's more. In other regions, they like to use more Google, Service Direct, et cetera. So we actually like to look at the whole gamut of options and then find what's best for the company in the region and the market as well.
Do you work with reviews also?
Yes. Reviews are so what's interesting is, right, you'll hear a lot of people talk about how they're a marketing company and how you should be marketing, et cetera. The biggest thing I think a lot of people don't talk about is how you got to position yourself to be marketable first. You gave, Lance, you gave a great presentation on how you've got to think about marketing outside the box, right? One thing you got to think about is differentiation. And I think reviews are one of the best ways you can do that by getting as many reviews as you can. A lot of people don't talk about reviews enough, in my opinion. They just start the campaign and they don't have the groundwork set.
Right. Well, the presentation I did the other day, I think you were in there for
Yes.
that. Yeah. I talked about you can market to a population, and you're going to get all kinds of clicks. But if you're not getting anything beyond the click, you're marketing to the wrong group. These aren't the buyers or the people really interested in your service. Something just caught their eye and they're going there. That costs you money.
Yes, exactly. Right. And a lot of times people don't do the groundwork well enough to actually get ready to convert the buyer. They don't know where those clicks are going. They don't know how to retain the clicks. And then most of all, actually, the thing also we find is that people who don't have a lot of reviews, that also means they probably don't have a process after when they get the client actually and following up. That's a whole different thing. You know, we found that some clients that are great at sales, we can even do a worse marketing job and they'll still make even more money because they're just better at the sales side. Yeah.
No, you're absolutely right. And truthfully, the marketing piece of it is what I think we are the weakest at in this industry, because we have people that are very passionate about the cleaning side of it, the restoration side of it. But when it comes to that concept of marketing, it's not a face-to-face marketing. It's face to region, face to area. And you need to know how to do that and navigate it. And it keeps changing.
Yeah.
As soon as you figure out, Google's changed the analytics again.
Yep, exactly. Yeah, Google has changed it. They just rolled out Google Analytics 4 this year, right? So Google is constantly changing, and Google now is obviously with AI, right? They're scared that things are going to change. People actually found us through AI now, so people are searching through AI, and I imagine in a couple of years, people are going to be finding mold and remediation and restoration projects through AI as well, without a doubt. Now that it can give you even more customized answers.
Well, I knew we were in trouble a few years ago and I think I mentioned this to somebody earlier. In my office, I have an Alexa device.
Yeah.
Next to Alexa, I also have one of the Google devices.
Mm-hmm.
Depending on how I phrase it, I can get them to talk to each other.
Oh, man.
Google, say hello to Alexa. Hello,
Yeah.
Alexa. How are you? I'm fine.
Yeah.
And they start conversing. I'm like, I got two robots talking in my office. I'm out of here.
Yeah.
But that's AI, and it's becoming more and more entwined in everything that we do now.
Yeah, one of my favorite sayings about AI is if the internet was about information, AI is about action. And that's the one thing AI is going to get better and better at every year, is making everything more actionable when it comes to writing content, when it comes to people searching in a much more specified way, right? And it's scary for people like me who know Google so well and have mastered, getting, 10x, 20x returns on Google, because, the CEO, Sam Altman of OpenAI, he says, who wants to look at 10 blue links with advertising everywhere, right? People would rather have much more personalized searches. But that's part of the industry. It's part of the game. And it's actually what makes it exciting for me, believe it or not, is that things are changing and you can always get a more competitive advantage.
So as far as the software and computer side, where do you see yourself? Are you like a front end guy? Are you a developer? Where are you in there?
Yeah, when it comes to marketing, we're definitely more back end, right? So we're definitely more lead generation. We're definitely more building things out, right? So we actually use some of these AI softwares and we integrated it. In fact, I can show you after this podcast what we're working on. Pretty cool stuff. We're actually starting to use AI vision right now to go through a website and actually tell you, simple updates that you should be making, such as the phone number, is too small. There's no clear call to action. Maybe the copyright is out of date. Maybe that there's bad texts, right? So like I said, AI is getting better and better at spotting areas of improvement, right? Eventually it's going to make, improvements for us. And eventually it's probably going to do everything for everybody, which is,
the latest thing now in NVIDIA,
Yeah.
the leading AI chip manufacturers out there are cards. They're now talking about having AI. I'm trying to think of the wording that they use. I just saw a special on this where the AI itself is going to be enhancing itself.
Mm-hmm.
Up until recently, ChatGPT that was out there was only brought up to date of, I think it was 2022.
Mhm.
That's where they stopped the educational
Mhm.
process of it.
Mhm.
Well, now it's going beyond that.
Mhm.
The new chips are going to allow the cell phones and smart devices
Yeah.
to run without the internet.
Yeah.
That's the scary part, to have that much information localized on your device.
Yeah, they're going to be self-learning, and so we just went from ChatGPT 3.5 to ChatGPT 4. Once we get to 5, so it's not official yet, But from some of the interviews I've watched, one thing that the CEO hinted at was actually having it memorize your previous prompts to customize it even further to what you're doing. So it's going to be self-learning both from everybody else, was what it's doing today, and then also on your past history. And yeah, it's going to be even more powerful. So it's these are exciting times, and also, yeah, a little scary.
I know, but exciting. I mean, I can see telling my phone to call my daughter, and it says, "No, I'm not going to do that now. She was angry with you at your last call." You know, I said, "No, I really want to talk. No, I think you should wait. You know, I don't want to argue with my phone because AI is telling me things I should and shouldn't do." And we're not quite there yet, but that may not be such a leap from here.
No, yeah, no, 100%. You can, even today, you can use ChatGPT to talk to it, and it will talk back to you. You can use it for all sorts of advice, right? And that's just 4.0. And if you guys haven't checked out 4.0 and paid for it, I recommend you check it out. It's only $20 a month. I'm not paid to say that, right? So, but it's a great version, and 3.5 is free.
I'm using 4.0, so
yeah, it's phenomenal. And then, so your listeners should check it out as well. And you can talk to it, and you can even start, you can give it a prompts, right? So you can give it a prompt of, hey, I'm thinking about X, right? Keep responding until I say that I think we've covered the topic well. So you can say something like, I'm thinking about giving a speech at, the Experience Conference. I'm thinking about giving a speech on water remediation, right? What do you think the topic should be about? And then you just go back and forth with it. So there's all sorts of great stuff today where you can work with it. What we're talking about is, years later when it gets even more powerful, and who knows, right? It's going to go from software to hardware, and that's when things really become
it's already happening.
Yeah.
There's I just saw it on I was watching something on TV, and they were showing a new AI robot that was actually built by one of the car manufacturers, not Honda. It's a foreign one.
Not Tesla?
No, wasn't Tesla. I can't remember the name, but it's one of the European car manufacturers. And this thing was terrifying. It had the look and movement of a person, but it was making its own decisions. Like if something was in its way, it would move it out of its way. It would recognize what was happening, what the person talking to it wanted. And this was in real time.
Yeah.
And, no, we're not at the Arnold Schwarzenegger style.
Not yet.
Not yet.
Everybody's talking about it.
Of course they are. But, it's something that we can't hide from either. We need to embrace it. We need to understand it. And we need to make sure it doesn't get out of control.
Yeah, 100%. I think embracing it is the first move, because once you embrace it, then you can understand it. And once you understand it, then you can make sure it doesn't get out of control. And I would recommend everybody out there you could use first of all, you can use AI to write content for you, right? If you have different ideas, one of my favorite things is you write down the top 10 questions you wish your clients already had the answer to, right? You can have AI write all the answers, right? And then you edit it, right? But basically, once you get past those basics, right, we're talking about the next level, and it's just speeding up ahead. It's ChatGPT, by the way, officially is only 1 year old, right? So that's the crazy part. The good news is today, still sources like people are still Googling, right? So Google is still a very powerful source, right? And so this stuff is still fairly predictable, and you still can get great returns. I think what's going to happen is the competition level is going to start getting smaller and smaller, and it's just going to be a lot higher stakes, so to speak, as time goes on, because I don't think people want 10 different solutions, right?
Right.
People probably want maybe 1 or 2 or maybe 3 companies max, right?
Well, I know I've talked with a lot of people, and even some of the people here from my presentation on marketing, and they're like, I'm not dealing with AI. It doesn't get involved with what I do. They're so wrong.
Yeah, 100%.
A simple example is, again, an Alexa device. You ask it a question about snowblowers, and 10 minutes later, you pick up your phone and all you see is ads about snowblowers and shovels.
Yep. Retargeting.
Now, that's not a coincidence.
No,
that's happening because someplace out there in the mist, Alexa knew that information. It was translated or transferred someplace, and now you're being given that information based on what you were requesting. So it's all connected.
Yeah, 100%. And you're talking about retargeting, right? And so most likely, right, you've been tagged on a pixel, and basically as time goes on, right? What's going to end up happening is hopefully these answers are going to get better and better and better. And that's what we're hoping for. We're hoping for the side of good, right? As these things become more customized for our preference, right? Not more customized for these AI companies, which have, insane amounts of power. But what's even cooler also now that I've just seen, because I go to some of these, I'm from Seattle, right? And ChatGPT, OpenAI actually is Microsoft's, from Seattle. So basically they have some AI conferences and tech events over there. They've even got smart devices now that will use AI to talk, like toys even, right? And they can talk to children, right? Forget about, having a little, Toys R Us Woody doll where you pull on a string and it says something. It just goes back and forth all day. So you can, this stuff you can integrate with whatever you want. You can have little marketing materials out there about your company and it can educate people, right? So I'm excited for these types of things that are really on the cutting edge.
Are you familiar with SoundHound?
Tell me more.
SoundHound is a company that is running all AI, but they just contracted with, I believe it was White Castle, Chick-fil-A. And
oh, yes, I have heard of them. Yes.
And they are doing all of the now online, not online, on-site ordering at the drive-ups.
Yes, for drive-thrus.
To AI.
Yes.
And they're processing your orders.
Yes.
And, that's just the latest thing that's out there. You don't have a choice. You're now going to interact with artificial intelligence just to order a chicken sandwich.
Yes. And there's another company called Donuts that's on the rise that does something similar to that. That's going to democratize it. They're also working on AI for just your front desk, just an admin, right? You call, right? They'll reroute different calls. So this stuff, I think, a year from now, is going to be closer than ever. I think maybe even a couple of years we'll start seeing it more and more and more.
So now that you educated and terrified people watching this, how can they get in touch with you if they want to go to your website?
Yeah, restorationinbound.com. You can see our clients' testimonial videos. You've got contact information on there, or you can find me, Vlad McCartumian on LinkedIn. I'm happy to help. The first thing I like to do is I really like to mastermind with other people and connect them to different resources. I don't think, we don't like a cookie cutter approach. So I really think that based on different people's goals, geographies of where they're located, that's how we like to tailor campaigns. Even Google ads are not for everybody, right? Et cetera. So yeah, that's how you can get in touch with me. Just go to restorationinbound.com.
I appreciate you taking the time.
Always an honor. Thank you so much.
All right, good evening, everyone. Welcome to Normie Recertification Training. Today is October 8th, 2024. I want to welcome everybody to the room. For those of you that are here with us, just about every training that we do, you'll notice we did a little bit of a different start today. We didn't have a countdown clock. We just brought our guests right into the room so we could get started right on time. So I want to welcome Gavin. You all know Dr. Gavin, and Mason. And I'm going to let these guys talk about themselves in a moment, but a little bit of housekeeping I want to take care of here first. And Doug, I don't know if you had any announcements you wanted to start off with?
Well, I suspect that Tim will probably announce the classes that are coming up, but we did get Best Living Systems moved into its new location. We're shipping out, which is really great, and the new affiliate program is up and running. So if you're interested in air purification, air filtration, testing, remediation products, we're rocking, ready to go.
Thank you, Doug. And I wanted to start off with these announcements first to get this all out of the way, because there's a very serious situation going on, which we're going to be talking about. And I don't want to go to announcements after all of that. So we're just going to get that out of the way now. So Tim, you want to let us know what's going on with some classes?
Yeah, we've got several classes coming up here for the fourth quarter, beginning in a couple of weeks in Covington, Louisiana. We've got the NCRSI NCMP class on the 23rd through the 25th. This is an advanced remediation class, specifically for those who are dealing with sensitized individuals. Really, really important class because, as we know, that the population is growing. And you know somebody who's probably sensitized. So if you're looking to expand your business, looking to be able to help those who have difficulty finding help, this is the class for you. Also, if you are looking to become a Normie Pro, if you want the Normie Pro designation, this is a class you want to take. The 23rd through the 25th in Covington, Louisiana. We've got a couple of CMA, CMR classes coming up here in the near future, the 6th through the 8th of November in Covington, Louisiana, CMA CMR basic certification class and basic licensing class for the state of Florida, state of Louisiana, Washington, D.C., covers most of the states except New York and Texas, and certainly a nationwide certification for those states that don't offer licensing. That's in Covington, the 6th through the 8th of November, and then we have one in Florida in the Tampa area. We were going to have it at the Bilmar Beach Resort, but of course, because of Hurricane Helene, they are experiencing some pretty incredible difficulties. I haven't heard back from them yet as to whether they plan on being ready by then. But if not, we will have another location announced when that is up. And that is in December the 10th through the 12th, December 10th through 12th. So look for those classes on your calendar, training.normie.org or besttrainingschool.com.
Lance, could I make a comment about that if you don't mind?
Absolutely.
Yeah, I think one of the things that people have always asked is about these hurricanes. The state of Florida does not and has not traditionally suspended their licensing law, which means those guys that are in the field that are doing assessments and remediation projects, water mitigation projects, need to be licensed by the state. And that's one of the reasons why we're having this class here at Covington and then another one in Florida the first week in December. So if you guys have any interest at all in working in the state of Florida, disaster recovery in terms of dealing with mold remediation or water mitigation, you need to be licensed. We can show you how to do that in 3 days. And one of the cool things about this is that once you make application to the state, you're considered licensed. So even if it takes them 3 to 6 weeks to actually get you a license, they know that's on them, and their delay is not your issue, and it's not the client's issue. So it's really important if you plan on doing any work in the Florida area as a result of the hurricane that you get licensed.
Doug, so when you run a course December 10th and 12th, that must include a Normie mandatory Christmas party. Is that correct?
It does. How did you get?
I might come to that training.
And someplace great to eat, maybe even char-grilled oysters there.
Well, hopefully we'll be able to be at the hotel on the beach. It's one of my favorite places to be. Unfortunately, they took a lot of damage and they're right in the line of fire again. So let's hope that they fare this pretty well. We've been at that hotel through a hurricane, and it was, I think, a Cat 1 when we were there.
It was.
Yeah.
Yeah, and it was, we were surrounded by water. It was, it was intense to go through that at a Cat 1. So it'll be interesting to see what happens with this. Hopefully,
we had a very nice room.
Yes, I'm still not sure why we were up on the top floor in a room surrounded by glass during a Cat 1 hurricane, but yes,
it worked out.
Yeah, it was a good place to be. All right. I want to get going with this. We're making a little light of this, but it's a really serious situation that we're dealing with right now. Helene just went through tremendous amount of damage. The cleanup effort alone from Helene with piling all the debris out in the streets to be cleaned up is creating another hazard that really wasn't foreseen with a hurricane coming in right behind it. We're talking about projectiles of refrigerators, if you want to call it that, TVs, whatever else is thrown out there. So if you're in any of these areas, keep that in mind, that, all the stuff piled out in front of your house now could become something that causes a lot of damage. If you think about it, when a storm's coming, you're out there bringing your chairs in and trying to secure everything in your yards, and now you've piled all this debris, sharp edges, lumber, and everything else. So be cautious of that. All right, we have two guests in the room. Two completely different, I guess, verticals that they work in. And Mason, I want to start with you because I've met you at the experience. I've talked with your daughter quite a bit. We actually taught some classes together, but I've never really talked a lot in detail with you. So could you tell us a little bit about you, who you are, what you do? Because the way that Becky was describing it to me is very interesting, the model that you follow.
Yeah, it is pretty cool. So I've been in the business a long time. Barry Costa was my first instructor in '94. It was March. So I've been in the industry a long time. My IICOC number is 22,000 or something. So you kind of go back with that. But long story short, I'm excited to be here today. And what you brought up a second ago with all the debris in the street and all that happening, that also brings another one for us first responders to go in there and extract and do work. It's going to be really ugly. I just got back from the Carolinas and I had 2 nails in my tires and everything. And I'm leaving tonight to go to Tampa. So I totally get what you're talking about. And I agree with you. I'm glad you brought that up. My background's kind of interesting. I was known, I was a very successful carpet cleaning business that I got into restoration. I worked at a church and guy came to do a flood and he made more money than I did in 2 weeks. So I'm like, hey, I'm going to start restoration. And we had El Nino that year. And during that year, I was sucking up a rescue boat in the house and the rescue boat. And I was on Channel 7 ABC News and I'm waving. And my wife called me on my brick cell phone saying, hey, don't be so happy. But there is different sides. It's really sad. Those storm drains weren't ready in California. They weren't ready and the debris was there. So a lot of streets and houses flooded. So what I kind of went into is after I started doing the carpet cleaning and the restoration, I got into a Ramsco and John Don, and I ended up being their #1 truck mount salesman, selling hundreds of truck mounts every year. And I built a network called Mason's Network, and now there's 9,000 members. And it's so big that I found a way to get everyone work. So when anyone, the Norming Pro members need 20, 40 truck mounts out there, I can be there. We've had up to 87 truck mounts I just did in Dallas. And we extracted 340,000 square feet in 7 hours. So I think it was 82 truck mounts. But so I'm really unique because I bring everyone together and we're able to really learn and get more. Like the aspects, and we are completely different, Dr. Gavin and I. Dr. Gavin's more of the details and the fine and all that, which I love. I really learn from him every time I talk to him. But my side's more of the boots on the ground. Let's get the water out. Dr. Gavin's the long term. What are the microbials and the mold and all that? What can we do? Because that's a big problem. People think, hey, the water's out, the problem's gone, which it's not. But we're the first ones on the ground to clean out stuff and do stuff like that.
In the past, I've done interviews with David DeGroff, who I understand that you know. And from my understanding of what you've described to what you do, you're kind of like the next level above that technology-wise, where he provides manpower as just manpower. You're bringing in manpower, I guess, including him too, and the technology side. Yeah,
I'm more on the technology side because he's actually one of the labor companies we use. So I'm more on the I do more. I have a map, and I could tell where everyone is and how much equipment there is. And in Alaska, I was at a restoration job after a tsunami came up there in 20 minutes. So I could cover I've covered everywhere but Hawaii so far. But I get a pretty good span because there's just a huge network of good guys, and they're able to do better and start learning about how to get certified and stuff. Like I just was watching your show last night, and I'm excited about you guys open up that education center in California, Anaheim, right? Yeah, yes. I can't wait. I want to be one of the first students. So unless you've already had students, so I'll be the third. But anyway, so yes, so I'm more on the technical. So we've gone to QVC, Amazon, all these big buildings, and we could be there. We've done 1.1 million square feet extraction, and there were 72 truck mounts there. And I think it was like 54 different companies.
Well, when I talked to Becky, your daughter, earlier, I kind of got a vision in my head because I had an idea what you do, but I wanted to hear you explain it. And we were talking about the Environmental Task Force. And we work with David DeGrom and his manpower also. If we need to pull manpower any place in the country, he can do that. It sounds like you would be the next piece that would be a perfect fit to work with us. And that's what we need to talk about after this. But I just wanted to put that out there so it's in both of our minds.
Yeah.
I want to get to Gavin in a minute, but I do want to hear a little bit about what you've seen working on the ground because of the previous hurricane that just went through.
Yeah, so I'm really unique. I'm normally on the ground. Like right now, I'm heading out right after this call, and my laundry's done. I just got back. I drove 17 hours from Asheville and North Carolina, Boone, North Carolina, Augusta, No one's talking about Augusta, but Augusta got hit really bad. They're going to lose power until the 12th. Half the city has power now. But so what I've seen boots on the ground, this is what I've seen when I go out there. Of course, you have roads you can't get there. There's people stranded. There's so many cars on the side of the road because all the debris and the nails. Then you also see cities and cities without lights. So that means those cities don't have pumps. If they do have pumps, you have to pay cash. There's just a whole different world that we live in that wasn't the same, right? Like I'm a door knocking fool. Well, you don't door knock anymore. Now you have pay-per-clicks, internet, Google, Zoom meetings. I remember when they came out with a fax machine, I was like, that's amazing, I guess
that's also assuming you have internet and power, which you don't.
You nailed it. So I went up to Asheville, and for 3-hour drive in, I had no internet, no power. Even my map on my phone did not work. Then when I came back 3 hours later, my phone started going nuts, like when you get off a plane. Ding, 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 ding. You bring up a great one. That's where Starlink would help. I had tried to buy a Starlink and couldn't even get one right now. Local stores, you could probably get it on Amazon, but where was I going to be? Another issue is hotels. All the hotels are taken. So you have to drive 2.5, 3 hours to get a hotel. And if you're lucky, it's not $1,000 a night, it goes on, and people don't think about the basics. Here, people are stranded in the hills without food and water. I tell you, Asheville is a great example. We boarded up some buildings. The only looting that I saw was a Dollar General store, and they looted for food. They didn't loot for TV. They didn't loot for anything else. They were stranded in the hill. No one could get in or out. And your heart breaks for those people, I mean, materialistic means nothing to me. I mean, I've been married for 34 years. I have 3 wonderful kids. I have chickens and ducks and the goat. I've been very blessed there, but there's no value on them. I can rebuild. I want them. So the missing people up there are so sad, and the devastation. In Clearwater, we had crews trying to go over the bridge, and my crew was turned away because the police officer said, you can't come in until we get a body count. So we couldn't even get over the bridge to start extracting the hotels and all that and I couldn't believe the police officer said those words. But yeah, it was, and you think about, there's more than just what we're thinking. We have internet, right? We have phones. There's homeless people that don't know what's going on. And even if they did, they might mentally not. That's probably why they're homeless, right? There's so much going on in the world. You're homeless for many reasons, right? Addictions and mental and financial, everything. But maybe there was a homeless count. It's just, your heart breaks for all these people and the family members. It's devastation.
Back in May, just before hurricane season, we do a training just before June 1st. And now actually I hear they're thinking of moving hurricane season back to May 15th, but that's another decision they have to make.
Lance.
But we talk about things like this coming up. And we've gone through this several times throughout the summer, warning about people going into these areas becoming more of a burden on the area than help, because they don't know what they're doing. Doug, you had a comment? I think I cut you off.
I did. Thank you. I didn't mean to interrupt you, but what Mason said was really, really powerful to me, because I think what he said about these outlying areas that you don't even think about much, Augusta, for instance. I remember when Katrina hit, and we were here in New Orleans at the time that it hit. It took us 2.5 hours to drive north the day after the storm just to be able to find a gas station that was operating. And that was Vicksburg. And I think we forget all of these little towns around where the media has been in the big towns, basically, but all these small towns that nobody knows about, just devastated by this kind of storm. And so I appreciate so much what these guys do, and they realize the magnitude of it.
And you're right, Doug. When I went to New Orleans in 2005 for Hurricane Katrina response, it wasn't until day 11 that I got to Biloxi, and no one had told me about Biloxi.
Right, that's right.
We're all flat out overwhelmed in New Orleans with the floods and the wards and the bank that broke and the medical center we had to deal with, and also the shelter at the arena. And then suddenly said, "Oh no, tomorrow you got to go to Biloxi." What's Biloxi? I couldn't even spell it. We got down to Biloxi, and I had no idea the destruction down there and the isolation of the people. And as Mason correctly said, right now when we start to see these storms, these big events, connectivity is an issue. If we can't connect, we don't have the skills to get out a paper map and read a paper map anymore. We don't have the skills to communicate without connection. And that is, and as Maiden said, I'm in an area where I had nothing, had to go back to first principles. And then when I left the area, my phone went crazy. And that's what we're going to find in Florida within about 36 hours.
Well, and truthfully, a map is very difficult if you don't have GPS. I know when we left here, if it had not been for the locals using their chainsaws, I'm not sure we could have found the roads.
Yeah, Doug, when you came up here after Hurricane Sandy came through and we toured the coast, I mean, it was just devastation all over the place. We hit certain areas where they had state police cordoning off the areas that if you didn't have a local address, you weren't going beyond that point.
Right.
So any contractors coming in, they just couldn't do any work. But the point I was trying to get to before was we keep telling our people, we know you want to go do work. We know you want to help. But if you're not invited in, don't go. The resources in those areas cannot support more people coming in just to be there. If you're there, you need to be there working. You know,
I was talking to someone just yesterday about going. They were heading from California on their way to Florida, and I said, "Where are you going to stay?" And he said, "I don't know, probably in my car." I said, "Probably if you're lucky." So,
well, yeah, we've been doing this for 10 plus years. We bring a generator and get an Airbnb and power it up. But you're right. I think you said don't come and not invited. That's like looky-loos. Guys, if you come down, come for a mission, a purpose, like a business plan, you know, I mean, there's so much more in everything. But they're coming down just looking, taking up the gas stations, the food, the hotels, the hard workers. In Lake Charles, it was 3 years ago, I believe. In Lake Charles, a hurricane hit the same town 3 times. We had to drive 2.5 hours each time to hotels because all the hotels were torn apart. The first hurricane, I believe, was a Category 4, and it did damage to roofs, but no rain followed. Then right after that, the rainstorm came, and no one covered up the roofs in time. So, and we flat tires. I can't tell you how many. I just got, like I told you, 2 nails in my tire right now. Driving over branches. Javier was driving in the Carolinas, and power lines were down, and they were trying to get around power lines. So there's a lot more chainsaws like you're talking about. Don't just come on that. But being a professional, I believe I'm a professional. I rate myself that. We always stay on the weak side of the storm. Well, guess what? That storm moves. And a couple years ago, it was 2 years ago in Baton Rouge, a storm turned and it went right over our hotel. No power, no food. And I never booked the first floor. A few years ago, before that, around 3-4 years ago, I was in Kenner by the airport, and they said they had a generator. Well, the generator only powered up the lights, the emergency lights. So everyone's in their car trying to charge their phones and no food. So that's when the AT&T cell phone towers went down, and we had to go to Lafayette to get Verizon and T-Mobile. The only guy with us, he had like a Cricket or a T-Mobile phone worked. All of us had AT&T and Verizon, and nothing worked, but his did. But yeah, you're right. I think you bring up a great point. If you're going to come for a mission, find groups. There's plenty up there. What do you say? Normie Pro. Find people out there and come with a purpose and help. And, and don't gouge. Gas stations, they get in trouble if they gouge. Come here and really help. I mean, really help. And there's nothing wrong with making a living. But, you've got to open up your heart too.
Gavin talks about that a lot with getting paid and stuff, working on these disaster sites, and that comes afterwards. And there's a way to do that, and you have to do it the right way. However, that shouldn't be the focus up front. And you don't want to go into those areas, and I use the term uninvited, and maybe that's not correct, but without the proper training, equipment, and everything else, because then you fall into 2 categories, a victim or a survivor. And they don't need any more of those in those areas. They need helpers. Not more to the problem. So, Gavin, what do you got on this as far as some of the stuff that happens from the exposure as we go forward a day or 2 or 6 out?
Well, I think you and I have had a couple of phone calls already today, Lance. I had a bad day in the office. And I had probably 3 meetings here in Washington, D.C. with different government agencies and entities trying to promote our profession as professionals. And I went downtown today for my first meeting over at Homeland Security with the IRCRC standards all in my little backpack, ready to go. And I showed them at the first meeting and they went, "What's that?" And I said, "These are the standards that the people I represent, they cling to. They cling to a standard. They know their work. They're so professional. They can tell you